The housekeeping robot, Mirmis, activated its systems amidst the wreckage of crashed Earth, only to be treated as an antique collectible by a girl who claims to be from the planet Vitia. This mechanical life form from a higher civilization records the bizarre habits of Earthlings while attempting to win over its alien roommate with culinary skills. When a microwave is repurposed into a warp engine and a vacuum cleaner starts collecting dark matter, the daily lives of these two interstellar wanderers gradually evolve into a comedic crisis affecting the entire galaxy. Chapter 1. An unexpected encounter. Energy circulation system restored. External perception system restored. Weapons module system restored. Flight propulsion system malfunctioning. Unable to restore. Network communication system restored. Emotional module system normal. Mirmis frowned slightly. The damage to the flight system was far worse than the complete destruction of the weapon system for this mission. This meant that even if Mirmis had bought fries, it could not traverse the latitude channel to return. Currently, Mirmis couldn't even break free from the planet's gravity to go into space. Mirmis had just experienced a dimensional collapse, an accident that occurred during the process of spatial traversal. The violent spatial disruption had thrown Mirmis's internal systems into complete disarray, leading to a forced shutdown. Now that the surrounding situation had stabilized, it could begin the self-repair process. Mirmis opened its eyes to find itself in an unfamiliar environment. Contrary to the expected blue sky or grayish surroundings, it was greeted by a white ceiling with some stains in the corners. With its bodily functions not yet restored, Mirmis could only rely on visual sensors, and in its field of vision, it discovered a female organism. What should I do? How am I going to explain this to the teacher? The other party seemed unaware of Mirmis's awakening. Instead, she was looking down, sighing at the table. If Mirmis's logic chip wasn't mistaken, the current situation indicated that it had been taken home by someone. Although the energy wave from the collapse had caused significant damage to Mirmis's internal systems, it hadn't harmed the external environment. From the perspective of a typical extraterrestrial intelligent life form, Mirmis was merely an unconscious peer. Since the alien intelligent life form had not noticed Mirmis's awakening, Mirmis did not intend to disturb her. The highest priority for Mirmis at the moment was to ensure the smooth execution of its mission. Due to the damage to the flight system, Mirmis believed it should first contact its owner to dispatch a repair technician for support. However, when it sent a signal, it found that communication was obstructed, making it impossible to reach its owner. Such abnormal situations had never occurred in previous missions, causing Mirmis to feel anxious. Its CPU was running rapidly, but the database couldn't provide a satisfactory answer that you're awake. The female extraterrestrial intelligent life form, who had been facing away from Mirmis, had somehow moved to its side and was looking at it with concern. You just fainted on my doorstep. What happened? Do you need me to call 120? Mirmis did not answer immediately. It needed some time to retrieve the language used by the other party from the database. When it received feedback from the database, Mirmis's expression became somewhat subtle. The language used by this female extraterrestrial intelligent life form was not any language from the planet Buddha, but a language that appeared only on Earth, referred to as dark planet. Thus, the formal designation of the creature in front of Mirmis should be girl, a not yet fully matured female human from Earth. Are you okay? Seeing that Mirmis did not respond, the girl became increasingly worried about its condition and took out her phone, preparing to dial 120. I'm fine, Mirmis said expressionlessly. Really? Seeing the girl's disbelieving expression, Mirmis directly climbed out of bed and did a few stretching exercises. Meanwhile, Mirmis's thought chip was also busy processing data. According to the database, Earth was a dangerous planet. Its natives were not welcoming to any foreign species, and any extraterrestrial beings that ventured into Earth's domain would be ruthlessly eliminated, including mechanical life forms. Moreover, all extraterrestrial life forms that had come to investigate Earth had invariably lost contact with their home planets, and even if they were lucky enough to return home, they would end up becoming insane that IT was an undeniable danger zone. However, the information about Earth had not been updated for a long time, and judging by the girl's caring actions toward Mirmis, the authenticity of this information was questionable. After seeing Mirmis looking lively, the girl's tense expression relaxed. Why name is you? Can you tell me your name? The girl politely smiled, showing no signs of shyness toward a stranger she was meeting for the first time. Mirmis. While introducing itself, Mirmis observed EU. After scanning her body, Mirmis discovered an unexpected fact. How did you end up fainting at my doorstep? Did you starve? I just experienced a dimensional shift during a spatial collapse. Mirmis answered honestly. Yi was momentarily taken aback. The sudden appearance of this stranger seemed a bit off. Did she just mention something that sounded very impressive? I'm sorry, could you say that again? I just experienced a dimensional shift during a spatial collapse. This time, Yi was convinced that this strange and mysterious person was definitely not right in the head. I think I need to go to the bathroom. Yi pulled out her phone, preparing to call a mental health facility. Vitia, alien. Mirmis's words rendered Yi momentarily paralyzed. Yi stiffly turned her head, forcing herself to remain calm as she asked, "What are you talking about?" Sweat beads rolled down her cheeks. "You are a Vitia alien from planet Alpha Nebula 78. Mirmis said calmly. The appearance of Vitia aliens is similar to that of Earthlings, but there is one difference. They have a unique organ on their heads resembling sprouting grass. Yi instinctively covered the top of her head, then stubbornly said this. "This is a hairpin. If it's really a hairpin, please take it off." Mirmis took a step closer, pretending to reach for Yi's hairpin. This. Yi covered her head. She could no longer make any arguments that why Yi couldn't comprehend why this person, who had only met her a few minutes ago, easily saw through her long-hidden identity. Who exactly was she? Fear filled Yi's heart, and her chaotic mind ultimately decided to make a decision that went against her ancestors. "Since my identity has been exposed, I have no choice but to," Yi said darkly, reaching into the inside of her clothing. Yi leaped forward, acting as if she was making a desperate move towards Mirmis. With a thud, Yi fell in front of Mirmis in a dramatic fashion, holding chocolate in her hands and humbly pleading, "Please, don't say anything. Don't worry, I am a housekeeping robot from Freudstar." Mirmis patted the small leaf on top of Yi's head, a comforting gesture in Vitia culture. While Yi looked up, her eyes glistening with tears, and asked in surprise, "You're not an Earthling?" "Correct." Saying this, Mirmis detached its left hand, revealing the internal gray alloy structure. "That's great. I almost thought I was discovered by some organization like the Men in Black." Yi sighed in relief. It was truly a false alarm. "Why are you on Earth? This is a very dangerous place, isn't it? Because I can't go back." Yi suddenly became despondent. "I'm sorry." Miramis's expression also turned sad, as if infected by Yi's emotions. At that moment, a strong wind blew in from outside the window, lifting the papers on the table and making them float in the air. "Ah!" Yi panicked and raised her hand to grab them, but the paper playfully slid past her palm and landed in Miramis's hand. Mirmis glanced at it. It was an exam paper, and it was a failing one. Yi hurriedly snatched the paper back, hiding it behind her, her face turning red, clearly very embarrassed. "You saw it, didn't you?" Yi mumbled softly, hoping Mirmis would deny the question so she could brush it off. "Yes, this is a test paper that has not yet met the passing criteria." Mirmis frankly conveyed the information she had received. "Ah, so embarrassing. I didn't want anyone to see it." Yi covered her face, unwilling to accept reality. After a few seconds of this frozen action, Yi slowly opened her palm, peeking at Mirmis through her fingers. Then, as if she had made up her mind, Yi suddenly took Miramis's hand, looking at her with sincere eyes, and asked in the most pitiful way she could manage, "Can I ask you for a favor? Please go ahead." Although Yi was not Miramis's master, Mirmis was not good at refusing others' requests. Unless it harmed her master's interests, she generally wouldn't turn them down. Moreover, Mirmis was confident that she could fulfill any request Yi made. She was 120% sure of it. "I hope you can become my family." A lot of black question marks appeared above Miramis's head. Become family? Miramis's eyes were filled with confusion. This request was beyond her database. "Well, you saw this test paper," Yi stammered, trembling as she reluctantly unfolded the paper hidden behind her. "What's wrong with this test paper?" Mirmis tilted her head in confusion, taking the opportunity to scan the entire paper to learn the written language of this planet. "It is the problem itself." Yi sighed and slammed the paper onto the table. "Thanks to it, the teacher wants to see my parents." But Yi seemed reluctant to continue. "Since you're a housekeeper robot, it wouldn't be a problem to help me with a little family matter, right? So can I ask you to pretend to be my cousin? Just for one day?" Yi clasped her hands together, earnestly pleading with Mirmis. After all, Having to show this terrible grade to a third person was like asking for half her life. Since Mirmis had already seen it, it would be better to just ask her directly. Chapter 2. All fluffy Yiyu was so nervous that she didn't dare make any sound. The only noise in the room was the dripping of water from the kitchen. Mirmis thought for a moment and found no reason to refuse Yiyu. Moreover, staying close to Yiyu would allow her to collect data about Earth and understand human behavior more conveniently. Mirmis' master had always been very interested in the differences between civilizations, and since she couldn't leave Earth in the short term, why not make collecting data about Earth her current task? After receiving Mirmis' agreement, Yiyu raised her hands high and couldn't help but cheer. Great! The stone in Yiyu's heart had been lifted, as if she had already finished talking to the teacher. Mirmis looked around. Is there a place to charge in this room? You need to charge? Yes, there's one. Yiyu pointed to the socket in the corner. For Mirmis, she didn't need food or sleep. A shelter was naturally useless. But there was one thing she couldn't refuse, and that was energy. Due to some past events, Mirmis' unlimited energy system had been restricted and switched to a conventional energy consumption mode. So in order to move freely on Earth, electricity, oil, and other substances were essential. Thank you. After saying that, Mirmis sat in the corner, extended her data cable from her palm, and began to charge. Yiyu sat on the bed, swinging her legs. Yiyu had been living here alone for a long time, and Mirmis' arrival made her feel a sense of home that she hadn't felt in a while. If only Mirmis could stay here forever, Yiyu silently wished. Suddenly, a cursing voice came from next door. What the heck, why did the power go out? The plot was getting exciting, and there was not just one voice. In an instant, various voices came from all directions. Why did the hot water stop in the middle of my shower? Why is the microwave not making any noise? I just downloaded from Baidu NetDisk for 5 hours, and I was just 0.01 away. The neighbors began cursing the property management for the power outage, complaining about inadequate infrastructure. There were plenty of foul words, so Yiyu silently covered her ears. Yiyu helplessly said, Mirmis, let's go out for a walk after you finish charging. As soon as the two left, the power outage issue was immediately resolved out on the small road. Mirmis didn't forget to send multiple distress signals to the planet Freud, but all went unanswered. Perhaps it was because Earth was too remote for the signals to reach that far. Or maybe there were certain special substances on Earth that blocked the signals. If it was the latter, then Mirmis seemed to somewhat understand why Earth was called the Dark Planet. Mirmis was looking at the surrounding scenery all the way, like a newborn child, full of curiosity about the various things in the world. Yiyu hummed a song, leisurely matching her pace with Mirmis's. Having found family, Yiyu was no longer afraid. Her biggest worry was that the teacher would start investigating her background because she couldn't see her parents, ultimately discovering that she was not from Earth. So far, Yiyu had made considerable efforts to avoid suspicion about her human identity. She lived in a house like an ordinary person, went to school like an ordinary student, and worked hard to play the role of a human girl. If she had to ask other humans for help, things would become much more complicated. But with Mirmis, the housekeeper robot, this predicament was easily resolved. The azure sky was dotted with fluffy white clouds, and the sun, past noon, softened its rays, gently casting sunlight on the earth. A gentle breeze swept across the clear lake surface, brushing over the lush green grass. This was Dew Park, a recreational place Yiyu often visited with friends. Today, there weren't many people in the park, and the two figures stood out in the empty space. Mirmis suddenly stopped and walked to the edge of the lake, where her reflection could be clearly seen in the water. Yiyu noticed that Mirmis had left her line of sight and hurried over, curiously asking, "What's wrong? Is there something in the water?" Mirmis reached her hand into the lake, remaining motionless. After a little while, a group of lively little fish gathered at her fingertips. How cute! Yiyu also wanted to touch the fish, but her approach startled the fish, causing them to scatter and hide in deeper waters. That's why Yiyu pouted in disappointment. It seemed she wasn't very popular with small animals. Analysis complete. The substance consists of 99.4 water and other mineral components. After a moment, Mirmis received the analysis report of the liquid in the lake. The water sources on Earth are very similar to those on other planets that nurture civilizations, so other alien beings likely did not die from a lack of water. An elderly woman approached, dressed very stylishly, but her expression looked quite sorrowful. Xiaomi, where are you?" The old woman strained her dry voice, trying hard to call out, stopping to rest after every couple of shouts. "What's wrong, Grandma?" Yiyu asked. "My little me, the kitten I raised, is missing. I just fell asleep on the bench, and when I woke up, I found Xiaomi was gone." The old woman grew increasingly anxious, and Yiyu hurriedly supported her to prevent her from getting overly excited and causing a physical reaction. Xiaomi shouldn't have gone far. She should still be in the park. Yiyu comforted the old woman, telling her not to be too upset. Kittens are not particularly active pets, and domesticated ones generally do not want to leave their food source. "Mirmis, let's help look for her together." Yiyu turned to face Mirmis, knowing that two people would surely search faster than one. Such small acts of kindness, of course. Mirmis would not refuse, but she displayed a look of complete confusion. "What is a kitten?" Mirmis's expression was not joking or playful. She genuinely did not know that why Yiyu and the old woman both widened their eyes in surprise. They never expected that there were still people on Earth who did not know what a cat was, a creature that could capture almost every human heart with its cuteness. Why Yiyu couldn't help but wonder if Mirmis had been locked away in some dark place where she never saw the light of day, which is why she lacked such basic knowledge. As a Vitia alien with knowledge of Earth, and Mirmis's short-term roommate, Yiyu felt it was her duty to introduce Mirmis to Earth's supreme beings, the cats. However, she realized that the vocabulary to describe cats in everyday conversation was quite limited. After a while, Yiyu finally organized her thoughts to explain to Mirmis. "It's a creature with 4 legs, furry, with a long tail, and looks very cute." At that moment, Yiyu realized how poor her vocabulary and language organization skills were. Under her description, the creature sounded nothing cute at all. Moreover, the concept of cuteness is hard to define. In some people's eyes, even Cthulhu could be considered cute. However, Mirmis did not mind Yiyu's limited and inaccurate description. Instead, she nodded earnestly, as if she understood. "I see. I will help look for the kitten." Seeing Mirmis agreed, Yiyu prepared to turn and start searching. But suddenly, she remembered something important and froze in place. "By the way, Grandma, what color is your cat?" "Xiaomi is white." "Okay, let's go look for her." After confirming the information, Yiyu and Mirmis separated to search various parts of the park. Yiyu would occasionally shout Xiaomi, hoping the kitten might appear upon hearing her, but evidently, that expectation was in vain. Even after straining her voice, there was no sign of the kitten. Mirmis activated her thermal imaging display system, allowing her to see through the bushes and spot hidden creatures throughout the park. Most of them were 6-legged animals, and without tails, only antennae, so they were directly excluded. Creatures meeting the criteria of 4 legs, furry, with tails, cute, and white seemed not to exist in this park. Just as Mirmis was about to turn off the thermal imaging display system to conserve energy, she noticed a swift-moving creature dart past her feet and quickly hide in an empty can that had fallen next to a trash can. Mirmis picked up the can and captured the creature hiding inside. It struggled violently, as if pleading with Mirmis to let it go. However, this survival instinct did not reach Mirmis's heart. It could only be taken away in despair. Yi sat on a bench, wiping sweat from her brow. She had searched many places, including vending machines, bushes, and even under bridges, but there was absolutely no sign of the kitten. Yiyu was about to give up. She had tried her best, but the results were disappointing. And who could she blame? At that moment, a shadow fell over Yiyu's face. It was Mirmis. She probably hadn't found anything either, Yiyu guessed. However, the way Mirmis was holding something broke Yiyu's imagination. It was clear that she had found something. "Did you find Xiaomi?" Maybe it's Xiaomi. Mirmis's vague response gave Yiyu a bad feeling, especially when she looked closely at the creature in Mirmis's arms and felt that it seemed much smaller than an average kitten. Yiyu stood up, slowly lowering her head to examine the little creature in Mirmis's arms, which was curled up and shivering. White, furry, it did look quite cute, but something fell off. Squeak! The white creature suddenly looked up, startling Yiyu. "Why is a little white mouse?" Yiyu exclaimed, both amused and exasperated. Chapter 3: New Roommate. So scary like most girls, Yiyu was not very brave and had an instinctive fear reaction towards creatures like mice and spiders. Upon seeing the little white mouse that Mirmis had brought back, she immediately took a few steps back, leaving Mirmis standing there with a confused look. Mirmis did not understand the reason for Yiyu's action. She looked down at the small animal she was holding. 4 legs, furry, with a tail, cute, white. It completely matched the criteria Yiyu had given. So theoretically, it should be the Xiaomi the old woman was looking for. From Yiyu's reaction, Mirmis deduced that she must have found the wrong creature. Meanwhile, the creature called Little White Mouse had been recorded as data in the database. Mirmis bent down, ready to let the Little White Mouse go, but was stopped by Yiyu's voice. "Wait, don't let it go," Yiyu shouted from behind a streetlight. This shout was largely out of Yiyu's selfishness. She did not want the Little White Mouse to run around freely and end up at her feet. On the other hand, the park's environment was not suitable for the Little White Mouse's survival at all. As a pet of the laboratory, the Little White Mouse had been deprived of the ability to survive in the wild. This little mouse was probably discarded by someone who no longer wanted to keep it, and being left here would only lead to its demise. "If you leave it in the park, it will die." Yiyu's voice softened. "Will you die too?" Mirmis asked, holding the Little White Mouse's fate with a naive gaze into its dull eyes. The Little White Mouse could not understand Mirmis's words, but the initial fear had worn off. It no longer struggled desperately and lay still, as if resigned to its fate. Looking at the limp Little White Mouse, Mirmis had an idea and asked, "Yiyu, can we not let it die?" Do you want to keep it?" Yiyu's voice trembled slightly. "Is that not allowed?" Although Mirmis's expression did not change, Yiyu was sure she saw a moment of disappointment in Mirmis's eyes. Well, Yiyu found herself in a dilemma. If she took it back, she would be scared. If she left it, Mirmis would be sad, and her conscience would not allow it. Suddenly, a faint meow came from nearby. Both Yiyu and Mirmis noticed the sound, and Yiyu quickly moved towards the source, with Mirmis closely following behind. That a noise came from an overturned corrugated cardboard box, which was hidden in a corner of the park and was particularly inconspicuous. The perpetrator had even unethically placed a sizable brick on top of the box to prevent the cat from escaping. The two ran to the box and saw the outer wall shaking, clearly indicating that the cat inside was trying to escape. Yiyu removed the brick, and the moment she lifted the box, a white figure flashed past her shoulder. Ouch! Yiyu was startled by the sudden attack and fell to the ground with a thud. "Are you okay?" "Mirmis helped you up." "I'm fine. Quickly go check on that cat." Following the direction where the cat had just escaped, they spotted a conspicuous white figure hiding under the lush green canopy of a tree. This tree was quite old, with a trunk measuring 3 to 4 meters in height, and the cat, frightened, had climbed up and would not be willing to come down anytime soon. "What should we do now?" "I can't climb trees," Yiyu sighed as she looked up at the seemingly towering trunk. But you want to reach the creature up there?" Mirmis pointed at the little white cat and asked. "Yes, that's Xiaomi, I can help. That's great." Yiyu clapped her hands in delight, realizing that bringing Mirmis along to find the cat was the right decision. Yiyu's guess was that there were 2 ways to do it. Either Mirmis could climb up, or they could form a human ladder. Mirmis put the little white mouse in her pocket, then slowly walked to the tree, wrapping her arms around the trunk as if preparing to climb. In the next moment, Mirmis effortlessly uprooted the entire tree and laid it horizontally in midair, her movements fluid and graceful, as if she were wielding a stick. Yiyu's young heart was deeply shocked. What kind of housekeeping robot was this? "Yiyu, if you don't grab it soon, it might run away again." Mirmis's voice snapped Yiyu back to reality, and she quickly hugged the still frightened little cat from behind. Mirmis's behavior was quite different from what Yiyu had anticipated, perhaps as different as the distance between her index finger and thumb. What kind of housekeeping robots did the Freudstar have? Did they consider barehanded mountain climbing as part of their job? In the end, Yiyu gave up thinking. There was no point in overthinking. They should quickly get back to business. After regaining her composure, Yiyu took a deep breath and said, "All right, let's hurry back to find the old lady. She must be anxious." Yiyu and Mirmis retraced their steps, and as they passed by, a gust of wind blew open the empty corrugated cardboard box, revealing a patch of charred grass at the bottom, twisted. In an unnatural shape, Mirmis was drawn to the blackened area and slowed her pace. "What is this?" It's probably some careless person's cigarette, but that caused this." Honestly, releasing the little white mouse, capturing the kitten, discarding cigarette butts. Why is there so much happening in the park today? Yiyu muttered gloomily. The elderly lady, who had been anxiously waiting on a bench, turned her worry into joy when she saw the 2 return, a delighted smile on her face. "Here you go. Grandma, your little me. You need to keep an eye on her this time. Thank you both. I really don't know what I would have done without your help." The old lady took the little cat, which immediately occupied both her hands. She had originally wanted to pet these 2 adorable children, but now it seemed she had to give up that idea. "And no need to thank us that you're welcome. IT must have been hard work, right?" The old lady asked Mirmis with concern. After Mirmis uprooted the tree, she hadn't forgotten to plant it back. While replanting, she also made sure to bury the displaced soil back. Thanks to this, Mirmis's face was splattered with dirt and tree sap, resembling a canvas of graffiti. No, it wasn't. Seeing Mirmis respond like that, the old lady had no choice but to go along with her and not offer further advice. After bidding farewell to the old lady, Yu took out a handkerchief printed with floral patterns from her bag and wiped the dirt and tree sap off Mirmis's face. "What are you doing? Even if you're a robot, your appearance is that of a cute girl," Yu said somewhat enviously. "You should take good care of your body." For Yu, aside from Mirmis's mechanical body, she treated her just like any ordinary girl. She would approach Mirmis with the same attitude as she would any normal person, not merely as a housekeeping robot. The two left the park and stopped by a shopping street to buy ingredients for dinner before returning home. That Yu hesitated when she unlocked the front door, feeling as if she had forgotten something important. She led Mirmis to the bathroom, handed her a spare towel, and then headed to the kitchen to prepare dinner. Mirmis confirmed that the water valve was a primitive knob switch, requiring no identification login code or other troublesome steps. The Earth's technology level seemed to still be in its early development phase. Mirmis did not close the bathroom door. After placing the towel on top of the washing machine, she directly removed her clothes. Mirmis's clothing was made from a special material that would get dirty but not absorb anything. It could be easily cleaned with water. Mirmis turned on the water heater, and scalding water poured down from above, instantly engulfing the bathroom in a cloud of white steam. After a quick rinse, Mirmis stepped out of the bathroom with her clothes in hand and walked straight toward the kitchen. Though Yu referred to it as a kitchen, it was merely a small corner consisting of a sink and cooking utensils. The dishes Yu was making today were scrambled eggs with green peppers, sour and spicy shredded potatoes, and kelp soup. Simple, easy-to-learn home-cooked meals that tasted good and were affordable. Yu added a bit of salt to the kelp soup and took a small spoonful to taste. It's okay, not too salty. "Yu, where's a place to wash clothes?" Mirmis, completely unclothed, asked while holding her clothes. Yu couldn't help but spray the kelp soup she had just swallowed. Cough, cough. "Thankfully, I didn't spray it into the soup." Yu coughed uncontrollably. "Is this where we wash?" Mirmis took a step closer, pointing at the vegetable washing sink where the potatoes were waiting to be cleaned. Wait. Yu quickly turned her back. Even though she had a steel body, she didn't dare shamelessly stare at Mirmis. Yu shyly asked, "Mirmis, why did you run out without any clothes on?" "Because I need to wash my clothes." Mirmis raised her clothes slightly. You stay right there and don't move. I'll go get you a set of clothes." Yu nervously turned around and scuttled sideways into her bedroom like a crab. After Mirmis patiently waited in place for a while, Yu finally dawdled out of her room, head down, and handed a nightgown to Mirmis. "Thank you." Haha. Yu felt a mix of embarrassment and awkwardness, leaving her at a loss for words. "So about the washing place, give it to me, I'll wash it." Yu snatched Mirmis's clothes away. What a joke. If Mirmis used the washing machine, who knows what kind of disaster might occur, like the washing machine suddenly exploding. Mirmis had already done many things beyond Yu's imagination today, so this speculation wasn't unfounded. She was clearly a housekeeping robot, but Yu completely dared not let her do housework. But Mirmis wanted to say something, but was immediately interrupted by Yu. "There's no but. I'm here, and that's enough." Yu was determined. She couldn't let Mirmis cause any trouble today. "First, let's see if there's any toilet paper in my pocket." "What is this?" Yu felt something soft and a bit warm. She pulled out the mysterious object from her pocket, revealing a small, helpless white mouse, looking up at her with tearful eyes. Yu immediately collapsed, like a puppet with its strings cut. The little white mouse, sensing the chaos, prepared to escape, but was quickly caught by Mirmis. "Don't run. It's dangerous," Mirmis said seriously to the little mouse. The mouse was intimidated by her presence and quickly nodded. Lying on the ground, Yu suddenly regretted asking such a robot for help. At this rate, she might end up in the hospital for nervous exhaustion before she even saw the teacher. Chapter 4. Decision paralysis. As dinner time concluded, the two settled onto the sofa, engrossed in a discussion about Mirmis' mission. Why would household chores necessitate dimensional jumps? Isn't that akin to the sophisticated technology of artificial wormholes? Yu lifted a glass of cool water and poured it over her head, causing the little leaf. now refreshed by the clear water, to sway with excitement. I was supposed to go to Buddha Xing to fetch fries for my master, but I encountered an unforeseen circumstance along the way, which led to my fainting at my doorstep. Yu suddenly understood. The distance between Freud Xing and Buddha Xing exceeds 10 light years, requiring several months for a round trip at the speed of a conventional spacecraft. Thus, it was no surprise that dimensional jumps were employed. Although Yu was still inclined to criticize Freud Xing's technology for being out of touch, she felt compelled to express gratitude for Mirmis's casual demeanor. So, Mirmis, after assisting me with this task, will you be returning? Upon uttering these words, a hint of loneliness washed over Yu. I cannot return just yet. My flight propulsion system is damaged. As she spoke, Mirmis demonstrated her flying capability. Currently, she could only hover a mere 10 centimeters above the ground, unable to ascend higher. Yu lamented, regrettably stating that she was neither a scientist nor a technician, thus unable to assist with repairs. She genuinely wished to help Mirmis return home, yet she herself could not return home. Mirmis responded optimistically, saying it was all right. She did not mind staying on Earth for the time being. Hearing this, Yu inexplicably felt a wave of reassurance. Yu's phone emitted sound, and upon checking it, her expression suddenly shifted. Oh no, it's already this late. She dashed into her bedroom, emerging a few seconds later with half her head poking out, casting a commanding gaze toward Mirmis. By the way, I need to do my homework next. Please do not disturb me. Make sure to knock before entering. Is that clear? Yu's tone was unusually serious, resembling more of a warning than a mere caution. Understood. Mirmis promptly agreed. Despite her lack of understanding regarding the importance of homework, she had no inclination to disturb others. Once Yu closed the door, the living room fell into a serene silence. The small white mouse, inadvertently brought back by Mirmis, was temporarily placed in a glass jar, happily nibbling on sunflower seeds. Mirmis attempted once more to send a signal, only to receive no response, just as before. With nothing to occupy her time, Mirmis switched on the television, pondering that this must be why her master enjoyed watching it. Television programs served as a splendid avenue for understanding Earth's civilization, providing insights into human preferences, cultural cognitions, technological advancements, and ecological environments. The only drawback was the presence of numerous fabricated elements, which Mirmis would need to discern gradually. However, the task of analyzing and collecting data proved somewhat challenging for Mirmis's model, necessitating more time to comprehend the information. Consequently, she spent the entire night without closing her eyes. The next morning, good morning. Yu rubbed her sleepy eyes, emerging from her bedroom in a disheveled appearance. Did you sleep well, Yu? Mirmis rose from the sofa, which now bore a deep indentation from where she had sat. Having endured more than it was meant to, Yu stretched lazily, replying that she had slept reasonably well. After completing her morning routine, Yu retrieved bread and milk from the refrigerator, consuming them while glancing at the weather forecast. Today's weather was clear and sunny, perfect for venturing outside. Swallowing a few bites of bread with milk, she remarked that since it wasn't raining, they could go to the mall to buy you some clothes. I only need this one outfit, Mirmis said, having changed back into her usual attire, while the outfit Yu had provided the day before lay neatly folded on the sofa. Leaning against the back of the sofa, Yu advised even so, wearing the same clothes every day might raise suspicions. I can utilize my camouflage function to alter my appearance, allowing others to perceive my clothing differently. Mirmis seemed quite proud of her unique capability, her eyes gleaming as she spoke. Yu sighed, lamenting that it was a waste of energy. Charging once would burden the building's power supply. I certainly cannot afford such electricity bills. Or do you possess a fortune? I have 2 billion cosmic currency. Mirmis produced a black gold card, a universal currency bestowed by her master, usable across nearly any planet. That's an excessive amount. Yu exclaimed, exasperated, yet lamented that such wealth was futile on Earth. After all, Earth was blacklisted by other extraterrestrial civilizations, and both Mirmis and Yu were unfortunate enough to be stranded on this prison-like planet. In any case, let us proceed to your clothing purchase. Oh, buy in mall. Clothing section. Yu waved a blue shirt and a red shirt back and forth in front of me lacking experience in purchasing or selecting clothing for others. Yiyu found herself in a hesitant predicament. The store clerk stood nearby, hesitant to approach, as Mirmis' gaze was fixed upon her, akin to a hunter eyeing its prey. In truth, Mirmis was not observing the clerk, but rather the small bear badge affixed to her attire. Me. Which one do you think is better? Yiyu still could not decide. Thus, she posed a question to Mirmis for her judgment. They are both fine. However, Mirmis' response only deepened Yiyu's despair, prompting her to tug at her own hair in frustration. Such an answer is maddening. Just then, Yiyu caught sight of a familiar silhouette, tossing the shirts to Mirmis and making a silent gesture for her to remain quiet before stealthily approaching the figure. Holding the two shirts, Mirmis perceived them as identical, devoid of distinction. She approached the clerk and inquired, "Which one do you think is better?" The clerk gasped in terror, exclaiming, "Huh?" As Mirmis engaged the clerk in discussions regarding the purchase, Yiyu continued her covert operation. 5 meters for meters, 3 meters, 2 meters, 1 meter. Almost close enough to startle her. Just as Yiyu's plan was about to succeed, the figure suddenly spoke. "Yiyu, you're trying to sneak up on me again, aren't you?" Caught in the act, Yiyu froze in place. "Honestly, how many times have you failed?" The figure turned around, removing her VR glasses to reveal the gentle visage of a girl with black hair. "This time, I thought you were engrossed in your game, so I believed I had an opportunity." Yiyu pouted, clearly displeased. The girl shrugged, remarking that among all her classmates, only Yiyu remained so stubborn. Others had given up after a few attempts. Yiyu retorted in frustration that Vivian succeeded. "So why could she frighten you?" Yiyu was baffled. She was confident in her stealth skills and believed she would not be outdone by Vivian, yet she always failed, leaving her extremely vexed. Yiyu's discontent seemed to amuse the girl before her, who, regarding her as a mere plaything, asked, "Do you wish to know the reason?" Yiyu remained silent. Although she yearned to respond affirmatively, she understood that the black-haired girl likely intended to tease her. In such moments, silence was the wisest choice. Notijin Yiyu se retijenje. The black-haired girl appeared to lose interest, redirecting her attention to Mirmis, who held 2 bags. The girl's gaze fixated on Mirmis, scanning her from head to toe, sensing that the newcomer was no ordinary individual, her expression shifting from boredom to intrigue. Raising an eyebrow, the black-haired girl inquired, "Yiyu, who is she?" Feeling a sudden surge of anxiety upon being called by the dark-haired maiden, Yiyu hastily replied, "Ah, this is my cousin, Mirmis. Mirmis. This is my class leader, Yuta." Yiyu introduced the two to each other. However, Yuta seemed to pay little attention to Yiyu's words. Her focus entirely fixated on Mirmis. Yiyu felt beads of cold sweat forming on her forehead, deeply concerned that her fabrication would be uncovered by the class leader. Yuta possessed a remarkable charm and keen observation skills, making it nearly impossible for anyone to deceive her. Those who attempted to play tricks in her presence were almost always exposed, which was one reason why the teachers entrusted her with the class leader position. Nevertheless, Yiyu did not perceive Yuta as a particularly amiable person. It seemed she often found amusement at Yiyu's expense. Thus, scaring the class leader from behind became one of Yiyu's greatest aspirations. After observing Mirmis for a few seconds, Yuta's face broke into a warm smile. She extended her hand and said, "Hello, Sister Mirmis." "Hello," Mirmis responded, noting the intensity of Yuta's gaze as if it were trying to penetrate her CPU. Mirmis glanced around, finding no anomalies, such as exposed wires on her person. With a hint of curiosity, Mirmis inquired, "Is there something strange about me?" "Not at all," Yuta replied, yet her gaze remained unwavering on Mirmis, expressing a profound interest in her. "There's no need to add sister. Mirmis is about our age," Yiyu interjected, patting the class leader's shoulder. "What are you playing, class leader?" "Oh, this is the VR version of Salty Fish vs. Zombies. Interested?" Yuta asked. Yiyu waved her hand dismissively, her expression turning fearful at the mention of zombies. She was not adept at handling such frightful imagery, which would terrify her half to death. Stepping forward, Mirmis asked, "May I get a try?" Yuta, intrigued by this newcomer willing to accept her challenge, cheerfully agreed. Sure, but this game is not suitable for beginners. A few minutes later, the game score results were revealed. This particular game tested players' visual acuity and agility, where players embodied salty fish and had to defeat the oncoming zombies within a limited time. Precision and post-game health points influenced the final score. Although it was Mirmis's first time playing, her exceptional reflexes and quick thinking led to a one-sided battle, with Utah proving to be no match for her. Impressive. I concede. Utah raised her hand, offering a salute to Mirmis in reverence. With a playful flick of her hair, Utah remarked, "One truly cannot judge a book by its cover. I never imagined your gaming skills were so formidable." Standing aside and silently watching the match's outcome on the large screen, Yi had already anticipated the result. How could a human possibly triumph against a mechanical girl equipped with built-in AI? In fact, witnessing Utah's defeat brought Yi a sense of pleasure, akin to avenging a long-held grudge. Mirmis removed the VR headset and curiously asked, "Why does Utah play games?" Utah rolled her eyes and propped her chin on her right hand, responding, "Well, generally it's to relieve stress." Upon hearing this, Yi sheepishly scratched her head and murmured, "I didn't realize, class leader, that you had so much pressure." A sudden wave of guilt washed over Yi. She had always perceived Utah as someone effortlessly managing all tasks. With a mischievous wink, Utah replied, "There are many things you are yet to discover." With that, Utah gracefully turned around and generously handed a basket of game tokens on the table to Mirmis. "I'm a bit tired from playing today. Enjoy the rest." Utah waved her hand as if bidding farewell, until she leisurely added, "I'm going to buy milk tea. The new shop across the street has excellent drinks." Upon receiving this information, Yi could no longer contain herself and hurriedly called out, "Wait, class leader, I want to go too." After running a short distance, she turned back to Mirmis, saying, "Mirmis, you play for a while. We'll be back soon." The two figures gradually faded into the distance, leaving Mirmis gazing after them. Mirmis shook the coins in her hand, producing a crisp sound as they clinked together. Since there was an opportunity to try other gaming machines, she certainly wouldn't let such a splendid chance slip by. As a housekeeping robot with a straightforward, logical framework, Mirmis did not experience the need to relieve stress. Thus, her focus was not on what would bring her joy, but rather on gathering information about various games. In simpler terms, she intended to play each one. However, even a robot can suffer from decision fatigue, and with such a plethora of machines available, it was challenging to determine where to begin. Consequently, Mirmis generated a virtual die within her computational circuits to assist in her decision-making. The die's outcome indicated she should start with the nearest machine and subsequently play through each game sequentially. Unfortunately, the first machine was currently occupied, so Mirmis opted to stand aside and observe the gameplay of others. The player occupying the machine was a young boy who gripped the joystick tightly, his right hand frantically hammering several large red buttons, producing a cacophony of sounds. Sweat glistened on the boy's brow, suggesting that he had been battling for some time. His progress was rather tumultuous, occasionally ambushed by suddenly appearing monsters and traps. However, he relied on the dubious strategy of inserting additional coins to wear down the difficult enemies. Finally, he reached the last level. The boy swallowed hard, his eyes fixated on the screen, completely oblivious to Mirmis standing beside him. The final stage of an arcade game is typically the longest and most challenging. The pile of coins beside the boy dwindled swiftly, consumed at an alarming rate. Ultimately, he was defeated by the final boss. The boy instinctively reached for more coins, only to discover he had none left. "Damn it, so close," he lamented, pounding his chest in frustration. He had exhausted all his pocket money accumulated over the week, but still failed to conquer the game. Was his journey to end here? The boy was unwilling to relent. He had fought valiantly to reach the final boss, yet he could only stop in regret. "Here you go." A game token appeared before the boy's eyes. Startled, he looked up to see a white-haired woman before him. "Huh, what did you get there?" the boy exclaimed in confusion. Mirmis did not immediately respond to his question, but pointed at the screen, saying, "If you don't insert a coin quickly, you won't be able to continue." "Oh." The boy, momentarily dazed, accepted the game token Mirmis offered and resumed his quest. due to the new store's promotions and excellent reputation. Yu and Utah waited in line for a while before finally purchasing their milk tea. Upon taking a sip, the sweet and refreshing flavor of the milk tea washed away the impatience of waiting. You noticed that Utah held a rather rare matcha milk tea, something she had never seen her drink before. So the class leader likes matcha-flavored milk tea, Yu remarked. Is that not acceptable? It's quite nice. I enjoy matcha as well. Utah glanced at her matcha milk tea and then at Yu's chocolate milk tea, her expression turning quizzical. By the way, aren't you going to buy Mirmis a cup? Doesn't Tishi like it? No need. No need. Yu waved her hand dismissively. She doesn't drink this. Why would a robot need milk tea? It would be a waste. Yu figured that if she bought an extra cup for Mirmis, she would probably end up having to finish it herself upon return. No matter how delightful the milk tea, too much would eventually become sickening. Are you implying she doesn't need to drink it? Suddenly, Utah's tone shifted. Yu sensed a palpable shift in the aura surrounding Utah, one that evoked a certain trepidation within her. Hastily, she clarified, what I meant was that she does not enjoy bubble tea. Utah took a step closer, her face hovering near Yu's, and subtly inquired, You've never mentioned having a cousin before. Why have you suddenly brought her to them all? Yu halted her steps, and Utah mirrored her pause, gazing at Yu with a smile that belied a hint of scrutiny. A barely perceptible bead of cold sweat trickled down Yu's cheek. This was troubling. The class leader's gaze unmistakably suggested she suspected something amiss with Mirmis, reminiscent of the way she had once scrutinized a classmate who had stolen yet vehemently defended themselves. If Yu did not respond swiftly, not only would Mirmis's identity be compromised, but her own would also be at risk. Yu's mind raced. She needed to concoct a plausible explanation before Utah's suspicions deepened. Perhaps in moments of crisis, one's cognitive abilities indeed sharpened. Or maybe years of living in seclusion had endowed Yu with a vivid imagination, for she suddenly devised a compelling excuse. Raising her voice slightly, she replied, It's because my cousin has just returned from overseas to take care of me, and she accidentally lost her luggage on the way. So I brought her here to buy clothes. Though I feel like I'm the one taking care of her most of the time. Yu gestured animatedly, her speech noticeably hastening. Utah blinked, hesitantly responding, Is that so? After a brief pause, she remarked with a significant tone, Don't you find your cousin rather special? Yu took a hearty sip of her bubble tea, gulping it down before looking at Utah with an expression of bewilderment. Special? Especially foolish, perhaps? Utah gazed into the distance, where Mirmis stood in the hollow space between the buildings. More or less. It's just a bit challenging to fathom her thoughts. Utah's voice carried a hint of disappointment. Yu could empathize with Utah's sentiment. Having been adept at discerning others' feelings, encountering someone inscrutable would naturally breed a sense of frustration. Thus, she reassured her. Perhaps it's because the emotions of our classmates are often reflected on their faces, and you, class leader, are particularly skilled at picking up on these subtle details. So when faced with Mirmis, who exhibits no change in expression, you find yourself at a loss. Utah smiled in silence, seemingly in accord with Yu's perspective. However, to Yu, her current smile appeared somewhat unsettling. In an effort to ease the tension, Utah suddenly raised her voice, playfully patting Yu on the back. All right, I won't tease you anymore. Utah reverted to her usual gentle demeanor, exuding the aura of a caring older sister. She half-jokingly remarked, You and Mirmis aren't criminals on the run or spies needing to conceal your identities to survive, right? There's nothing to fear. Yu could not entirely concur. While the situations were not entirely analogous, they indeed needed to disguise their identities to live on Earth. Utah stifled a laugh, covering her mouth. Your expression just now was absolutely priceless. I should have recorded it. In that moment, Yu had an epiphany. Utah was merely toying with her, deliberately uttering enigmatic phrases to relish the delightful changes in her expressions. This was a well-worn tactic of Utah. The class leader's needs extended beyond simply forging connections with her peers. She also required a certain imposing presence to command respect. Yu was certain that Utah had employed this strategy on more than just her. As they continued their conversation, the two girls circled back near the arcade, only to find a conspicuous yellow cordon surrounding the area. Yi's surprise was palpable, her eyes brimming with concern. In contrast, Utah appeared considerably more composed, although her mind was equally clouded with confusion. Yi scanned the surroundings and spotted Mirmis beyond the barrier. She rushed toward her, anxiously asking, Mirmis, how do you live? I'm fine, Mirmis replied, seemingly unscathed apart from a bit of dust. Yi urgently inquired, what on earth happened here? A bomb was discovered, Mirmis stated. Both Yi and Utah exclaimed in unison, what? Chapter 6. Entering the station moments earlier, a young boy excitedly raised his hands in triumph, his face illuminated with joy. With the support of Mirmis's game tokens, he had successfully completed the game. The screen rolled through the credits, fireworks bursting forth as if celebrating the boy's dedication and effort. He turned to Mirmis with a radiant smile, saying, thank you. Mirmis was momentarily taken aback. She had not anticipated receiving gratitude from the boy. After a few seconds of silence, she replied, no need to thank me. It had been a mutually beneficial arrangement. Her presence allowed for objective data collection on both the game and the emotional fluctuations of humans while gaming. The boy, having completed the game, felt a sense of accomplishment and happiness. From Mirmis's observations, she found all the games in this establishment relatively simple. Her computational abilities vastly surpassed those of these vintage machines. If she were to play, the disparity between games would be akin to counting ants versus counting grasshoppers, yielding little in the way of data. However, humans differed. Their base reflexes lagged behind those of machines, allowing for a more accurate gathering of relevant data during gameplay. With a beaming smile, the boy bid farewell to Mirmis, but in his exuberance, he stumbled and fell while running. Though he bore a few scrapes, his expression remained unchanged, merely offering Mirmis an apologetic grin. Mirmis picked up the basket, which still held a substantial number of game tokens. What should she do with them now? She pondered. Suddenly, a light bulb flickered to life in Mirmis's mind. She knew precisely where to spend the coins. She trotted back to the clothing store where Yi had previously assisted her in selecting outfits. Since Yi was in charge of the finances, Mirmis had yet to pay for her garments, making the game tokens perfectly applicable. Upon her return, the shop assistant greeted her with a smile. Welcome back. As the clothing store was adjacent to the arcade, the assistant could easily observe Mirmis's movements. If Mirmis had any intentions of fleeing, it would be promptly noticed, ensuring she wouldn't skip out on her bill. In the worst-case scenario, the assistant could alert the authorities to apprehend her. After all, she surely wouldn't dare resist the police. The assistant maintained a polite demeanor, awaiting Mirmis's payment. However, when Mirmis placed the tokens on the counter, the assistant was left dumbfounded. Her brows twitched, and she slowly articulated, Miss, this is not a toy store. We do not accept game tokens. Despite the visible frustration etched on her face, the assistant remained courteous, kindly explaining the rationale. Currency on Earth is not universal. Different venues accept different forms of payment, thus expanding Mirmis's database. After hearing the assistant's explanation, Mirmis returned to the arcade, but this time at the junction between the two stores, she heard an incongruous sound. Beep, beep, beep. It resembled the sound emitted by some electronic clock, muffled as if obscured by something else. There were no electronic clocks in the arcade or the clothing store, so where was the sound emanating from? She amplified her auditory receptors, and amidst the cacophony of electronic sound effects and the clamor of the crowd, she ultimately pinpointed the source to a trash bin in the corner of the arcade. Did I just hear U.S. voice? I'm her cousin from overseas? Mirmis glinde additionale information. Mirmis activated the electronic scanning system and indeed discovered a countdown timer nestled beneath a pile of plastic bottles within the refuse bin. The device appeared to be affixed to some object. A sense of foreboding washed over Mirmis as her database indicated a 95% probability that the item was explosive, with only a 5% chance of it being a malfunctioning clock. Assessing the size of the object and the technological capabilities of terrestrial civilization, Mirmis deduced that it posed no threat to her. However, the other patrons in the arcade were far less resilient. She approached the refuse bin, her actions drawing little attention, but within moments, an unexpected scene unfolded. She brazenly plunged her hand into the bin to rummage through its contents. The arcade staff reacted most vehemently, rushing over to admonish her. "Madam, please refrain from disturbing the refuse. Your actions may cause distress to other customers." Yet, Mirmis paid no heed, as if she were impervious to their words. One by one, she extracted the plastic bottles from atop the pile, carelessly discarding the empty containers onto the floor, creating a most unsightly mess. Realizing they could not deter this peculiar patron, the staff member decided to contact mall security to have her escorted away. Just as he reached for his phone, a vivid red object materialized in Mirmis's hand. Upon noticing this item, the staff member's complexion turned ashen, and he collapsed to the ground, his phone clattering beside him. The sound attracted a portion of the players, who turned to discern the source of the disturbance. Upon spotting the explosive in Mirmis's grasp, a player shrieked in panic, alerting others to the presence of explosives. The players, who had been engrossed in their gaming escapades, hastily abandoned their controllers and fled in terror. Mirmis turned calmly, retrieving the staff member's phone and returning it to him. She glanced around, seemingly in search of something. After failing to locate what she sought, she approached the now dismayed staff member and inquired, "Might there be scissors available?" As a domestic robot, Mirmis inherently possessed scissors. However, producing them would immediately reveal her identity. Thus, she sought external assistance. The staff member took a deep breath, forcing his chaotic thoughts to settle, then staggered to his feet and solemnly replied, "Miss, please remain calm. Dismantling explosives in the real world is not as simple as pressing E. I intended to use scissors." Mirmis began to counter, but the staff member pushed her away from the arcade area. "The explosives must remain here," he waved dismissively. "Let's set aside such fanciful notions. I will contact the police, and they will handle the situation." Minutes later, law enforcement arrived promptly on the scene, cordoning off the arcade and dispatching a specialized bomb disposal unit to address the explosive threat. Returning to the present, Yu, visibly anxious, queried, "Why was there explosives in the arcade?" Mirmis shook her head, replying, "I do not know." She glanced at the stern police officers before adding, "The explosives have been neutralized by the authorities. There is no longer a threat." Yu dusted off the grime from Mirmis's face, relieved as she remarked, "It is fortunate the bomb did not detonate. Otherwise, regardless of whether Mirmis was injured or unharmed, an explanation would be impossible. It would be absurd to suggest to others that she protected herself with some form of psychic energy." Yu silently expressed gratitude. At that moment, Yuta, appearing unwell, pressed her forehead in distress. Mirmis, concerned, inquired, "Yuta, are you all right?" Yuta offered no response, her countenance grave. Mirmis attempted to support her, but Yuta gently declined. After a considerable pause, Yuta regained her composure and responded with a soft smile, "I merely lack sufficient sleep. I am fine." Suddenly, a stern-looking officer approached the trio. "I've been informed by the staff that you were the one who discovered the explosives. Could you accompany us to the station for a brief statement?" He eschewed pleasantries and got straight to the point. "Very well." Mirmis consented and followed the officer away, while Yu watched them depart. At the Public Security Bureau, Mirmis sat on a metal chair, her unnaturally calm demeanor starkly contrasting with the anxiety exhibited by those beside her. The young man on her left appeared restless, while the woman on her right seethed with anger, seemingly on the verge of explosion herself. This may have been why others hesitated to sit among them. At that moment, an officer approached, holding a file. "Madam, regarding your son's incident with the glass in the restroom of the Public Security Bureau, our team leader wishes to speak with you personally." The previously furious woman softened upon seeing the officer, her demeanor transforming as she replied amicably, "Of course. We will go right away." She yanked the young man beside her to his feet, chastising him. "Get up. This is all your fault. You must apologize when we meet the team leader, understood?" The young man, gaze averted, meekly murmured, "Understood." After their departure, the previously stern officer approached Mirmis, escorting her to the interrogation room. After she succinctly recounted the events, he fell into contemplation. Was this citizen excessively brave? She had dared to retrieve the bomb with her bare hands. Clearing his throat, he spoke, "We do not encourage the public to engage in such perilous actions. Should you notice anything unusual in the future, please seek our assistance directly." Mirmis nodded obediently. The officer recorded the details of the case and the interview into the computer before asking, "Could you please provide your name and identification number?" Mirmis's thoughts paused for a fraction of a second. While her name could be easily provided, her identification number was akin to a robot serial number, a crucial and unique identifier. The complication lay in the fact that Mirmis did not possess an identification number recognized in human society. Even if she were to fabricate a string of digits, it would undoubtedly expose her identity when the officer conducted a computer inquiry. At this juncture, there was no recourse but to resort to that method. Chapter 7, The Dangers of Procrastination. Officer Lane meticulously documented Mirmis's account, entering it into the records. If their investigation proceeded without error, this incident would mark the fourth explosion case. The first occurred at a refuse station, resulting in only minor damage and no casualties. The second transpired in a park corner, causing damage to a small area and leaving behind scorched grass. The third explosion took place in the changing area of a swimming pool, fortunately occurring when few were present, resulting in only 2 or 3 minor injuries. The fourth incident, however, unfolded in the arcade, with the perpetrator increasingly targeting locations frequented by crowds, necessitating intensified police investigation to avert further casualties. This assailant was exceedingly cunning, selecting sites devoid of surveillance or exploiting blind spots, and leaving minimal evidence for their inquiry, leading to sluggish progress in the case. The sole silver lining was that the fourth explosion had been averted due to the timely intervention of this vigilant citizen. Otherwise, it was uncertain how many lives might have been endangered. Yet, this woman before Officer Lane evoked a peculiar impression, as if she were not of this world. Her demeanor in the face of crisis was unnaturally composed, and her recounting of events devoid of visible emotional fluctuation was indeed extraordinary. Of course, as a diligent officer, Lane would not regard Mirmis with suspicion. In a calm tone, he inquired, "Could you please provide your name and identification number? Is there an issue? I find myself feeling somewhat parched. May I step out for a moment to quench my thirst?" Mirmis's eyes flickered restlessly as this statement severely disrupted her logical reasoning, rendering her quite uncomfortable. "There is no need to be so tense. Relax a bit," Officer Lyon suggested, gesturing towards the doorway. Though his gaze was stern, his tone bore a gentleness. "Just turn left upon exiting, and you will find the water dispenser." Mirmis, somewhat stiffly, departed the interrogation room. Observing her retreating figure, Officer Lyon exhaled a sigh of relief. After all, she was merely an ordinary individual, likely still recovering from the recent events, which allowed her to maintain such composure. When asked her name, she finally recalled that she was just an average citizen, hence her desire to alleviate her anxiety with a sip of water. Once assured that no one was paying her heed, Mirmis stealthily pressed against the wall, placing her palm on the broadband interface to connect to the police network. Her data entity bypassed the firewall and made a direct run to the archive center, subsequently initiating the creation of a new folder. In a mere 14 seconds, Mirmis successfully established her own Earth citizen profile, thus enabling her to live legally on Earth. A little over a minute later, she returned to the interrogation room, a paper cup filled with water in hand. At that moment, Officer Lyon was engrossed in examining potential connections at the crime scene, pondering if this could lead to insights about the perpetrator's next intended target. Noticing Mirmis's return, Officer Lyon kindly inquired if she felt any better. Mirmis scratched her head, replying that she was probably fine. "Could you now share your name and identification number with me?" "My name is Mirmis, and my ID number is..." Officer Lynn inputted her identification details into the computer, leading him to acquire the following information. Name, Mirmis, gender, female, age, 20. Health status, healthy, current residence, 707, Mooley Avenue, Chiamu Town, relationship, cousin, EU, personal background, overseas student. After confirming Mirmis's identity, Officer Lyon posed several questions related to the case. Upon receiving minimal information, he permitted her to leave. In the corridor, Mirmis encountered a burly police officer. his most striking feature being a noticeable bump on his head, adorned with a band-aid decorated with floral patterns. He appeared engrossed in reviewing documents, oblivious to me or me as she passed by. Exiting the police station, Yi was pacing outside the main entrance, clutching not only the clothing she had purchased moments ago, but also an additional item. Yi, have you been waiting outside for long? She asked casually. It's all right. Just a few minutes. Is it a cage you have in your hand? Me noticed Yi was carrying a small black cage, complete with a water dispenser and a feed bowl. Indeed, Yi exclaimed, displaying the cage before me, then sheepishly added, since I've decided to keep it, I must take full responsibility. I thought you would abandon it. However, do not expect me to care for it. The heavy burden of its upbringing falls solely upon you. With that, Yi tossed the cage to me, who swiftly caught it, smiling as she assured, I will manage. Now let us hurry back. We should still be able to catch the last bus. Yi took off in a sprint towards the nearest bus stop, and, after a moment of hesitation, me quickly followed suit. Me soon caught up with Yi, who was already panting from exertion, as she was not particularly athletic. Yi, do you need me to carry you while we run? You seem quite exhausted. Upon hearing this, Yi suddenly felt a surge of energy and vehemently refused, insisting that would be too embarrassing. Then allow me to carry these bags for you. Thank you so much. Yi immediately released her grip, causing the bags to fly forward with momentum, but me managed to catch them just in time. Fortunately, the two of them ultimately managed to catch the bus, returning home safely. Upon entering, Yi dashed into her bedroom without even removing her shoes, slamming the door shut behind her. Me leaned against the door, hearing the sound of Yi fervently writing. It seemed she was quite busy. Me kindly offered, Yi, may I assist you with your homework? Perhaps I could be of help. Without hesitation, Yi shouted through the door, No, it's all just copying assignments. Our handwriting would surely differ greatly. Me lingered at the door for a moment before reluctantly departing. Meanwhile, within Yi's room, her bookshelf was adorned with numerous manga, and the walls were plastered with posters of anime characters. Even the pillows on her bed were elongated cushions featuring character designs. Yi was diligently bent over her desk, fervently sketching, but she was not working on an assignment. Rather, she was creating illustrations. This was Yi's source of income. Though her Earth identity was that of a high school freshman, a standard minor student, she could not engage in formal employment until reaching adulthood, making the legal acquisition of money a pressing concern for her. Fortunately, Yi possessed artistic talent, enabling her to assist various doujinshi circles with their illustrations for compensation. However, despite her extraterrestrial origins, Yi was remarkably similar to humans, grappling with severe procrastination. She often found herself racing against deadlines, frantically completing her work in the final days before submission. This was, in fact, the true reason behind her recent exam failure. Indeed, during those days, she had been frantically rushing her illustrations, leaving her with no time to study. In her exhausted state, she even dozed off during the exam, resulting in a drastic decline in her grades. Yet, Yi never anticipated that a single failure would lead to unimaginable complications. She tilted her head back. The strain of long periods hunched over had taken its toll on her neck, causing even the small leaf atop her head to droop. Leaning against her chair, the soft backing felt akin to a bed, gradually lulling her consciousness into slumber. It felt so relaxing, so comfortable. I could easily drift off to sleep like this. The room fell silent for several minutes. Only the gentle sound of Yi's breathing could be heard. Suddenly, Yi jolted awake from her dream, hurriedly scooting her chair forward. No, I must finish my drawings. I need to reach at least 60 today, or I won't make it. Her eyes glazed over, appearing somewhat dazed. The words before her looked like crooked worms, while the images on her paper were obscured by a thick blur, rendering them indistinguishable. Immediately, Yi halted her drawing, wrestling with her thoughts. In truth, she was aware of a method that could significantly reduce her workload, but it came with risks, potentially harming her progress. She nibbled on the pen tip, resting her chin on her hands, deliberating internally. Should I let me assist with the drawing? She should be fairly quick, perhaps even faster than I am. Yi closed her eyes, her mind a whirlwind of turmoil, as the voices of temptation and virtue whispered in her ears. Hurry, hurry. With Mirmis' help, We could complete all these illustrations tonight. A little imp resembling a devil urged. No, the content of these illustrations is far too dreadful. What if me sees them and thinks I'm a terrible person? A haloed figure resembling an angel countered. Me is a robot. She won't care about such matters, the devil replied nonchalantly. That is not the way to think. Me is my friend. She too experiences joy and sorrow, the angel insisted, stamping her foot in frustration at Yu's indecision. But if I finish the drawings early, I can watch cartoons. The devil poked the angel's cheek. Cartoons. I want to watch too. The angel's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Consequently, the devil, Yu, and the angel, Yu, soared away from Yu's mind, leaving only her true self to endure the trials ahead. Yu sighed in resignation, lamenting the two unreliable companions who had abandoned her to indulge in watching animations. After a struggle, she ultimately resolved to rely on her own strength to accomplish the task at hand. After all, these responsibilities had accumulated due to her procrastination, and it was unfair to burden Mirmis with them. With determination, Yu slapped her face, then raised her right fist high, exclaiming, "Tonight, I shall complete 80. However, after an earnest half-hour of effort, Yu succumbed to the allure of slumber, resting her head on the desk. Chapter 8. The first meeting with the teacher. The vast and azure sky, accompanied by a refreshing and pleasant breeze, heralded a day filled with sunshine, promising to uplift one's spirits. Yet, Yu appeared utterly worn, resembling someone who had endured an unjust beating in the middle of the night. Mirmis walked alongside her on the way to school, and seeing Yu in such a state filled her with concern. Was the teacher they were to meet today truly that fearsome? Yu seemed to be dreadfully intimidated. At the school gate stood a member of the discipline committee, inspecting students' attire for compliance with the regulations. Students trickled into the school, some delayed at the entrance due to unfinished breakfasts. The pair's journey came to an end near the gate, as the time for engaging with the teacher was scheduled for after school. Yu had brought Mirmis along simply to guide her. "Give me the backpack. Come back here at 5 this afternoon." The moment Yu took the backpack, she felt the weight of knowledge, causing her to momentarily lean forward. After adjusting her collar and the hem of her shirt to ensure everything was in order, she approached the member of the discipline committee. Upon seeing Yu, the committee member appeared startled, instinctively stepping back, ultimately allowing her to pass without a word. Mirmis pondered for a moment. Since she had yet to gather information at the school, why not take a look while she was there? However, as soon as she stepped inside, she was halted by security, forcefully pushed out like a piece of furniture. "Sorry, no unauthorized personnel allowed during class hours," the guard asserted. Standing at the entrance for a while, Mirmis observed the surrounding walls and the surveillance cameras above. Climbing over the wall seemed ill-advised. She would need to devise an alternative plan. Gradually retreating from the guard's line of sight, Mirmis activated her stealth module in an unnoticed alley. Her crimson eyes swiftly shifted to a cerulean hue, her form cloaked in optical camouflage, rendering her nearly invisible to the average observer. Although evading radar and thermal sensors was impossible, blending into the school environment posed no challenge. Boldly, Mirmis strolled past the guard's watchful gaze, this time without obstruction. The school occupied a vast expanse, with the middle school situated to the east and the high school to the west, sharing a common playground. Numerous buildings with diverse functions, administration offices, classrooms, dormitories, and more, boasted unique architectural styles. At this juncture, she faced a dilemma. Mirmis resolved to employ her previous tactic, allowing the dice to guide her decision. After nearly traversing the entire school, she finally arrived at the teaching building on the western side. Mirmis mused about the abundance of educational facilities on Earth. Merely cataloging the names of each classroom consumed nearly an hour of her time, and some areas, such as the chemistry lab, lacked sufficient data for a comprehensive understanding due to their current disuse. Before she knew it, Mirmis found herself outside classroom 3 of the first-year high school. Peering through the window, she spotted Yu, who was slumped over, soundly asleep. Yu propped her book upright, attempting to conceal her laziness. A little behind her, Yuta diligently listened to the lesson, taking meticulous notes. In the farthest corner of the classroom, near the window, sat a red-haired student, seemingly lost in thought, her gaze directed outside, completely oblivious to the teacher's instruction. The teacher appeared accustomed to this behavior, continuing the lesson without further comment. As the sun gradually traversed from east to west, drawing closer to evening, Mirmis waited at the school gate for Yiyu's dismissal. However, she waited for quite some time without seeing Yiyu emerge. Most other students had departed, leaving only a handful behind. Mirmis approached the gate once more, only to be stopped again by the guard. The guard adjusted his cap and, with a hint of exasperation, said, "Miss, please don't make this difficult for me. I don't want to trouble you. I need to go in and find someone." Mirmis replied, had urgency palpable. She was unaware of what had transpired with Yiyu, nor did she know whether she was safe. Even though they had known each other for only a few days, Mirmis was not the type to remain indifferent to such situations. After all, Yiyu had offered her a temporary refuge and a source of energy, a significant kindness toward a robot. The guard hesitated to grant her passage, instead questioning, "Who are you looking for?" "Yiyu from class 3 of the first year. I am her cousin." The guard's demeanor shifted instantly as he smiled. "Oh, you're a relative of a student. You should have said so sooner." Before the guard could finish, Mirmis hurried towards the teaching building, her mind racing with hopes that Yiyu was safe. While schools are generally considered secure environments, the possibility of danger is not entirely absent. The worst-case scenario loomed in her mind, Yiyu's extraterrestrial identity being exposed, leading to her capture by certain Earthlings. There was even a chance she had been placed on an operating table, awaiting dissection. Bounding up the stairs and racing through the corridor, Mirmis reached the classroom with remarkable speed. There, she found Yiyu still soundly asleep, accompanied by a female teacher who appeared quite flustered. Embarrassment etched across her face as she regarded Yiyu. Relieved to see Yiyu unharmed, Mirmis felt her tense nerves begin to relax. The teacher had noticed the rushing Mirmis and smiled, inquiring, "Are you Yiyu's guardian?" Mirmis nodded. "I am her cousin, Mirmis." The woman before her exuded an air of dignity. Her modest makeup enhanced her approachable aura, while her black glasses added a touch of intellectual charm, suggesting she was not the type to instill fear in her students. Yet, Mirmis understood not to judge by appearances alone, as Yiyu's earlier behavior served as ample evidence. In facing this teacher, Mirmis felt it necessary to adopt a more cautious approach. Unbeknownst to the teacher, Mirmis had shifted her perception from viewing her as an ordinary human to regarding her as someone to be wary of. Sensing the intensity in Mirmis's gaze, the teacher took a deep breath and calmly stated, "My name is Yali Smith, and I am Yiyu's language teacher." Yali briefly introduced herself to Mirmis before extending her right hand. "Now, Ms. Mirmis, I would like to discuss Yiyu's recent situation." Casting a concerned glance at Yiyu, Yali continued gravely. Just like today, Yiyu has previously fallen asleep in class and remained unresponsive. Is there some conflict or other circumstances at home that might be preventing her from getting adequate rest? Yali fixed her gaze on Mirmis, determined not to let her evade the question. Vitia pondered for a moment, realizing that there seemed to be no conflict, yet a state of fright was indeed present. Recently, she had adopted a small white mouse. Could it be the cause? Upon hearing this, Teacher Yali was taken aback, wiping her sweat and muttering that it was unlikely. After all, who would be so terrified by a small white mouse? As Yiyu, who was sleeping, suddenly felt a chill, she instinctively curled up. Teacher Yali did not give up immediately. Instead, she altered her approach, asking about Yiyu's family. "What about your parents or grandparents? Do they argue?" "No one else is around," replied Mirmis, shaking her head. A sense of pressure mounted on Teacher Yali as she unconsciously fiddled with her hair ends. Was it possible that Yiyu's family was no longer present? Although Yali did not wish to dwell on such thoughts, Yiyu's demeanor was genuinely concerning. With a spirit of experimentation, she continued, "Does not around mean they're working outside? I have never seen them. I just returned from overseas recently," Mirmis replied. Teacher Yali's suspicions were further confirmed, and she gasped, covering her mouth. Mirmis's appearance clearly indicated she was not from this country, and she bore little resemblance to Yeyu. It was highly probable that she had come to care for Yeyu after the loss of her guardians. Yeyu's listless demeanor and swollen eyes substantiated this theory, explaining her fragmented and reluctant responses during questioning. "I understand the situation," Teacher Yali said solemnly. "I will be more attentive to Yeyu's feelings moving forward." She produced a document listing most students' and parents' phone numbers. "May I have your phone number? It would facilitate our communication." "No," Mirmis replied, shaking her head. "Is your phone lost?" "I don't have a phone." Teacher Yali felt a wave of frustration. Mirmis's luck was quite unfortunate, having lost her phone shortly after arriving in Chimutown. With a hint of regret, Yali said, "That is truly unfortunate. Please remember to inform Yeyu to let me know if you acquire a new number." "Okay," Mirmis replied as Yali departed the classroom, leaving her and Yeyu behind. The immediate task was to escort Yeyu home. In choosing between carrying the sleeping Yeyu and waking her to walk on her own, Mirmis opted for the latter. Deliberately, Mirmis traced circles on Yeyu's leaves, a behavior designed to induce an itch, serving as a small act of revenge for the worry Yeyu had caused her. As anticipated, Yeyu could not resist scratching and awoke from her slumber. Her first reaction was to shield the leaves atop her head. Then, like a wild wolf, she angrily exclaimed, "Who is it?" Before her stood Mirmis, her expression blank, reflecting Yeyu's flushed face in her eyes. Chapter 9. The disappeared past Yeyu abruptly sprang from her seat, exclaiming in astonishment, "Why are you here?" Mirmis pointed towards the school gate. "You did not appear at the agreed time, so I came to find you." Yeyu swallowed hard, weakly asking, "What time is it now?" "The sun has set." Mirmis lacked the ability to tell time. Or perhaps she had yet to synchronize this function with Earth's 24-hour clock. Yeyu immediately checked her phone, only to discover it was nearly 6 o'clock. She clutched her head, despairingly shouting, "Oh no, how did I sleep until now? If I had known, I shouldn't have continued drawing after waking up in the middle of the night. If I had gone to bed, today wouldn't have turned out like this." Her mood plummeted, and she anxiously tugged at Mirmis. "We must go explain to the teacher." As Yeyu pulled, Mirmis remained immovable, as steadfast as a rock. "Teacher has already spoken with me. She seems to have forgiven you," Mirmis said incredulously. Although she sensed this, she was oblivious to the details of the conversation and how Teacher Yali truly felt. "But why?" Yeyu asked, her eyes widening in disbelief. Mirmis shrugged, a look of confusion on her face. "I don't know." The two bewildered individuals exchanged glances, the silence stretching for several seconds without yielding any conclusions. Suddenly, Yeyu's stomach growled audibly, and she turned her head in embarrassment. "What do you think would be good for dinner tonight?" After purchasing the necessary ingredients for dinner, on the way home, Mirmis brought up the red-haired girl. She sensed a unique atmosphere around her, one that set her apart from the entire class and even the school, exuding an air of do not disturb. "Curios," Mirmis inquired. "Yeyu, do you know that red-haired classmate?" "Red-haired?" Yeyu paused for a few moments before realizing, "You mean Vitia? Her rumors are quite famous at school." "Rumors?" Yeyu nonchalantly replied. "I heard she was notorious in middle school, even sending a classmate to the hospital, who still hasn't recovered." Yeyu licked her ice cream, continuing, "During the time I've shared a class with her, I haven't felt she was particularly bad," reflecting on Pavia's presence in her school life. If Yeyu's memories were likened to an apple, her impression of Pavia amounted to only a few apple seeds. In contrast, other classmates would invariably avoid Pavia, their expressions filled with terror as if facing the apocalypse. Yeyu remained indifferent to the rumors, but chose to keep her distance from Pavia, seldom interacting with her. As she spoke, Yeyu suddenly sensed something amiss and jumped back in surprise. "Wait, how do you know about Pavia? And how do you know she's in my class?" "I entered the school using stealth mode today and saw you and your classmates." Mirmis candidly explained the situation, feeling there was no need for secrecy. A cold sweat trickled down Yeyu's face as she quietly asked, "Did you see me sleeping in class?" Mirmis bluntly confirmed yes. "You were sleeping soundly and blissfully." Yeyu felt she had lost considerable face and wished for a block of frozen tofu to end her embarrassment. Above all, she did not want Mirmis to discover her carefree nature. However, Mirmis remained oblivious to Yeyu's subtle expression changes and continued. What impression does Pavia usually give you? Her? Since Mirmis's focus was not on herself, Yeyu felt a wave of relief wash over her, albeit mingled with a hint of displeasure. Thinking deeply, she gestured with her right hand, articulating her thoughts about Pavia. She comes to class on time every day. Although she doesn't pay attention, she doesn't disrupt the order of the class. She just gives off the impression of a student who doesn't want to study. To Yeyu, the rumors felt like online jokes. Although many students believe them, she preferred to trust her own observations. If Pavia truly embodied the character described in those rumors, she would have left a much deeper impression on Yeyu. Moreover, Pavia's isolation by others resonated with Yeyu's own experiences. A melancholic expression crossed Yeyu's face as she silently mused. Perhaps it's because I am a Vitia star person while everyone else is just Earthlings. So to me, they all seem quite similar. To Earthlings, Yeyu was perhaps the most out of place, an anomaly, something that should not exist on this planet. Mirmis gazed at the flower bed by the roadside, where a solitary evening primrose stood amidst the jasmine, appearing rather out of place, yet managing to blend in. Did Yeyu harbor disdain for humans? With a smile, Yeyu replied with a hint of pride, saying it could not be classified as hatred, and that there were even two individuals she quite liked. Yeyu looked up at the pitch-black sky, adorned with twinkling stars. During her initial days on Earth, she had received considerable assistance from Yuta and Wyan. Thanks to them, she was able to seamlessly integrate into the lives of the Earthlings. As she reflected on these moments, a sense of nostalgia washed over Yeyu, causing the leaves atop her head to sway gently. Prompted by Yeyu's mention, Vitia began to ponder about Yuta. Although her interaction with Yuta had been brief, she sensed that Yuta was no ordinary person, distinctly different from the passers-by she encountered daily. Yet this was merely an instinct. Vitia lacked tangible evidence to substantiate Yuta's uniqueness, thus deciding to set the thought aside for the moment. Vitia speculated whether they were aware of Yeyu's identity as a Vitia alien. Yeyu shook her head, promptly countering, "No, I dare not disclose this to anyone. Currently, only you are privy to this secret." Yeyu subtly diverted her gaze, speaking in a somewhat bashful tone. "To be honest, since your arrival, I have felt less lonely than before." This was the truth. Although was not a Vitia alien, she, like Yeyu, hailed from another planet, both being solitary souls unable to find kin on Earth. While Yuta and Wyan treated her well, Yeyu understood that they ultimately belonged to different worlds, and there were myriad things she could not confide in them, such as the fact that Vitia had perished. Chapter sure, the farewell approaches. Mirmis was momentarily stunned, as if time had come to a standstill, the weight of Yeyu's words striking her profoundly. Yeyu halted her steps, tracing circles in the ground with her small feet, wishing that if time could be rewound, she would not have quarreled with her family. She remembered the cardboard castle she had built with her sister, the warm sweaters her mother had knitted for her, and the times her father had taken her to climb the highest mountain on Vitia. She recalled many memories, both good and bad, but those from the past no longer lingered in her mind. Yeyu could still visualize her family, but their faces had gradually blurred with the passage of time. Despite her attempts to cling to these memories, they quietly slipped away from her consciousness. Yeyu's emotions escalated, her voice rising, questioning why she had not cherished her time with her family. Why was she still alive? Why had she not perished alongside them during that catastrophe? Clenching her fists, she slowly released them. "I have questioned myself countless times, yet no one can provide an answer." Mirmis felt at a loss for words to comfort Yeyu. Lacking the soothing modules of a medical robot, she struggled to find effective phrases. However, remaining silent worried her, for she feared Yeyu's mental state would continue to decline, a scenario she wished to avoid. Turning her head away, Yeyu spoke with a complex expression. "If you had died on Vitia, I would never have had the chance to meet you." Mirmis' expression was rarely conflicted, and upon seeing it, Yeyu felt a slight alleviation of her sorrow. Yeyu chuckled, finding humor in Mirmis' forthrightness, the previous melancholy seemingly dissipating. Yeyu understood that Vitia could not truly console her, yet the events were now far behind, long enough for Yeyu to begin forgetting. She simply desired a listener, someone to hear her out, to alleviate the emotions she had bottled up inside. After sharing her thoughts, Yu felt a considerable lightness in her heart. Suddenly, Yu burst into joyous laughter, leaving Bibisu puzzled, tilting her head in confusion. "Are you all right?" "I am fine," Yu replied, covering her mouth as she stifled a laugh. "There is no need to worry too much. Those are things of the past. I wish to live well on Earth now." With a smile directed at Vitia, Yu hoped to dispel her concerns. She bit into a crispy treat, the sweetness of chocolate enveloping her palate. With a cheerful demeanor, she remarked, "Besides, I now have you as my family." Yu had already envisioned numerous activities to share with Bibisu, many of which she had never had the chance to do with her own family. "We can go skiing, and we can visit the seaside, though I cannot swim. There are countless delightful adventures awaiting us." Yu eagerly anticipated the future, looking forward to creating more beautiful memories with her friends on Earth. However, in the next moment, Mirmis's almost callous words shattered Yu's dreams. "If my flight propulsion system is restored, or if I find a way to leave Earth." Mirmis's words struck Yu like a bolt from the blue, seemingly disregarding her feelings, bluntly presenting the inevitable reality she would have to confront. The chocolate suddenly tasted bitter. Yu understood the implications of Mirmis's words. Her next utterance was that Bibisu would depart. "I'm going to leave." Like a cruel twist of fate, Yu had anticipated Mirmis's statement, yet it was the very thing she dreaded most to hear. "You are leaving?" Yu's voice brimmed with disappointment and sorrow. She comprehended that, ultimately, Mirmisu and she were fundamentally different. Mirmisu remained on Earth solely due to her inability to depart. Mirmisu possessed a home to return to, while Yu had none. With that thought, tears welled in the corners of Yu's eyes, though she kept her head bowed, at least ensuring that Yu would not notice her momentary sadness. "It's all right, you can visit me occasionally." This sentiment, however, remained unspoken, lodged in Yu's throat. Perhaps, to Yu, this thought represented the final farewell. Her nose tinged with emotion, she emitted a faint sob, quickly wiping her nose in secrecy, completing these minor actions discreetly. Yu feigned composure, forcing a smile. "But we can still go skiing together, right?" Mirmisu offered no response, unwilling to provide Yu with a promise that might remain unfulfilled. Mirmisu's silence intensified the unease within Yu's heart. "Why are you not speaking?" Mirmisu approached Yu, observing her trembling form. With earnest gravity, she said, "After I leave, Yu, you must take care of yourself." Yu covered her ears, unwilling to continue hearing Yu's words. Mirmisu raised her hand, seemingly attempting to soothe Yu, but was abruptly interrupted by Yu's firm objection. "No, do not be so gentle with me. It will make it harder for me to let you go." Yu stepped back. Mirmisu moved forward until the distance between them shrank to less than 20 centimeters. Then, Yu closed her eyes, her heart seemingly finding a moment of tranquility. "Does it even matter anymore? Yu, I will ultimately part ways with you." Mirmisu appeared oblivious to the turmoil, her expression devoid of emotion, akin to a true machine, delivering her words with a judgmental finality. Such cruel words shattered the fragile wall Yu had only just begun to construct, sending her emotions spiraling out of control. "I do not want to hear this. Why do you say such things to me?" Yu shouted, unleashing the anguished cries from the depths of her heart. In a frenzy, she struck Vitia's chest, which bore the impact without flinching. The final roar drained all of Yu's strength, leaving her slumped on the ground. It seemed that everything had reached an inevitable conclusion. Regardless of the circumstances, the truth she wished to avoid would ultimately arrive. "I do not wish to listen." Yu's heart was engulfed in chaos, her mind a tumultuous mess. She had grown weary of such an existence. Suddenly, Mirmis had hunt towards Yu. "I will remain by your side until I leave." Chapter 11. A Promise for the Future. "What did you say?" Yu stared blankly at the hand reaching out before her. She could hardly believe her ears, let alone accept the offered hand. Mirmis crouched down to meet Yu at eye level, gazing at her with sincerity. "I will be with you until I leave Earth." Mirmis's gaze lingered on Yu, unwilling to let her live alone in that desolate abode. Although their acquaintance had been brief, their meeting amidst the vast sea of humanity was a form of destiny. Yiyu's lips quivered slightly, yet no sound escaped them. You're no longer the only outsider on Earth. I am just like you. Yiyu stood rigidly in place, her right hand slowly lifting, only to retract timidly. She reached out again, hesitating once more, her inner turmoil reflected in her movements. Mirmis smiled gently, patiently awaiting Yiyu's response. Finally summoning her courage. Yiyu chose not to take Mirmis's hand, but instead embraced her directly. It turned out that the robot's body was remarkably warm. Mirmis was taken aback for a few seconds, responding to Yiyu's expectations with a return embrace. Nestled against Mirmis's chest, Yiyu found solace in her embrace, akin to a warm harbor offering a name to the drifting ship seeking home. Turning her head away, as if to complain, Yiyu murmured, I thought you were leaving soon. Mirmis replied, with a meticulous seriousness, according to calculations. It will take at least 372 years for Earth to develop the technology to repair the flight propulsion system. Mirmis calmly conveyed her conclusion, derived from various intelligence she had recently collected, including but not limited to field surveys and televised information. The development cycle for rockets is lengthy, making it impossible to predict the next launch date. Yi did not fully grasp the details, but she keenly picked up on the key information. Due to Earth's significant backwardness, Mirmis would need to remain on Earth for an extended period. For the first time, Yiyu felt that the slow pace of technological development was something to celebrate. Although many convenient tools were lost, she had gained the companionship of a friend. No, a family member. Perhaps it was not merely friendship or family, but a uniquely special bond. Ripples of warmth surged within Yiyu's heart, and she smiled, asking, So, we can stay together for a long time? Mirmis nodded, It seems so. If Mirmis's chip has not miscalculated, there will be no opportunity to leave Earth for at least a year. However, life is always filled with surprises and unexpected turns. No one can predict the future. Yiyu's eyes sparkled with excitement as she eagerly inquired, Shall we go skiing then? If the opportunity arises. On their way back, a light rain began to fall, prompting the two to hurry home and retrieve the clothes hanging outside. Holding the neatly gathered garments, Yiyu expressed her relief. Thank goodness we returned in time. We only got splashed with a few droplets. Then, Yiyu noticed Mirmis was looking at a mobile phone advertisement, which extolled the convenience of mobile phones and their significance. Out of nowhere, Mirmis exclaimed, Yiyu, I need a mobile phone. Yiyu rolled her eyes, responding with a hint of irritation. Are you serious? Do you really believe what they say on television? Mirmis shook her head, replying, No, but Teacher Yuli wants my phone number. Indeed, in this era, lacking a mobile phone would be quite inconvenient. However, Yiyu also acknowledged Mirmis's desire for a phone, though reality did not permit her to fulfill it. Despairingly, Yiyu exclaimed, I have no money. She opened her withered wallet, revealing its emptiness. It was a harsh truth, but a reality nonetheless. On Earth without money, one cannot get by, not even for an alien. Without a second thought, Mirmis proposed, I could find a job. Yiyu regarded Mirmis with skepticism, unsure if she could truly manage, and asked, Is that all right? She doubted her own sanity. After all, Mirmis was a domestic robot, yet up to this point, she had not performed a single legitimate household task. Mirmis assured her, It will be fine. She added, If we rely solely on you, it would be disastrous if something were to happen to you, especially since you often seemed overwhelmed with homework, leading to both mental and physical strain, which was genuinely concerning. Even a robot should not be worn down to such a state. Yiyu, feeling indignant, shook her fist in the air, exclaiming, Don't start cursing me so soon. However, she soon calmed herself. You do have a point. One shouldn't put all their eggs in one basket. Tentatively, she suggested, Why don't you try making dinner? This was not merely an excuse for Yiyu to avoid cooking. It was an opportunity for Mirmis to showcase her abilities. If she could manage even the most challenging task of cooking, then household chores could be entrusted to her in the future. Even if dinner turned out poorly, they could always settle for instant noodles, perhaps with some sausage and egg added. The moment Mirmis picked up the kitchen knife, Yiyu felt an overwhelming sense of pressure, as if the blade were poised to slice not vegetables but her own throat. She anxiously touched her neck, exhaling a sigh of relief as nothing untoward occurred. For some inexplicable reason, she found Mirmis's demeanor with the knife somewhat intimidating, as though she were a born assassin. Perhaps it was merely Mirmis's lack of skill in chopping that caused tomato juice to splatter all over her, rendering the scene rather gruesome. However, when Mirmis cut the second tomato, her technique showed some improvement. At least there was no juice flying everywhere. Though the pieces were of uneven size, the scene of her cracking eggs was even more appalling. Yu still could not comprehend how Mirmis managed to obliterate a whole egg so thoroughly, leaving the liquid riddled with tiny fragments of shell. Mirmis ignited the gas stove, heating the iron pan before adding oil, tomato chunks, and the egg mixture, stirring them together over high heat with a spatula. Yu crossed her arms, leaning beside Mirmis, casting a sidelong glance into the pan. It could not be said that there was room for improvement. It was simply abysmal. One could hardly imagine even crew would dare approach it. Yu instinctively took a step back, her expression one of dismay. Mirmis seemed oblivious to the issue, persisting on her culinary journey. Finally, it was time for seasoning. Mirmis grasped the spatula, preparing to pour in a spoonful of soy sauce. Suddenly, Yu seized Mirmis's right hand, covering her face and imploring, "Please, do not continue to trample on the dignity of the ingredients." Unable to bear it any longer, Yu found herself questioning the definition of food in the context of Freudians. Was this truly what they consumed? Did their taste buds malfunction? Yu had no time to ponder this. All she wished was for a proper meal that evening. As for the concoction Mirmis had produced, while it was somewhat regrettable, it could only be discarded into the non-recyclable trash bin. She even suspected she might have miscategorized it. Perhaps it truly belonged in the hazardous waste bin. After a pause, with a hint of trepidation, Yu inquired, "Mirmis, is this how you typically prepare meals for your owner?" Vitia reminisced about her master's dining habits, surrounded by an array of packaging from distant galaxies. Her master often requested her to procure delicacies from various planets, and she had never prepared a meal for her. Yu was uncertain if she had misheard or misunderstood. So she inquired, "So you're a housekeeper robot incapable of cooking?" "Currently, yes," replied Vitia. Yu smacked her forehead in exasperation and sighed. She had not found a housekeeper robot. Instead, she had brought home a rather foolish yet immensely powerful machine that defied description. "I can learn. It merely requires time," Vitia asserted, gesturing to indicate that she had learned to prepare a dish from a cooking show the previous day. Yu's eyes sparkled with curiosity as she asked, "Oh, what dish?" With pride, Vitia announced, "French red wine braised venison." Yu was momentarily stunned, then crumbled in disbelief. After dinner, Yu immersed herself in her homework, leaving Vitia to watch television in the living room. However, this time, Vitia was focused on gathering information, diligently searching for job advertisements to find a suitable position. Unfortunately, the opportunities were either too distant or unsuitable, leaving Vitia at a loss. Furthermore, the television could only display one channel at a time, significantly hampering her ability to acquire information and often leading to overlapping advertisements. Thus, Mirmis made a bold decision. She crawled beneath the table, followed the data cable to the broadband interface, unplugged it, and connected her line instead. Ascending the internet, she discovered a wealth of information, perhaps more aligned with her job-seeking intentions. However, she underestimated the vastness of the internet. Most of the data was convoluted and trivial, overwhelming even her processing system and leading to information overload. Mirmis had not encountered such issues when accessing networks from other civilizations. Surmising that the disorganization of Earth's information was to blame, she retracted her data cable, realizing she needed a more efficient medium for information transfer. Perhaps a mobile phone would suffice. Just as she reconnected the television's data line, an advertisement caught her attention. In Chapter 12, where risk and opportunity coexist, at 3 a.m, Yu dragged her weary body from her bedroom. Despite having slept extensively at school, the intense pressure of her writing tasks rendered her utterly fatigued. Thick, dark circles adorned her face. Her leaves drooped lifelessly, and every part of her body spoke of her exhaustion. The silver lining was that her progress on the illustrations had accelerated significantly, with only about 10 remaining. Yet, upon entering the living room, she sensed something amiss. The room was as quiet as ever, but it felt devoid of something. Turning on the lights, she discovered the living room was empty. Where had Vitia gone? Yiyu's drowsiness evaporated, replaced by anxiety and concern. As a robot, Vitia had no need to visit the restroom, and she could recharge in the living room without venturing outside. The space was limited. Where could Vitia possibly be? Pondering this, Yiyu grew increasingly agitated. Suddenly, she noticed a note pressed under a cup on the table, seemingly inscribed with some message. Upon reading the note, her taut nerves began to relax. Dear Yiyu, I'm going to participate in the King of Cruise competition to win its prize. Moreover, I have learned many Earth dishes. Please prepare the ingredients in advance, and I will cook for you as soon as I return. Although this is not a phone number, you can use this code UW001 to contact me. I am compatible with Earth's communication system. Mirmis. The handwriting was exquisite and neat, resembling a fax document. After reading the note, Yiyu shook her head and smiled, thinking, you promised to stay with me. How quickly you have begun to wander. Yet, gazing at the simple yet sincere letter, she harbored no resentment toward Vitia. Only the thought, I will cheer for you during the competition. Yiyu's leaves swayed joyfully. In the pitch-black night, Vitia traversed a desolate path. Ominous clouds obscured the moon, and the chilly night wind howled through the silent alley, producing eerie sounds. Mirmis halted in a dilapidated area. This must be the place, she mused, surveying her surroundings. She had arrived in a secluded corner of a town, where abandoned buildings, cloaked in moss, loomed like gigantic beasts under the distorted moonlight. At the center of these structures, beams of white light converged on a conspicuous red X on the ground. Its very conspicuousness was perplexing. Was it a trap or a deliberate design by the event organizers? The only way to uncover the truth was to step onto it. Vitia walked directly toward the red X, positioning herself in the center of the light. Mere seconds after her foot touched the red X, the surrounding lights extinguished, plunging the area into impenetrable darkness. In that inky blackness, a sound of footsteps approached from behind, growing nearer until Vitia felt a hard object pressed against her back. Another poor soul lured by advertisements, a middle-aged man, said coldly, if you want to leave alive, hand over 100,000 yuan. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. His commanding presence suggested that, were she to see his face, it would be quite menacing. Vitia remained unflustered, responding calmly. I am here to participate in the King of Cruise competition. The man scoffed derisively, retorting, did you not understand? There is no game here. Or do you wish to negotiate? In the darkness, Vitia detected the faint sound of metal scraping. The object against her back was likely a firearm, not a knife. Vitia remained silent. The man laughed triumphantly. What's wrong? Are you too scared to speak? Vitia continued to hold her tongue, and the atmosphere grew increasingly tense. I understand, she finally replied, and as she spoke, she bent down and delivered a fierce kick to the man's knee. Caught off guard by the sudden attack, he momentarily faltered. In that brief moment of confusion, he seized his right hand, twisting it outward and forcing him to relinquish his weapon. She swiftly maneuvered behind him, tightening her grip around his neck, intending to incapacitate him and escort him to the police station. The man struggled desperately, his cries for help fading into silence. Just as the man was on the verge of losing consciousness, the surroundings suddenly brightened. A young man, seemingly panicked, rushed over, holding a microphone. Miss, please remain calm. We are part of the production team, filming a program. The young man looked awkwardly at Vitia, uncertain if his explanation would convince her. He hoped his colleague wouldn't sustain any injuries here. Vitia, bewildered, asked, filming a program? Releasing her grip, the nearly unconscious man slumped to the ground like a limp rag doll. The young man repeatedly apologized. I am sorry for such an unconventional welcome for the contestants. A young man scratched his head, somewhat embarrassed, and said, originally, we intended to coerce you into submission, blindfold you, bind your hands, and only unveil the truth after escorting you to the competition venue. However, given the recent events, If we do not intervene, we shall witness our colleague being taken to the hospital. As the young man explained the situation, the middle-aged man, who had just collapsed slowly, sat up from the ground. He coughed violently, struggling to recover from a state of oxygen deprivation, lamenting, "I never expected to encounter two such formidable competitors in a single day. I must have exhausted my luck." The young man supported the middle-aged man, using his body as a pillar for him to lean against. With a resigned gesture, the young man spread his hands. "I told you I could play the role of the criminal, but you wouldn't agree." The middle-aged man shot him a glare. "If I had known, I would have let you give it a try. Oh, it hurts so much." Suddenly, the middle-aged man crouched down, clutching his right knee, evidently suffering from the injury inflicted by Mirmis's kick. Mirmis, filled with regret, leaned down and offered, "Do you need me to take you to see a doctor?" Upon noticing Mirmis's approach, the middle-aged man's body instinctively recoiled, as if in fear. He hurriedly waved his hand. No. I'll wait to report this to my boss for reimbursement. This counts as a work-related injury." With that, the middle-aged man stumbled away from the scene. The young man retrieved the registration manual from his backpack and inquired, "Let me confirm, are you preparing to sign up for the Yulunji Wong competition?" "Yes." The young man's demeanor shifted to one of professionalism as he diligently recorded Mirmis's responses. "May I have your name?" "M.E. Is this your real name or a pseudonym?" "Real name." "Do you require us to refer to you by a pseudonym during the competition?" "No need." After registering Mirmis's identification number, phone number, and address, though the phone number listed was that of Yeyu, he handed her a contract. "Please sign here." Mirmis carefully reviewed the terms outlined in the document and found nothing amiss. It was merely a simple liability waiver. "Please follow me." The young man led the way to a van, where another peculiar individual wearing a paper bag on their head sat. They glanced at Mirmis, but remained silent. "Please wait here for a moment. I need to attend to the next contestant." After settling Mirmis in the van, the young man swiftly returned to the vicinity of the abandoned building, hiding behind a concealed stone wall. Shortly after, another contestant arrived at the entrance of the dilapidated construction site. He hesitated for long while before finally stepping onto the red X. As the young man had previously indicated, he pretended that the model gun in his hand was real, using it to intimidate the contestant, while another staff member deftly blindfolded and bound his hands before expertly escorting him to another van. Mirmis observed the entire operation through the van's window. This process repeated several times until dawn began to break. The registration period for the competition was set to close at 5 a.m., and the production team returned with dark circles under their eyes. The young man, however, appeared invigorated and enthusiastically informed Mirmis and the individual in the paper bag. "We are now officially heading to the competition venue. Since we were unable to successfully abduct the two of you, you will be traveling to the venue in the same van as our production team." Yet, only Mirmis listened to him. The other staff members had already fallen into deep slumber the moment they entered the van, and the bag individual had also been asleep against the window for quite some time. The young man rubbed his eyes, feeling a bit drowsy himself. "I will notify the driver to start the car. You should take the opportunity to rest." A few minutes later, the young man joined them in the van and shut the door behind him. The two vans roared to life and set off towards the harbor. Mirmis gazed quietly out the window, watching the scenery unfold. The dazzling neon lights gradually dimmed with the rise of the morning sun, while businesses hurriedly opened their curtains, displaying their homemade breakfast offerings. Animals navigated the intricate paths of the concrete jungle, adding a touch of commotion to the tranquil morning. In the coming period, Mirmis would temporarily leave Qianmu town, embarking on a colossal cruise ship far from the land. Chapter 13. Do you wish to team up? The van arrived at the harbor, pulling up beside a colossal cruise ship, the Fong Hong Hao, which would serve as the stage for the impending fierce competition. Mirmis was the first to leap from the van, taking in the sight of the cruise ship. It appeared to measure between 200 and 300 meters, more than sufficient as a competition venue. The individual with a paper bag also exited the van, performing exercises to loosen up their stiff body. The remaining contestants, however, were treated like prisoners, herded aboard the ship under the watchful eyes of staff wielding model guns. The howling sea wind intensified their fear. as if they were being sold to an unknown destination. The ladder leading onto the cruise ship had railings on both sides, ensuring that even the blindfolded contestants would not accidentally fall into the sea. Once all the contestants had boarded, Mirmis and the bagged individual followed the staff into the ship's grand hall. The hall was bustling with activity, filled with cacophonous voices as the blindfolded contestants breathed sighs of relief and laughed joyously upon having their masks removed. A long line formed to the east, where staff members were diligently registering the information of each contestant. To the west, a gathering of people surrounded a well-dressed host who was interviewing the abducted contestants. The host casually approached a seemingly amiable contestant and asked, "This time, we have adopted a brand new registration method for the competition. How do you feel about it?" The man, still shaken, patted his chest and replied, "To be honest, it was quite terrifying. I wouldn't want to experience it again. I thought I was going to lose my life. Do you have confidence in winning this competition?" The man scratched his head, his expression awkward. "I did, but now I'm not so sure. By the way, why was this method used to bring contestants in?" The host shrugged and smiled wryly. "It's all about boosting viewership. Today's audience craves something novel. The increasingly mundane and repetitive registration methods and competition formats failed to satisfy the audience's escalating appetite for excitement." Many media professionals had noticed this trend, prompting this event as a bold experiment. The staff led Mirmis and the individual in the paper bag to the contestants' lounge. Due to the exceedingly ungodly registration time, most contestants needed to rest in bed until they regained their energy for the evening's competition. Mirmis and the bagged individual were assigned to the same room, which was not particularly spacious but sufficient for their needs. The bagged individual aggressively claimed the bed nearest the door, while Mirmis quietly settled onto the other bed. Lying on the bed, the bagged individual began to pass the time playing mobile games, the nostalgic sounds of retro video games emanating from their phone. They seemed to be engaged in some classic games. A cute snowball pendant dangled from the bagged individual's phone, a popular mascot among children. The juxtaposition of the adorable mascot and the strange bagged figure created an oddly unsettling scene. Curiously, Mirmis leaned closer to the bagged individual, eager to see the game they were playing. However, the bagged individual seemed unwilling to share their enjoyment, stubbornly turning away. Mirmis did not give up immediately. Instead, she stretched her neck and leaned in closer, finally catching a glimpse of the screen. The game the paper bag figure was playing was Tetris, rendered in a nostalgic pixelated style, complete with 8-bit music. Upon noticing Goku's subtle movements, the paper bag figure abruptly pulled the blanket over himself, cocooning his entire being. However, within 10 seconds, he abandoned this notion due to the oppressive heat. After this back-and-forth struggle, the game ended with a sound from the phone, and upon hearing it, a red symbol of anger seemed to materialize above the paper bag figure's head. He tossed the phone onto the bed and leapt off, standing directly beside her, then seized her collar and lifted her up. Through the 2 holes in the paper bag, he glimpsed the flames of fury igniting in his eyes, his fists clenched tightly, making a cracking sound. The air in the room grew silent for a while, and ultimately, the paper bag figure did not raise his fist. Instead, he silently released his grip on Mirmis's collar and lay back down on the bed. This temporary roommate appeared far from friendly, his temper volatile, yet somehow restrained. Had he truly struck that blow, Mirmis would have perceived it as an aggressive intent and reported his actions to the organizers of the competition. In this new environment, such a principle applied even to robots. Arriving on Earth, in the realm of humanity, adhering to human laws was entirely reasonable. If the incident had merely been of this nature, there would have been no need for a report. It would simply leave you with a poor impression, which would be documented as part of the human data. Of course, it is unreasonable to judge a population based on individual cases. Conclusions often require more substantial evidence. Vitia participated in this competition not solely for the prize money, but also to gather various data on human behavior in entertainment competitions, particularly regarding general human athletic and combat capabilities. After all, obtaining the title of Dark Planet in the cosmos is no trivial matter. Based on Mirmis's deductions, Earthlings must possess the strength to split a durian with one hand to adequately intimidate other extraterrestrial civilizations. Yet, based on her observations, most humans seem to lack even the strength to climb 5 flights of stairs, becoming breathless after running a mere few hundred meters, collapsing into a limp heap. Summer could not exist without air conditioning, and winter without heating. Their physical resilience was astonishingly weak. Was this a facade of humanity or a consequence of technological regression? Vitia could not yet draw a definitive conclusion, but the appearance of the paper bag figure instilled in her a peculiar sense. She had a premonition that this human was no ordinary individual and might pose a formidable challenge in the competition. Suddenly, a knock resounded from outside the door. The paper bag figure lying on the bed jolted awake and excitedly rushed to the door. Upon opening it, he found a brightly smiling young man standing outside. The young man cheerfully waved and greeted, "Hello, I'm..." But before he could finish his introduction, the paper bag figure rudely slammed the door shut. Angrily, he returned to the bed, sitting cross-legged in evident dissatisfaction. Mirmis opened the door, finding the young man still present, maintaining his sunny demeanor and seemingly unfazed by the paper bag figure's rudeness. Clearing his throat, the young man earnestly said, "Allow me to reintroduce myself. My name is Bill. I am here to invite you to form a team." "A team?" Mirmis turned her head just in time to see the paper bag figure shake his head, indicating a complete lack of interest in teaming up. Bill realized it would not be easy to persuade the others, so he continued to advocate. "Although I am not yet fully aware of the competition rules, generally speaking, forming a team enhances the chances of success. If we win, we can share the prize money, which is far better than competing alone and ending up with nothing. I do not wish to form a team." Vitia firmly rejected Bill's invitation. Bill was taken aback. He had assumed Vitia would readily agree. He shot a disdainful glare at the paper bag figure, as if blaming him entirely for his failure. Bill, with a pleading expression, gestured with his hands, "Do not listen to him. He does not even dare to show his true face," indicating how little he trusts others. If he could instill a sense of aversion towards the paper bag figure, the likelihood of persuading her to join his side would increase. Bill cunningly plotted in his mind. He adopted a grandiose demeanor and proclaimed, "I believe we should abandon our distrust of others and sincerely cooperate to achieve greater benefits." Bill enumerated the advantages of teaming up for both individuals, but the impact was minimal. The paper bag figure remained indifferent throughout, while he, though appearing easily swayed, proved to be far more resistant than the paper bag figure. Forming a team implied becoming companions. However, if the competition were elimination-based, ultimately only one would remain. To ensure a conclusive result, one would have to act against their companions. I do not wish to act against my companions. Therefore, I will not become one. Mr. Bill, please seek other partners." Bill, with a resigned gesture, replied, "All right, I hope you won't regret your decision." He quickly departed from their room, heading to the next contestant's lounge to begin his pitch anew. As he closed the door and prepared to return to her bed, a gentle female voice emerged from beneath the paper bag. "A wise decision." The paper bag figure wholeheartedly praised Vitia's choice, feeling she was no longer as naive as she appeared, judging by the softness of her voice. The age of the paper bag figure was estimated to be around 15 to 24 years. It was evident that she would betray her companions, unworthy of trust. The paper bag figure mercilessly expressed her disdain for Bill, unconcerned about any potential resentment who might harbor due to her remarks. Mirmis gasped, covering her mouth in astonishment. The events of the day had exceeded her expectations. Observing Vitia's reaction, the paper bag figure scoffed and declared, "I will not team up with you either. I shall claim victory alone and acquire all the prize money." The paper bag figure exhibited a high level of confidence in her abilities, bordering on arrogance. Vitia remained in stunned silence for quite some time, unable to regain her composure. Uncertain whether the impact of the paper bag figure's words or something else was responsible for her state, she gazed silently at the paper bag figure, disbelief evident in her eyes, and exclaimed, "So you are a female?" "Huh." The paper bag figure froze in place, and even though the material obscured her features, one could almost sense her nuanced expression. An awkward atmosphere enveloped the room. Chapter 14. No mercy. Vitia's remark completely unraveled the paper bag figure, who shouted, Do I really look that much like a man? Vitia was unfazed by her outburst, responding defiantly. It's difficult to judge because your face is covered and Mirmis's gaze dropped slightly, halting between her abdomen and neck. Although she did not explicitly state it, the paper bag figure could surmise what she was implying, and interrupted her before she could articulate it. This flatness is to facilitate movement. It has transformed into this barrier-free mode. The paper bag figure indignantly asserted, having 2 lumps of flesh on my body makes it exceedingly inconvenient to move. The paper bag figure could not comprehend the desires of those who pursued voluptuousness. She firmly believed that maintaining her current form was perfectly fine. Once my body develops, my shoulders will ache significantly, and if I do not wear the proper undergarments while exercising, it can cause extreme discomfort in my chest. Logically speaking, being flat is far better. The paper bag person was convinced that she had made her stance clear. As long as her temporary roommate was a reasonably sane individual, she would refrain from broaching the subject further. Alas, her expectations were dashed, for her temporary roommate was not even human. Mirmis nodded thoughtfully, realizing the truth. She was pleasantly surprised to discover that Earthlings could switch between different modes, just like her, instantly enhancing the sense of familiarity between them. Curiously, Mirmis inquired, "May I see your other mode?" The paper bag person remained silent, feeling an overwhelming sense of exasperation and helplessness. Mirmis's eyes sparkled with anticipation, reminiscent of twinkling stars. The paper bag person suddenly felt an unspoken pressure, akin to a naive child demanding an uncomfortable answer. After pondering for a few seconds, she sighed, "Go away. I do not wish to discuss this with an idiot." She buried her head in the pillow, wanting to abandon all thought. Mirmis gently asked, "I haven't finished what I was saying. May I continue?" The paper bag person replied impatiently, "Then hurry up. My patience is quite limited." Mirmis pointed to the patterns on the paper bag person's clothing and remarked, "The style of your outfit, particularly the design, seems more suited to a man's taste." The paper bag person sat up and glanced down at her attire. The black t-shirt featured a cute white chibi skull design, which was undeniably adorable. How could it not appeal to girls? She crossed her arms and turned her head away, muttering, "What business is it of yours?" Mirmis found herself intrigued by the paper bag person. Her behavioral patterns were markedly different from those of other Earthlings she had encountered, and the solitude of their shared space enhanced Mirmis's data-gathering efficiency. She decided to begin her inquiries with the most conspicuous and unique aspect. "Why do you wear a paper bag?" "It obstructs your vision." Considering various factors, participating in a competition while donned in such an accessory seemed an unwise choice, potentially causing her to forfeit prizes that she could otherwise attain. The paper bag person clicked her tongue, disdainfully retorting, "What does it matter to you?" Mirmis pressed on, "Why do you want to participate in the competition?" The paper bag person shrugged, stating, "Isn't the reason obvious? Of course, it's for the money." Her right hand clenched as if grasping something, while her response was quite rational. Mirmis sensed a hint of concealment in her demeanor, as it seemed somewhat unnatural. The paper bag person casually asked, "Aren't you here for the same reason?" Mirmis nodded affirmatively. However, her true intent was to use the prize money to purchase a smartphone. Although the prize amount seemed to far exceed the cost of a phone, one could never have too much money, and earning a little extra was hardly a concern. After a brief silence, the paper bag person inquired, "What is your name?" "Mirmis. You can call me Jishur." After uttering this, the paper bag person reclined back onto the bed, engrossing herself in her phone while rhythmically kicking the blanket. Their conversation appeared to reach an impasse, and the room fell silent, save for the continuous sound effects emanating from Jishur's game. At that moment, there was another knock at the door. Just as Mirmis was about to answer it, Jishur stopped her. Jishur irritably exclaimed, "It's surely that persistent nuisance again. A little scare will send him running." With a determined demeanor, Jishur prepared to teach the figure outside a lesson. Throwing open the door, she furiously shouted, "You bastard!" However, her bravado faltered halfway through, for the person standing outside was not Bill, but rather a server. The server's expression was one of sheer terror, clearly intimidated by Jishur. He held a strawberry-flavored sundae, emanating a chilling mist. Jishur scratched her head, feeling somewhat embarrassed, and tilted her head slightly, saying, "That was my order." Before the server could react, Jisher snatched her sundae and slammed the door shut. She began to indulge in the ice cream, radiating an aura that implied, "Dare to criticize me, and I shall retaliate." Mirmis observed as Jisher returned to the bed, her movements awkward and even somewhat clumsy. With some time remaining before the competition commenced, Mirmis asked, "Aren't you going to rest? You haven't closed your eyes since yesterday." Jisher casually replied, "I'm fine." Upon hearing Mirmis's disregard for her health, Jisher suddenly began to admonish her. "Don't think that youth grants you the liberty to neglect your body." "My friend," Jisher abruptly halted, quickly changing her words. "Someone I know collapsed because of such carelessness." Mirmis inquired with concern, "Is she all right now?" Jisher shook her head, sighing, "Not particularly well." Jisher turned off her phone and faced Mirmis earnestly, saying, "If you have friends, be sure to cherish them." Despite the barrier of the paper bag, one could sense Jisher's melancholic emotions. Her expression suggested she was not in a good place. Mirmis nodded solemnly, affirming, "I will." Time passed unmeasured until the staff finally knocked on the door, informing them that the competition was about to begin and handing them a detailed rulebook. Alongside the rulebook were 2 sets of white sports uniforms, distinctly marked with green areas that differed between the two. Mirmis read through the rulebook carefully, and suddenly her right eyebrow arched in surprise. She glanced at Jisher, and their eyes fortuitously met. Jisher waved the rulebook, chuckling, "Do you think this is a coincidence?" Noticing Mirmis's hesitance to respond, Jisher added, "Isn't this rulebook rather advantageous for cooperation?" Mirmis nodded, sharing her sentiment. Although she was uncertain if her suspicions were correct, it was evident that the rules favored cooperative teams significantly. It appeared that Bill had anticipated the game rules, as he had attempted to recruit Mirmis and Jisher hours prior. Jisher tapped her empty sundae cup with her spoon, stating, "If I am not mistaken, that guy probably has some connections with the organizers." Mirmis quickly grasped Jisher's implication. Her tone slightly astonished. Bill obtained the rulebook in advance. If true, this would explain Bill's earlier reckless behavior. He was not as innocent as he seemed. Jisher leaped off the bed and began stretching, casually remarking, "Otherwise, why would an ordinary person be so bold as to invite other competitors to team up?" While stretching, Jisher cast a curious glance at Mirmis, who appeared oddly composed, showing no signs of agitation. Jisher questioned, "You seem unfazed. Aren't you worried Bill will attack you with a group?" Mirmis calmly replied, "They cannot defeat me." Jisher chuckled lightly, as if she found her statement amusing. Jisher scrutinized Mirmis. She appeared slender and frail, not resembling a warrior capable of overcoming a multitude, more akin to a hostage awaiting rescue. Jisher scoffed such confidence. While she admired Mirmis's outlook on life, it did not equate to her agreement with Mirmis as a person. "But with me around, you will not win in the end." Jisher placed her hands on her hips, exuding an air of arrogance. In the arena, Jisher did not believe Mirmis could survive until the conclusion. Mirmis appeared quite frail, and this was one of the reasons. Another was that GSI harbored no intention of sparing any contestant. Standing atop the bed, GSI gazed down at Mirmis, declaring that even if the entire arena were to be reduced to just the 2 of them, she would still choose to engage in a decisive battle, fighting until only one remained. This was her principle of competition. She would show no mercy. GSI possessed absolute confidence in her own abilities, firmly believing that she would be the last one standing. Pointing her index finger at Mirmis, she proclaimed that the arena was akin to a battlefield. Even if her opponent were you, she would not hold back. Although it was not GSI's intention to bully a delicate woman, Mirmis was, after all, a competitor deserving of basic respect. "I look forward to witnessing your strength," she added. Mirmis felt a flicker of excitement. She believed she could glean some unique insights from GSI, enhancing her gains in this competition. Chapter 15. The competition officially begins at 7:42 p.m. at Yiyu's residence. She suddenly regretted leaving Mirmis alone at home. At this moment, Yiyu was on high alert, nervously confronting the little white mouse in its cage. The tension was palpable as they stared at each other, seemingly on the brink of an intense confrontation. Yiyu swallowed hard, a bead of sweat trickling down her neck. What she was about to do would be the most challenging task she had faced in a long while. She had to feed this little white mouse. Yiyu retrieved some mouse food from her bag, preparing to scatter it through the grid on top of the cage, but her body trembled with fear, rendering her unable to advance even an inch. Taking several deep breaths, she steeled her resolve, forcing her right hand closer to the cage containing the mouse. The little creature gazed hungrily at the delectable morsels in Yiyu's hand, standing on its hind legs, twitching its nose, and emitting squeaks of anticipation. Yiyu closed her eyes and suddenly flipped her palm over, allowing the mouse food to scatter to the floor, most of it landing inside the cage, with only a few pieces falling outside. The mouse, no longer paying attention to Yiyu, eagerly began to feast. Yiyu placed her hand on her chest, breathing a sigh of relief, grateful that it hadn't jumped up to bite her hand. She gazed glumly at the mouse, enjoying its meal, lamenting why Mirmis would have an affinity for such a terrifying creature. Yiyu found it perplexing. Mirmis seemed to be lost in thought, contemplating many things, yet remaining inscrutable. Casting a glance towards the entrance, she wore a somewhat lonely expression, pondering how the competition was faring. If only she could be there to cheer for her. In the brightly lit corridor, Mirmis awaited in silence. The nearby open window creaked as a gentle sea breeze caressed her face. The competition was about to commence, and all contestants were blindfolded by the staff and led to various locations on the cruise ship. They were informed that they could only remove their blindfolds and begin their actions once the bell announcing the start of the competition rang. With only a few minutes remaining until the competition began, Mirmis mentally reviewed the basic rules. The first rule prohibited the use of physical violence against other contestants. The second mandated that participants must wear the specific attire provided by the organizers. The third confined the competition area to the first and second levels of the cruise ship and the deck. Leaving this designated area would result in disqualification. The fourth rule stated that hidden within the cruise ship were graffiti weapons, and only damage inflicted using the weapons provided within the venue would count. Scoring would be based on the number of hits in designated areas, not the range of the graffiti. The fifth rule indicated that any green area on the attire, once marked, would immediately result in disqualification. The sixth rule allowed players to inherit all points previously accumulated by defeated opponents. The seventh stated that all items within the competition area could be utilized. In summary, the competition on the cruise ship was a time-limited battle royale that would not inflict physical harm. Contestants would wield paint as their weapon to defeat others, with only the highest scorer emerging victorious. The atmosphere inside the cruise ship was eerily silent, as each contestant held their breath, awaiting the resounding bell that would signal the start of the race. Bang! The thunderous sound of the bell echoed through the cruise ship, marking the official commencement of the competition. Mirmis swiftly removed her blindfold and turned sharply, ensuring that the area behind her was secure for her vulnerable green zone. The critical point lay directly behind her. Mirmis found herself in a dead end, with only one route ahead. After confirming that no other contestants were nearby, she advanced with confidence. Prior to the competition, most areas on the first and second levels of the cruise ship had been sealed off to prevent contestants from scouting ahead, thereby ensuring a level playing field. During her escorted journey to the second level, Mirmis passed numerous rooms, and her memory chip now contained an incomplete map of the cruise ship. While not entirely comprehensive, it could provide an advantage, such as enabling a quick escape if she found herself without a weapon. As Mirmis traversed the corridor, its narrowness made it unsuitable for hiding, and she encountered no resistance from other contestants along the way. Were it not for the knowledge that this was a competition venue, the current ambience would be reminiscent of a ghost ship, too quiet for comfort. Mirmis remained vigilant, aware that she could encounter her first opponent at any moment, and she had yet to discover any potential graffiti weapon aboard the ship. Should she cross paths with another contestant wielding a weapon, she would be akin to a lamb led to slaughter. Thus, her immediate priority was to locate a usable graffiti weapon. Approaching the entrance of one of the cabins, she observed that it had only a single entry point, Being ambushed inside would pose a serious threat. Yet, if she did not enter this cabin to search for a graffiti weapon, her only option would be to traverse down to the first floor. The visual blind spot at the stairway junction could also serve as a perilous ambush point. Mirmis maintained her composure. Although she had not yet found a graffiti weapon, it did not mean her opponent could easily eliminate her. Calmly, she stepped into the cabin and began to search, but after several minutes, her findings were meager. The only item she discovered was a small roll of transparent tape in a drawer. Just as she pondered how to utilize this tool, she suddenly heard faint footsteps approaching from outside the door. Quickly, Mirmis concealed herself behind a pillar, stealing a glance at the identity of the intruder. Entering the cabin was a man with an exaggerated hairstyle resembling a mop, casually brandishing a water gun and moving with an air of nonchalance, as if he were merely shopping at a market rather than participating in a competition. With an arrogant flourish, the man twirled his water gun and declared, "Come out. Don't hide. I saw you come in just now." After several seconds of silence, he shrugged, chuckling to himself as he stepped deeper into the cabin. The interior offered minimal hiding spots, and he quickly scoured the corners. Noticing a small piece of clothing fluttering behind the pillar, a smirk crept onto his face. "Oh, still trying to hide, are we?" Muttering to himself, he stealthily approached the pillar. "You'll make a fine addition to my score." With a confident stride, he circled around to the back of the pillar and fired several shots, only to be met with dismay as his expression shifted to one of disappointment. There was no one behind the pillar, and his paint bullets had all missed, splattering against a piece of tissue paper stuck to the wall. The explosive-haired individual, feeling despondent, scratched his head and muttered, "Is anyone here?" The vast expanse of the cruise ship left him feeling isolated. Despite his hopes of encountering another competitor, he found himself utterly alone, which was quite disheartening. It was truly vexing that he could not find a single opponent, and discovering weapons was futile. He cast a disdainful glance at the specially designed water gun in his hand. Having already squandered 3 paintballs, only 7 remained. He had initially hoped to catch his adversary off guard, believing that even with poor aim, he might score a few points. Now, though, self-pity was all he could muster. Unbeknownst to him, in a corner near the ceiling, Mirmis clung to the wall with hands and feet, resembling a hidden spider poised for the right moment. Observing the green mark on his left arm, she kept her hand concealed behind her back. Yet, despite the numerous openings in his defenses, she lacked the crucial item that could send him packing. As he surveyed the room, remnants of a search were evident, indicating it was likely devoid of any valuables. Yet he thought it prudent to test his luck. After all, one must harbor dreams. What if? He began to rummage through the space, only to find nothing of worth. Cursing the incompetent organizers, he lamented that locating a weapon was as challenging as unearthing a hidden stash of cash. Just as he prepared to leave the cabin, a strange shadow caught his eye in the corner. Upon looking up, he was taken aback. Goodness! With her cover blown, Mirmis wasted no time. She leaped down and dashed toward the exit while he was still in shock. Although her speed was remarkable, she deliberately slowed down to match Earthling standards, allowing him to close the gap. "Don't run away," he shouted in frustration. "I was the 100-meter champion back in school. I can't let this little girl escape." As he pursued her, he raised the water gun. The corridor was a straight path devoid of obstacles or other rooms. He was certain she had no chance to hide. If he could just hit her back, this cat-and-mouse game would conclude swiftly. He pulled the trigger, and a paintball shot forth. Mirmis, with her keen ears, detected his action and immediately altered her trajectory. Her body spun like a spiral in midair, landing gracefully while continuing her sprint. The paintball grazed the edge of her clothing, flawlessly avoiding the green zone, leaving her attire unscathed. Frustration boiled within him as he bared his teeth, wishing he could seize her by the collar and drag her down. But the distance between them thwarted his desires. Meanwhile, Mirmis was not idle. She devised a plan to snatch the weapon from him. After all, the rules of the competition did not prohibit weapon theft, only violent actions. With no other means for a counterattack available, seizing his water gun was evidently the most viable option. As they approached the corridor's end, Mirmis's mind was already abuzz with an effective strategy. Chapter 16. The chaos of battle, the explosive-haired contender gradually felt his limbs growing heavy. But more than the physical exhaustion, it was his wounded pride that gnawed at him. How could a robust young man like himself be outpaced by such a seemingly frail girl? The length of the ship exceeded ordinary expectations, and they had been running down the corridor for several minutes. This prolonged exertion drained his stamina, causing him to slow. Seizing the opportunity, Mirmis widened the gap between them, leaving him helplessly watching her figure vanish around the corner. Breathless, he leaned against the wall, sweat pouring down his face. Though he was unwilling to accept defeat, he was powerless to continue. After resting for a few seconds, he resumed his pursuit, but upon rounding the bend, he was met with a shocking sight. Mirmis, who should have been trapped in a dead end, had seemingly vanished, leaving only the pristine white wall before him. His eyes widened in disbelief as he scanned the surroundings. He appeared to be utterly alone. Desperately, he pondered the myriad possibilities, even touching the wall, searching for clues. Perhaps the girl was a ninja, now camouflaged as part of the wall. Little did he know, Mirmis was actually clinging to the ship's exterior. She gripped the window frame, her strength ensuring she would not accidentally fall. The waves crashed against the ship, the slight swaying failing to unbalance her. Nevertheless, she acknowledged the peril of her position. If she were to fall into the water, her chance to compete would be lost. As she looked up, she spotted a paintbrush secured to the ship's exterior by a wire. Why would there be a paintbrush in such a place? The answer remained elusive. But Mirmis surmised it was another prop prepared by the organizers. Yet, being merely a paintbrush without paint, it was not a weapon, only adding an air of elegance to its wielder. Better to have something than nothing. She pocketed the brush. Meanwhile, the explosive-haired competitor, after feeling foolish for patting the wall for so long, approached the window to enjoy the view. Oddly enough, why was this long corridor graced with only one open window? He pondered little and drew closer to it. Just as he leaned out to inhale the fresh sea air, he caught sight of Mirmis stealthily peeking from the window. Startled by the sudden appearance, he stumbled backward, colliding with the wall. It was as if the window served as a screen, and Mirmis was the ghastly figure emerging from a horror film. At that moment, it struck him that he was no longer the helpless protagonist of a horror story. He was armed. With newfound confidence, he raised the water gun, aiming for Mirmis's eyes as she prepared to leap through the window. If he could obscure her vision, his chances of victory would significantly increase. He pulled the trigger, and the paintball flew toward her. In a swift motion, Mirmis's right hand executed a maneuver, causing the paintball, which had been suspended in midair, to vanish as if swallowed by a spatial rift. He stood in awe, unable to utter a sound. In the next moment, leveraging the window frame, Mirmis surged toward him. Instinctively, he raised his hands to shield his head, an action that allowed her to successfully seize the opportunity. Stunned for a few seconds, he felt his right arm grow heavier. Upon inspection, he discovered the green area now marked with red dye. According to the rules, he had been eliminated. Frustration welled within him. His mind clouded with confusion as he struggled to comprehend how Mirmis had managed to mark him. "Hey, how did you eliminate me?" he asked irritably. "You clearly do not possess any weapons and have been fleeing until now." Mirmis turned around, brandishing a brush stained with crimson dye. The individual with the explosive hairstyle suddenly realized, raising the specially crafted water gun in their hand, which contained the very same red paintballs. With a hint of admiration, the explosive-haired figure remarked, "So that's how it is." Impressive. However, feeling somewhat deflated, they shook their head, disappointed by the suddenness of their exit. "White-haired girl, I have high hope for you." The explosive-haired individual gave a thumbs up, exuding an air of gallantry as they were escorted away by the arriving staff, leaving Mirmis in possession of the abandoned water gun. Remaining ammunition, 5 rounds. Mirmis confirmed the number of paintballs in the water gun and, noting the scarcity of her ammunition, deduced that the most effective strategy would be to eliminate her opponents with a single shot, directly targeting their green zones to maximize efficiency. Having devised her next course of action, Mirmis leaped down from the staircase on the second floor to the first. She first inspected the narrow space beneath the stairs. an ideal spot for ambushing other competitors moving between levels. Fortunately, she encountered no particularly cunning opponents. Mirmis speculated that her starting point was likely at the edge of the cruise ship, explaining her initial lack of encounters. As she ventured deeper into the central area, she encountered an increasing number of competitors. However, armed as she was, Mirmis triumphed effortlessly over several, acquiring more weapons and ammunition along the way. Hiding behind a box in the corner, Mirmis assessed her current arsenal. Remaining ammunition, 27 rounds, with a maximum carrying capacity of 10. She had 2 water balloons, 1 brush, and a roll of transparent tape. Approximately an hour and a half had elapsed since the competition began, during which Mirmis had defeated over 10 opponents and scavenged the fallen foes in all the rooms along her path. Yet her spoils were meager. The resources were exceedingly scarce. It remained uncertain whether this was due to the organizers' oversight or merely unfortunate luck. Most of the rooms she passed through were as empty as a wallet at the end of the month, as if someone had plundered all the resources before her arrival. This peculiarity raised numerous suspicions for Mirmis, but it was not overly concerning. As long as she continued to defeat each opponent that appeared, she was certain she would ultimately claim victory. Continuing her advance, Mirmis arrived at a hall where 2 rooms converged, and from the other room came Jishur. Jishur wielded a specially crafted water gun of the same size as Mirmis, but that was not the focal point. Mirmis noted that her attire remained untouched by any dye. This could imply either that Jishur had experienced an extraordinary stroke of luck, encountering no opponents along her path, or that her prowess far surpassed that of the other competitors, dispatching them before they could retaliate. Mirmis's expression grew more serious. The ensuing battle would likely prove far more challenging than the previous skirmishes. Due to the paper bag obscuring Jishur's features, Mirmis could not discern her expression. Yet she could distinctly sense an increase in Jishur's enthusiasm upon seeing her. The 2 shared a silent understanding, both tightening their grips on their guns without exchanging a word as they officially entered combat. Perhaps they both recognized that dialogue was futile in such moments. Only through their prowess could they gain each other's respect. Mirmis favored a conservative approach, retreating behind a pillar to observe Jishur's movements. Conversely, Jishur adopted a more aggressive stance, swiftly advancing into the hall and rapidly closing the distance between them. Jishur's green zone was located at her waist, and as Mirmis awaited the opportune moment, she fired. Remarkably, Jishur seemed to anticipate Mirmis's actions, evading the attack with astonishing speed. For a fleeting moment, Mirmis doubted her own perception, as it appeared she was witnessing 2 Jishurs. Jishur adeptly dodged each of Mirmis's shots while simultaneously launching counterattacks. Although the water gun's velocity was but a fraction of that of a true firearm, the average individual would scarcely possess such rapid reflexes and the agility to match. Mirmis's intuition proved accurate. Jishur was indeed a formidable adversary. This remarkable strength was the source of Jishur's confidence. Had Mirmis not entered the fray, the championship would have been virtually guaranteed for Jishur. As Jishur approached, close-range shooting became an almost impossible task. In that fleeting moment when Jishur came near, Mirmis swiftly drew her brush, making an upward arc that successfully marked Jishur's chest with a conspicuous graffiti-like stain. Stunned, Jishur stood frozen for several seconds, seemingly unable to accept the reality of her being hit. She gazed down at the striking red mark, akin to an indelible scar etched upon her heart. Tremors coursed through Jishur's body, not from fear but exhilaration. "I've finally encountered you," she murmured in a language Mirmis could not comprehend, her excitement palpable, as if the water gun in her grasp might shatter under the weight of her overwhelming fervor. Mirmis took a few steps back, distancing herself from the exuberant Jishur, discreetly raising her water gun to aim at Jishur's waist. Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out from above. "Attack that blockhead." Almost instantly, a barrage of paintballs rained down toward Jishur. She swiftly rolled and took cover behind the pillar, but the suddenness of the assault rendered her unable to avoid several paintballs striking her. glaring at the blossoming stains of paint that resembled flowers. Jishir felt a surge of frustration, stomping her foot in irritation. It was utterly humiliating to be ambushed by that group of scoundrels. At the banister of the second floor, several individuals had appeared, their weaponry impressively sophisticated. Most wielded dual water guns, while one possessed a large water gun resembling a Gatling gun, unleashing a chaotic onslaught towards the area behind the pillar. Even a slight exposure of Mirmis would result in a bombardment, as it seemed their adversaries were determined not to let either of them escape unscathed. However, in that fleeting moment of exposure, Mirmis spotted a familiar face lurking behind the others. It was Bayer. Mirmis recognized him not for his striking appearance, but for the way he observed from behind his comrades, orchestrating their actions, thereby revealing his identity. It was likely that these determined competitors were allies Bayer had gathered prior to the competition. Jishir struck the wall in frustration, her temper flaring. She had intended to engage Mirmis in a fair one-on-one battle, only to be interrupted by this despicable group. Yet, as Jishir took a step forward, she was met with a deluge of firepower, forcing her to retreat alongside Mirmis into the cramped space behind the pillar. Moreover, with Bayer's teammates positioned on both sides of the second floor, exposing any part of their green zones would likely spell their doom. This precarious situation persisted for several minutes, gradually escalating Jishir's agitation as she stomped her feet in frustration. However, the more anxious she became, the less capable she felt of devising an escape plan. Glancing at Mirmis, she noticed her companion appeared unperturbed, even calmly contemplating a strategy. Curious, Jishir inquired, "What are you thinking?" Mirmis replied, "I have discovered very few usable items along my path. They must have been scavenged by them." Jishir retorted impatiently, "What good is that now? Instead of analyzing the trivial, we should be focusing on how to defeat them." Mirmis cast a glance at the figures on the second floor, who remained fixated on them. It seemed that escaping alone would not be so simple. Perhaps assistance from Jishir would be required. Misu gently tapped the shoulder of Jishir, who shot an impatient glare at him, yet still expressed a willingness to listen to what he had to say. "Have you devised a plan?" "Indeed, but I fear it may pose a risk to your physical well-being." Upon hearing this, Jishir's temper flared, and she retorted, "Are you underestimating my physical capabilities? Just tell me the plan." Reluctantly, leaned closer to Jishir and whispered the details of the plan into her ear. As she absorbed the information, Jishir's mood brightened considerably, and with a cheerful snap of her fingers, she exclaimed, "That sounds utterly insane, but I love it." However, a flicker of doubt crossed her mind as she inquired, "But isn't that against the rules?" With unwavering confidence, Buvisu replied, "All props within the competition arena are fair game." Jishir was taken aback, both astonished at the clever manipulation of the rules and pleased to find her chosen opponent so formidable, making the impending battle all the more meaningful. Then, Jishir's tone shifted as she reminded him, "But after we deal with them, I will challenge you for supremacy. No objections, I trust?" "None whatsoever." Meanwhile, those on the second floor were growing restless. The burly figure wielding a Gatling gun scratched his head in confusion, turning to Bill and asking, "They refused to emerge from behind that pillar. How are we supposed to engage them?" Bill leaned casually against the wall, dismissively waving his hand. "Simple. We can send anyone down to drag them out. The points lost by a teammate will still count towards your score. As long as one of us achieves the highest score, we prevail." A slender member of the team interjected, "But it's quite a distance from here to the stairs." Bill shot him an exasperated glance, then just jumped down. "If you land in the central fountain, you won't get hurt." He gestured towards the fountain in the center of the hall, which coincidentally erupted with water at that moment. The slender one quickly countered, "But the fountain is so shallow. What good will that do?" In truth, leaping from the second floor into the fountain posed a significant challenge due to the distance. Given their average physical capabilities, they were unlikely to land in the water. Bill's expression darkened as he aimed his water gun at the slender one and challenged, "Then why don't you come up with a better idea? Aren't you the commander? If I can think of it, what do I need you for?" The slender one, equally defiant, pointed two water guns at Bill. Their collaboration was merely temporary, and he had long grown weary of Bill's condescending demeanor. rather than endure his incessant blathering. He preferred to eliminate him now. Then go ahead and take me out, but don't forget who helped you find all these props. Bill shot back aggressively. You're just relying on your better scavenging skills. Give me some time, and I can find them too, the slender one retorted, yet they merely glared at one another, neither daring to strike first. The burly figure shook his head in resignation, realizing that this hastily assembled team was indeed challenging to manage. The larger the team, the greater the chances of victory. In such moments, losing members only provided opportunities for others. They could afford to squabble later, but only after neutralizing the two dangerous individuals before them. However, the burly figure was also puzzled. Bill seemed overly attuned to the situation, knowing precisely when these formidable opponents would meet in the central hall. Nevertheless, such details were trivial. What mattered was Bill's ability to lead them to victory in this match. If all went as planned, the rewards for first to third place will be shared among the team members, amounting to a substantial fortune even when divided. The burly figure tightened his grip on the gunstock. He was determined not to lose here. At that moment, he keenly observed a subtle exchange between Isu and Jisher and shouted, "Stop arguing. An opportunity has arisen." Immediately, the burly figure prepared his Gatling gun, bracing for action. The others, seeing this, also adopted serious expressions, raising their water guns, ready to unleash a torrent of fire as soon as their opponents emerged. Vitia and Jisher suddenly sprang from behind the pillar, with Jisher being launched like a javelin. With her face skyward and back downward, she held two water guns, and in those fleeting seconds, she did not forget to fire several shots at the opposing team, coating many of their eyes with paintballs, leaving them to shoot blindly. The attention of the crowd and their ammunition converged on Jisher, seemingly leaving Vitia forgotten. Vitia prioritized targeting Bill with a water balloon, which burst upon impact, showering the area with paint and instantly eliminating all those positioned near Bill. Witnessing the chaos, the opposing team panicked and began to scatter. But with no cover on the second floor, they had nowhere to escape. The second water balloon detonated, decimating their ranks. The sound of impact echoed against the solid wall as they hurried towards Jisher, attempting to assist her, only to be rebuffed. Jisher sprang to her feet, brushing off the pain in her back. It turned out she had adjusted her position mid-air, preventing her head from colliding directly with the wall, instead absorbing the impact with her back. "Your gun," Jisher said, handing her water gun to Vitia before beginning to remove her white jacket. After they exchanged jackets, Jisher's green one, which had left her vulnerable to stray shots, was replaced with Vietia's back-covered jacket, allowing her to feel secure. Vitia also removed Jisher's jacket, returning to her original attire. Just then, Vitia glanced up at the second floor and spotted Bill, who was tiptoeing away. In that moment, when Vitia launched her water balloon, Bill dashed behind the burly figure, using his robust form as a shield to escape unscathed. Bill noticed Vitia's gaze and quickly dropped to the ground to avoid her paintballs hitting his right knee. Though Vitia could see Bill crawling away, she could not spot the green area within her line of sight. Even if she hit him, he would not be eliminated. As Vitia pondered her next move, Jisher stepped forward, presenting her hand as a stepping stool, signaling Vitia to jump onto the second floor. Understanding her intention, he stepped on Jisher's hand and leaped high, successfully reaching the second floor. A loud thud echoed as he landed, a sound that to Bill was akin to a death sentence. His previously relaxed demeanor vanished, replaced by sheer panic. Cold sweat streamed down Bill's face, his body tense and immobile, unable to produce a sound. The sound of Vitia's approaching footsteps drew nearer, like the harbinger of doom. Subsequently, Vitia effortlessly lifted Bill, who anxiously gestured, "Wait, we can team up against that square-headed one. She must have amassed a considerable score. If we take her down, first place is surely yours. Although we didn't successfully collaborate at the start, it's not too late now." Bill's mouth rattled off a barrage of words without pause. Vitia paid him no heed, swiftly firing another shot at his right knee before releasing him. Bill fell despondently into the crimson paint, adopting a classic defeated pose. All competitors present, save for Jisher, had been eliminated. Mirmis leaped down from the second floor, intending to settle the score with Jisher, only to find her absence, leaving behind a message written and painted upon the wall: the pinnacle. Bisu surmised that this must be the battleground Jishur had chosen. The open space at the highest point offered a clear vantage, making it less susceptible to ambushes from other competitors, rendering it an ideal venue for their final confrontation. Although Mirmis is unsure of the reasons, it appears that Jishur has taken it upon herself to view Mirmis as a necessary adversary, and she approaches this with fervor. Mirmis has set her sights on reaching the pinnacle as one of her current objectives, yet the urgency of this task is rather low, for she is unaware of the path leading to the summit. She might very well become lost within the vastness of the cruise ship. Mirmis departed from the central hall. When the staff arrived to escort the defeated contestants away, Bayer made a gesture to halt them, preventing their approach. The staff, puzzled, inquired as to what the matter was, pointing out that she had already been eliminated. Bayer removed her coat and trousers, revealing another layer of clothing beneath, which was also the designated attire for contestants. The inner garment remained unstained, and the green areas were pristine. Bayer asserted firmly that she had not been eliminated. This outfit was obtained from a contestant who had temporarily forfeited. My own clothing is spotless. The staff, caught in a dilemma, decided to call their supervisor to inquire how to adjudicate this situation. Should she be allowed to continue competing? All right, I understand. The staff surrounding Bayer withdrew, taking other contestants with them, leaving the hall empty save for Bayer. She slipped into a blind spot of the surveillance cameras and brought her watch to her mouth, asking for a current score. A muffled male voice emanated from the watch, stating that Mirmis held the highest score, with Jishur in second place, and only 14 individuals remained in the arena. Bayer's expression darkened. Does this mean I can only defeat Mirmis? Is there no way to turn the tide? A faint crackling sound emanated from the watch. Are you still there? Bayer tapped the watch, wondering if there was a connection issue. After a lengthy silence, the male voice returned, directing her to the westernmost warehouse, where a prop could reverse the situation. Chapter 18. Why is the cruise ship so large? With less than half an hour remaining before the competition concludes, Jishur had arrived at the highest point more than 10 minutes ago, awaiting Mirmis. However, after enduring the sea breeze for an extended period, she still had not seen her arrival. Jishur's posture transitioned from standing to half-squatting and finally to cross-legged. How slow this is. Jishur anxiously drummed her fingers against her thigh, filled with frustration. How long must I wait? The fierce sea wind rattled Jishur's paper bag, producing an irksome sound in her ears. How boring. Her voice became listless. Though the wait had not exceeded 20 minutes, she was already weary of it. Jishur pulled out her phone to check the time. It was already 11:36 p.m. The competition commenced at 8 p.m. and was to conclude at midnight, leaving only 24 minutes until the end. If she lost this opportunity for confrontation, Jishur feared she might never see Mirmis again, nor would there be any chance of determining a victor. Such a formidable opponent, one she had not encountered in quite some time, ignited a long-dormant passion within her. Jishur clenched her fists, staring blankly at her palms, her thoughts muddled. According to her original plans, she should have been dominating the ship, effortlessly defeating every contestant and returning home with the prize. Yet her aspirations had clearly been thwarted by Mirmis. Nevertheless, Jishur could not deny the exhilarating thrill coursing through her body after their skirmish. It seemed to yearn for further combat with Mirmis. With that thought, Jishur slapped her cheeks, forcing herself to regain composure. No, I must win this match. The visage of a young girl surfaced in Jishur's mind, her smile radiating warmth akin to the winter sun. However, upon recalling this, Jishur lowered her head, feeling the weight of that smile pressing upon her. Meanwhile, Mirmis was wandering through the interior of the cruise ship, not due to any deficiency in her sense of direction, but rather because the vessel was excessively vast. Although the recent battle in the central hall had ensured an ample supply of ammunition, the issue of being lost was not something easily resolved. Particularly, several intersections presented themselves along her path, causing Mirmis to circle back to her starting point, significantly hampering her exploration efficiency. This was the 11th dead end Mirmis encountered. She had nearly explored over 80% of the competition area, yet had still failed to find the route to the highest point. The contestants she encountered along the way did not consume much of her time, as the majority did not possess the physical prowess of Jishur. While meandering through the ship, Mirmis observed an intriguing sight. Humanoid statues scattered throughout the vessel, each striking exaggerated poses as if to boast about their muscularity. Though they were eye-catching, Mirmis had more pressing matters to attend to and naturally overlooked them, continuing her search for the path to the summit. Simultaneously, at the westernmost part of the cruise ship, was hastily advancing. The warehouse door stood ajar, seemingly welcoming Bayer's arrival. She perceived a glow emanating from within, akin to a heavenly light beckoning her forth. If only she could reach that place, Bayer silently mused, rushing into the warehouse. However, instead of discovering the so-called artifact that could alter her fate, she encountered a peculiar muscular man clad in a deep crimson bodysuit. The muscular man's eyes widened as he confronted Bayer, demanding, "Have you defiled our sacred arena?" He bent down, his comically exaggerated face looming closer to Bayer, instilling a sense of dread that rendered her breathless. Although Bayer was at a loss for the situation, her instincts cautioned her that this imposing figure was not to be trifled with. She needed to speak to pacify him. Bayer's eyes darted as she said, "Sir, you must be mistaken. I am merely a contestant who happened upon this remote warehouse." She hunched her shoulders, waving her hands in a gesture of innocence and harmlessness. Yet the muscular man was unimpressed, bellowing, "You still dare to argue? Everyone deserves a chance for redemption. But this fellow shows no desire to repent, and I shall not afford him any further opportunities." He then dragged someone from behind a crate, an impeccably dressed gentleman with a mustache. Bayer immediately recognized him as her partner, the very individual whose insider information had granted her a significant advantage in the competition. Bayer gasped, "Kaiwan, what are you doing here?" Suddenly, realization dawned upon her, and she quickly covered her mouth, amending, "I meant to say, Kaiwan should be at home today. He's taking the day off." The more she spoke, the less conviction she had. Perhaps the imposing presence of the muscular man had sapped her ability to continue the deception. The muscular man brandished a recording device, playing back a familiar voice. "I've hidden most of the ammunition and the most powerful Gatling gun in cabin 105, and I've arranged for the staff to place your teammates nearby." It sounded quite promising, with you as an insider among the organizers. The championship would surely be within reach. We agreed to split the prize once the deed was done. Don't forget. I haven't forgotten. How could I forget you, my good brother? Ha ha. Those fools truly believe that once you become the champion, they will share the prize with you. Such verbal promises hold no weight. They are utterly foolish, ha ha. The recording concluded amidst the arrogant laughter of Kaiwan and Bayer. The muscular man effortlessly lifted Bayer, as if she were a mere chick, his muscles bulging ominously, ready to deliver a blow at any moment. The evidence is irrefutable. There is no need for further words. Wait, brother, please hold on. How about I give you Kevin's bonus? I beg you, spare my life. Bill's gaze was filled with utmost sincerity as he clasped his hands in prayer, pleading for mercy from the muscular man. However, upon seeing Bill's unrepentant demeanor, the muscular man became even more enraged. He bellowed that those who remain obstinate must face severe punishment. Hearing this, Bill hurriedly struggled, crying out, "No, please." The muscular man seized the fiercely resisting Bill with one hand while dragging the unconscious Kevin with the other, their figures gradually vanishing into the shadows of the warehouse. The massive doors of the warehouse slammed shut, leaving no one to know what transpired within. According to the cleaning staff after the event, they dared not approach the warehouse, as chilling screams echoed from inside. On the uppermost floor, numerous childlike drawings adorned the walls. Little rabbits, butterflies, and creatures like Godzilla, all beloved by children. These were creations of Jishur, who, in moments of boredom, resorted to drawing as her phone had no signal and there were no other distractions. Suddenly, the sound of hurried footsteps reached Jishur's ears, the approach frantic and chaotic. Filled with excitement, Jishur sprang up from the floor, grabbing her water gun, ready for battle. As the sound drew nearer, shadows danced against the window. She was here. Mirmis was coming. Jishur's heart raced with exhilaration, eagerly anticipating the conclusion of this contest. However, when the door swung open, The figure that emerged left Jishur sorely disappointed. It was not Mirmis, but a breathless staff member. I was not eliminated, Jishur said dismissively, gesturing to shoo away the staff member who disrupted her enthusiasm. I am here to inform you that the competition has ended, the staff member gasped, struggling to convey the message. He was unaware of Jishur's expression, but the water gun slipping from her hands seemed to reveal her despondent countenance beneath the paper bag. At the award ceremony, Mirmis stood atop the podium for first place, with Jishur in second, while the third position remained vacant. Jishur crossed her arms in displeasure, indignantly asking, "Where have you been? I waited so long on the rooftop, enduring the sea breeze." Mirmis replied with an air of indifference, "I couldn't find my way." Jishur was left speechless by her response, steam practically rising from her head in frustration. The host, holding a microphone, approached the two, apologetically stating, "I am sorry. The president was supposed to present the awards personally, but he is currently occupied, so I must take his place. It doesn't matter, as long as the prize remains intact." Jishur replied nonchalantly. Mirmis inquired curiously, "Why is the position on the left empty?" The host sheepishly scratched his head, because all other contestants were eliminated. Hence there is no third place. Upon hearing this, the atmosphere in the room shifted subtly. Jishur silently turned to Mirmis, her gaze piercing with an unspoken accusation. "Why could you find all the other contestants yet fail to navigate your way?" Mirmis was not entirely aware of Jishur's thoughts, but sensed the intensity of her stare. After the award ceremony concluded, the two returned to the contestants' lounge. Jishur collapsed on her bed and fell asleep almost instantaneously, while Mirmis remained wide awake, quietly observing the slumbering Jishur, her hidden thoughts resurfacing. What lay beneath the paper bag? This curiosity drove Mirmis to Jishur's bedside. Now was the perfect moment to unveil Jishur's true visage. In her sleep, she appeared unguarded, making it easy to seize the opportunity. Furthermore, the sleeping Jishur would remain oblivious to the removal of her paper bag, as long as Mirmis remained silent. No one else would ever know. Should I truly look? Mirmis' hand slowly reached towards Jishur's paper bag. Chapter 19. An unexpected surprise. What could lie beneath the paper bag? A mundane face? An appearance deemed unattractive by others? Or perhaps a bizarre visage reminiscent of an octopus? The answer would remain elusive unless the paper bag was unveiled. It lay there, merely a gentle motion away from revealing everything, seemingly without consequence. The encounter between Jishur and Mirmis was but a chance meeting. Perhaps there would never be a second opportunity. Even if the truth came to light, it would not impact Mirmis' life. Mirmis' right hand hovered in the air, mere centimeters from the paper bag. She leaned slightly forward, then abruptly halted, retreating slightly but hesitating, caught in a conflict of desire and restraint visibly manifesting in her body. Among her kind, Mirmis was known for her insatiable curiosity, yet she understood the price that must be paid. After all, there's a saying that curiosity killed the cat. More importantly, it was rather impolite to unmask someone without their consent. Mirmis grasped her right hand with her left, pulling it back silently. Since Jishur was unwilling to remove the bag, she must have her own reasons. Mirmis chose to respect Jishur's wishes. Perhaps one day in the future, Jishur would willingly unveil her face. Suddenly, Jishur began to writhe in anguish upon the bed, seemingly trapped in a nightmare. Mirmis, feeling a bit at a loss, asked, "Jishur, are you all right?" Jishur could not hear Mirmis' voice, tossing and turning on the bed, her right hand gripping the sheets tightly as if trying to grasp something elusive. Mirmis was uncertain whether she should wake Jishur. Her current state was alarming. Like a fragile vase hastily glued together, barely holding its form, as if even the slightest touch could shatter it. "I am sorry, Roy," she murmured, her tone filled with sorrow and regret. Had she done something terrible in the past? Mirmis' expression grew serious. She did not know Jishur, neither her appearance nor her essence, and their futures would not intersect. Yet, witnessing her in such distress filled Mirmis with discomfort. Mirmis took hold of Jishur's trembling left hand, Perhaps allowing her body to feel another's warmth could convey solace to her heart. Jisher's body gradually relaxed, the previous turmoil subsiding, her breathing becoming less frantic, slowly easing. Mirmis gazed out the window. Though night had yet to pass, the sky seemed to brighten slightly. As the cruise ship docked, Jisher hurriedly dashed off the vessel, seemingly with urgent business, vanishing without so much as a farewell to Mirmis. Mirmis did not dwell on it, picking up her leather suitcase and descending the ship at a leisurely pace. Since Mirmis did not possess a bank card, the organizers exchanged her prize in cash, her suitcase filled to the brim with banknotes. Mimicking the other departing contestants, Mirmis hailed a taxi by the roadside. The driver's demeanor was friendly as he smiled and inquired, "Where to, beautiful?" 707, Muley Avenue, Chimu Town. "Ah, Muley Avenue, I shall set off immediately." With that, the vehicle roared to life and sped towards Chimu Town. Along the way, the radio broadcast updates on recent events. In the next news, this morning, an explosion occurred at Sunyuan Square, but fortunately, there were no significant casualties. Several injured individuals have been transported to the hospital for treatment. The police are diligently investigating. If any citizens discover suspicious items or individuals, please provide clues to the authorities. The driver muttered to himself, "Another explosion? How many of these incidents have occurred now? I wonder which little rascal is causing trouble instead of doing their job." Regarding the series of explosions, Mirmis had some recollections. Previously, she had fortuitously discovered a red time bomb in a trash can at the arcade. However, Mirmis noticed a small detail. The countdown on the bomb was a staggering several hours, and if calculated by normal time, the explosion would occur sharply at 3 o'clock in the morning. According to human routines, one would have long returned home for rest, leaving the arcade devoid of any presence. What significance would it hold for the perpetrator to detonate a bomb in an empty arcade? Could it be that this individual was a radical opposed to the existence of arcades? Due to insufficient information, Mirmis could not arrive at a definitive conclusion. However, one thing was certain. The perpetrator was not a mindless killer, but rather a meticulous criminal with a purpose. Nevertheless, apprehending the criminal was the responsibility of the police, and Mirmis did not wish to draw undue attention to herself in this matter. While she could manage alone, a media frenzy surrounding Yeyu's home could potentially expose her extraterrestrial identity. After all, the media on Earth seemed to possess no moral compass. Any sensational news would be relentlessly pursued and revealed. According to various online sources, when humans discover extraterrestrial beings, they often resort to dissection or confine them for cruel experiments. Regardless of the outcome, Mirmis could not bear to witness such scenes. The taxi had arrived within Chienmu town, and the surrounding scenery gradually became familiar. As they passed a hospital, a flash of red captured Mirmis's attention. It was Pa Yaye, if you had not misremembered her name. This girl with short red hair was indeed the same Pa Yaye Mirmis had encountered in the classroom earlier. Pa Yaye was holding a bouquet of carnations, her expression complex as she entered the hospital. The taxi continued onward, quickly reaching its destination. "How much do I owe you?" 146. Mirmis opened her suitcase, retrieving a 200 yuan note to hand to the driver. Upon receiving the bill, the driver appeared somewhat troubled, saying, "Cash, huh? This is a bit tricky." Since the widespread adoption of online payments, fewer individuals carried cash, and this applied to the driver as well. His predicament now was the inability to provide change. Observing the driver hesitating to accept the money, Mirmis inquired, "Is this money not usable?" The driver shook his head, crossing his arms in distress, and replied, "It can be used, but it's not very practical." At that moment, the driver noticed the grocery store owner raising the rolling shutter and, as if finding a lifeline, quickly rushed to the store. After exchanging for change, the driver readily returned 54 yuan to Mirmis. Mirmis ascended the stairs and arrived at Yeyu's doorstep, then knocked on the door. Shortly thereafter, hurried footsteps echoed from within, and the door swung open with a thud, revealing a visibly delighted Yeyu. Although the dark circles under her eyes had deepened, her expression radiated joy, devoid of any fatigue. "I'm back. Welcome back." While Yiyu wished to envelop Mirmis in a warm embrace, her rationality swiftly intervened. Earlier, during their walk, her emotions had gotten the better of her, prompting such actions. After all, Mirmis and she had only recently become acquainted. Such intimacy should be reserved for a later time. Yiyu led Mirmis into the house, noting the leather suitcase by her side, and inquired, "What's this?" Mirmis lifted the suitcase slightly, saying, "It's the prize money from a competition." Yiyu bent down to examine the suitcase closely. The craftsmanship was quite exquisite, yet the design left much to be desired. Why would anyone choose a twisted, L-shaped muscle arm as a pattern? Yiyu decided not to dwell on it and continued, "Are you the champion?" "Yes." Mirmis nodded, a hint of pride evident in her demeanor. Yiyu genuinely felt happy for Mirmis, unable to restrain herself from clapping. "Well done, Mirmis. What's the prize?" Mirmis opened her palm and gestured 5 million. 5 million? That is quite a sum. Yiyu continued to applaud, but as she clapped, she realized something felt amiss. The rhythm of her applause gradually slowed until it came to a halt. Maintaining a stiff smile, Yiyu, with disbelief in her voice, asked, "How much did you just say?" Mirmis glanced up to the right, pondering. 5 million. To be precise, there's still 999,854 yuan remaining. Without any forewarning, Yiyu's body suddenly tilted to the right, and Mirmis swiftly caught her. Yiyu fell into Mirmis's embrace, appearing somewhat dazed. Mirmis, concerned, inquired, "Yiyu, are you all right?" Yiyu wiped the sweat from her forehead, saying, "I just feel dizzy from overwhelming joy." Yiyu grasped Mirmis's hand, placing it against her own face. "Mirmis, pinch me. I want to know if I'm still dreaming." Mirmis frowned, displaying a reluctant expression, and ultimately applied only a slight pinch to Yiyu's face. Why doesn't it hurt? Based on Yiyu's understanding of Mirmis's strength, she should have felt considerable pain. Yet now it felt as light as a dragonfly touching water. Following this confirmation, Yiyu realized one undeniable truth. I must be dreaming. Yiyu climbed out of Mirmis's embrace, leaning against the wall and stumbling back into the room. Suddenly, she tripped over some clutter on the floor, her face meeting the ground in an intimate encounter. "Ouch, guess I'm not dreaming." Mirmis helped Yiyu up, noticing a red mark on her forehead. Mirmis touched her forehead. The temperature felt normal, yet Yiyu's behavior was anything but. Mirmis worriedly asked, "Yiyu, is your head all right? Are you concerned for me or scolding me?" Yiyu replied with irritation. In Chapter 20, The Depths of Commercial Deception, Yiyu arrived at school. Noticing Paye's seat was conspicuously empty, an unusual occurrence as she had never missed a day, yet now she had been absent for 2 days. Yiyu approached Yuta, inquiring, "Has Paye not attended class today either?" As Yuta wrote notes, she replied, "She's on leave." Pausing her writing, Yuta tilted her head, asking, "What's the matter? Are you concerned about her?" Yiyu shook her head, saying, "Not really. It just feels a bit strange when someone you see every day suddenly misses a few days." Twirling a pen, Yuta responded casually, "No need to worry. I know Paye's capabilities." This remark left Yiyu perplexed, prompting her to ask, "Is Paye really that impressive?" Yuta chuckled, seemingly mocking Yiyu's innocence. "You must not have witnessed her performance at the middle school sports meet to have such doubts. If the school hadn't limited the number of events, she would have competed in all of them by herself." Observing Yiyu's incredulous expression, Yuta added, "But that was back in 7th grade. I haven't seen her participate in sports meets since 8th grade. After hearing this, Yiyu felt even more bewildered and asked, "Why did she stop competing after 7th grade?" Instead of addressing Yiyu's confusion directly, Yuta posed a question in return. "Do you remember the rumors surrounding Paye?" Yiyu scratched her head, responding, "The one about sending someone to hospital?" Yuta shrugged, expressing a sense of helplessness. Rumors are never purely baseless. There's usually some truth behind them. Subsequently, Yuta's expression turned somewhat complex as she gazed out the window at a distant white building, which was a hospital. Sometimes, the truth can be far worse than the rumors. Upon finishing her sentence, Yuta set down her pen. "So what is the truth?" Yiyu suddenly expressed a keen interest in Vitia, eager to inquire. Yuta shot her an impatient glance and replied, "Don't look at me with those eyes. I do not know either." Yiyu pouted, her face displaying disdain as she remarked, "You appear so shrewd. I thought you must know something." As the class monitor, Yuta endeavored to cultivate amicable relations with all her classmates, including Pavia. However, it was evident that communication between Yuta and Pavia was not smooth, likely due to Pavia's reluctance to engage in conversation. In Yi Yu's recollection, Pavia seemed never to have spoken to anyone else. Yuta wore a smirk, saying, "Opportunities to receive such candid praise from Yi Yu are rare." Yuta pinched Yi Yu's resilient cheek and teased, "Tell me, has something good happened?" Yi Yu mumbled, "Don't pry." Yuta released her grip and assumed an intrigued posture. In fact, Yi Yu had informed Yuta about Mirmis's participation in the King of Cruise competition. "I've heard of that competition. Its prize is quite substantial." "Indeed, and Mirmis even secured first place," Yi Yu exclaimed excitedly. Yuta displayed a look of astonishment. "I didn't expect your cousin to be quite impressive. To win against Pavia in the competition, Mirmis is indeed remarkable." Yi Yu suddenly paused and, after a few moments of contemplation, said, "By the way, Yuta, I would like to ask you for a favor." "Do tell." "I want to organize a celebration for Mirmis to commemorate her victory." "That sounds splendid. Wei Weian would surely be interested." "May I ask her to assist as well?" Yi Yu nodded. "Yes, Mirmis would be delighted to meet Wei Weian." At that moment, the class bell rang, and Yi Yu returned to her seat, preparing to pay attention to the lesson. Inside the mobile phone store, Mirmis carried a small handbag, a gift from Yi Yu. Glancing at the bag, Mirmis recalled the events that transpired a few hours prior. As Yi Yu cooked eggs in the kitchen, she asked Mirmis, "Are you going to buy a phone today?" "Yes." A bead of cold sweat trickled down Yi Yu's profile as she sensed an ominous premonition. "You aren't planning to carry a large box of cash to make the purchase, are you?" "Yes." "Are you out of your mind? You would be blatantly signaling to robbers that a big catch has arrived. Come and seize me." Mirmis calmly replied, "They cannot overpower me." Yi Yu slapped her forehead in exasperation. "What I worry about is them. If they suddenly lay down and accuse you, you would have to pay for their medical expenses. Buying a phone doesn't require that much money. 10,000 should suffice." However, Mirmis had her own thoughts and added, "I want to buy several phones as spares." Yi Yu turned her head, curiously asking, "How many?" Mirmis pondered for a moment before providing an outlandish number, 500. "How about that? My master always says that more is better." Yi Yu's mind bust, feeling a pang in her stomach as she said, "Are you planning to open a mobile phone store?" "No, even a store wouldn't have that many." Yuta approached Mirmis, firmly pressing her hands on her shoulders, and said earnestly, "Just buy a regular one, at most two. I'll help you with a small bag. Keep your money hidden and don't easily disclose to strangers that you have a lot of cash." Yi Yu dashed to her bedroom and returned with a small handbag. As the recollection faded, Mirmis noticed a plethora of flashy mobile phones in the store, varying in brands and colors. Some cabinets even displayed nostalgic flip phones and slide phones. Mirmis's gaze was instantly drawn to a sliding phone, not for any other reason but the unique manner in which it opened, captivating her interest. Just then, a young woman's voice called from behind, "Excuse me. This phone is quite outdated. I recommend you purchase this latest model from Huawei." Mirmis turned to see a store clerk in a red shirt, brandishing a rather impressive-looking phone. The clerk proudly extolled the phone's remarkable features, boasting of its trendy multi-camera design and million-pixel capabilities. Mirmis shook her head, stating, "I do not require camera functions." She herself was a high-caliber camera capable of capturing the world at any moment, and a million pixels paled in comparison to her own vision. "Please allow me to browse alone." Though Mirmis politely declined the clerk's sales pitch, the clerk was undeterred, pursuing her relentlessly. The clerk presented another phone, appearing even more extravagant, primarily in its aesthetics. And this product is recommended by internet celebrities. It has even been featured in live broadcasts. Mirmis glanced at it and scanned the device in the clerk's hand. "Honestly, it's dreadful. The internal configuration is chaotic, and many components seem to have been crammed in, which will undoubtedly shorten its lifespan. Moreover, this phone has 256 gigabytes of memory. You can store as much as you like." Mirmis remained uninterested, continuing her solitary stroll through the store. Such little memory can hardly record a day's worth of video material. At best, it can be converted into audio files. It can even run games like Chia and Kwanja smoothly, even at the highest quality settings of Chioshan. The clerk continued her spiel, determined to sell a more profitable device. Mirmis had not previously engaged with mobile games and could not comprehend the connection between the clerk's statements regarding games and the phone's capabilities. But she could ascertain that most of what was said was mere fluff. Most of the high-end features proposed by the clerk were met with Mirmis's merciless rejection, prompting her to switch to a promotional approach. Purchase now and receive a large-capacity power bank as a gift. Mirmis paused, and the clerk's expression brightened, sensing a potential sale. However, Mirmis's subsequent question left the clerk speechless. Can it provide a current of over 240 volts? Mirmis typically required a power source with a voltage of at least 300 volts. But knowing that the standard voltage in Xianmu Town was only 220 volts, she lowered her demand slightly. The clerk struggled to maintain her smile, mentally cursing whose phone would require such a high voltage. It would have burned out long ago. The clerk quietly switched to offering Bluetooth headphones as a gift, suggesting they would provide personal space with almost no delay in sound. Mirmis shook her head. She could connect directly with nearby electronic devices without relying on such accessories. And when she connected herself, it was a true zero-delay experience. What about an induction cooker? It can prepare delicious meals in just 10 minutes. While cooking tools might be quite useful for an average human, they held little value for a robot. The clerk repeatedly switched through several promotional items, but none managed to impress Mirmis, exhausting herself in the process. Just as the clerk was on the verge of giving up, she noticed Mirmis's gaze lingering on a particular item for nearly 5 minutes, and she felt a glimmer of hope for the sale. It was an item that would typically only appeal to children, so the clerk had not anticipated it being included in the promotional list. However, when faced with a peculiar customer, offering something unusual seemed more reasonable. Thus, the clerk, adopting a last-ditch effort approach, asked, "If you purchase this phone, I will give you this snowball pendant for free. What do you think?" Mirmis's expression suddenly transformed, brimming with interest, her eyes sparkling like stars. The shop assistant felt a wave of frustration wash over her as she pondered the sudden change in attitude. The customer now appeared exceedingly easy to please. After catering to her preferences, the transaction was effortlessly completed, and the mobile store generously provided Mirmis with a complimentary SIM card and essential accessories, such as a charging cable. As Mirmis wandered through the alley, engrossed in familiarizing herself with her new phone, she unexpectedly collided with someone around the corner. "Are you all right?" she inquired, her concern primarily for the well-being of the person she had bumped into, rather than herself. The other individual at the intersection was Pa Wei-ya, whose expression seemed rather grim. Chapter 21. The slumbering friend in the early morning, within the intensive care unit, Pa Wei-ya cradled a bouquet of yellow carnations, slowly traversing the sterile hospital corridor. The hospital's decor was stark, dominated by shades of gray and white, making Pa Wei-ya's vibrant red hair stand out conspicuously. Nearby, an elderly lady seated in a wheelchair engaged in conversation with the nurse attending her. With a warm smile, the lady remarked that it must be that young girl again, undoubtedly here to visit her friend. Pa Wei-ya's striking red locks and unique aura left a profound impression on the elderly woman. With a hint of envy, the lady sighed, wishing her own son would visit her as frequently as this girl did. The nurse poured a cup of warm water and offered it to the elderly lady, reassuring her that there was no need for concern. Her health would soon improve, allowing her to see her son every day. "My son," the elderly lady expressed with deep concern, "is truly a source of worry. Just the other day, he mentioned participating in some competition for the title of King of Rapeseed Flowers, claiming he would win a grand prize to impress me." The nurse, pondering this, asked, "King of Rapeseed Flowers? What is that?" Suddenly, she realized, her expression brightening with confidence. "You must be referring to the King of Cruise Ships competition, right? The promotional material for that event is quite extensive. Even those of us who rarely keep up with the news have heard of it." The elderly lady nodded enthusiastically, "Yes. That's it. However, her mood darkened considerably as she sighed. I messaged him on WeChat yesterday, and oh dear, instead of winning a prize. It felt more like he had been beaten up. The nurse, astonished, remarked, though the king of cruise ships competition does not elaborate on its rules, it certainly wouldn't involve physical fights. Would it? Did he perhaps mistakenly attend a boxing match instead? The elderly lady shook her head, her expression tinged with frustration. Not quite. He claimed he suddenly wanted to go to the gym, and before he knew it, he overexerted himself. That boy has no sense of moderation. She scolded her son with a tone of disappointment, lamenting how he always concocted absurd ideas, likely leading to yet another mishap. And he never even tells the family the truth. The nurse urged the elderly lady to calm her temper, explaining that excessive anger could hinder her recovery. It's typical for young people to be a bit impulsive, she said. The elderly lady held her empty cup in her hands, seemingly gazing through it at her son's younger self. I do not expect him to earn a fortune. I only wish for him to live a healthy life. And that would suffice for my peace of mind. At that moment, Bill, lying in bed with sore muscles, sneezed. Kevin was about to tease him when he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his abdomen, stifling his laughter. Turning to Bill, he asked, "What's wrong? Is someone cursing you?" Bill disdainfully replied, "There are plenty of people cursing me. One more doesn't matter. I know who is thinking of me." He indignantly complained about a certain eccentric individual who forced them to perform hundreds of push-ups and pull-ups. Kevin sighed, feeling exasperated. "You should be grateful. At least he only made you exercise instead of actually beating you." Bill pounded the bed in frustration, asserting, "It's all your fault. You invited me to this competition." Kevin rolled his eyes and retorted, "How is that my fault? I merely invited you to compete. I never suggested you cheat." Bill refused to back down, raising his voice. "Then why did you agree to help me cheat? Why didn't you stop me? Don't you also desire that generous prize?" The two began to argue, their tempers flaring, until the pain compelled them to silence and rest. Pa Wei-ya arrived at the entrance of one of the intensive care rooms on the second floor, where a name was displayed on the information board. Luo Ihuapu. She paused at the door for a few moments, gathering her thoughts and mentally preparing herself before stepping inside the ward. The room was exceptionally neat and quiet, with only the sound of her footsteps and the soft rustle of flowers breaking the silence, accompanied by the rhythmic beeping of electronic devices. On the pristine hospital bed lay a young girl, seemingly the same age as Pa Wei-ya. The girl kept her eyes tightly shut, breathing steadily, yet showed no inclination to awaken, even as Pa Wei-ya approached her side, as if trapped in a dream from which she could not escape. Pa Wei-ya gently removed the wilting lilies from a vase and replaced them with the carnations she had brought today. She quietly moved a chair to the bedside, ensuring her actions produced no unnecessary noise. Gazing at the serene features of the girl, she began to speak. "Luo Yi, yesterday I encountered an extraordinary person. Her shooting skills and adaptability were remarkable. I truly admire such a rival." Though Luo Yi offered no response, she seemed to listen intently to Pa Wei-ya's words. Enthusiastically, Pa Wei-ya recounted the events from the previous day aboard the cruise. "Her name is Mirmis. I hope to meet her again someday. If given the chance, I will surely compete with her." Pa Wei-ya clenched her fists, her passion ignited, as if her fighting spirit had been awakened. Just as you said, life always unfolds in unexpected ways, filled with surprises. Perhaps it was merely Pa Wei-ya's imagination, but it seemed Luo Yi furrowed her brow slightly, as if reproaching her. In a hurry, Pa Wei-ya clarified, "Even though I've taken a leave of absence these past couple of days, you need not worry. I am in good health and will return to class tomorrow. After all, yesterday was Tuesday and today was Wednesday. As a student, not attending class would certainly draw Luo Yi's disapproval. Would you like to hear the details of the competition? I assure you it is quite fascinating." Pa Wei-ya playfully tapped her foot on the floor, as if awaiting Luo Yi's response. However, the only sound that filled the room was the gentle rustle of the wind outside, fluttering the curtains. Pa Wei-ya secured the curtains with a string before returning to her chair. "It wasn't a fight, it was a shooting competition, and we used water guns rather than real firearms." With unwavering enthusiasm, Pa Wei-ya recounted the entire competition process. From searching the cabin for water guns to her encounter with Mirmis, followed by being ambushed by Bill and his friends, and ultimately being stood up by Mirmis. Pa Wei-ya intended to continue her narration, but upon glancing at her phone, she realized it was almost time for the nurse to attend to Luo, signaling that she needed to leave. Reluctantly, she waved goodbye, saying, "See you tomorrow." As Pa Wei-ya departed the hospital, she wandered aimlessly through the alley. Today, she could not go to school. Where should she go instead? Pa Wei-ya found herself without answers, feeling as if she could go anywhere, yet nowhere at all. Seated alone on a swing in the children's park, Pa Wei-ya reminisced as she touched the iron railing of the swing. Luo had once adored playing on the swings, often asking Pa Wei-ya to push her from behind. In her mind, she envisioned a childlike Luo perched on the swing, her feet dangling as she joyfully swayed back and forth. Luo turned her body and called out to Vitia, who was engrossed in playing with sand. "Vitia, Vitia, could you give me a push?" Vitia did not turn around, but instead scooped up sand with her shovel and dumped it into a small bucket. She was busy constructing her little sand castle and did not even glance at Luo, loudly stating, "You can swing it by yourself if you put in some effort." Luo pouted and replied, feeling aggrieved, "I lack the strength. I can't get it moving." Previously, when Luo offered to push Vitia on the swing, Vitia had declined her help. Then, Vitia stood on the swing and used her body's momentum to make it sway, leaving Luo astonished. However, Luo was unlike Vitia. She was afraid to stand on the swing and did not possess enough strength to set it in motion on her own. She glanced at two children nearby, where the older brother was pushing his younger sibling on the swing, and they were having a delightful time. Feeling disheartened, Luo lowered her head, and suddenly she felt a pair of hands behind her, pushing her from afar. The swing began to sway, and a smile blossomed on Luo's face. As Vitia pushed her, she murmured, "I want to run with you, but you refuse, which is why you feel weak." Luo retorted defiantly, "But I want to read with you, and you won't do that either." Vitia chuckled and replied, "Then let's consider it even." The two did not say much more. Even though their interests varied greatly, they remained good friends. Vitia concentrated her strength in her palms and declared, "Now I'm going to push hard." Luo's swing soared higher and faster, the exhilarating sensation becoming somewhat addictive as she shouted, "Faster, faster." However, Luo's slender arms could not grip the ropes tightly, and she flew off into the air. Wah! With a sudden whoosh, Luo fell into the bushes, becoming silent. Vitia hurried over to Luo's side, anxious, yet she remained unresponsive. Vitia, her heart racing, asked, "Are you all right?" She leaned closer to Luo's face, intending to turn her over. Just as Luo flipped on her back, she playfully smeared dirt on Vitia's face, laughing mischievously. "Hee, now we're even." Vitia remembered how radiant Luo's laughter had been back then, and those beautiful moments felt like they had just occurred yesterday. Vitia looked up at the azure sky, which seemed to darken slightly as ominous clouds quietly gathered overhead, perhaps signaling an impending downpour. Vitia hurried along, eager to return home. She certainly did not wish to be drenched by the rain. Just then, she rounded a corner and collided with someone. She was about to hurl a few words in annoyance when, upon seeing the person's face, her astonishment rendered her speechless. Chapter 22. A brief respite in the cafe. Why is Mirmis here? This question immediately flashed in Vitia's mind. She had not expected any encounter, let alone an unexpected delight. Mirmis stared blankly at Vitia, reading the fervent desire for a challenge in her eyes, though she did not comprehend its origin. "Today is the first time I'm meeting you, right?" Mirmis quickly scanned her database, confirming that this was indeed their first encounter. Her previous notices of Vitia had been one-sided, and Vitia likely did not recognize her. Suddenly, Vitia pointed at Mirmis and candidly stated, "I am the cheese you met on the cruise. I wish to engage in a true contest with you. What do you say?" Mirmis contemplated for a moment, then adopted a disapproving expression, raising her hand to create a barrier between them and gently suggesting, "I think you should see a doctor." Vitia internally rehearsed a scenario where she would confess everything directly, but the outcome did not appear promising. While Vitia was inclined to be forthright, she was uncertain whether Mirmis could keep her secret safe. If it were to fall into the wrong hands, the significance of the paper bag would be rendered meaningless. In a matter of seconds, Pavia's expression shifted from surprise to conflict and then to confusion. After a prolonged silence, Pavia slowly said, "Step aside." She had not engaged in normal communication with others for a long time, and only such blunt phrases remained at her disposal. As Pavia prepared to circumvent Mirmis and depart, she was suddenly called back. "Is it you, Cheese?" Although Cheese conversed with Mirmis through a paper bag, the simplicity of the object could only conceal her visage, not her voice. Each individual's voice is unique, and Mirmis could swiftly discern identities using this trait. Pavia froze in place, the question taking her by surprise, as she had not anticipated Mirmis recognizing her first. Pavia turned around, a somewhat fierce smile appearing on her face, and pointed toward a nearby cafe, raising her eyebrows to suggest, "Let me treat you to a drink." The two entered the Wooden Bear Cafe, where the atmosphere was relaxed, adorned in a forest style that allowed one to relish a moment of tranquility. Inside, a kindly owner was polishing coffee cups. Upon seeing the two, he promptly set aside his task and greeted them with a smile. "Welcome." The cafe had only a few scattered patrons, but the ambience was instantly soothing, reminiscent of a leisurely stroll through a serene forest. Pavia casually chose a table and sat down, while Mirmis took the seat opposite her. The owner, who also served as the waiter, approached with a menu for each, featuring various coffee types and many tempting desserts. Pavia merely glanced at the menu for formality's sake, as she had already made her choice in her mind. Mirmis did not ponder much either. She did not require conventional food for sustenance. While she possessed a taste system, it served little purpose beyond decoration. Pavia inquired, "Have you decided?" After receiving Mirmis' affirmation, Pavia raised her hand to signal the owner that they were ready to order. The owner quickly approached their table with a notepad, displaying an attentive demeanor. "I would like a mocha and a cheesecake." If cheese were not Pavia's favorite flavor, she would not have chosen it as her competition alias. An espresso and a strawberry cake. Mirmis casually selected two appealing options. Flavors were not her concern. Yet the exquisite images did hold some allure for her. If possible, Mirmis would prefer to order alcohol. The higher the alcohol content, the better. Russian vodka would be quite suitable. After all, alcohol is also a fine fuel. But what cafe would serve liquor? The owner returned to the bar to prepare their coffee. With the owner's attention diverted, Pavia straightforwardly said, "Let me be candid. I wish to challenge you to a true contest." Mirmis looked at Pavia, utterly perplexed. A contest? Mirmis understood the term, but was pondering what Pavia intended to compete with her in. Humans have a penchant for competition, as it drives mutual progress. However, competition can occur in any domain, from collecting erasers to weapon stockpiling. If it were a battle, Mirmis would not accept. In a genuine fight, it would be a matter of life or death. Pavia did not grasp Mirmis' deeper meaning and simply explained her intent. "I witnessed your skills during the competition, and now I wish to spar with you." So it was merely a friendly exchange, a contest to ascertain each other's abilities without the intent to harm. This level of competition was acceptable to Mirmis. But why? As a robot, Mirmis possesses an exceptionally vibrant curiosity inscribed within her logical circuits. Perhaps this instinct aids her in unconsciously gathering more intelligence. Driven by this peculiar instinct, Mirmis inquired, "Why?" Pavia seemed to anticipate Mirmis's question and promptly replied, "I have not encountered a worthy opponent in quite some time. My adversaries have been so weak that I find it exceedingly dull. Yet in your presence, my body yearns for the thrill of battle. Do you comprehend this sensation?" Pavia's expression suddenly sharpened. Mirmis scratched her head, enveloped by a myriad of questions. And after a moment of silence, she responded, I do not quite understand." Observing Mirmis's evident discomfort, Pavia appeared somewhat remorseful. "If you are unwilling to accept, that is perfectly fine. Please feel free to refuse me loudly." Pavia was unfazed by the prospect of rejection. Even if Mirmis declined now, she might change her mind in the future. "I am capable of competing with you, but this location may not be suitable," Mirmis remarked, gesturing towards the window. The long path outside the cafe was lined with residential areas and commercial streets. Engaging in a fierce battle here would undoubtedly incite chaos among passersby. Pavia concurred and suggested, Let's find an open space later. Vitia leaned on the table, cradling her face with her hands. I usually do not speak this much. It is rather strange. I sense something different in you. Vitia perceived a unique opportunity in Mirmis, her intuition whispering that this encounter would herald a significant turning point in her life. The sensation was wondrous, inexplicable, perhaps merely Vitia's unreciprocated sentiment, yet she was willing to gamble on this possibility. Suddenly, Mirmis's phone vibrated, indicating a new message. Upon checking, Mirmis discovered it was a spam message, hardly worthy of attention. However, unlike Mirmis, Vitia's spirits were lifted upon noticing that Mirmis's phone charm was the same as hers. Curiously, Vitia asked, "Is that a snowball?" "Indeed," Mirmis replied, gently shaking the snowball charm, its snowy fur fluttering as if alive. Vitia couldn't help but praise, "Your taste is impeccable." I didn't expect Mirmis to also appreciate snowballs. Mirmis stroked the fluffy body of the snowball charm, feeling an instant sense of healing. "I adore fluffy things. Do you like snowballs as well?" "I do," Vitia unexpectedly affirmed. Although she could be criticized for being childish in her preferences, she never hesitated to express her genuine thoughts. What is there to be embarrassed about? To like is to like. It does not diminish in value due to others' disparagement, but rather fades away through one's own doubts. During their conversation, the cafe owner brought over steaming cups of coffee adorned with delightful animal patterns in the foam. Vitia savored a sip of mocha, finding it smooth, sweet, yet not cloying. Next came the cheesecake, light and soft, perfectly flavored. It seemed this cafe would become a frequent haunt. While Vitia indulged in her dessert, she noticed that Mirmis had finished her espresso in one gulp, leaving the milk and sugar untouched. A surge of respect welled up in Vitia. Mirmis had managed to drink a cup of espresso that she herself found intolerably bitter. Vitia raised an eyebrow, pointing at the empty cup in astonishment. "Was it not bitter?" "It was quite bitter," Mirmis replied. Her sensory system allowed her to discern each flavor with precision, and the coffee was so bitter that it challenged her sensors. Vitia tentatively probed, "Do you enjoy bitter flavors?" "Bitterness is merely a taste, akin to sweetness," Mirmis responded. She held no particular preference. To her, sweetness and bitterness were essentially the same. Vitia found Mirmis's statement somewhat profound, though she was unsure if this was merely a result of her surprise. Suddenly, a thunderous clap echoed outside, followed by a torrential downpour. Pedestrians hurriedly sought refuge beneath nearby awnings, while speeding cars prudently slowed down. Vitia, feeling vexed, tapped the edge of her plate with her fork, remarking, "It seems we shall be here for a while." Vitia, who already despised rainy weather, now felt even more frustrated as it delayed her duel with Mirmis. Unexpectedly, Mirmis rose and walked outside the cafe. Vitia promptly followed. Mirmis picked up a brown wallet that had fallen to the ground. Moments ago, its owner had departed in a taxi, leaving it behind. Vitia casually glanced at the wallet, noting its patches and cracks, a clear indication of prolonged use. What a tattered wallet, in such an outdated style. Mirmis opened the wallet, discovering it contained no money, only identification and keys. Vitia, curious, leaned in to see who the wallet's owner was, but was taken aback when she recognized the name on the ID. It belonged to Loi's father. Chapter 23. Catching up with the car ahead as the rain pattered against the windows, it formed irregular streams. When the mathematics teacher entered the classroom with his ruler and compass, the students' initially joyful expressions turned to dismay. This class was supposed to be physical education, but the torrential rain outside naturally led to its cancellation, transforming it into a self-study session. However, both the mathematics and language teachers were unwilling to let such an excellent teaching opportunity slip away, thus igniting a competition between them. The conflict concluded with the mathematics teacher swiftly claiming the podium, leaving the language teacher to depart reluctantly, clutching a hefty volume of classical literature. Yu gazed absently out the window, her eyes lost in the misty rain that enveloped the city. A vague sense of impending misfortune washed over her. An unsettling feeling surged like a tide, a voice within her whispering that she seemed to have forgotten something significant. The relentless anxiety made her yearn for the day's lessons to conclude sooner, rather than sitting here listening to the mathematics teacher drone on about incomprehensible symbols. Yu pondered in distress. She had submitted her artwork, so why did this unease persist? After a brief internal struggle, she resolved to focus on the lesson. The mathematics teacher was notoriously strict, and if he caught her daydreaming, she would surely face reprimand after class. Thus, Yu pushed aside her inexplicable anxiety and endeavored to absorb the key points of the lecture. Mirmis noticed the identification card placed prominently, revealing the owner's name, Wayersi Hopu. Puia immediately recognized it as Luoye's father. Although it had been a long time since she last saw him, she could still identify him instantly. We must hurry and catch up to him, Puia urged Mirmis hastily. However, Mirmis pointedly raised a question. How do we pursue him? Puia was about to suggest running after him, but the reality of sprinting in the rain was impractical, and Wayersi had already departed in a taxi, vanishing from their line of sight. Without knowing his destination, pursuing him was futile. Suddenly, Puia conceived a simple solution. She quickly pulled out her phone and dialed Wayersi's number. A familiar voice resonated from the phone, articulating in standard Mandarin, "The number you have dialed is currently turned off. Please try again later." Puia was on the verge of throwing her phone in frustration, but hesitated, unwilling to let the muddy water tarnish her snowball charm. At that moment, Mirmis tugged at Puia's sleeve, pointing towards the north, this direction, as Puia's attention was entirely absorbed by her phone. Mirmis skillfully connected to the nearby surveillance cameras through the cafe's Wi-Fi, successfully locating the taxi that had just departed from the intersection to the north. "How do you know it's that way?" Puia queried with skepticism, her gaze fixed on Mirmis, as the direction given seemed illogical, akin to a wild guess. After a moment's hesitation, Mirmis replied uncertainly, "Intuition?" Puia paused for a second, her face lighting up with the joy of finding a kindred spirit. "My intuition tells me the same." She hailed a taxi at the intersection, and the two swiftly took their seats in the back. The driver in the front, eager and friendly, asked, "Hello, where'd you like to go?" Mirmis pointed ahead and, like a navigation voice, announced, "Turn left after 300 meters." Upon hearing Mirmis's words, the driver's face flushed with embarrassment, and he awkwardly replied, "I need a specific address to take you there." Impatiently, Puia kicked the driver's seat and sharply commanded, "Shut up and drive." The driver, having never encountered such a domineering passenger, quickly subdued, muttering, "Okay, okay." He swallowed nervously, his fingers trembling. "Good heavens! Am I about to encounter some dangerous individuals?" The driver stole a glance at Puia in the rearview mirror, only to be met with her piercing stare, causing him to break into a cold sweat. Fearing that Puia might whip out a knife at any moment, he hastily started the vehicle, pressing the accelerator as per Mirmis's directions. A few minutes later, the driver noticed a traffic jam ahead, perplexed as this was not the bustling city center. As he neared other vehicles, he heard complaints nearby. "Damn it, I've been waiting for 2 minutes. Why is the light still red?" Instinctively, the driver looked up, noticing the glaring red traffic signal in the distance, which likely explained the long line of vehicles. Suddenly, the signal shifted from red to green, and the drivers at the front slammed on their gas pedals, surging forward like wild stallions. The driver followed suit, gradually accelerating to join the others. Fortune seemed to smile upon them, as this green light persisted for a remarkable 4 minutes, only flickering to yellow after Mirmis and Puia's taxi passed through the intersection. "In 200 meters, turn right at the intersection. There is construction, keep to the right. Accelerate and go straight." To Puia, Mirmis appeared to possess an uncanny ability to foresee traffic conditions, an almost unbelievable notion. Could it be that individuals with superhuman abilities truly existed? Puia mused. Recalling urban legends, she had heard about a dangerous organization that had altered certain individuals' brains, granting them extraordinary powers. Yet, she dismissed this as mere fanciful gossip, preferring to believe that Mirmis, like herself, had developed a sixth sense after enduring numerous trials. Following Mirmis's guidance, the driver soon caught up to the taxi in which Wayers was riding. Mirmis then uttered the phrase most taxi drivers long to hear, "Keep up with the taxi in front." The driver perked up at once, recognizing that this meant a substantial fare for him. Although the red-haired one appeared fierce, surely the white-haired one would pay, he thought. Yet, a tinge of disappointment crept in. as he knew he had to complete the task at hand or risk another kick to his seat from the red-haired passenger. Mirmis noted that the scenery around them was growing increasingly desolate as their route veered away from the city center. After a journey of several minutes, the two taxis finally arrived at the vicinity of a remote, abandoned building. A somewhat timid figure bent down to exit the taxi, carefully cradling a black bag in his arms. This figure was Wei Ayers, the father of Luai. He cautiously surveyed his surroundings, ensuring no one was nearby before boldly entering the dilapidated structure. Mirmis and Pawia alighted from their taxi a short distance away, stealthily trailing behind Wei Ayers. Aren't we supposed to return something to Mr. Wei Ayers? Why do we seem to be preparing to rob him? Mirmis asked, puzzled. Pawia, a bit embarrassed, averted her gaze. It's because her reluctance stemmed from the simple truth that she had not seen Wei Ayers in a long while, and she was unsure how to confront him. The decision to return his wallet had been impulsive. She had momentarily forgotten how much time had passed since their last meeting. Pawia wrestled with whether to follow through on her earlier impulse and approach Wei Ayers directly to return the wallet or opt for the easier route of having Mirmis do it for her. Mirmis awaited Pawia's response, her eager gaze piercing Pawia's heart. Reluctantly, Pawia confessed, I need to figure out why Uncle Wei Ayers is here and what he intends to do. This was not entirely a fabricated excuse. Upon witnessing Wei Ayers in this desolate ruin and his strange, timid demeanor, her curiosity had been piqued. She was certain that this was not just a pretext to maintain distance from Uncle Wei Ayers. However, the next moment, Pawia realized that Mirmis had vanished from her side. Dashing toward Wei Ayers. Wei Ayers, Mirmis attempted to call out, only to have Pawia swiftly cover her mouth and pull her into an alley. Wei Ayers glanced back, his expression complex. It saw nothing amiss. Perhaps it was merely a nervous delusion, a comfort he offered himself. Considering the gravity of what he was about to do, such illusions were inevitable. Not paying much heed to his surroundings, Wei Ayers continued toward the abandoned building. Once he seemed unperturbed, Pawia exhaled in relief, releasing Mirmis. Why did you suddenly run over there? Pawia asked angrily. Mirmis replied with conviction. To get answers to our questions, asking directly is the quickest way. If he refuses to answer, we can keep following him. This was Mirmis's rationale. Why not choose a more efficient method, if available? However, Pawia's face fell upon hearing this, indicating her disapproval of such an approach. Suddenly, Wei Ayers tripped over a protruding stone, causing the black bag in his arms to tumble to the ground, its contents spilling out. The sound drew the attention of both Pawia and Mirmis, who instinctively peeked out, following the direction the bag had fallen. Scattered on the ground were several articles of clothing, with a distinct bulge in the center, as though the garments were concealing something beneath. Wei Ayers rubbed his head, finding no injury, but upon noticing the scattered contents of the bag, he hurriedly began to gather them. One by one, the clothes were placed back into the bag, revealing the true nature of the item beneath them, a detonator. Chapter 24, Persuasion, Physics. Pawia could hardly believe the scene before her. In her mind, Wei Ayers had always been a kind and gentle uncle, an ordinary citizen who adhered to the law. How could such a person be associated with dangerous explosives? Overwhelmed by the bizarre information, she stood frozen, unable to process it all. Mirmis stroked her chin, speculating, could he be the perpetrator behind the recent bombings? In addition to the explosives concealed within the bag, Wells' enigmatic movements and suspicious actions further fueled Mirmis' conjectures. Upon hearing this statement, Pawia instinctively retorted, how could that possibly be? Yet, despite her words, she could not deny that she felt a twinge of uncertainty. It had been a considerable time since she last encountered Wells, and it is often said that time alters a person's true nature. What kind of person Wells had become was a mystery to her. As Pawia watched Wells' silhouette vanish at the entrance of the building, she hesitated for a moment before deciding to follow him. However, just before entering the edifice, Mirmis abruptly halted her steps. Noticing Mirmis' pause, Pawia inquired with curiosity, what is it? Could it be that you are afraid? If Mirmis was fleeing due to concerns about being embroiled in an explosive incident, Pawia would not hold it against her. It is entirely natural for an ordinary person to value their own life. Adopting a proud demeanor, Pawia confidently declared, if you're scared, you may return home. I shall find a way to handle everything. However, I implore you not to call the police. I wish to speak with Wells. Pavia's expression suddenly softened, as if she were pleading with me. She understood that this request was unreasonable. She could not expect me to condone Wells' behavior, even if the previous explosion was unrelated to him. Nevertheless, he truly possessed a quantity of explosives at that moment. Me blinked, her expression one of complete bewilderment, entirely unaware of Pavia's concerns. Leaning closer to Pavia's ear, me whispered a few words, causing Pavia's expression to brighten instantaneously, revealing a look of genuine delight. Folding her arms, Pavia regarded me with admiration, stating, "You understand just how perilous this plan is." Me did not deny the existence of risk in the plan. Rather, she provocatively replied, "But you will agree." Indeed, Pavia smiled in satisfaction, her instincts proving remarkably accurate, as me indeed offered her many surprises. Within the dilapidated building, Wells stood at the center of the floor, seemingly in a state of indecision. He placed the black bag upon the ground and extracted the timer bomb within, the countdown showing less than 10 minutes remaining. Wells fixated on the countdown, his brow furrowed, and perspiration beaded on his forehead. "Uncle Wells." Suddenly, a familiar voice called from behind, but at that moment, Wells could not discern who it was. He quickly shoved the bomb back into the bag and covered it with his clothing. When he turned around, he found Pavia smiling at him. Wells immediately sprang to his feet, eager to urge Pavia to halt her advance, but upon standing, the bag behind him became conspicuously visible. Although Pavia seemed oblivious to its presence, he could not allow her to discover it. In a panic, Wells stepped to the left. Attempting to conceal the bag behind his leg while forcing a natural expression, he said, "Ah, Pavia, how have you been at school lately?" "Just so." Pavia replied dismissively, not wishing to engage in that topic. Wells noticed a shift in Pavia's mood, but hoped to continue the conversation, believing it might distract her or even provoke her to leave in frustration. Clearing his throat in a parental tone, he asked, "Oh, I see. But today is Wednesday, isn't it? Aren't you supposed to be in class?" Nearby, some noise emerged, yet it failed to capture Wells' attention. It was likely just the result of the building's long-neglected maintenance. With loose stones in various places, he was far more concerned about Pavia's reaction. As expected, Pavia's countenance darkened considerably. "I skipped class. Is that a problem?" Her attitude underwent a marked transformation, shifting from facing Wells directly to glancing at him sideways. Pavia stamped her foot, resembling a petulant child chastised by their parents. Wells secretly rejoiced, knowing that if he continued to discuss school, Pavia's temperament would undoubtedly lead her to storm off. "You are a student. Your studies should take precedence." "As your father surely hopes," he remarked, hitting a nerve with Pavia. Upon hearing this, she hurled her wallet to the ground and fled without a word. Wells picked up the wallet, contentedly observing, "She has always run fast. She will surely get far away." He opened the wallet, finding a photo of himself and his daughter tucked inside. Wells gazed at the image, tears unknowingly streaming down his face, blurring his daughter's likeness. Glancing at his watch, he noted that once the minute hand reached 12, his objective would be accomplished. At that moment, Pavia's voice echoed once more. "Uncle Wells, you wouldn't think I would still be upset over such trivial concerns, would you?" Pavia returned with a spirited smile. "That was merely an act to capture your attention." However, relying solely on her performance would not deceive Wells entirely. Pavia had infused a measure of genuine emotion into her act. Startled, Wells instinctively glanced behind him, only to find that the black bag, which had previously been at his feet, had vanished. "You must be searching for this bag." Me emerged, clutching the black bag and descending from the same staircase. Seizing the opportunity while Wells was preoccupied with distracting Pavia, Me had stealthily taken the bag and jumped down from the second floor, returning to the staircase where Pavia stood. The strange noise Wells had heard earlier was, in fact, Me accidentally stepping on a rusted metal plate. Upon witnessing this scene, Wells immediately shouted, "Let go of that bag. It contains explosives." Rather than displaying any fear, Pavia sternly replied, "Then tell us why you're doing this." Wells, consumed by anxiety, shouted in desperation, "It is about to explode." Pavia remained unfazed and even restrained Wells, pressing him down. "We have not called the police yet. It is not too late to turn back." As Pavia attempted to persuade Wells, she exerted greater force to suppress his struggling form. At that moment, the hour hand on the watch had moved between 11 and 12, with less than 3 minutes remaining before the bomb would detonate. Wells realized he had no hope of overpowering Pavia, so he conceded, "All right, I will talk. Just let me go." Pavia did not trust his words, stubbornly insisting, "Your mouth can still move. Why should I release you?" She surmised that if she let go, Wells would undoubtedly rush to seize the bag again, and if he discovered that the explosives had malfunctioned, their plan would be in jeopardy. Wells discreetly glanced at his watch again. There was only 1 minute left before the bomb would explode. In a moment of desperation, Wells devised a different argument. Rationally reasoning with Pavia, "Think calmly. If the bomb detonates, you will perish as well. Why not throw the bag far away?" Pavia seemed to have her doubts, retorting, "And then wait for the explosives to detonate while you deny responsibility, knowing there are no cameras nearby to prove the explosives were yours?" Wells felt utterly helpless, but pressed on. "Aren't your and Mirmis' eyewitness accounts sufficient?" Pavia smiled, then turned her gaze elsewhere, reflecting, "People can lie, and so can testimonies." Just as Pavia uttered this phrase, her grip loosened slightly, allowing Wells to seize the opportunity and muster all his strength to flip over and escape her grasp. He swiftly snatched the bag from Mirmis' hands and fled toward a wall that had a significant gaping hole. At this moment, the minute hand was perilously close to 12, with merely 5 seconds remaining before the explosive detonated. Wells leapt into the air, precisely as both the minute and second hands converged at the stroke of midnight. Bang! At that fleeting instant of takeoff, he seemed to witness the past flickering through his mind like a moving lantern, with the memory of Roy calling him daddy for the first time etched indelibly in his heart. In a daze, he thought he heard his daughter calling out to him. Roy, clad in a white dress, resembled an angel, her hand gradually lifting him towards the heavens. In reality, however, he was upside down, his face colliding with the wall, and his feet ensnared by Mirmis. Though he was not gravely harmed, his situation was far from ideal. The black bag he held fell to the ground, revealing the explosives within, though the timer had long since ceased ticking. In truth, Pavia had no intention of wagering her or anyone else's safety to coerce Wells into speaking. She had already confirmed with Mirmis at the staircase that the explosives had been disarmed. Although Pavia was perplexed as to why Mirmis had dismantled the bomb and carried scissors, pondering it was of little consequence now. The only priority was that the explosives would not detonate. Unbeknownst to Pavia, the scissors belonged to Mirmis as a part of her very being. Wells, however, had fallen victim to this deceptive bait. Observing Wells, now reduced to a dazed state, pulled up by Mirmis, Pavia could not help but sigh. It appeared both father and daughter would require hospitalization. Chapter 25. An incomplete truth. Pavia attended to Wells upstairs while simultaneously calling for an ambulance. Mirmis, on the other hand, picked up the now-defunct explosives and began to examine them meticulously. The internal structure of this bomb was identical to that found previously in the trash can at the arcade, indicating that both incidents were likely the handiwork of the same individual. It could also be reasonably inferred that all the cases reported in the news were perpetrated by the same person. However, the craftsmanship of these explosives was rather rudimentary, suggesting that the perpetrator's resources for bomb making were inadequate, most likely fabricated at home rather than in a laboratory. Before long, the ambulance arrived, and the medical personnel carried Wells into the medical bay. A particularly observant staff member noticed the explosives in Mirmis' hands and inquired if he was not mistaken in identifying them as explosives. A bead of cold sweat trickled down the medical worker's temple as he endeavored to maintain his composure. Mirmis displayed the rendered harmless explosives to the medical staff and calmly stated that they had been disarmed and posed no threat of explosion. The medical personnel then exhaled in relief. It seemed his luck was not entirely wretched, having narrowly escaped a fate of misfortune on his way to assist. Pavia stood beside Wells, asking the medical staff about his condition. After conducting a basic examination, the personnel concluded that he had merely suffered a mild concussion with no other significant injuries. That's splendid news. Pavia sighed with relief, grateful that she had not exerted too much force and fractured Wells' ribs. Then, almost inadvertently, Vitia remarked that Wells had panicked upon seeing the explosives, fleeing in terror before inadvertently crashing into the wall, resulting in his current state of unconsciousness. The medical personnel nodded knowingly and turned to Mirmis, asking if the explosives had been disarmed upon their arrival. Vitia subtly gestured to Mirmis, signaling her to refrain from elaborating further. Mirmis appeared to grasp the cue, maintaining a cooperative silence while affirming the medical staff's assumption with a nod. Indeed, it is fortunate amidst the misfortune, the medical personnel expressed, revealing a look of relief. Our hospital has received several patients injured from explosions recently. I initially feared this case would be the same, but thankfully it was a dud. For those in the medical profession, witnessing others emerge unscathed from perilous situations was a source of solace. Subsequently, Mirmis and Vitia traveled together in the ambulance to the hospital. Upon entering, the nurse at the front desk recognized Vitia and greeted her warmly. "Little Pa, are you here to visit Roy again?" The word again caught Mirmis' attention swiftly. "This marks my second visit to the hospital today," Vitia candidly admitted. "Is Roy the individual you mentioned who collapsed on the cruise ship?" Mirmis recalled Vitia's earlier remarks with remarkable clarity, a testament to her robotic advantages. "Ah, yes." Vitia's voice seemed to waver, her expression becoming complex upon the mention of Roy. Wells was taken into a hospital room for further treatment, and during that time, Vitia found herself once again at the door of Roy's room, this time accompanied by Mirmis. Mirmis noticed the name on the information board and read aloud. "Roy Hope. Wells is Roy's father." Vitia opened the door, and indeed, Roy lay quietly in bed, showing no signs of awakening. "Is she still asleep?" Mirmis inquired softly. "No, she is not awakened at all," Vitia replied, her tone laced with regret and a hint of self-reproach. "Roy is currently in a vegetative state. I do not know when she might awaken." Mirmis gazed at the bed, where Roy lay with her eyes closed, her expression serene, akin to a sleeping beauty. The advanced medical technology on Freudian Star could potentially remedy such conditions. Yet Mirmis was not a medical robot and lacked the capacity for treatment or diagnosis. What she was capable of was quite the opposite. "Has she been in this state for long?" Mirmis asked compassionately. "Since the second year of middle school, 2 years now." For 2 years, Vitia had visited Roy daily, regardless of rain or shine, through the scorching summer heat and the biting winter chill. She did not know when Roy would awaken, but she was willing to wait indefinitely. Mirmis offered words of comfort, assuring her that Roy would recover. Vitia seldom displayed such warmth, expressing her gratitude with a simple, "Thank you." With Mirmis present, Vitia chose not to recount amusing anecdotes of daily life, instead opting to sit quietly in the chair, keeping Roy company. Observing Vitia, lost in thought, Mirmis suddenly suggested, "I shall check on Mr. Wells to see if he has awakened." After Mirmis closed the door behind her, Vitia's previously tense expression softened significantly. She preferred to enjoy the solitude with Roy. "Roy, you see her, don't you? This is Mirmis," Vitia introduced proudly, for Mirmis was someone she held in high regard, and she naturally wished for Roy to develop a closer bond with her. Vitia animatedly recounted how she had encountered Mirmis in a narrow alley, and they had gone to a cafe together. Do you know what the most amusing part was? Mirmis also enjoys snow dumplings. After finishing their coffee, Mirmis had found Wells' wallet, and they had to chase him down in a taxi. Vitia intentionally omitted any mention of the explosives. Even if Roy could not hear, she did not wish to share such troubling information, for no one would want to learn that their father was a criminal. Although Vitia remained uncertain as to why Wells had installed explosives in various locations, she felt compelled to persuade him to reconsider his path. At that moment, a knock echoed from outside the door, followed by Mirmis' voice, "Vitia, Mr. Wells has just awakened." The two entered Wells' hospital room, where they found him somewhat disoriented, seemingly still experiencing intense pain as he slowly pressed his face. Vitia secured the door, for the soundproofing of the room was impeccable, ensuring that Wells' subsequent words would remain unheard by others. She cut straight to the chase, bluntly questioning why explosives were being installed throughout the city. The anger in Vitia's tone was palpable. She was not inquiring, but admonishing. In response to her interrogation, Wells spoke softly, asserting that he was not the one who had planted the explosives. He further probed, asking how Roy would react if she woke to find Pavia imprisoned, and what she would think of Pavia's recent utterances. Pavia had anticipated Wells would delve into the tribulations of life, preparing her retorts. But his unexpected remark left her momentarily speechless. Staring blankly at him, Wells smiled, reassuring her that fortunately, the explosion had not affected them, and she was unharmed, which eased his mind. He affectionately ruffled Pavia's hair, his face radiating a paternal fondness. Feeling slightly embarrassed, Pavia evaded his hand and took a moment to compose herself before skeptically inquiring why he had been carrying a bag of explosives concealed under his clothing. Pavia's piercing gaze bore down on Wells, exuding an intimidating pressure. Wells stroked his chin in contemplation for a moment before deciding to reveal the truth. He explained that he wished to gather sufficient funds for Roy's surgery. Pavia softened her previously sharp gaze, reassured by the belief that Wells would not deceive her regarding Roy. Once he felt he had earned Pavia's trust, Wells continued, recounting how he had passed by a staircase earlier that afternoon and noticed a small boy squatting beside a black bag, seemingly playing with its contents. Initially, he had overlooked it, but upon noticing Wells approaching, the boy had fled, likely intimidated by Wells' fierce appearance. Driven by curiosity, Wells bent down to inspect the bag, discovering it contained explosives set to detonate within an hour. Initially alarmed, he contemplated notifying the authorities but then conceived an alternative plan. He could exploit the explosion to his advantage. Wells, feeling a bit parched, took a sip from the cup on the table and elaborated, believing the explosion could be framed as an accident. If he were to perish in the incident, Roy would receive a substantial insurance payout for her surgery. Now, feel free to scold me, he added, seemingly prepared for Pavia's inevitable rebuke, already ready to listen attentively. Can I hit you? Pavia rolled up her sleeves, feigning a strike towards Wells, who quickly wrapped himself tighter in the blanket, retreating. After composing herself, Pavia muttered that if it was for surgery costs, someone had already offered assistance, and Roy could undergo her operation next week. Wells, overhearing her, leaned closer with a smile, inquiring about this kind-hearted benefactor. He attempted to pat Pavia's head again, but she deftly evaded his hand. Since the bomb has nothing to do with you, I want to report you to the police, she remarked, learning to prioritize others at such a young age. TSK. Stop rambling. You're not my father. After their quarrel subsided, Pavia suddenly recalled something significant and lamented, clutching her head. I forgot to ask her for her contact information. Meanwhile, Mirmis was on her way home, having purchased some expensive meat and vegetables, intending to prepare a lavish dinner for Yiyu. After the events of the day, her database of experiences had significantly expanded. With such optimism, Mirmis believed she could craft delicious dishes. However, upon reaching the ground floor, she was met with the horrifying sight of flames engulfing Yiyu's residence. Chapter 26. A misfortune compounded as the final bell rang, signaling the end of class. The atmosphere in Class 3 of the first year became lively and jubilant, with students streaming out of the confines of the classroom, eager to rush towards the school gates. Except for a few unfortunate souls assigned to clean, the rest wore expressions of mild dissatisfaction. Today, the class leader, Yuta, happened to be on duty, thus managing their emotions became part of her responsibilities. Yiyu, having packed her belongings at a slower pace, remained to the end. She slung her backpack over her shoulder and waved goodbye to Yuta, who was busy erasing the blackboard. I'm off now. See you tomorrow. Goodbye. After Yiyu departed, Yuta's phone rang. Hello? A timid female voice came through the line. Yuta, I think I accidentally broke the display screen. It's not showing anything. Without pausing her task, Yuta casually provided a solution. Check the connection points and see if a wire has come loose. A few moments later, a joyful voice responded. It worked. You're amazing, Yuta. Yuta replied nonchalantly. You're just unfamiliar with electronics. It's something anyone would think of. All right, I'll hang up now. MHM. After their brief conversation, Yuta resumed her diligent work. Due to a heavy rain earlier that day, the path home was riddled with puddles, complicating what would have been a smooth journey for Yiyu. Avoiding the waterlogged areas became paramount, as wet shoes and socks could be exceedingly uncomfortable. Sunshine, clear water, soil, sprouting, growing, blooming, bearing fruit. This encapsulates the fulfilling life of Vitia, longing for light, delving into darkness, sowing the seeds of life in every corner of the world. Yiyu hummed a cheerful tune from her hometown, stepping joyfully along the path back home, filled with anticipation. Little did she know, a hellish scene awaited her ahead. It wasn't until she witnessed the flames consuming her home that her eyes dimmed, rendering her as still as a lifeless fish, frozen in shock. Meanwhile, a fire truck arrived, sirens wailing, to combat the inferno. Yiyu heard nothing. The alarms of the fire truck, the crackling of the flames. Her expression was ashen, and all sounds faded from her awareness. However, a figure emerging from the flames jolted her from her stupor. Was that Mirmis? It appeared she was clutching something in her arms. Mirmis slid down the iron pole with one hand, returning to the ground floor, where she fortuitously encountered the astonished Yiyu. Concerned, Yiyu rushed to Mirmis' side, but her first words were not of relief, but rather a scolding. What were you thinking? Grasping Mirmis by the shoulders, she shook her furiously, demanding to know why she had risked such danger to run into the fire, asking if 500,000 was truly that important. Mirmis silently revealed what she had rescued from the flames, placing it before Yiyu's eyes. Not a suitcase, but a cage. Inside, a small white mouse, blackened by smoke, coughed violently, appearing to struggle for breath. Yiyu gazed incredulously at Mirmis, her appearance grimy and charred, questioning. But it's just a small white mouse. To Yiyu, risking one's life for a pet seemed utterly unreasonable. Mirmis appeared unfazed, calmly responding. Every life holds its own value. Yiyu's expression conveyed understanding yet defiance, her gaze fixed on Mirmis with discontent. Mirmis gently reached into the cage, soothing the small gray mouse, helping it regain its composure. And I promised you I would take full responsibility for it. These words left Yiyu somewhat embarrassed. She and T realized she was the one who had inadvertently put Mirmis in such peril. That may be true, but don't you ever think about your own safety? Yiyu gazed sorrowfully at the charred black marks left on Mirmis's body by the flames, feeling that it would take several months for her to recover. Mirmis casually brushed away the soot, her body unharmed. No need to worry, my mechanical body is fireproof, she stated with pride, reveling in the convenience of her form. Yiyu felt a deep sense of envy. Unlike Mirmis, her own body was far more combustible than that of an earthling, igniting at the slightest spark. Soon, the fire was extinguished, but the house lay in ruins. Upon learning from the firefighters that nothing remained, Yiyu felt a wave of despair wash over her, sinking to the ground in a posture of defeat. She lamented bitterly the loss of 500,000, thinking of how many drafts she could have avoided. She had hoped to temporarily escape the hellish life of rushing to meet deadlines, but this fire had only exacerbated her already impoverished existence. Mirmis could only do her best to console Yiyu, reminding her that wealth is but an external possession and that life is the most precious. To the robot, even the highest figures were merely numbers, not worth dwelling upon. Tears glistened in Yiyu's eyes as she sobbed. Though you say that, it still pains my heart. I wish I had let you carry the entire box out. This was Yiyu's greatest regret. Had she allowed Mirmis to act in her own manner, a better outcome might have been achieved. There was no point in blaming anyone now. She could only blame herself. After extinguishing the flames, the firefighters conducted an investigation within the house. The team leader inquired whether the cause of the fire had been determined. Another firefighter handed the report to the leader, stating that preliminary investigations suggested an explosion, though the specific explosive materials would require further analysis. Explosion? Yiyu's ears perked up at this keyword. In that moment, she realized that the true culprit behind this fire was undoubtedly the bomber responsible for recent explosions. The only thing Yiyu desired now was to locate this bomber and give him a thorough lesson. Rising swiftly from the ground, she understood there was no time for her to wallow in despair. She still needed to find a place to stay for the night. First, she ruled out hotels due to a lack of funds. Next, the park seemed unsuitable, as it would make her feel like a vagrant. The noise from the traffic under the overpass was also unbearable. After some contemplation, she recalled a suitable place that could offer shelter for a night, albeit requiring a bit of boldness. Yet, Given her already precarious situation, she had little choice but to take things one step at a time. Mirmis picked up the shopping bag she had previously set down, finding its contents intact, and soon heard Yiyu calling her name. Mirmis, let us go. Yiyu gestured for her to follow and turned to leave. Where to? Mirmis quickly caught up to her, perplexed. Yiyu teased. You know when we get there? So, you're coming to my house? Utah observed with amusement as Yiyu clasped her hands together in a prayer-like gesture. Yiyu earnestly requested, I'm sorry, but I truly cannot find anyone else to turn to. Unlike Utah, Yiyu is not one to seek numerous friendships. Her relationships with other classmates were quite average, with only Utah and Wei Wei and being her more trusted friends. True, Utah waved her hand dismissively. You've never been to Wei Wei and S place, so it's just me you can rely on. Noticing Yiyu's downcast expression, Utah quickly patted her shoulder and said, Don't look so glum. I warmly welcome both of you. Come on in. Instantly, Yiyu's mood brightened as she smiled. Thank you so much. Mirmis slightly bowed, expressing her gratitude. We're all friends. No need to be so polite, Utah said generously. At that moment, Utah noticed the cage in Mirmis's hands and, somewhat surprised, exclaimed, I didn't realize you had such an unusual hobby, raising a mouse. Yiyu shot her a glare. That's a little white mouse. It's just temporarily turned black. Unfazed by Yiyu's disdain, Utah laughed. So now it should be called a little black mouse, right? Yiyu added, and it's not even mine. It belongs to me, Mirmis. I see. Utah leaned in close to the little black mouse, gently rubbing its belly, and then asked, what is its name? Following this question, an extended silence ensued. Utah seemed to grasp the reason for their quietude and was the first to break it, suggesting, why don't we name it right now? Both Mirmis and Yiyu nodded in agreement, and the three gathered around the cage, brainstorming names. Mirmis excitedly proposed, how about chocolate? Utah found this name quite charming, though she was curious about Mirmis's reasoning. Is it because it turned black? Utah guessed. Mirmis joyfully revealed, because Yiyu loves to eat chocolate. Yiyu, exasperated, covered her face and said, but I don't like it at all. Let me think, how about calling it Pawa? Utah suggested a rather absurd name. Yiyu retorted incredulously, why not call it Dolly? That might work wonders. While Utah and Mirmis were actively engaged in the naming process, Yiyu was less inclined to participate. Stealing glances at the little black mouse in the cage, she realized it was particularly bothersome. She merely feared being bitten. Suddenly, Yiyu noticed something concerning. The little black mouse seemed unwell, lying motionless at the bottom of the cage, its breathing less pronounced than before. Class monitor, come look at the little white mouse. It seems like it's not going to make it, Yiyu exclaimed. Utah cautiously placed her hand on the little white mouse's back and confirmed that it lacked vitality. Regretfully, she shook her head. It probably won't survive the night. Chapter 27. Perhaps there is still hope for rescue. On the table lay a flower with yellowing leaves, its life nearing its end. Yiyu, barely taller than the table, stood on a chair, tears brimming in her eyes as she looked at her mother. Mom, I accidentally watered the flower I gave to my sister too much. And now it's like this. Yiyu curled up at the edge of the table, fearing her mother's reprimand. Her mother did not erupt in anger. There was no trace of fury in her gaze. In a calm tone, she reassured, don't worry, just honestly apologize to your sister. She won't hold it against you. Yiyu cautiously peeked out, blinking with hope, and asked, really? Her mother smiled warmly, gently patting Yiyu's head. When have I ever lied to you? Yiyu jumped down from the chair, half believing, as she accepted the flower pot her mother handed her, and slowly left the kitchen. Minutes later, Yiyu returned, her lively footsteps indicating her uplifted spirits. Her mother smiled slightly, realizing that Yiyu had reconciled with her sister. Mom, look at this. Yiyu exclaimed excitedly, bouncing behind her mother. As her mother turned, she was met with an unexpected sight. The flower had revived, appearing vibrant, as if it had never been on the brink of death. Her mother immediately understood the situation. She knelt down to meet Yiyu's eyes and calmly asked, can you tell me what happened? Yiyu animatedly recounted, I held the little flower's leaves, wishing for it to come back to life. And suddenly my hand began to glow, and the little flower glowed too, and it came back to life. Her mother tilted her head, her gaze fixed on the flower. which seemed to dance joyfully in the wind. From Yiyu's tone and the undeniable evidence before her, it was clear that she spoke the truth. Yiyu gazed at her mother with eyes filled with a yearning for praise. Her mother remained silent for a prolonged moment, contemplating deeply. Eventually, under Yiyu's sparkling gaze, she solemnly declared that she would not disclose to her sister the flower that Yiyu had nearly destroyed by accident, and she urged Yiyu not to mention her powers to anyone else. Yiyu halted her jubilant demeanor, perplexed, and pressed her finger to her lips, asking, "Why not?" Her mother paused, hesitated for a moment, and then explained, "Yiyu, your power is immense. You have the ability to help many." Upon hearing this, Yiyu's eyes lit up with joy, and she exclaimed, "Really? Then I want to be a doctor when I grow up." Witnessing her exuberance, her mother quickly restrained Yiyu's bouncing form, exclaiming in alarm, "No, absolutely not." Yiyu fell silent, her expression shifting to one of sorrow as she asked, "Does Mommy not want Yiyu to become a doctor?" Her mother pinched Yiyu's small face and smiled, saying, "Mommy supports whatever Yiyu wishes to become." Suddenly, her tone shifted, becoming significantly more serious. "However, this power must remain a secret. Do you understand?" Yiyu covered her head, unable to grasp her mother's intent. Why would a power that could help others need to be kept hidden? Is helping others not a good thing? Yiyu murmured, "Yiyu doesn't understand." Her mother sighed softly, feeling somewhat pained. How could she explain this to such an innocent child? Suddenly, a luminous plant glowed above her head, inspiring her with a brilliant idea. Leaning in close to Yiyu's ear, as if sharing a secret, she asked, "Do you remember the thorny bug monsters? They would desire such power. If they discovered you possessed such incredible abilities, they would capture you and consume you." Her mother struck a menacing pose, attempting to frighten Yiyu. While this tactic was simple, it proved effective, as children typically obey out of fear of monsters. Yet, contrary to expectation, Yiyu displayed confidence rather than fear, declaring, "Mommy need not worry. Green Leaf Superhero will protect Yiyu. Yiyu is a good child." Her mother chuckled helplessly, a tinge of sadness in her voice as she remarked, "Silly child." Yiyu puffed up her cheeks in indignation, insisting, "Yiyu is a good child. Yiyu is not silly." Her mother, both amused and exasperated, reassured her, all right, Yiyu is very clever." Then, with an air of mystery, she posed a question. "Can good child Yiyu help Mommy with a task?" Curious, Yiyu inquired what it was, but Mommy is unsure if Yiyu can accomplish it. Her mother stood up, creating distance between them, deliberately teasing Yiyu to deepen her impression of the matter. "Yiyu can do it. Yiyu will definitely succeed." Yiyu tugged at her mother's hand, playfully pleading, "Really?" Her mother cast a skeptical glance. "Yes," Yiyu affirmed with a resolute nod, her gaze unwavering. Her mother crouched down again, looking into Yiyu's eyes earnestly, and said, "This task is to ensure that Mommy is the only one who knows of this power." Yiyu placed her hands on her hips, declaring with conviction, "Yiyu will definitely accomplish it." At this, her mother finally revealed a smile of relief and embraced Yiyu warmly. "Good child." In the living room of the Yu-Ta family, 3 individuals gathered around the table. Yet the atmosphere felt anything but lighthearted. Mirmis gazed sorrowfully at the small creature on the verge of death, its life flickering like a candle in the wind. Even without scanning the little mouse's vital signs, she could discern that its end was imminent. Perhaps the darkened fur was not merely a result of smoke exposure. Yiyu stared at the barely breathing mouse before her, uncertain of what to say. She possessed the ability to remedy the situation and heal Mirmis's pet, yet she hesitated, questioning whether she should do so. How would Mirmis and Yu-Ta react upon discovering her power? Would they fear her, idolize her, revere her, or distance themselves? Yiyu found herself in a dilemma, her thoughts tumultuous, and she pressed her forehead in distress. Silence seemed the wisest choice at that moment. Just then, Yu-Ta emerged from the bedroom, and Mirmis immediately lifted her head, hopeful that Yu-Ta would bring good news. However, upon seeing her expression, that hope was swiftly dashed. Yu-Ta regretfully announced, "I just checked. There are no nearby veterinary clinics or hospitals still in operation." She spread her hands helplessly, expressing her inability to help. Observing Mirmis's profound disappointment, Utah quickly offered consolation. Perhaps we shouldn't be so pessimistic. Its will to survive is undoubtedly strong, and it may hold on until tomorrow morning. Mirmis remained silent, fully aware that the situation had reached a point beyond redemption. Noting the heavy atmosphere, Utah continued to reassure Mirmis, "We'll make an appointment with the earliest clinic. We can take it there first thing in the morning. It should still have a chance." Mirmis shook her head, seemingly urging Utah to abandon her encouragement. In a tone of resigned acceptance, Mirmis stated, "I will cherish the time I spent with it." Subsequently, she stood up from the oppressive atmosphere and asked Utah, "May I borrow your kitchen?" Utah hesitated for a moment before enthusiastically responding, "Of course, help yourself." Mirmis poked Yiu's back, causing her to jump up from the sofa as if startled. Yiu absent-mindedly murmured, "What is it? What does Yiu want to eat tonight?" "I brought a lot of ingredients," Mirmis replied, lifting a shopping bag filled with various materials. "Anything is fine," Yiu said, lacking appetite, simply wishing to quietly await the morning. Mirmis sensed that Yiu's mental state was not well, but unable to comprehend the cause. She speculated that the fire incident had impacted Yiu more than anticipated. Mirmis's gaze lingered on Yiu for a few seconds, but Yiu found that stare piercing and averted her gaze. Mirmis entered the kitchen and began preparing several highly rated recipes from the internet. Utah patted Yiu's shoulder and, in an ambiguous tone, remarked, "If you truly wish to help, why not do so quietly?" Yiu stood frozen, bewildered, staring at Utah. Without offering further explanation, Utah shot her a playful wink, seemingly hinting at something. Then, Utah swiftly abandoned the perplexed Yiu and approached Mirmis, admiring her culinary skills. Mirmis skillfully diced potatoes into perfectly equal cubes, carved intricate designs into squid, and finely minced garlic. With the aid of various recipes and cooking videos, Mirmis had nearly mastered the art of preparing Earth cuisine. As the ingredients sizzled in the pan, releasing an enticing aroma, the delightful scent filled the entire room. Within minutes, the table was adorned with an array of delectable dishes. At that moment, Utah noticed that Mirmis had prepared a small plate, placing a bit of each dish onto it. Mirmis set the plate beside the little mouse, yet seemed too weak to eat. Perhaps she intended to save the dishes as a late-night snack. Just then, Utah appeared at the right moment, alleviating the somber atmosphere. Suddenly, Utah asked Mirmis, seemingly at random, "Do you believe in miracles?" Mirmis promptly shook her head. "I do not believe." The very existence of the word miracle fundamentally contradicts the logical circuits of robotics. Utah clasped her hands behind her back and spoke in a light-hearted tone. "What if tomorrow you awaken to find the little white mouse suddenly brimming with vitality? What'd you think? I would be overjoyed. However, that is impossible. In the realm of digits, there are no miracles, only probabilities, and what Utah suggested has a likelihood that approaches zero." "Not necessarily." Utah's gaze subtly drifted towards Yiu. Chapter 28. A difficult decision at midnight. Utah returned to her room to rest, while Mirmis ventured out in search of a nearby pet clinic still in operation. Although the chances were slim, it was worth a try. Yiu, cocooned in a blanket, curled up on the sofa, gazing from a distance at the little white mouse, which lay less than 5 meters away. That distance was not great, yet she dared not take a step forward. The little white mouse was on the brink of death, its life force waning. There was still a chance to save it, but if it were to succumb entirely, hope would vanish, and all you could offer would be treatment, not resurrection. A devilish voice whispered in her heart, "Just sleep. When you awaken, if the mouse still clings to life, find a way to save it. If it does not survive until morning, it is simply its fate, not your fault." The temptation of the devil's offer was enticing. By attributing everything to destiny, you could easily find solace in slumber. She attempted to extend her hand towards the little white mouse, but quickly withdrew it. "Perhaps I should wait a little longer? Mirmis will find a place to treat it. After all, she is quite capable." Yi reassured herself internally, believing that she need not act. Others would find a solution. Yi was acutely aware that these thoughts were merely her own wishful thinking, an excuse to evade responsibility. Yet she remained unable to extend her hand to help the little white mouse. gazing into its dim eyes and lifeless body. She couldn't help but overlay the image of another ailing pet onto it, a green algae turtle, a beloved pet among the children of Vitia star. But it was gravely injured, its shell severely cracked, and its once proud head now drooped lifelessly to the ground. My little Emerald, a girl from Vitia star, with low pigtails, wept, covering her face as tears streamed down uncontrollably, plummeting to the ground. Standing beside her, Yiyu felt a pang of sorrow. She too had enjoyed playing with little Emerald and was devastated to witness its departure. At that moment, Yiyu resolved to quietly break her promise to her mother and assist her friend. Mom won't blame me. Yiyu isn't a bad person. She won't divulge my secret to the wicked organization. With newfound determination, Yiyu approached the green algae turtle, placing her hands upon it. As vibrant green light enveloped the turtle and surged into its body, it soon regained its former self, crawling over to the food and indulging heartily. Upon witnessing little Emerald's restoration, Yiyu joyfully laughed, lifting it high and spinning around, then nuzzling it affectionately. "Thank you so much, Yiyu. How can I repay you?" Yiyu scratched her head, feeling somewhat bashful as she replied, "No need, just don't tell anyone about this." Yiyu immediately agreed and gifted Yiyu some cookies, which filled her with delight as she returned home. However, the next day, at kindergarten, an unforeseen event transpired. Yiyu brought her friend to seek out Yiyu, prompting her to showcase her sprained ankle. Yiyu glared at Yiyu in frustration, who, with a sheepish smile, pleaded, "Yiyu, you're the best. Please help her." With her hands clasped together in earnest supplication, Yiyu implored, "Please, just this once." Ultimately, after much cajoling from Yiyu, Yiyu decided to assist the injured classmate. "Remember, don't tell anyone else," Yiyu repeatedly cautioned, hoping Yiyu would keep this one secret. "Okay," Yiyu cheerfully affirmed, leaving with a beaming smile. Yet within half a day, more classmates arrived with their injuries. Some were serious, with scraped knees, while others were minor, needing only a band-aid. Yiyu shot Yiyu a fierce glare, demanding an explanation. Yiyu, feeling guilty, scratched her head and stammered, I just brag about your powers to everyone. It wouldn't hurt." Then, in a defensive tone, she added, "Besides, they're all good kids. Telling them the secret won't matter. We'll all help keep it." Yiyu sighed deeply, regretting her failure to uphold her promise to her mother and lamenting her naivety in trusting Yiyu. "Fine, line up. I'll help one by one." "Hooray. Yiyu is a great person. I want to be Yiyu's best friend." The classmates cheered, showering Yiyu with praises that caused her cheeks to flush with embarrassment. However, during the treatment, Yiyu gradually became aware of the side effects of her ability. It left her feeling utterly fatigued and unable to concentrate. Moreover, the larger the wounds she treated, the more pronounced her exhaustion became. Yet, in order to meet everyone's expectations, Yiyu refrained from sharing these struggles with her classmates, gritting her teeth and persevering through the treatments. In the days that followed, whenever a classmate suffered an injury, they would immediately seek out Yiyu. Even for wounds that would heal in half a day, they were reluctant to wait even a moment longer, urging Yiyu to assist them. "Hurry up. I can't build a castle with this injury," a short-haired boy complained. "My foot hurts too. Quicker, quicker." Another boy in a hat chimed in. The short-haired boy shoved the hat boy playfully, retorting, "How did you hurt your foot again? You were just here." The hat boy shrugged nonchalantly and said, "Well, with you to fix it, I can take more risks while playing soccer." It was then that Yiyu realized that healing wounds too quickly might not be a blessing after all. She felt drained, an overwhelming wave of fatigue washing over her, and she no longer wished to assist anyone. All she wanted was to return home and rest. Thus, she stated, "I'm sorry, I'm really tired. I want to rest. I don't want to treat your injuries right now." Upon hearing this, the once cheerful classmates' expressions soured instantly, and they began to accuse her. "What is this? How selfish. Aren't we friends? Yiyu is so stingy. We won't play with her anymore. I can't believe Yiyu is such a self-centered person." Yiyu listened silently to their accusations, wordlessly approaching her teacher to express her desire to go home early. From that day forth, she never used her powers again. Eventually, Yiyu transferred schools. Yiyu gazed quietly at the little white mouse, as if reliving that bygone memory when she first wielded her powers to save a friend as pet. Now, how should she choose? To save it, or to watch it slip away quietly. Yiyu understood one thing. Even if she chose to stand by and do nothing, no one could blame her. The only one who could cast judgment was herself. Moreover, it was merely a little white mouse, a creature bred for experimentation with a naturally short lifespan. To linger for a few more days in comfort before passing was already a stroke of fortune. Yet, Mirmis adored it and wished to give it a name. An angelic figure, adorned as Yiyu, suddenly emerged above her, gently urging her to act. No one is watching you now. Even if you unleash your powers, it will go unnoticed. The angel continued her persuasion. After a moment of contemplation, Yiyu realized the validity of her words. If no one was present to witness, her abilities would remain concealed. "Hey, are you too foolish?" exclaimed a devilish version of Yiyu, suddenly appearing and pointing a trident at her nose. Tomorrow morning, when Mirmis and Utah see the little white mouse revived, the first suspect will undoubtedly be you, sleeping in the living room. The devil shook its head, persistently whispering in Yiyu's ear, "And why must you save this detestable rodent? If it dies, Mirmis could simply choose another pet." The last statement piqued Yiyu's curiosity, prompting her to listen intently. "A cat." The devil suddenly raised its voice. Yiyu nodded, recognizing the allure of such a proposition. She then turned her gaze back to the angel, hoping for more elaboration. Yet, the angel merely stated, "I wish to see Mirmis display a joyful smile." With that, her figure vanished. As her old adversary disappeared, the devil also vanished in an instant. After their departure, Yiyu's expression transformed into one of determination. She understood her choice. However, she had to first overcome certain psychological obstacles, particularly the daunting act of placing her hand on the little white mouse. Calmly, Yiyu opened the cage, then hesitantly reached inside, acutely aware of the resistance emanating from every fiber of her being. Her hand hovered a few centimeters above the mouse, paralyzed by trepidation. With a nervous swallow, she internally questioned, "What if it bites me upon revival?" No, that was not the moment for such thoughts. Shaking her head vigorously, she acknowledged that there was no time for hesitation. She needed to act swiftly to heal the little creature. Finally, her right hand made contact with the mouse's body, which felt cold to the touch. If she lingered any longer in indecision, she might soon have to choose a burial site for it. Without a moment's hesitation, Yiyu summoned her energy, channeling her healing power into the mouse. A brilliant yet gentle green light enveloped the creature, gradually merging with its form. After completing the act, Yiyu felt an overwhelming heaviness descend upon her. Her limbs weighed down as if laden with lead, leaving her unable to withdraw her hand from the cage. Glancing at the little mouse, she noticed it remained still, lying motionless as before. Overcome with disappointment, she chastised herself, wondering why she had not resolved to act sooner. Suddenly, the mouse appeared to awaken from a deep slumber, flipping over and scampering onto Yiyu's hand. "Ah!" Yiyu stifled a scream, striving to avoid waking Utah. Unexpectedly, the mouse did not bite her. Instead, it gently wrapped its tail around her finger and began to lick her hand with its tongue, seemingly expressing gratitude. Watching its clumsy antics, Yiyu couldn't help but smile. However, after this brief moment of exhilaration, her vision suddenly darkened, and she collapsed to the ground. Chapter 29. Unexpected visitor. Mirmis had searched all night, yet found nothing. The shops still open in the late hours had an odd ambience, their lights casting an ambiguous glow. Mirmis hesitated at the entrance of an alley, uncertain whether to venture inside. Now, the little white mouse was akin to Schrodinger's creature, existing in a quantum state between life and death. Without witnessing it firsthand, a glimmer of hope remained. But as Mirmis turned the doorknob and stepped inside, she was met with an astonishing sight. Her eyes widened in disbelief, a mix of surprise flooding her senses. She found herself at a loss for words, unable to articulate her emotions. Approaching the cage, she closely observed the mouse, which was not only energetically stuffing its cheeks with food, but had also returned to a pristine white, as if the preceding events had never occurred. Mirmis could hardly believe the reality before her. This was beyond her expectations. She had not anticipated that such an improbable event could truly manifest. Seeing her incredulity, Yuta approached with a smile. What a pity I didn't wager anything with you yesterday. I find you quite intriguing. Mirmis expressed her regret, saying, I have nothing to bet with. Unfazed by her response, Yuta chuckled. I was just joking. Now, do you believe what I've said? The evidence was irrefutable, undeniable. Though she verbally affirmed her disbelief, Mirmis's gaze drifted towards Yu, who lay peacefully asleep on the sofa. Mirmis recalled some intriguing rumors in her database, suggesting that among the Vitia people, there occasionally existed individuals with extraordinary abilities, the rarest of which was a healing power known as the Source of Life, capable of curing any ailment or injury. Many affluent individuals in the universe were willing to pay a fortune to employ mercenaries to locate such beings for healing their incurable diseases. However, no one had ever found such a person, leading to the gradual fading of this rumor, with only a handful still pursuing those lofty rewards. Mirmis couldn't help but wonder if Yu was indeed the possessor of the fabled Source of Life. Being a Vitia and witnessing the revival of a creature on the brink of death, the connection between these two facts led her to this sole conclusion. Mirmis was not astonished by the miracle Yuta spoke of, but rather by the existence of the Source of Life itself. Regrettably, this ability only functioned on organic beings. Mirmis's body was composed entirely of inorganic matter. Even if Yu were willing to assist, it would be futile. Mirmis knelt beside Yu, who appeared exhausted in her slumber, likely a result of overexerting her powers. Grasping Yu's hand, Mirmis recognized that her debt to Yu had only increased, and her immediate priority was to find the perpetrator responsible for the destruction of Yu's home and bring them to justice. At that moment, a series of urgent knocks echoed from the entrance, drawing the attention of both Mirmis and Yuta. It must be my Silver Arch delivery, Yuta declared. The delivery personnel have been exceptionally irritable lately. As she spoke, another frantic knock resounded from outside. Mirmis, could you hold on a moment? I need to brush my teeth. Moving the unconscious Yu to the sofa and covering her with a blanket had taken considerable time and effort. Now clad in white, Yuta looked as though she could step onto a film set at any moment. All right. As Mirmis opened the door, she did not find a simple delivery person, but rather a flamboyantly dressed magician, with waist-length golden hair and a mysterious blue-purple hat and robe. She left a striking impression in Mirmis's database. The attire evoked thoughts of a magician in Mirmis's mind. The magician urgently called out, Yuta, today. Suddenly she paused, realizing the person before her was not Yuta, and in confusion exclaimed, Huh? Who are you? I am Mirmis. Scrutinized the woman before her, unable to discern her face, as if it were perpetually shrouded in a veil. The sorcerer, perplexed, inquired, Isn't this Yuta's residence? After a glance at the door number, the sorcerer confirmed that it indeed was Yuta's home. Yuta is inside, being indicated, and upon hearing her name, Yuta peeked from the bathroom. Shizai Jiawa? Who is calling me? Viravisu stepped to the left, allowing the two women to see each other. Upon recognizing the identity of her visitor, Yuta suddenly choked as if she had swallowed water, coughing violently. Is this sorcerer your friend? Cough. Yes, Yuta replied hastily, disregarding the foam lingering on her lips. Please come in. With Yuta's affirmation, Viravisu dispelled her hostility and invited the sorcerer inside. The sorcerer entered, immediately noticing Yu resting on the sofa. She hurried over, filled with concern, and asked Yuta, Is she all right? She seems rather exhausted. Yuta, now with a towel in hand, explained, It's probably because the sofa isn't very comfortable for sleeping. She even rolled off it last night. The sorcerer expressed sympathy. That sounds terrible. I hope she's fine. Yuta shrugged. I did invite her to sleep in my room, but she refused. Then, Yuta leaned closer to the sorcerer and whispered, Why did you come dressed like this? The sorcerer hesitated before responding. This morning during my divination, I sensed you would encounter trouble, so I rushed over to inform you. Yuta, feeling fatigued, held her forehead in exasperation. The greatest trouble today was indeed brought by this sorcerer. Had she not hurried to warn Yuta, they would not have crossed paths with her, nor would the situation have become so delicate. The sorcerer, the instigator of it all, lowered her head, her fingers tapping against each other, murmuring with a hint of grievance, "I didn't expect Yuta to bring someone else home. Don't portray me as a scoundrel." Yuta crossed her arms in anger, glaring at the sorcerer. The sorcerer, undeterred by Yuta's ire, focused on more pressing matters. "Why are you and Uvisu in your home?" She caught a glimpse of a who was diligently carving an apple into rabbit shapes, completely oblivious to the private conversation between the two. Yu's home was blown up by a bomb user. She is now homeless, Yuta succinctly explained, prompting a look of astonishment from the sorcerer. How could this happen? After a moment of shock, the sorcerer resolutely declared, "I will assist in divining clues about the perpetrator." As she prepared to retrieve her crystal ball, Yuta intervened. "But using magic here might alert your parents, right?" The sorcerer quickly replied, "It's fine. A simple divination is unlikely to be discovered." Yuta's expression betrayed a hint of worry. Although the sorcerer spoke truthfully, her concern lingered. "Please, do not overexert yourself." The sorcerer scratched her head uncertainly. "I believe it should be fine." She then approached the dining table, laying out a cloth adorned with intricate patterns before placing the crystal ball atop it. Mirmis approached with the carved apples, inquiring, "What is this for?" Yuta casually took a piece of apple, stating, "Divination." After taking a bite, she wore a mischievous grin and asked Vitia, "You wish to know the identity of that bomb user, don't you?" Mirmis silently nodded. Outside, a delivery person approached, holding a paper bag. He intended to knock, but noticed the door slightly ajar. After a gentle knock yielded no response, he prepared to call the customer. Unexpectedly, as he lifted his phone, he caught a glimpse of an astonishing scene through the crack. A woman clad in peculiar attire stood before the crystal ball. Deep blue magic swirling around her like the night sky, and the ball emitted a dazzling light that left the delivery person questioning his sanity. Nevertheless, with other deliveries pending, he didn't linger. Inside, the three remained oblivious to the brief occurrence outside. After the flash of light, an image materialized within the crystal ball. A black bear lay leisurely within a walled enclosure, while numerous visitors waved at it. A zoo? Yuta speculated. The crystal ball revealed the location, but not the perpetrator's face. The sorcerer, slightly dejected, remarked, "This may be where it ends. Continuing could shatter the crystal ball." Hearing this, Yuta's demeanor turned serious. Whoever it is, does uncovering their secrets require such formidable power? If the perpetrator was intertwined with magic, caution was paramount. "No, I accidentally dropped the crystal ball from the table, resulting in its current state," the sorcerer sheepishly admitted, scratching her head. Yuta shot her a disapproving glance, then silently retrieved her phone. "Hello, is this Teacher Yali? I am Yuta. Today, Yiyu is unwell, and I wish to help care for her. Neither of us will be attending school. Her cousin is busy with work, so she entrusted me with this. No need to worry. I won't catch anything. I will wear a mask." Yuta seamlessly wove her fabric of lies, maintaining her composure. With that, the school issue was resolved. Turning, Yuta passed the responsibility of caring for Yiyu to the sorcerer. "I will go to the zoo with fear. You stay here to look after Yiyu." Upon hearing this, the sorcerer nodded earnestly, assuring she would do her utmost to care for Yiyu. Mirmis appeared puzzled. "Aren't you the one supposed to care for Yiyu? Don't sweat the small details. More importantly, I can help find the perpetrator," Yuta confidently declared. Chapter 30. Consequently, Yuta relinquished her thoughts. After bidding farewell to the sorcerer, Mirmis and Yuta swiftly departed from the house, heading towards the nearest bus station, where a direct vehicle awaited. It was early morning, and the streets were scarcely populated, primarily filled with early risers jogging or vendors selling breakfast. Upon reaching the bus station, Yuta noted the wide avenue had few vehicles, glancing at the schedule to find that the earliest bus would not arrive for at least 20 minutes. However, this fortuitously afforded Yuta time for breakfast, as she discovered her takeout had been delivered just before they left, still warm. It was a single serving intended for Yuta. While she munched on a burger, she recalled that Vitia had seemingly eaten nothing since the previous day. Perhaps the fire at her residence and the perilous condition of her pet mouse had robbed her of her appetite. Noticing a potato pancake in the bag, Yuta offered it to Vitia. "You may not feel like eating, but please have something." "Thank you." Vitia accepted the potato pancake and quickly devoured it, revealing her evident hunger. However, for Yuta, What weighed heavily on her mind was the inability to discern the thoughts of Mirmis, which caused her gaze to linger on her for an extended period. Why am I unable to read her thoughts? Yuta felt a deep sense of frustration, though she masked it with her usual cheerful demeanor whenever Mirmis looked her way. To this day, no one had managed to conceal their true feelings in front of Yuta, and Mirmis was the first, captivating her attention significantly. Was it because her mind was devoid of thoughts? Although Yuta was inclined to conclude this, it was evident that Mirmis possessed a clear self-awareness. She knew precisely what she desired. Yuta harbored a strong aversion to her ability, which had caused her considerable inconvenience over time. Yet years of companionship had rendered her unable to shake off this reliance. It must be said that the sudden emergence of someone whose mind she could not penetrate indeed unsettled her, which explained her heightened interest in Mirmis. Noticing that Yuta was fixated on her, Mirmis felt compelled to search through her database for appropriate measures to alleviate Yuta's wariness. The vending machine nearby appeared to offer a suitable solution. It seemed that humans on Earth enjoyed exchanging gifts as a gesture of goodwill. Just moments ago, Yuta had given Mirmis a potato pancake, while Mirmis had given nothing in return, even staying overnight at Yuta's home. Perhaps it was this lack of reciprocity that prompted Yuta to regard her with such sharp scrutiny. Now that she understood the reason, the next course of action was clear. Mirmis decided to purchase a beverage for Yuta. Approaching the vending machine, Mirmis found herself confronted with an array of drink options, making her selection quite challenging. She was uncertain of Yuta's preferred flavors. Purchasing one she disliked would likely heighten her wariness. After all, Mirmis intended to reside on Earth for an extended period, and cultivating good relations with the native inhabitants was essential. Stealing a glance at Yuta, their eyes met, and Yuta suddenly realized how impolite her actions were. Quickly averting her gaze. Oh dear, that was rather impulsive. I must remain calm. She is merely someone whose mind I cannot read. I should converse with her as I normally would. Yuta took several deep breaths, barely managing to regain her composure. However, to Mirmis, Yuta's actions appeared to be an effort to suppress her anger. Feeling a sense of urgency, Mirmis recognized that time was of the essence. She needed to procure a delightful drink for Yuta swiftly. With the notion that more expensive meant better, she selected a drink, only to face another dilemma. This particular vending machine was quite particular. Mirmis inserted a red 100 yuan bill, only to have it rejected within seconds. Puzzled, she tried another red note. It was once again refused. Observing this, Yuta pondered whether she should classify Mirmis as a fool. What on earth was she doing with such baffling human behavior? After several rejections from the vending machine, Mirmis, bewildered, inquired what kind of currency it preferred. The vending machine remained silent. Upon receiving the machine's indifferent response, Mirmis's tone grew serious. If you do not answer within 3 seconds, I shall take drastic measures. With that, she adopted an intimidating stance. Yuta quickly interjected, wait. Mirmis relaxed, reverting to her harmless demeanor. Yuta scratched her head in exasperation, questioning, what are you thinking? It can't respond. It's just a vending machine. Mirmis retorted indignantly. I have encountered such machines before. They enjoy toying with me. Once, I gave a good thrashing, and it ceased to bully me. She likened it to fixing a television. No electronic device was beyond repair with a solid tap, whether physically or psychologically. This left Yuta momentarily speechless. Wasn't artificial intelligence still in its developmental phase? How could there be a vending machine that enjoyed toying with people? Yuta curiously asked, where did you previously reside? Were vending machines that advanced? Mirmis faltered as she realized that Earth's technology was far from capable of creating self-aware devices, let alone mischievous vending machines. After a moment of silence, she replied, a game. Mirmis's gaze did not directly meet Yuta's, but she seemed neither foolish nor deceitful. While it was uncertain whether Mirmis spoke the truth, there appeared to be no other reasonable explanation, prompting Yuta to accept it silently. Nevertheless, she could not entirely dismiss the possibility that Mirmis was a spy sent by the intelligent mechanical empire to the human world. However, Yuta was not a fervent proponent of mechanistic ideology and soon dismissed this baseless conjecture. Pointing to the coin slot, Yuta explained, "This vending machine only accepts 1 and 10 yuan notes or 1 yuan coins. It cannot recognize a 100 yuan bill." With that, Yuta pulled out her phone. "So why not use your versatile mobile payment instead?" Mirmis's eyes lit up with realization as she quickly retrieved her newly purchased phone. The taxi driver had been astonished when Vitia scanned her code for payment, his jaw seemingly unhinged. Seizing the opportunity, Mirmis had learned the method of mobile payment. She opened her phone, scanned the code, selected a product, and prepared to pay, only for a female voice to announce, "Your balance is insufficient." Mirmis and Yuta exchanged glances, an awkward atmosphere enveloping them. Upon closer inspection, Yuta noted that Mirmis's account balance was 0. "What about your bank card?" "I haven't applied for one yet." Faced with this situation, Yuta couldn't help but marvel at how someone returning from abroad could possess such divergent views and habits compared to the locals. Supporting her forehead, Yuta shook her head in resignation. "Forget it. I will add you as a friend and transfer you 200. You can give me cash." After a flurry of transactions, Mirmis finally acquired the drink she intended to purchase, a bottle of strong liquor. Yuta exclaimed in astonishment, "Drinking at such an early hour? You're quite bold." Mirmis shook her head and handed the alcohol to Yuta. "No, this is for you." Yuta glanced at the bottle, then back at Mirmis and bluntly remarked, "But I'm still underage." With that, she returned the drink to Mirmis. Puzzled, Mirmis murmured, "Is that so?" Although Mirmis could not comprehend the peculiar rules established by Earthlings, she was willing to adhere to them. Quickly shifting the subject, Mirmis inquired, "What type of beverage do you prefer, Yuta?" At this, Yuta's lips curled into a mischievous smile. She stepped back from Mirmis and began to pace back and forth, shaking her head as she declared, "My preferred drink cannot be sweet, sour, salty, spicy, or bitter, and it must contain no artificial coloring or carbonation, nor be packaged in a box or can." Yuta's words flowed like a rapid-fire machine gun, and any ordinary listener would likely be left dizzy. Having finished her monologue, Yuta beamed with joy and asked, "So, do you now understand what I like to drink?" Mirmis nodded, appearing somewhat perplexed, before dashing off to a nearby supermarket. Yuta appeared bewildered. The vending machine was right beside her. So why did Mirmis choose to venture far afield? When Mirmis returned with the answer, Yuta's expression grew even more complex. What Mirmis brought back was a bucket of cooking oil. Surely, that could not be consumed, could it? After being subjected to Mirmis's antics several times, Yuta had learned to express her discontent with a stoic demeanor. At this juncture, she was uncertain whether to reveal the actual answer. In truth, all she desired was something quite ordinary. Simply a cup of boiled water would suffice. Bottled mineral water would be an acceptable alternative. Just then, the bus arrived tardily, and Yuta waved it down, ensuring she did not miss this one. She had no desire to wait for the next bus. During the waiting period, she could not guarantee that her mind would not choose to shut down. Interacting with someone who could not read her thoughts was simply exhausting. Chapter 31. The remarkable idea of Mirmis and Yuta arrived at the entrance of the zoo, where a queue of visitors had formed at the ticket counter, primarily consisting of couples or parents with young children. After purchasing their tickets, the two entered the zoo in a rather unremarkable manner. However, when Mirmis attempted to deposit the wine and oil at the storage area, the staff's expressions were nothing short of entertaining. As it was a weekday, the crowd density was significantly lower than that of a holiday. Had they chosen to visit during a festive occasion, the only animals they would have encountered would have been the throngs of people. As the duo followed the signs and arrived at the black bear exhibit, Mirmis suddenly recalled a critically important detail. They did not know the exact time. With this uncertainty in mind, Mirmis inquired of Yuta whether they needed to wait here for several months. Yuta twitched the corner of her mouth and replied in exasperation that they were not here to plant trees. However, the sorceress had not provided them with a precise time frame. Perhaps they should call her? Although Mirmis proposed a reasonable suggestion, Yuta quickly dismissed it with a wave of her hand, claiming she was an electrical device killer. Her phone did not last long in her possession. Yuta vaguely remembered that the day after the sorceress acquired the television, she had brought the device to Yuta. Its screen shattered. To this day, Yuta could not fathom what the sorceress had done to the television to render it in such a state. While Yuta reminisced about the past, Mirmis's expression grew somewhat nuanced. Although Mirmis did not comprehend the latter part of Yuta's statement, she could not overlook the former. After all, she was a robot and, rounding off, an electrical appliance. The thought that there existed individuals on Earth who specialized in destroying electrical devices sent a shiver down her spine. This planet truly was terrifying. However, after a brief moment of astonishment, Mirmis regained her composure. If she were to attempt to eliminate me, I would undoubtedly prevail. Yuta remained oblivious to the chaotic thoughts that had flickered through Mirmis's mind. She was diligently trying to recall whether the crystal ball had provided any clues beyond simply indicating their location. Noticing Yuta lost in contemplation, Mirmis refrained from interrupting her. However, the futile waiting made Mirmis feel exceedingly bored, so she gazed upward, hoping the shapes of the clouds might bring her some amusement. Ordinary clouds, ordinary clouds. Clouds resembling strawberries, ordinary clouds, slightly gray clouds, clouds shaped like puppies. Fluffy little clouds drifted in from the azure horizon, one of which conveniently obscured Yuta. The surroundings dimmed slightly, and Yuta noticed this change. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck her. She realized how to ascertain the time. With the confidence of a detective who had unraveled the truth, Yuta declared it was the shadow. Intrigued by Yuta's voice, Mirmis leaned closer. Sensing that Yuta seemed to have made a breakthrough, Yuta rested her chin on her hand and asked Mirmis if she remembered the direction of the black bear exhibit. With her precise positioning capabilities, Mirmis promptly replied it was to the northwest. After receiving Mirmis's response, Yuta fell silent again, seemingly connecting the dots of the clues. Before long, Yuta calmly concluded that it was around 9 to 10 o'clock in the morning. She then approached the railing, pointing to a large stone, stating that the image displayed by the crystal ball had shown the black bear lying next to that stone with a red mark. And by observing the length and direction of the shadow, they could determine the time. Yuta articulately explained the reasoning and methodology behind her deductions to Mirmis, and upon finishing her conclusions, she felt a deep sense of satisfaction. So that was it. Mirmis nodded, somewhat impressed by Yuta's insight. This was perhaps the wisdom accumulated from the survival experiences of a native resident. After all, Mirmis, born from another planet, had yet to study the relationship between Earth and the Sun, with her only knowledge being that the Sun provided direct energy supply to Earth in the form of light. It was now 7:30 in the morning. They could first explore other exhibits and return here by 9. With the mindset of not wasting the ticket money, since they had already come, Yuta intended to leisurely enjoy the sights of the zoo, finding joy in listening to the thoughts of the animals along the way. As Yuta had no particular animals she wished to see, she entrusted the decision of their route to Mirmis. The first place they visited was the petting area filled with fluffy little creatures, the most crowded spot with children. How adorable, I want to pet them. If only I could raise a bunny at home. Most sentiments echoed this simple desire among the numerous voices. Mirmis also adored these little beings. She gently cradled a white rabbit, slowly lifted it, and then placed it atop her head, seemingly enamored with this peculiar act. Yuta entered the petting area as well, picking up a black bunny to alleviate her mood, only to hear an unexpected thought. "Do not touch me with your filthy hands. I'm a king here." Although it sounded absurd, these were the thoughts of the black bunny, and upon discovering its inner monologue, Yuta instantly found the rabbit in her hands less appealing. This bunny was not cute at all. It even shot her a fierce glare. Although Yuta felt displeased, she could do nothing about it. After all, it was the zoo's property, and any harm would require compensation. At that moment, the bunny, which Mirmis had placed atop her head, emitted a fearful thought. "Help! It is so high here." Upon hearing this, Yuta devised a plan. Grasping the scruff of the black bunny's neck, she hoisted it off the ground. The black bunny flailed about, cursing the detestable humans. "What do you want to do to me, the king?" Yuta paid no heed to the bunny's insults, simply responding with a friendly smile, as if to say guess. The black bunny sensed an ominous aura and struggled desperately, hoping to attract the attention of the staff. "You fools, come and rescue your king." She is attempting to harm me. Yet, to outsiders, Yuta merely appeared to be playing with it, so its cries for help went unnoticed. Yuta patted Mirmis on the shoulder and cheerfully asked, "Would you like to switch for another bunny? This one feels quite nice." Mirmis' eyes sparkled, and she readily agreed, "Absolutely." Amidst the black bunny's desperate cries, it was placed atop Mirmis' head, trembling in place and too afraid to move. How dare these detestable humans humiliate me? Although it continued to utter threats, its expression betrayed a pitiful plea to be let down. Yuta had no intention of releasing it. She decided to let it enjoy its elevated position a little longer, as it was merely reaping what it had sown. However, at that moment, Mirmis unexpectedly took it down from her head and set it back on the grass, gently stroking its back. Yuta was perplexed, wondering why it had been released so soon. "What happened? Is it uncomfortable up there?" Mirmis shook his head, his tone tinged with sadness as he said, "No, I sense its fear. Am I truly that terrifying?" Yuta pondered for a moment and decided to reveal the reason to Mirmis. In fact, most rabbits suffer from acrophobia. As she spoke, Yuta poked the black rabbit's nose, teasingly remarking, "But this one's fear is particularly severe." Though this statement did not inflict significant harm, it was deeply insulting to the black rabbit. It rose in anger, only to quickly succumb to the irresistible comfort of a gentle caress. Observing the blissful expression on its face, Yuta refrained from further teasing. Mirmis sincerely apologized. "I am sorry for imposing my personal interest upon you." The black rabbit, having completely abandoned its resistance, joyfully reveled in the moment, displaying a contented smile. In light of the massage you are providing, I shall forgive your folly." The black rabbit stretched, relinquishing its previous demeanor as it allowed Mirmis to play with it. Yuta couldn't help but internally criticize, with a king so indulgent in pleasure, the kingdom is doomed. After sufficient playtime, the two departed from the petting area, subsequently visiting the peacock exhibit, the red panda enclosure, the African lion habitat, and more. During this time, Yuta gleaned peculiar thoughts from various animals. Regrettably, despite their extensive exploration, she did not encounter any thoughts resembling those of the bomb man. The thoughts she could perceive were predominantly those of ordinary visitors. Glancing at her phone, Yuta noted that it was precisely 8:55. She would soon be able to locate the bomb man near the black bear exhibit. Such a dangerous lunatic would surely exhibit conspicuous behavior, far more frantic than the average person, requiring minimal effort to identify. However, what Yuta truly needed to consider was not how to find a bomb man, but how to convince the police of her claims. For now, she could only hope that the bomb man would display some aberrant behavior, allowing her to capture photographic evidence with her phone. The simplest evidence would, of course, be to photograph the moment he installs explosives. But would everything truly be so straightforward? At that moment, an excited child's voice echoed nearby. "Wow, big sister, your outfit is so cool. Are you a real magician?" "No, I'm merely an intern. Not quite that skilled yet," replied a familiar female voice humbly. The two followed the source of the voice, and indeed saw the magician left behind to watch over the premises along with Yu, who was currently being pestered by a little boy and unable to extricate herself. "Can you show me a magic trick? I want to fly," the little boy exclaimed, bouncing with excitement. The magician felt too bashful to shatter his dream, but was at a loss for what to do. Fortunately, the child's mother arrived just in time, pulling him away while apologizing. "I'm sorry, my child has caused you trouble." As the mother dragged the stubborn little boy past Yu and Yuta, it drew the attention of both the magician and Yu towards their presence. Yu cheerfully waved to them, while the magician's gesture was far less animated. Chapter 32. The elusive criminal. The four gathered beneath the shade of a tree. "What brings you here?" Yuta was the first to inquire. If her memory served her correctly, Yu had recently appeared as lifeless as a desiccated leaf. How'd she become so lively so quickly? "Your place has better lighting. The sun woke me up." As a Vishan, Yu possessed the ability to photosynthesize like a plant, and sunlight accelerated her recovery. The small leaves atop her head were not merely decorative. "But even if you woke up, there was no need to come here," Yuta replied, her tone laced with reproach. After all, although she could read minds, it did not grant her control over others' actions. Yiyu's presence undoubtedly added a new layer of instability to the already challenging task at hand. In response to Yuta's assertiveness, Yiyu retorted defiantly, "You brought my cousin to the zoo without allowing me to join?" Yiyu puffed up, resembling an inflated balloon. Her reasons for coming here were twofold: concern that Isu and Yuta might discover her true identity while alone, and a desire to enjoy the zoo herself. Which reason weighed more heavily remained a mystery. Yuta stated gravely, "We are not here for leisure. We have an important objective." After uttering this, Yuta suddenly covered her mouth, realizing she had become somewhat impatient and spoken more than necessary. This remark, however, was evidently not dismissed by Yiyu, who now scrutinized Yuta intently, demanding, "What objective?" Seizing the moment while Yiyu was distracted, Yuta swiftly pointed to a small shop behind her, exclaiming, "Limited edition panda plushies, available only this week." But it seems they're already sold out. Yiyu followed Yuta's pointing finger and indeed spotted a shop selling zoo-related merchandise, with a wooden sign that read, "We apologize. The limited edition panda plushies are sold out." Yiyu looked at Yuta sympathetically. What a pity. Relieved that Yiyu no longer suspected her, Yuta exhaled. Grateful that Yiyu did not inquire about the magician's presence with Isu at the zoo. Otherwise, given her nature, she would have likely divulged everything. "Yiyu, would you like to see the black bears?" Isu waved, inviting Yiyu to join her at the railing. "Sure." Yiyu immediately dashed over, leaning against the railing. The black bear was currently nestled beside a large rock marked with a red stain, seemingly in deep slumber and unlikely to awaken anytime soon. Isu compared the bear's position with the image displayed in the crystal ball and confirmed it was indeed very close to what had been shown. Suddenly, Yuta tapped Yiyu on the back, startling her. Before Yiyu could respond, Yuta covered her mouth. "Did you know? It is said that black bears might demonstrate Wing Chun while sleeping, but their punches are incredibly swift, almost instantaneous, making it difficult to catch." Yiyu was skeptical. She wondered if Yuta was simply trying to deceive her again. However, when Yiyu turned her head, she found Isu intently focused on the black bear. Although Yuta was likely spinning tales, if Isu discovered that she alone had been easily fooled, her pride would undoubtedly suffer. Thus, Yiyu refrained from further banter with Yuta, casting her a sidelong glance before joining Isu in observing the black bear. At that moment, Isu activated the scanning system. If the bomb man attempted to masquerade as a visitor or zoo staff, as long as he carried explosives or detonators, Isu would be able to detect him immediately. However, she had already scanned the nearby visitors and their belongings without yielding any clues. The vicinity seemed populated solely by ordinary tourists and staff, as well as lethargic animals. Once she ensured that Yiyu and Isu were distracted elsewhere, Yuta discreetly led the magician to a concealed spot. In a hushed tone, Yuta inquired, "Do you know the precise time indicated by the crystal ball's divination?" Upon hearing Yuta's question, the magician felt a wave of regret and replied in a remorseful tone, "I'm sorry, did I forget to mention?" Yuta patted her shoulder, offering consolation. "It was my oversight for not asking." "So when exactly?" 9:36. Yuta glanced at her phone. It was currently 9:30. In merely 6 minutes, the bomb man would appear near the black bear exhibit, expanding her mind-reading range. Yuta attentively listened to the thoughts of the visitors. "Going out is so tiring. I just want to go home and play video games." A young man, wearing a smile and holding his girlfriend's hand, is enjoying a date with her. "Oh dear, it seems my back is a bit sore," he remarks. An old father, with beads of sweat on his brow, carries his daughter on his shoulders. "When will you be off work?" "I long to indulge in some leisure," says a diligent staff member, busily organizing merchandise in the nearby shops. Yuta, deeply engrossed, attentively listens to the thoughts of those nearby, yet she is left disheartened, as she fails to uncover the identity of the culprit. The magician eagerly inquires if she has found anything. Yuta shakes her head. "No, everyone's thoughts here are quite ordinary. They are merely tourists." Hearing this, the magician lowers her head in disappointment, murmuring, "Indeed, my magical skills are utterly inadequate. I cannot even perform such a simple divination." Yuta quickly reassures her, saying, "You have done your best. This is not your fault, but the fault of that shattered crystal ball." The magician, feeling even more sorrowful, replies with a quivering voice, but I was the one who broke the crystal ball. Yuta patiently comforts her, but it was not intentional. You should have more confidence in your abilities. However, the magician remains hesitant, unsure whether she should forgive her own mistake. Yuta gently pats the magician's head through her hat, saying, "It's all right. Since he is not here, we can spend the remaining time exploring the entire zoo, so it won't be a wasted trip." The magician's expression reflects deep gratitude, but it quickly transforms into a bow of apology. "I'm sorry. I think it will be better for me to go home today. My lack of skill has caused both you and Mirmis to waste your time." Before Yuta can respond, the magician, filled with shame, hastily departs, leaving Yuta alone in a state of confusion. Meanwhile, Yu is quite intrigued by a black bear that seems to be sleeping restlessly, rolling around amusingly. The surrounding children are also fond of it, waving enthusiastically. Suddenly, Yu poses a question, "By the way, is that Kozer a friend of Yuta?" Mirmis appears puzzled, asking, "Is the magician's English name or another title Kozer? Are you referring to that magician?" Unaware of the subtle misunderstanding in their conversation, Yu continues, "Yes. When I first woke up and saw her, I was quite puzzled, thinking I had encountered a burglar." In Yu's memory, her first instinct upon awakening was to distance herself from the magician while searching for a weapon. The magician, flustered, waves her hands in a hurried attempt to convey her lack of malice. After a few minutes of tense standoff, Yu's mind begins to clear. Upon reflection, she wonders what kind of thief would dress so ostentatiously. Yu relaxes her guard and cautiously approaches the magician, who seems to grow fearful and retreats a few steps until she is cornered against the wall. Eventually, Yu learns that the magician is a friend of Yuta's, tasked with looking after her. Yuta truly has an extensive network. She has such friends. Yu muses with a hint of envy. She then learns that the two are at the zoo, prompting her to hurry over. This exchange seems straightforward for Yu, but for the magician accompanying her on the bus, it is a different story. She is met with curious glances from several passengers, causing her to shyly pull down the brim of her hat to hide her face. While Yu shares amusing anecdotes with Mirmis, Yuta approaches with a somber expression. "Are you all right? Where's that Kozer? Is she not with you?" Yuta scratches her head, intentionally avoiding Yu's gaze as she absent-mindedly replies, "She had something to attend to and went home." Concerned, Yu asks, "Are you okay?" Yuta shakes her head. "It's nothing." Yuta then pulls out her phone from her pocket, raising an eyebrow. "Oh right, you should find this photo quite interesting." Yu looks bewildered, but her expression transforms into pure joy upon seeing the photo on the phone, which features Mirmis wearing a fluffy black rabbit costume, looking utterly adorable. Stars sparkle in Yu's eyes as she excitedly grasps Yuta's hand. "Can you send me this photo?" Unfazed, Yuta playfully responds, "How much are you willing to pay for it?" This question strikes at Yu's vulnerability, as her already modest means have been further depleted by a recent fire. Yuta winks at her. "Seeing you in such dire straits, I'll show some mercy and give you a discount. Just draw me a picture in return." Yu's hopes are reignited as she beams. "Really? When have I ever been deceived by you, Yuta?" Yuta puffs her chest with feigned sincerity, as if she is incapable of lying. After spending a considerable time at the zoo, it is now mealtime. The trio finds themselves at a restaurant bustling with tourists, who are merrily enjoying their leisurely lunches. They choose a table at random, and the central screen broadcasts a news segment. Recently, a suspect involved in multiple bombing incidents has been apprehended by the police, with their capture occurring at the outskirts of a museum. Yu's face lights up with relief, while Yuta and Mirmis wear troubled expressions. After all this time, the perpetrator was not at the zoo, but rather at the museum, far removed from their current location. In Chapter 33, the delicate dynamics among the three unfold. In an office, Wells is savoring his takeout lunch. To stave off the monotony of his meal, he has ingeniously used a cup as a phone stand to watch the day's news. The headline news, of course, pertains to the individual responsible for the spate of hazardous bombing incidents, who has now been arrested. The evidence is irrefutable, and he is set to face trial. However, upon catching a glimpse of the suspect's face, Wells is momentarily stunned, causing his chopsticks to slip from his grasp and clatter to the floor. A concerned colleague from the adjacent desk approaches, inquiring, "Are you all right?" Wells gestures to indicate he is fine, smiling as he replies. I've just lost my grip for a moment. Yet, as he retrieves his chopsticks, his expression turns serious. He realizes he has unknowingly crossed paths with the criminal, though he was completely oblivious at the time. The news anchor continues to report on the bombing case, revealing that the bomber suffers from dwarfism, allowing him to easily infiltrate numerous public facilities and install dangerous explosives. According to his own claims, the initial locations were chosen to mislead the police, while his true intent was to destroy the museum's precious artifacts. Upon hearing the news broadcast, Mirmis and Vitia sit in stunned silence. Vitia, observing their quietude, is perplexed and waves her hand in front of them, but they remain unresponsive. What is wrong with you two? Should you be happy that the scoundrel who bombed my home has been caught? Vitia is bewildered by their despondent expressions, reminiscent of hunters who have failed to capture their prey. Suddenly, Vitia, with a frown, crosses her arms and turns away, seemingly lost in contemplation over an unanswerable question. After a brief silence, Mirmis emerges from her confusion, concluding that the magician's lack of skill likely led to the failed divination. Magic and technology seldom coexist harmoniously within civilizations, and it is evident that Earth has chosen the path of science. How can those who have embraced magic hope to delve into its mysteries without detection? With this realization, Mirmis regains her usual composure and begins to ponder what dishes would best suit human tastes. However, Vitia found herself engulfed in profound confusion. She could scarcely believe that her friend's divination skills could be so woefully inadequate. The outcome was starkly at odds with reality, even to the extent of being diametrically opposed, compelling her to reluctantly accept the situation. Vitia nudged Vitia gently, but seeing her remain unresponsive, she decided to place an order with Mirmis first. Vitia ordered a black pepper pork chop rice, while Mirmis opted for a beef fried rice with egg. Once the news broadcast concluded, the television transitioned to a light-hearted variety show. The restaurant buzzed with liveliness, punctuated by hearty laughter and cheerful conversations from other tables. The waiter promptly delivered their steaming lunch, the enticing aroma igniting their appetites. Having skipped breakfast, Vitia dove in her meal ravenously, only to choke in her haste. Mirmis gently patted her back, and after a few violent coughs, Vitia felt somewhat better and began to chew slowly. You eat so quickly, Mirmis, Vitia remarked, noting that while she had only consumed half her meal, Mirmis's plate was already impeccably clean. As they continued their meal, Vitia sighed. Although the perpetrator had been apprehended, her home remained irretrievable, and without a computer and tablet, she was unable to continue her artwork. Even though Vitia didn't mind her staying a few extra days, Vitia was reluctant to impose too much on her. The priority was to find a new source of income and a new place to live. Mirmis, noticing Vitia's apparent distress, inquired directly, "What troubles you?" With her chopsticks clenched, Vitia lamented, "My house burned down, my belongings are gone, and I'm short on cash." "Isn't that a cause for concern?" Mirmis comforted her. "I can look for a job." Yet, her words did little to alleviate Vitia's worries. "But I won't receive my first paycheck for at least a month. I don't want to burden Vitia for that long." A glance at Vitia revealed that she was oblivious to their conversation, still trapped in her own quandary. Vitia wished fervently for a quick-paying job suitable for students. But such a fanciful notion could only exist in her imagination. Then, Vitia recalled that Mirmis had taken at least 10,000 yuan in cash. And aside from a few pricier items, most phones did not reach that price point. This indicated that Mirmis likely had several thousand yuan left to spend, making it feasible to find a more affordable place to rent. This thought suddenly filled Vitia's heart with hope. With eager anticipation, she asked Mirmis, "How much money do you have left?" Mirmis opened the handbag Vitia had given her and counted the bills inside. 5,146 yuan. Vitia clasped her hands together in delight, exclaiming, "That's wonderful. While it may not cover a computer, finding a place to stay is certainly doable." Vitia quickly retrieved her phone. "Let me search online for any inexpensive housing options." Caught up in excitement, she completely forgot about the half-eaten meal before her, focusing entirely on her housing search. It shouldn't be too far from the school, utilities must be reliable, rent should be affordable, and there should be ample natural light. Yu murmured as she meticulously entered each of these specific criteria into the search filters. Mirmis, eager to assist, also began searching for relevant housing information on her phone. Meanwhile, on the other side of the table, Vitia began to reminisce about the divination session with the sorcerer, contemplating whether any unforeseen circumstances had influenced the outcome. At that moment, the room had only housed the sorcerer, Vitia, and Mirmis. Since Vitia and Mirmis had merely stood by without any extraneous actions, their quiet observation would not have had any impact. The sorcerer had carefully spread a specially designed cloth inscribed with a magical array across the dining table and placed a crystal ball riddled with cracks upon it. With hands resting on the crystal, the sorcerer recited incantations while channeling magical energy, culminating with a loud declaration, "Reveal. The one who set fire to Yiyu's home. Unveil their fate before us." Subsequently, the crystal ball emitted a blinding white light, and, as the brilliance faded, the images within became discernible. A black bear lounged leisurely beside a rock marked with red, surrounded by numerous tourists who enthusiastically waved at it. This memory concluded. Although Vitia endeavored to uncover other potential factors that might have affected the divination results, such as a bug damaging the cloth beneath the crystal, her efforts yielded no fruitful conclusions. Could it truly be that the sorcerer's divination skills were so lacking? Vitia shook her head, realizing that such thoughts were futile. It would be wiser to return later to seek clarification from the sorcerer. Upon returning from her musings, Vitia noticed that Yiyu and Mirmis had already ordered their lunch, with Mirmis having even finished her meal. She hurriedly signaled to the waiter to place her order, eager not to keep them waiting. Suddenly, Yiyu's eyes brightened, and in a fit of joy, she excitedly grabbed Mirmis's left hand, exclaiming, "Look, Mirmis, there really is a house that perfectly meets our criteria." Yiyu leaned in to show her phone, revealing a rather ordinary two-story house with a monthly rent of only 1,000 yuan, which looked suspiciously like a scam. Although Mirmis was not well-versed in real estate prices, she sensed a potential trap and kindly cautioned Yiyu. "Are you certain the actual property corresponds with the pictures?" "No worries. We'll visit this afternoon to verify. If it doesn't match, we won't rent it," Yiyu reassured her. Despite her words, a flicker of anxiety lingered within Yiyu. After all, such favorable conditions for such a low price were bound to raise suspicions. With their plans set for the afternoon, it was time to focus on their meal. A hearty lunch would provide the energy to consider more distant matters. Thus, Yiyu immersed herself in her meal. As Vitia scrolled through her phone while waiting for her food, Mirmis leaned in closer and gestured for Vitia to remain silent. Vitia nodded, and Mirmis displayed the contents of her phone for Vitia to see. Vitia meticulously examined the information on the screen, her expression shifting from boredom to astonishment, eventually culminating in an epiphany. She understood that with this new lead, everything began to make sense. However, this revelation seemed too burdensome for Yiyu, undoubtedly dragging her from the hopeful anticipation of the future into an abyss of despair. This was likely why Mirmis had wished for her to keep it a secret. After reading the information, Vitia smiled. She might not fully grasp Mirmis's thoughts, but the person before her seemed to share the same purity within as her outward appearance. Mirmis gazed silently at Vitia, awaiting a definitive response. Vitia shrugged casually, assuring her, "Don't worry, I won't tell her. You've helped me unravel the mystery. I won't burn the bridge behind me." Hearing this, the tension in Mirmis's brow eased, as this was precisely what she desired. Observing the two at the opposite end of the table, radiating an understanding that created a harmonious aura, Yiyu felt a ripple of discontent within her. Why was it that her two friends seemed to grow closer while she felt increasingly unsettled? Not only had they come to the zoo together, but they were also whispering secrets right before her eyes, seemingly concealing much from her. Yiyu pondered once more. Did acquiring limited edition merchandise truly require two people? Why had Vitia gone so far as to skip class to accompany Mirmis to the zoo? What could possibly explain this? Chapter 34. A new home found inside the real estate agency. A woman with curly hair lounged languidly in her office chair, idly scrolling through her phone. Feeling morose, as there had been a lack of customers recently. As she scrolled through her feed, a report concerning a house fire captured her attention, prompting her to click and glance at the details. The report stated that a fire had occurred yesterday at 707 Muley Avenue in Shimu Town, fortunately with no casualties. The cause was ultimately determined to be an explosion of an electromagnetic stove. Residents were urged to exercise caution while using electrical appliances to prevent such incidents. Prolonged usage of high-energy consuming devices can lead to aging and wear of wiring, thereby increasing the likelihood of a fire. Halfway through the article, her right eyebrow arched slightly in surprise. The woman with curly hair clicked her tongue, lamenting the unfortunate circumstances of the house's tenants. In the midst of her musings, she suddenly paused and, with a look of horror, exclaimed, "Wait, did I turn off the gas stove before leaving?" After reading the news report, the curly-haired woman found herself unable to suppress her anxiety regarding her own home's safety. Surely, she must have turned it off, she reassured herself. At that moment, a knock echoed from outside the door. Following the sound, the woman noticed two young women standing there. Utah had parted ways with Mirmis and Yiyu in the dining room, seemingly remembering something important that required her to return home. Mirmis pushed open the glass door, allowing Yiyu to enter first, then closed the door behind her. Yiyu, feeling somewhat nervous, stepped forward and, under the scrutiny of the curly-haired woman, hesitated for a few seconds before pointing at the screen of her phone and asking, "We would like to rent this house. Is that possible?" Upon seeing the photo, the curly-haired woman suddenly turned pale, as if she had encountered something truly terrifying. However, she quickly regained her composure, adopting a businesslike smile, and cheerfully replied, "Of course, dear." She swiftly rose from her seat and approached Yiyu, declaring, "I will take you there right away." As she led the way, she extolled the merits of the house. Although it was somewhat aged, the interior was fully furnished, equipped with essentials such as a television, water heater, air conditioner, and refrigerator. The generous conditions she presented left Yiyu momentarily dazed, prompting her to interrupt with a cautious inquiry. "So, can we use everything for free? Will we have to pay for any damages?" Yiyu was wary, despite the low rent. Landlords could still exploit tenants in such small matters, a lesson learned through experience during her house-hunting endeavors. The curly-haired woman waved her hand dismissively, chuckling as if she had heard a joke. "No need to worry. Everything inside belongs to you once you rent the house. After all, it's all left behind by the previous tenant, and we won't incur any expenses." Seeing that Yiyu had alleviated her concerns, she continued to extol the property, adding that the spacious layout meant they wouldn't have to worry about bumping into corners while walking around. The presence of a kitchen would allow them to showcase their culinary skills. Under the guidance of the curly-haired woman, the two soon arrived at the base of the house. From the exterior, it appeared quite ordinary. Although the walls bore the scars of weathering, it remained charming overall, leaving a favorable impression on both Yiyu and Mirmis. However, much like forming friendships, renting a home required more than just a superficial glance. The interior was of paramount importance. The curly-haired woman unlocked the front door, allowing them to step inside. She remained at the threshold, not entering the house herself. To their surprise, the interior was indeed spacious, filled with various furnishings, albeit arranged in a somewhat chaotic manner, as if a tempest had swept through. Dust had settled in the corners, indicating that the place had been uninhabited for some time. Upon entering, Yiyu immediately sensed the air was thick with dust and couldn't help but cough a few times. Mirmis opened the tightly shut windows to let in some fresh air. With hands on her hips, Yiyu shook her head and remarked, "Why is the furniture so disheveled? The previous tenant must have been quite untidy." The curly-haired woman quickly responded. The former tenant had a Siberian husky, which was particularly mischievous, hence the state of disarray. Mirmis surveyed the surroundings but found no trace of pet supplies or even a stray dog hair. After inspecting the first floor, Yiyu felt quite satisfied, already envisioning their lives together once she and Mirmis moved in. She then ascended the staircase, which creaked slightly underfoot, perhaps a bit eerie for nighttime descents. Mirmis followed her to the second floor, where the layout was similar to the first, with furniture still in disarray, but largely intact and functional. The rooftop was also accessible, which would be convenient for drying clothes and sunbathing. Upon witnessing the myriad of favorable conditions, Yiyu was thoroughly pleased. However, she remembered that this was a shared living arrangement. So she turned to Mirmis and inquired, "What do you think of this house?" Mirmis pondered for a moment before responding. "It resembles a house." Yiyu furrowed her brow and rephrased, "Let me ask differently. Would you like to live here?" Mirmis calmly replied, "I have no preference regarding the size of the house. Wherever you wish to reside, I will accompany you." Yiyu fell into a brief silence before managing a wry smile. With such thoughtfulness, it's no wonder many people would be fond of you. Mirmis sensed Yiyu's mood had dipped momentarily, but couldn't discern the reason. Yiyu shook her head, appearing unfazed. "It's nothing. Let us find an agent." Descending the stairs, they found the curly-haired woman, their agent, engrossed in a game of cards on her phone. Noticing the slightly distressed expression on Yiyu's face, a bead of cold sweat trickled down the agent's forehead. Had they discovered something amiss with the house? The agent quickly tucked her phone away, preparing to charm Yiyu. Yiyu approached the agent with a cheerful demeanor, stating, "I like this house. I want to rent it." Upon hearing this, the agent beamed with joy and promptly pulled out a meticulously prepared contract for Yiyu to sign. As she perused the document, Yiyu discovered that the rental price required a full year's payment up front, amounting to at least 12,000 yuan. However, her savings, combined with Mirmis's cash, totaled less than 7,000. With a sigh, Yiyu returned the contract to the agent. "I'm sorry. It's too expensive. I think I need to reconsider." After saying this, she took Mirmis's hand, ready to leave. The agent quickly stepped in front of them, smiling, "Wait, we can negotiate on this price. Or I could speak with the landlord to see if they could reduce the rental period." The agent was desperate to keep them interested. For her, the priority was not maximizing profit, but rather offloading this property. Given the recent downturn in business, this vacant house felt like a hot potato in her hands, and she was eager to rent or sell it quickly. At that moment, a thought struck the agent. With a grin, she proposed, "How about this? I could sell the house to you instead." Yiyu, taken aback, exclaimed, "I can't even afford to rent. You want me to buy it?" The agent calmly explained, "The contracts for renting and buying are quite different. Renting requires a lump sum for a year, whereas purchasing can be done in installments. Moreover, if you buy now, you can enjoy a special discount for being among the first 100 customers, getting a 10% reduction." "How fortunate we are," Yiyu replied, taking the second contract, which indicated that the full price of the house was 200,000 yuan, but with a discount, it would only cost 20,000 yuan. With a generous payment period of 3 years, Yiyu meticulously reviewed the contract several times, eventually noticing a particularly small note, so tiny it required a magnifying glass to read. She pointed to the section and asked, "Could you take a look at what this says?" Mirmis enhanced the image receiver's function, enlarging the text several times until she could decipher it, and then read aloud the note. "Once this property is sold, it is non-refundable. The homeowner is responsible for handling the property." Yiyu gazed at the agent and inquired about the meaning of the situation. The agent, beads of cold sweat forming on her forehead, was taken aback that someone could actually discern such small print. Originally, she had intended to use it to argue with clients when they sought to terminate their lease. Taking a few deep breaths, she reminded herself that as a professional, she could not be outdone by these two young individuals. Suddenly, the agent collapsed to the ground, lamenting pitifully about the numerous difficult tenants she had encountered in the past. They had left the property in disarray and had insisted on vacating, leaving her to repair the gaping holes once the property was reclaimed. Clenching her handkerchief, the agent expressed her resentment, recounting how during a sweltering summer, she had been ordered by her superior to work overtime to mend the walls, with the threat of dismissal looming if she failed to complete the task within a day. The agent narrated her fabricated tale of woe with fervor and desperation, akin to someone who had labored tirelessly in a remote mountain valley for years. Yiyu, moved by her performance, prepared to sign the contract for the property. The agent, who had been sobbing moments before, now beamed with delight as she presented a black pen for signing. At that moment, Mirmis interposed herself. The agent's heart sank, sensing trouble. Unlike the tearful Yu, Mirmis appeared completely unfazed, her gaze fixed intently on the agent. Mirmis calmly stated, "I have a question." The agent, feeling a surge of anxiety, feared her worst apprehensions were materializing. Why is the price here so affordable? If they were to uncover the truth behind this inquiry, the sale of the property would surely be jeopardized. She began to frantically brainstorm a plausible explanation to convince these two to purchase the house. She could not afford to miss this rare opportunity to sell the property to willing buyers. Under the agent's tense gaze, Mirmis posed another question. What is the voltage of the outlets here? The agent was taken aback, never having considered such an unexpected inquiry. Stumbling over her words, she replied, 220 volts, I suppose. Mirmis's expression fell, realizing she would not encounter the delightful current of 300 volts. Despite the confusion, the conversation proceeded smoothly, ultimately resulting in the successful transfer of the property to Yu. On the way back, the agent, feeling relieved, muttered to herself, at last, I've sold that unfortunate house. Perhaps my fortune will change now. Chapter 35. The secrets hidden within the walls after parting ways with the two in the dining hall. Vitia made her way to the woods on the back mountain, where the wizard's home was concealed. As Vitia walked along the forest path, she noticed a seemingly amiable turtle statue by the roadside, its shell adorned with a white stone. Touching the white stone, Vitia called out, Ludo, open the door. Upon uttering the incantation, a previously non-existent path gradually materialized before her eyes. Following the path into the barrier, her figure vanished like a wisp into the woods. Vitia knocked on the wooden door, and upon hearing a voice from within say, Please come in, she pushed the door open. The wizard was arranging tarot cards at the table, meticulously aligning them as if measured with a ruler. Tarot divination is considered a fundamental form of magical divination, and perhaps due to the failure of her morning's reading, the wizard had decided to reinforce her foundational skills. Vitia got straight to the point, stating, in fact, your divination was correct. The wizard gave a bitter smile and modestly replied, There is no need to comfort me. Vitia firmly stated, I am not comforting you. I am merely stating the facts. The wizard paused her card arrangement and turned to regard Vitia, who appeared serious. Vitia solemnly declared, The perpetrator who burned down Yu's home is, in fact, Yu herself. This revelation left the wizard in shock, her mouth agape in disbelief. Why would Yu do such a thing? The wizard was baffled. It was Yu's own home, so why would she engage in such irrational behavior? Vitia lowered her hands, signaling the wizard to remain calm. It was an accident. She forgot to turn off the induction cooker. As she spoke, Vitia presented the news report that Mirmis had discovered. A fire broke out yesterday at 707 Muli Avenue in Qianmu Town, with no casualties. The cause of the fire was ultimately determined to be an explosion of the induction cooker. Residents are advised to exercise caution when using electrical appliances to prevent fires. Prolonged use of high-energy appliances can lead to aging and wear of electrical circuits, further increasing the risk of fires. How could this be? The wizard covered her mouth, struggling to process this shocking revelation. Vitia cleared her throat and began to narrate the unfolding truth. Initially, we all misjudged the situation, thinking that this explosion incident was the work of the notorious bomber who has been rampant lately. However, these two occurrences are not directly related. Rather, Yu's late-night habits and distractedness led her to forget to turn off the induction cooker, ultimately causing the explosion. Your divination, which depicted Yu at the zoo observing a black bear, was not erroneous. Vitia interconnected all the clues, arriving at this conclusion. However, unbeknownst to everyone, the fire's origin was not solely due to Yu's oversight. The high-energy appliance that caused the electrical overload and subsequent circuit deterioration was Mirmis. This was a fact that even Mirmis had not anticipated, as a series of coincidences culminated in the fire. The wizard, looking concerned, asked, Does he know about this? Vitia shook her head. No, she does not. Hearing this, the wizard's expression relaxed somewhat, and she inquired, Did you come all this way just to tell me this? Thank you. The wizard understood Vitia's intentions and smiled back at her. Vitia replied with a smile, It's nothing. At that moment, a mischievous thought crossed Vitia's mind. With a feigned weary tone, she sighed, Oh dear, If only someone weren't an electrical killer, how much less trouble I would have to endure. Utah regarded the wizard, who appeared troubled by her statement, and silently mused that this face-to-face conversation was not so bad after all. The wizard, feeling embarrassed, lowered her head, realizing she had become a so-called electrical killer, causing misfortune to any appliance she encountered. I truly apologize for the inconvenience my presence has caused you, the wizard said with regret. Utah waved her hand dismissively, saying it was of no concern. She casually selected a chair to sit in and, with a serious demeanor, remarked, I am more curious about Mirmis's true origins. Although I cannot read her mind, it is evident she does not come with malicious intent. The wizard stored the tarot cards in a wooden box and approached Utah, saying, before I broke the crystal ball, I attempted to glimpse her past. But the sphere was shrouded in darkness, revealing nothing. Upon hearing this, Utah's brows furrowed in concern. Did you sense any magical aura from her? The wizard gently shook her head. No, perhaps she has concealed all traces of her magic. Utah cradled her chin in contemplation, pondering the myriad of mysteries surrounding Mirmis. After a brief silence in the room, the wizard suddenly spoke. But Mirmis is not a bad person, is she? She cares so much for you. The wizard attempted to persuade Utah to abandon her investigation into Mirmis, stating that using the crystal ball to pry into others' past could, to some extent, infringe upon their privacy. Utah calmly analyzed, it is not impossible that this is merely an act to gain her trust. The wizard, unable to stand by while Utah doubted Yu's cousin, exclaimed in frustration, honestly, Utah, you are being far too suspicious. The sorceress stamped her feet in place to express her anger. Yuta swiftly responded, assuring her that while she could not fully trust her, she would temporarily treat her as an ordinary friend. Yuta had a sense that Mirmis was concealing many matters, not only from them, but from Yu as well. Yet, similar to the recent incident with the blundering bomb, sometimes ignorance of the truth might be preferable. Yuta was uncertain if she should dwell too much on this. She was not particularly curious by nature, merely needing to ensure everything remained within her understanding. At that moment, her phone rang, and the caller was Yu. Yuta surmised that Yu was likely calling to lament her encounter with a shady agent, complaining about discrepancies between the product and its images. Prepared for Yu's grievances, she answered the call. Hello, this is Yuta. Contrary to her expectations, Yu's voice sounded cheerful. Class leader, I found a new home. On the other end of the line, Yu lounged leisurely on the now tidy living room sofa. Naturally, the first task after moving into a new home was a thorough cleaning. Mirmis, being a domestic robot, promptly took charge of all household chores without hesitation. To Yu's surprise, Mirmis was indeed proficient at household tasks, and quite commendable at that. However, she did not employ a typical robotic method of conjuring cleaning tools from her hands. Instead, she picked up a broom and cloth like an ordinary person. While Yu chatted with Yuta, Mirmis was battling stubborn stains in the kitchen, where the lack of proper cleaning agents rendered the grease exceptionally tenacious. Fortunately, Mirmis's skills prevailed. After repeated scrubbing, she eventually conquered the tough stain, albeit leaving the cloth in a rather disheveled state. Oh, that's wonderful. Is the rent expensive? Yuta's voice was calm. Not at all. It's quite affordable, Yu replied, sitting up a bit from her previous lounging position. Considering Yu's current financial situation, Yuta couldn't help but ask curiously, is it in the suburbs? Yu shook her head. No, it's in a regular residential area. After a brief pause, Yuta inquired, so, are you still planning the celebration after the move? Yu, excitedly kicking her feet against the sofa, exclaimed, of course. We'll have a celebration, and let us combine it with a housewarming party. Remember to invite Wei Wei in. Yuta casually replied, no problem. So where's your new home? Please send me the address. Okay. Yu began typing on WeChat. After finishing the cleaning on the first floor, Mirmis took her cleaning tools upstairs, the wooden steps creaking as if someone were chuckling. Suddenly, Mirmis felt an odd sensation of being watched. She turned abruptly, but found only dust as company. Puzzled, she wondered if her external sensors were malfunctioning. After quickly scanning her systems for abnormalities, she found none, concluding that dwelling on it would hinder her work. Mirmis decided to ignore the peculiar feeling and continue her cleaning. While moving furniture, She noticed that the upper right corner of one wall seemed to be peeling. This wall had an additional layer of wallpaper, and the surface appeared uneven, suggesting something was concealed beneath. Downstairs, Yu was casually spelling out characters, sending the address of the house to Yuta via WeChat. Upon seeing the address, Yuta felt her heart momentarily halt, hurriedly asking, "Are you certain this address is correct?" The voice from the other end was alarmingly loud, causing Yu to instinctively pull the phone away from her ear. Yu re-examined the address she had just sent, meticulously checking each character. "It's correct. Not a single character is wrong," she said, tilting her head in confusion. "This is indeed my home." Yu wondered why Yuta's voice sounded so urgent. Before she could ponder further, Yuta's anxious shout came through. "Hurry and leave that house. There is something wrong with it." Meanwhile, Mirmis, who stood before the wall, examining it curiously, eager to discover what lay beneath the wallpaper. With a sudden tug, she ripped off the wallpaper, revealing the inner wall covered in a multitude of strange charms. Chapter 36. The Rumored Mansion. Were these? Mirmis stood in front of the wall plastered with charms, unable to comprehend the writings, which appeared to her as mere scribbles. These were likely remnants left by the previous tenant, unsightly and arguably an eyesore, needing to be cleared away. One by one, Mirmis tore down the paper strips, creating a small mound on the floor. She wrapped all the strips in the wallpaper, and, as she prepared to turn and head downstairs, a faint voice seemed to whisper in her ear, "Thank you." Mirmis turned around, but the upper floor was empty, with only the shadows cast by the light remaining. Upon returning to Freudian Star, "I should undergo a more comprehensive checkup," Mirmis mused to herself. Her auditory sensors were functioning normally, yet she frequently heard strange sounds in the house, leading her to suspect a malfunction in her self-diagnostic system. Carrying her load downstairs, she passed by Yu, who was still on the phone with Yuta. Yu, perplexed, retorted, "What is wrong with this house?" "Mirmis, and I have checked it. It's quite a nice place." Yuta's voice was serious as she replied, "It's not a trivial issue like shoddy construction." Taking a deep breath, Yuta continued, "This house is haunted." Yu gasped in astonishment. "Haunted?" Her hair stood on end in response to her own panic. But the next moment, she retorted incredulously, "Isn't that just a fabrication from stories?" Although Yu had no interest in the supernatural, she had heard of the concept of ghosts. They were typically souls lingering due to regrets or grievances, disturbing the living. However, if such claims were true, the world would be overflowing with them. While vengeful spirits might be few, regrets were abundant. Hardly anyone departed this life without them. Moreover, when such words came from Yuta, their credibility plummeted, given that she was the mischievous class leader known for teasing her. Could one really believe her claims of ghosts? Absolutely not. Yu dismissed Yuta's words entirely, even sarcastically remarking, "Wow, I never thought the class leader would believe in such things. I'm truly enlightened." Hearing Yu's nonchalant and somewhat mocking tone, Yuta felt a surge of anger, stating, "If you don't believe me, you can go upstairs and look. There should be many charms on the wall in the southwest corner." Yu, with a face full of skepticism, retorted, "Don't be ridiculous. I've already checked the house. If there were charms, I would have seen them." Yuta's frustration escalated. She couldn't comprehend how Yu could be so oblivious, failing to see such an obvious ruse. Of course, the property developers covered it up with wallpaper to prevent you from discovering it. This statement made Yu, who had been ready to lie down, stand up from the sofa. It was evident that Yuta was underestimating her, and such condescension was intolerable. Yu coldly challenged, "What if I go upstairs now and find no charms?" Yuta, resigned, replied, "How about I treat you to a cup of milk tea?" Yu's mood brightened considerably at the prospect of a free drink, and she cheerfully said, "It's a deal." Yu ascended to the second floor and approached the southwestern wall. She ran her fingers along the surface, detecting no anomalies. The texture felt as coarse as that of the other walls. Attempting to knock on the wall, she could only dislodge some white lime, with no trace of wallpaper to be found. With a sly smile, Yu remarked, "If you wish to treat me to milk tea, there is no need to take such a convoluted route." Yuta fell silent for a moment before hesitantly asking, "Did you find any talismans?" Without a hint of hesitation, Yi replied, "None at all. I would like chocolate flavor with coconut jelly, please." Yuta sighed and inquired about sugar and ice. Regular sugar with less ice. After exchanging these details, the two engaged in casual conversation before ending the call. Meanwhile, Yuta set down her phone, her expression betraying a hint of unease. The sorcerer, visibly concerned, asked, "Has Yu moved into that peculiar house?" Previously, the sorcerer had ventured near that house and sensed an overwhelming aura of resentment. Though it seemed rather immature, Yuta shrugged helplessly indeed. I advised her, but she was entirely skeptical. What should we do now? Let be. At least it shouldn't pose a threat to her life. Faced with Yu's skepticism, Yuta resolved to investigate. She cradled her head with both hands, reclined against the chair, and closed her eyes. Mirmis returned to the house. Having just disposed of a bundle of wallpaper and a peculiar note in a large garbage bin outside, for the household bin was utterly insufficient. Her current task was to finish cleaning the second floor, after which she could bring her pet mouse back home to live with her. At this moment, Mirmis paused, suddenly remembering that they had yet to name the mouse. The occurrences of the past few days had been rather overwhelming, leaving no time to ponder such matters. Now that things had settled, she could finally take a moment to reflect. Mirmis felt a renewed vigor for cleaning the house. She was determined to complete the task swiftly so she could fetch the unnamed mouse. Upon returning to the second floor, she discovered that the cleaning had mysteriously been completed. The windows gleaming and the floor spotless, so clean it could serve as a mirror. The cleaning tools she had carelessly set aside were now neatly arranged in the corner. Mirmis scratched her head, utterly perplexed. Who cleaned the second floor? Why do I have no record of it? Hastily, she descended the stairs and approached Yu, asking, "Yu, did you just go to the second floor?" Without a moment's reflection, Yu affirmed, "Yes, I just went there." "Why?" Mirmis shook her head, "Nothing." She was astonished by Yu's unexpected proficiency in household chores, her speed surpassing her own. Later, Mirmis returned from Yuta's house with the mouse. Bestowing upon it a new name, Limi, she fed Limi some food, filled the water dispenser, and stroked its fluffy back, feeling a wave of comfort. Mirmis placed Limi in her room, ensuring that Yu would not be frightened by its presence. Mirmis's room was located on the second floor. Although she had no need for rest, having a space of her own was indeed a cause for joy. Yu had chosen the ground floor's spacious master bedroom, originally intended for a couple, but she preferred the openness it offered. Before Mirmis departed to retrieve Limi, Yu had also asked her to buy additional living necessities, such as a straw mat, bedding, and pillows, as these items were unsuitable for use after being sealed away for so long. At dinner time, Yu's bowl was filled with a mound of soil, freshly excavated from the nearby grassland, while her cup contained tap water. Mirmis's cup, in stark contrast, held a dark brown liquid resembling machine oil. The scent of oil made Yu instinctively recoil. Such substances were hazardous pollutants for the Vitians. Yu took a bite of the soil, then silently rose to dispose of it in the trash. With a sigh, she lamented, "I initially intended to save some money by subsisting on dirt, but I never anticipated that the soil on Earth would taste so terrible. It, too, is contaminated. I suppose I shall settle for ordinary food today." With that, Yu retrieved a bag of bread, preparing to dip it in water to sustain her for a few days, or perhaps longer, until they had sufficient income to support their previous lifestyle. They would have to endure for a while. After dinner, Mirmis noticed that Yu did not immediately return to her dormitory to complete her homework. Instead, she leisurely sat on the sofa, watching television with her. Curiously, Mirmis inquired, "Aren't you going to do your homework today?" Yu replied nonchalantly, "I finished my drawings the day before yesterday." Internally relieved, Yu thought, "Thank goodness I submitted my sketches. Otherwise, it would have felt as disheartening as losing 99 drawings due to a computer crash." At that moment, a peculiar thought crossed Yu's mind, prompting her to ask an odd question. Could Mirmis experience a system crash? Mirmis quickly grasped the implication, responding, "Are you referring to a system malfunction? That has happened to me before." Yu, intrigued, inquired further, what happens during a malfunction? Would it result in lost data? Is it akin to amnesia? Mirmis slowly shook her head. No, it's far worse. Her expression darkened, as the memory of that incident left her with lingering discomfort. Noticing this, Yu swiftly changed the subject. By the way, Mirmis, I must tell you that when I spoke with Vitia today, she mentioned that this house is haunted. Isn't that absurd? Yu laughed heartily, but she was taken aback by Mirmis's serious demeanor. Mirmis pondered, could the sounds I heard today have been a ghost? A chill ran down Yu's spine. Mirmis's attitude made her uneasy, and recalling Vitia's warning heightened her anxiety. Yu hastily waved her hands. No way. You must have misheard. Yu, why are you sweating so much? Mirmis asked, puzzled. Yu chuckled nervously. Perhaps it's just the heat. The air conditioning isn't on. Taking a deep breath, Yu silently reassured herself. Stay calm. Vitia is merely trying to frighten me. That night, the two retired to their respective rooms. Yu lay on her bed, feeling a sense of unease. Ever since she had been unsettled by the notion of ghosts, her room felt entirely different. The three stains on the ceiling appeared eerily reminiscent of a wailing face. The sound of branches tapping against the window now echoed like someone attempting to break through. There was an unsettling sensation of being watched, causing Yu's hairs to stand on end. Mirmis connected her charging cable to the outlet by her bed, maintaining an efficiency akin to that of ordinary appliances, preventing power outages in the vicinity, though it required lengthy charging times. Mirmis playfully poked Mirmis's belly and stroked its ears, thoroughly enjoying the moment. Suddenly, a knock sounded at the door. Mirmis placed Mirmis back in its cage and rose to answer the door. Upon opening it, she found Yu standing there, looking somewhat shy and anxious. With her head bowed and hair curling at the ends, Yu implored, could you possibly sleep with me tonight? Chapter 37. A night of shared slumber in the brightly lit bedroom. Yu sat on the bed, instinctively pulling the covers up a bit. Mirmis checked all the doors and windows of the house, ensuring they were securely closed before entering Yu's room. Yu quickly patted the bed, urging Mirmis to join her. Mirmis turned off the lights and, utilizing her night vision abilities, effortlessly made her way to the bedside. The faint moonlight illuminated the room, casting a glimmer of brightness in what should have been an impenetrably dark night. Mirmis spoke with unwavering conviction. Yu, rest assured, I shall remain vigilant throughout the night. Should anyone seek to harm you, I will undoubtedly protect you. Yu smiled and replied, but that presupposes you are capable of striking back. As Yu leaned closer to Mirmis, the menacing elements that had previously drawn her attention seemed to lose their threat under her companion's presence. This companionship evoked memories of her sister. In her childhood, Yu had harbored a deep fear of thunder, terrified by the incessant claps of lightning outside that rendered her unable to sleep alone while their parents were out working late. Thus, she would scurry into her sister's room, seeking solace beneath her warm blankets. Back then, her sister had also assured her of protection, although the sources of Yu's fears were incapable of causing her actual harm. Both her sister and Mirmis willingly offered their guardianship, indulging her somewhat capricious requests. Gradually, Yu closed her eyes, drifting into a deep slumber. Mirmis cast a discreet glance to the side, and, upon confirming Yu's peaceful sleep, whispered a gentle good night. In the stillness of the night, Mirmis connected one data cable to the charging port and the other to her phone, enabling her to access the internet even while the device's screen was dark. The volume of information that a phone could receive was less than Mirmis's processing capacity, thus preventing the processor from becoming overwhelmed by an influx of data. During her foray into the online realm, Mirmis unearthed some of the darker facets of human civilization. Humanity, in its fervor for advancement, had partitioned itself into various nations, towns, and organizations, each possessing divergent cultural understandings and beliefs, inevitably leading to conflict. The catalysts for such discord were manifold: disparities in wealth, privilege, oppression, jealousy, a sense of superiority, and greed. To Mirmis, the internecine struggles among humans appeared to be a futile expenditure of energy. However, these matters had no bearing on the designation of the Dark Planet, while they indeed represented a shadowy aspect of existence. Such occurrences were all too commonplace in the cosmos and hardly merited mention. It seemed exceedingly difficult to find relevant clues within the information network constructed by humanity, perhaps because they were oblivious to Earth's tarnished reputation. In the prevailing consciousness of Earth's inhabitants, extraterrestrial civilizations were deemed non-existent. They believed that within the confines of their explorations, Earth was the sole planet housing intelligent life. Mirmis also observed an intriguing phenomenon. As humanity embarked on the development of artificial intelligence, they simultaneously harbored fears that these creations might undermine their dominion or even lead to their own extinction. Numerous films, games, and novels depicted this anxiety. And with the advancement of technology, the likelihood of artificial intelligence emerging grew ever greater. This reality implied that Mirmis must not allow humanity to discover her identity as an extraterrestrial technological domestic robot. Otherwise, her level of intelligence could incite chaos on a global scale. Yet she remained blissfully unaware of this potential peril, all the while striving to engage with humans without revealing her true nature. At least thus far, she believed she had managed quite well. Mirmis continued to meander through the internet, virtually exploring the customs and culinary practices of various nations. Among these, she was particularly captivated by the awe-inspiring architectural marvels that astonished Earth's denizens. Rumors suggested that these supernatural edifices could only have been constructed with extraterrestrial assistance, as the technological prowess required to erect them far surpassed that of the era in which they were built. Perhaps clues could be gleaned from these structures, leading her to a means of departing Earth. The challenge lay in reaching those locations. Bereft of flight capabilities, Mirmis could not undertake a global journey. Traveling by airplane necessitated a substantial sum of money, a resource she currently lacked. Thus, her immediate priority was to secure employment. Mirmis scoured numerous job listings online, determined not to seek work beyond Chimu Town for various reasons. She could not possibly juggle multiple jobs. While she could endure it, it would leave Yu alone in their empty home. Just as Mirmis immersed herself in her search, Yu let out a pained cry. After struggling in her dreams for several moments, she awoke, her expression one of distress. Mirmis turned to face Yu. Concern etched across her features as she inquired, "What troubles you?" Yu, initially unresponsive, instinctively clutched Mirmis's hand tightly, as if reluctant to release her. After a prolonged silence, she gradually composed herself and, with a quaver in her voice, confessed, "I dreamt of the day catastrophe befell Vitia." Wiping her nose, she continued, "I was aboard the spacecraft, witnessing the entire planet vanish before my eyes. The haunting image of that day was forever etched in Yu's mind. She could never forget the sheer despair she felt at the moment Vitia exploded." Mirmis gently brushed away the tears that had escaped the corners of Yu's eyes and asked softly, "You are very sad, aren't you?" Yu curled up, murmuring, overwhelmed with sorrow. Mirmis embraced Yu silently, enveloping her entirely in her arms. With sincere regret, Mirmis said, "I am sorry. All I can offer you is this." Yu managed a reassuring smile, replying, "This is enough for now." The following morning, when Yu awoke, Mirmis was no longer in bed. Yet the tantalizing aroma wafting through the door betrayed her whereabouts. She was in the kitchen, preparing breakfast. As Yu entered the kitchen, she found Mirmis had made and arranged lettuce and sausage sandwiches on the table, the slightly charred bread enhancing both texture and flavor. Taking a bite, Yu found it to be far from gourmet, but still immensely satisfying. Mirmis immersed the cookware in water, then approached the dining table, inquiring, "How does it taste? Is it good?" Yu beamed, "Delicious." After a few bites, however, she abruptly halted, a wave of guilt washing over her. Mirmis regarded her quizzically, asking, "What is it?" Yu shook her head regretfully. "It is such a delightful dish, yet you cannot savor its flavor. I find that quite unfortunate." Mirmis replied somewhat nonchalantly, "I can indeed perceive the taste. However, it does not elicit any sense of satisfaction. For these items were not meant for Mirmis to consume, though they provided a negligible source of energy. It was effectively akin to experiencing solitude." Yu appeared a bit bewildered, scratching her head and saying, "Is that so?" The stark differences in habits between inorganic and organic beings struck her as she pondered. Then, Mirmis's gaze drifted upward to the right, as if recalling something, and remarked, "However, if we are speaking of energy, I do have preferences. Yu, intrigued, asked, "What type of energy does Mirmis favor?" Mirmis's demeanor brightened as she embraced the topic, stating with a smile, "I particularly enjoy electrical energy exceeding 300 volts. Although it can induce a sharp sensation, I still find it quite appealing. As for liquid energy, I favor Titan water as it enhances operational efficiency. Regrettably, in their impoverished surroundings, such energy sources were unattainable unless Mirmis were to tap into the high-voltage power lines." After some contemplation, Yu expressed her understanding with an analogy. "So, if Mirmis were an organic being, you would be akin to someone who enjoys spicy food and coffee." Perhaps that is an apt comparison. The use of food as a metaphor for energy was a novel concept for Mirmis, as few had ever inquired about a robot's energy preferences. Once this topic was broached, Yu's curiosity surged, prompting her to ask, "Do you have any aversions to certain types of energy? Light energy and thermal energy. Converting them feels more uncomfortable than swallowing gears." Vitia unusually revealed a distinct expression of distaste, clearly indicating her aversion towards these two forms of energy. Vitia, with a sudden epiphany, snapped her fingers and exclaimed, "I understand, you detest solar energy." Quite the contrary. Vitia herself held a fondness for the sun, recognizing photosynthesis as a vital source of physical energy. Did Vitia have any food she loathed? This expression seemed to reflect some concern. "Indeed, there are numerous foods on Earth that I despise, such as durian and canned herring, as well as animal organs and eyes." Vitia decisively listed a plethora of items she detested, particularly perplexed by the notion that anyone could enjoy consuming eyes. Mirmis nodded, stating that she would henceforth avoid purchasing such ingredients. With a sigh of relief, Vitia felt fortunate to have steered clear of these culinary landmines. After bidding farewell to Vitia, she tidied the dining table and prepared to venture out in search of employment. However, after meandering about the streets for some time, she found herself empty-handed, as most establishments were either adequately staffed or unwilling to accept candidates lacking work experience. Mirmis wandered through the small town, passing by numerous shops and companies, eventually pausing in front of a cafe, the reputation.The, where she had previously enjoyed coffee with Vitia. Yet, the reason for this pause lay not within the cafe itself, for it only required the owner to manage all the day's patrons, rendering the recruitment of servers unnecessary. Vitia noticed a flyer on a nearby telephone pole, advertising for an assistant, directing applicants to the second floor with a thoughtfully drawn arrow pointing precisely above the reputation.The. Following the advertisement guidance, Vitia ascended to the second floor. Chapter 38. Caring for people is similar to caring for pets. Upon reaching the second floor via the staircase, Vitia discovered a door adorned with a sign indicating that the establishment was open for business, presumably the very shop seeking an assistant. She knocked gently, yet received no response. Reluctantly, she pushed the door open, only to be met with a surprising sight. The room was splattered with a crimson liquid, droplets flinging themselves everywhere. A bespectacled middle-aged man firmly grasped an orange kitten, which was smeared with the same red substance, while his own attire bore the marks of this liquid. The bespectacled man cradled the mischievous kitten, gently stroking it. "Do not run about. It is quite dangerous." Under his soothing presence, the kitten gradually calmed down. At this moment, he noticed Vitia standing at the entrance and quickly explained, "I apologize. I must have startled you. I assure you, I did not harm this kitten. The substances that appear to be blood are merely watermelon juice." Taking a step to the right, he revealed a toppled can of watermelon juice on the table that had been previously obscured from Vitia's view. The man placed the kitten on a cloth mat and approached Vitia with an amiable tone, inquiring, "Is your pet a chameleon?" "I have not seen it." Vitia shook her head, responding, "I did not bring me with me. I am here to apply for the assistant position." The man clapped his hands in delight, saying, "Ah, so you're here for the assistant role." He adjusted his collar and stated earnestly, "I am the veterinarian and owner of this pet clinic. You may call me Asker." Despite his serious demeanor, the watermelon juice dripping from him rendered him more akin to a person who had just endured a comical mishap than a figure of authority. "My name is Mirmis." Vitia surveyed her surroundings. Apart from Asker, various other pets occupied the space. a hamster whizzing on a wheel, a large dog drinking water, and a frog skillfully capturing a passing mosquito with its tongue. To ascertain Mirmis's suitability for the role, Asker cautiously inquired, "So, Miss Mirmis, do you harbor any fears toward specific animals? For instance, lizards or snakes?" With composure, Mirmis replied, "I fear no animals, compared to certain ferocious creatures of the universe. The beings on Earth are rather endearing. Even when extending her scope to the cosmos, no creature instilled fear in her." Hearing this, Asker's face brightened with relief. "That is splendid. Most young girls tend to be frightened by such things. I was concerned you might not handle it well." With that, Asker unveiled one of the boxes, revealing a spider that blinked its 8 eyes in succession. Vitia regarded the spider, which seemed to shy away from her gaze, retreating behind a wooden stick. Asker then pulled away another curtain, unveiling a venomous scorpion that was dismembering its lunch with gusto. The scorpion acknowledged her attention, but continued to feast unabashedly, even attempting to conceal its meal to prevent it from being taken. Apologetically, Asker explained, "I did not intend to test you. It is merely that the pets young people tend to keep are often quite peculiar, and these are temporarily entrusted to my care." He elaborated that his clinic offered not only routine checkups, deworming, and general care, but also pet boarding. As he spoke, a hint of regret crossed his features as he shook his head, saying, "However, matters such as sterilization or severe illnesses must be referred to a pet hospital, as my clinic lacks the necessary equipment for such major surgeries." Subsequently, Asker continued to unveil various creatures, showcasing not only these small but alarming animals, but also more aggressive and dangerous species such as crocodiles and piranhas. Throughout this process, displayed not a flicker of fear, not even a twitch of her brow. Observing her unwavering composure, Asker began to trust her assertions. As he covered the curtains once more, Mirmis inquired, "So, have I been hired?" Cradling his chin in thought, Asker replied, "Essentially." Mirmis promptly asked, "Dr. Asker, what will my specific duties entail?" Asker responded in an uncertain tone, "You will assist in preparing food for the pets, soothing their anxieties, and maintaining cleanliness within the clinic, as well as organizing items inside. That should encompass your responsibilities." As he enumerated, he gestured with his fingers to indicate numbers. Upon hearing these tasks, Mirmis was reminded of her interactions with Vitia at home, preparing breakfast and dinner for Vitia, comforting her in moments of sadness or fear, cleaning the abode, and organizing the room. After this comparison, Mirmis casually remarked, "It feels quite similar to what I do at home." Then Mirmis, "Please oversee the shop for me while I change my clothes in the restroom of the cafe downstairs." Asker, now nearly drenched in watermelon juice, was hardly presentable to meet other pet owners. With that, he entrusted the shop to Mirmis and descended to change. Meanwhile, in the school cafeteria, Vitia and Utah sat across from one another at a table, their plates nearly emptied. They engaged in light-hearted conversation about the gossip circulating within the school, a delightful pastime of student life. Suddenly, Vitia sneezed. "Achoo!" Utah offered a tissue with a hint of sarcasm in her smile, saying, "What's wrong? Did you not sleep well last night?" Vitia, blowing her nose, replied somewhat irritably, "I feel as though I've been offended." Utah dismissed this comment, responding casually, "You're just being overly sensitive." After finishing their meals, the two returned their plates to the designated area for the cafeteria staff to collect. As they walked back to their classroom, their conversation resumed once more. "It is said that Mirmis is seeking employment today, and one cannot help but wonder whether she will find success." With this thought, Yiyu is inevitably filled with concern, and peculiar images begin to manifest in her mind. For instance, an animal caretaker knocking out a lion with a single punch, a fisherman hoisting a shark, and a keeper sprinting faster than a horse. Meanwhile, Yuta, who stands beside Yiyu, has just processed these bizarre imaginings and finds herself breaking into a cold sweat. Yuta is puzzled as to why Yiyu harbors such superhuman impressions of Mirmis, especially considering that Yiyu herself appears as fragile as a sprout, yet indulges in such fanciful notions about her cousin. "What do you think, Yuta?" Yiyu tosses this query to Yuta. With a resigned shake of her head, Yuta replies, "I am uncertain as well." As they traverse the shaded thicket and pass a babbling brook, where little fish swim freely. Their conversation continues, albeit shifting to a different topic. By the way, Yuta, when did you meet your Kozer friend? Yiyu inquires while admiring the scenery. Yuta turns her head, gently stroking the leaves of a bush, and responds, "Are you referring to the one dressed as a magician? I met her in middle school." Yiyu claps her hands excitedly, forming a shape resembling a gun with her right hand, exclaiming, "Yes, that's the one." Yiyu has a vivid recollection of that magician, as she was the first figure she beheld upon awakening, a memory that is indelibly etched in her mind, further solidified by her unique attire. "I never expected you would know such a professional Kozer," Yiyu expresses with astonishment. Yuta, visibly pleased, responds, "Isn't it surprising?" Yiyu nods in agreement and, as if having narrowly escaped peril, exclaims, "I was indeed startled when I first saw her. I almost thought I had been transported to another world." Although Yiyu has encountered numerous tales of reincarnation into fantastical realms, she does not wish to experience such phenomena just yet, as she still has attachments to this world. Yuta chuckles, "You weren't hit by a truck, so how could you possibly end up in another world?" Observing Yuta's hearty laughter, Yiyu cannot help but join in the merriment. Once they have settled, a new question arises in Yiyu's mind. "However, I cannot shake the feeling that the magician seems familiar to me. Have I perhaps seen her somewhere before?" Upon hearing this, Yuta's heart skips a beat, as if time itself has paused for a moment. Swallowing hard, Yuta answers in a casual tone, perhaps it was at a comic convention. Then Yuta shifts the topic, asking Yiyu about the celebration party planned for tomorrow. "How do you intend to arrange the housewarming celebration?" Yiyu, appearing somewhat troubled, scratches her head and confesses, "I wish to surprise Mirmis, so I haven't informed her about tomorrow's events. If possible, I would like to keep her occupied for an entire afternoon, and then hold the party upon her return in the evening." Despite the loss of 500,000 and their relocation to a new house, the outcome of Mirmis's championship victory remains unchanged, prompting Yiyu to plan a celebration in her honor. However, another dilemma plagues Yiyu, leaving her in a quandary about whether to proceed with the celebration before resolving this issue. "So you're troubled about what excuse to use to keep her occupied?" Yuta points out Yiyu's concern, to which Yiyu nods in agreement. With her arms crossed, Yiyu expresses her frustration. "Indeed, it seems that whatever it is, Mirmis can accomplish it swiftly, leaving me unable to distract her for an entire afternoon. Just like the spring cleaning at home, she alone can complete it in less than 2 hours." Yiyu's impoverished imagination struggles to conceive a suitable excuse that could occupy Mirmis for an entire afternoon. With a sigh, she laments if she stays at home. "How can I possibly prepare for the party decorations?" Chapter 39. The strange blonde girl while awaiting Ast's return. Mirmis's attention is drawn to an orange kitten covered in watermelon juice. The kitten, sensing her gaze, stands alert with its tail raised. Mirmis opens her arms and slowly approaches the orange kitten, resembling a hunter preparing to capture its prey. As she nears, the kitten leaps, attempting to dart behind her. Unfortunately, it fails, and Mirmis successfully scoops it up, playfully squeezing it. However, the sticky watermelon juice clinging to its fur makes the experience less enjoyable. Seemingly dissatisfied with Mirmis's actions, the orange kitten bites her. Yet, the moment it bites down, it feels as though it has chomped into something as hard as rock. As Mirmis's hand possesses an unyielding firmness, the kitten stares blankly at Mirmis, blinking in confusion, pondering what it just bit. Was it a stone? Mirmis places the bewildered orange kitten back on a mat, just as Ask returns from downstairs, carrying a shopping bag filled with pet supplies. Lifting the bag, Ask explains, "The bathing shampoo at the clinic ran out, so I bought a few bottles. Along with the shampoo, there are also some pet food and toys." Ask gestures towards the cleaning tools nearby and calmly states, "Mirmis, please help me clean the room while I give this little kitten a bath." The kitten in question is, of course, the mischievous creature causing chaos throughout the room. Mirmis nods, and Ask takes the orange kitten into the adjacent pet bathing room, which features a glass door that allows visibility from the outside. Mirmis swiftly cleans the floor and table of watermelon juice. With nothing else to do, she approaches the pet bathing room, curious about the peculiarities of washing a pet, thinking that perhaps she could assist in bathing her family Eslimi back home. Although facing away from Mirmis, Ask hears the sound of the glass door opening and, pleasantly surprised, asks, "You finished cleaning already? It seems I've hired a wonderful assistant." Ask sighs, "I used to handle all the cleaning at the clinic alone, and removing pet hair is no easy task." While speaking, Ask does not pause in his actions, gently and slowly wetting the kitten's fur with warm water, avoiding any excessive resistance. Suddenly, Ask seems to have a thought and turns to Mirmis, saying, "Since you are here, I might as well teach you how to clean a pet." Mirmis, intrigued by this topic, naturally steps closer. First, the water temperature. Extend your hand. Mirmis obediently stretches out her right hand, palm up. Ask turns on the sprayer, adjusting the water to a gentle flow, directing it above Mirmis's palm. She feels the warm water, approximately 40 degrees, a perfectly moderate temperature. Ask solemnly instructs, "You must remember this water temperature. Cats cannot tolerate extremes." He pours some shampoo into his palm and, using the water, works it into a lather. Pay attention. When bathing a pet cat, it is best to be quick. If it takes too long, they may catch a chill. Ask expertly applies the shampoo to the kitten's body, demonstrating a technique honed through experience. Undeterred even by the foggy vision in his eyes, from his swift and decisive movements, it is evident that he has bathed many cats before and understands their aversion to water. While Mirmis observes his bathing technique, Ask suddenly inquires, "Your family must have a pet as well, right? The little fellow named Limi?" Mirmis nods and replies, "Yes, it is a little white mouse." Ask might not have anticipated that Limi was a fortunate little mouse, having narrowly escaped the clutches of death on several occasions. After some contemplation, Asku remarked that, given the nature of rodents, it would be inappropriate to wash them with water. It would be best to purchase a sand bath for Limi, allowing it to groom itself naturally. Mirmis expressed her astonishment, exclaiming, "Is Limi really so clever?" However, this also implied that all the bathing tips Asku had shared with Mirmis would be rendered useless, making that segment of information futile. With a gentle smile, Asku reflected on how animals indeed understand the importance of cherishing themselves. He carefully dried the orange kitten with an absorbent towel and then placed it on a clean cloth mat. Feeling comfortable, the orange kitten stretched lazily on the mat. Subsequently, Asku waved a cat teaser in front of it, and upon noticing the moving object, the kitten instinctively reached out to catch it, but repeatedly failed. Asku then handed the teaser to Mirmis, encouraging her to give it a try. Mirmis took the teaser and twirled it above the kitten's head, successfully causing it to lie down in dizzy pursuit. Although subtle, Asku could discern that Mirmis was relishing the interaction with the kitten. Once the kitten had collapsed from dizziness, she seized the opportunity to pet the little creature several times. Witnessing the harmonious play between Mirmis and the orange kitten, Asku felt a sense of satisfaction. He certainly did not wish to hire a cold-hearted assistant indifferent to animals. At that moment, Asku seemed to notice something amiss and inquired, "By the way, Mirmis, did you acquire Limi from a pet store?" Mirmis shook her head, replying, "No, I found it in the park." Originally, she intended to assist an elderly lady in locating her cat, but due to her lack of earthly knowledge, she inadvertently captured a little white mouse. Unable to abandon it to fend for itself, she brought it home. However, for Limi, the perilous environment of the Yu household seemed to pose a greater threat than the park. A discarded little white mouse? Upon hearing this, Asku's expression grew serious. The primary value of white mice lies not as pets, but as laboratory animals, implying that it might carry experimental aftereffects, such as viruses or injuries. Asku continued, "Have you taken it to any other pet hospitals or clinics for a checkup?" Mirmis quickly answered, "No. If you don't mind, may I assist in examining it?" Mirmis pondered for a moment and, recognizing the benefits of a health check for Limi, promptly nodded in agreement. Just then, Asku's stomach growled, and feeling slightly embarrassed, he remarked, "Oh dear, in my haste to care for the little ones, I completely forgot to eat." He pointed to the floor, saying, "It's lunchtime now, and there happens to be a cafe downstairs. If you're interested, you should try their cuisine. The owner's culinary skills are quite impressive." With that, Asku opened a drawer and retrieved a lunchbox and a thermos. "My wife prepared lunch for me. I'll just eat here. Asko opened the lunchbox, revealing a selection of home-cooked dishes alongside a portion of rice, though it was somewhat dry and cold, making it rather hard to eat. He opened the thermos and poured hot soup over the rice, casually mixing it before happily indulging. As Mirmis descended the stairs, she unexpectedly bumped into a young girl with golden hair who was ascending. The girl, flustered, bent down to apologize. "I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to bump into you." Mirmis calmly replied, "It's all right." Upon closer inspection, she noticed that the girl's orange pupils were shaped like a cross star, distinctly different from anyone else she had encountered. After her apology, the golden-haired girl hurried up to the second floor. Mirmis entered the cafe, ordered a serving of cheese-baked rice, and quietly settled into a window-side seat, awaiting the owner's service. Shortly thereafter, the golden-haired girl returned from upstairs, carrying 2 boxes containing a spider and a scorpion. It appeared that this girl was the one who had entrusted these 2 dangerous creatures to the pet clinic. Observing the girl's golden hair, Mirmis had a vague sense of familiarity, yet her database seemed malfunctioning, yielding no matching records. After finishing her lunch, Mirmis returned to the clinic, where Asko was treating an injured swallow's wing. The worried boy standing nearby was likely its owner. Upon hearing Mirmis' footsteps, the boy instinctively turned his gaze toward her and, upon recognizing her, displayed an expression of both surprise and joy, exclaiming, "You're that big sister from before." Mirmis quickly identified the boy from her database as the one she had encountered at the arcade, who had won a game with her assistance. The boy sheepishly scratched his head, saying, "I really owe it to you back then. Otherwise, I surely wouldn't have been able to defeat that boss." Mirmis glanced at the boy, then at the injured canary, and inquired, "Is this swallow your pet?" The boy quickly shook his head, responding, "No, it isn't. I found it while wandering after lunch." With a hint of sorrow, he lowered his gaze, saying, "It's badly hurt. If it hadn't been brought in for treatment, it might have died." During their conversation, Asko had already tended to the swallow's injuries, applying medication and bandaging it. Wiping the sweat from his brow with his sleeve, Asko breathed a sigh of relief, saying, "All done with the bandaging. Birds are delicate and fragile. Treating them always makes me a bit anxious. Young one, it will just need some time to rest, and it will recover." Upon hearing this, the boy leapt for joy, but Asko's next statement left him momentarily stunned. "That will be a 40 yuan treatment fee." The boy appeared bewildered, hesitating for a moment before quietly admitting, "I don't have any money with me right now." Asko gently patted the boy's head, calmly saying, "You can pay me later. I'm in no hurry." The boy's expression softened, and with newfound determination, he declared, "Once I save up 40 yuan, I will come back to settle the treatment fee." Asko replied in a kind tone, "No need to rush. Take your time." The boy earnestly bid farewell to them, casting a reluctant glance at the unconscious swallow before leaving the clinic. Asko waved goodbye to him, reflecting that such children willing to make a special trip to the clinic to rescue injured wildlife were becoming increasingly rare. As he turned back, he gazed at the swallow with concern, observing that its injuries did not resemble those sustained from a struggle with other animals, but appeared as if inflicted by a person throwing stones. Puzzled, Asko scratched his head, noting, "Recently, I've treated several injured stray animals as well. I have no idea who's behind these cruel acts." Mirmis surveyed the animals in the clinic, noting that many bore salves or bandages, explaining their lethargic appearances. "Have you seen anyone bullying stray animals around here?" Asko, who usually remained in the clinic and seldom ventured out, inquired of Mirmis, who seemed to possess more experience in the outside world. Mirmis shook her head, asserting, "If I had seen such scum, I would have intervened." Although she was not one to advocate violence, she would not hesitate to use force if her verbal warnings fell on deaf ears. However, when it came to animal cruelty, she recalled a specific incident in her database. Rubbing her chin, Mirmis reflected, "A few days ago, when I was helping Yu find a cat for an elderly lady, I discovered her cat trapped beneath a corrugated cardboard box." Vitia recalled that a brick was placed atop a cardboard box, a malicious act likely intended by a bully who wished to inflict harm on the unfortunate creature once the park's visitors had departed. Upon hearing this, Asko's expression revealed a notable urgency as he hurriedly inquired about the kitten's well-being. Vitia, without any preamble, clarified the situation. The kitten had returned to its owner. Upon hearing this, a visible sense of relief washed over his previously tense shoulders now relaxed. You have a fondness for small animals, do you not? Although the answer was patently clear, Vitia sought a definitive confirmation from Vitia. He nodded affirmatively and proudly declared, "Indeed, that is precisely why I chose to become a veterinarian." His gaze drifted to the desk, where a photograph displayed a young boy joyfully embracing a white Samoyed, set against a backdrop of verdant grass and azure skies, radiating a joyful atmosphere. Animals are humanity's friends. Pets are our family. I have always held this belief. As he spoke these words, a blissful smile illuminated his face, perhaps envisioning a world where humans and animals coexist harmoniously. Subsequently, the clinic attended to several injured pets, predominantly cats and dogs. The one that left the deepest impression on Vitia was a particularly feisty Chihuahua, its temperament proving too volatile for Isuker to manage alone, necessitating Vitia's assistance for its treatment. After a bustling afternoon, Vitia returned home to prepare dinner, crafting a sumptuous meal from simple ingredients, waiting patiently for Vitia's return. However, contrary to her anticipated arrival time, Vitia had yet to come home even as the food grew cold. The sky darkened, and stars began to peek through the clouds. Alone at home, Mirmis found the atmosphere rather dull. She idly browsed through information online, stumbling upon a video showcasing destructive acts against machines. Although she failed to comprehend the content fully, she was left profoundly shaken. Such videos were shockingly graphic for machines, with parts scattered and chips exposed. In human terms, the visuals were gruesome enough to warrant censorship, wholly unsuitable for children. To make matters worse, after watching one such video, the algorithm quickly suggested more of a similar nature, each cover more gruesome than the last, resembling a grotesque spectacle. Vitia found it incomprehensible that such content garnered substantial viewership. Why did humanity find enjoyment in such displays? What purpose did it serve? Why not allow these machines to fulfill their intended functions rather than destroy perfectly functional ones in such a barbaric manner? After dismissing all of the bizarre videos, Vitia glanced at the clock, realizing it was already 6:30 in the evening. Vitia had not returned. She attempted to contact you via her phone, but just as she picked it up, a disheveled Ur pushed open the door, panting as she tossed her backpack onto the floor and collapsed onto the sofa. Vitia brought her a glass of water and poured it gently over Vitia's head, most of it soaking into the roots of her hair, which swiftly absorbed it. "Thank you," Vitia replied, her voice still somewhat parched, yet at least she had the energy to speak. "Why did you return so late? The food is cold." Vitia pointed to the dishes on the table, now devoid of warmth. Vitia buried her face in the couch, muttering, "I accidentally walked back to my old house and spent a lot of time getting back. Just moments ago, with her backpack slung over her shoulder." Vitia had joyfully walked for nearly 20 minutes until she encountered the charred ruins of a building, realizing she had strayed off course. On her way back, the more she thought about it, the angrier she became, ultimately kicking an empty plastic bottle by the roadside. The bottle first struck a telephone pole, rebounding and eventually landing near someone's feet. To her surprise, it was Pa, who stood there, fixated on the plastic bottle. Vitia felt a twinge of anxiety, worried that Kaya might be upset, staring intently at the bottle. In the next moment, Hawiya stepped on the cap, causing the bottle to bounce up from the ground, catching it deftly as it descended. She tossed the empty bottle into a nearby trash can and then walked past you as if she were completely unaware of her presence. Having witnessed the entire scene, Vitia was left with a singular thought. The recycling classification for the bottle and cap seemed inconsistent. However, with the bottle now in the trash, there was no way for her to retrieve it without risking being mistaken for a vagrant. As she looked up at the hospital, a look of confusion crossed her face. Given Ka's vibrant demeanor, she certainly did not appear to be a patient recently discharged from the hospital, and she attended classes daily. If she were ill, it likely wasn't a serious condition, but for minor ailments, was it truly necessary to visit such a large hospital? Even for the seasonal flu, one could simply purchase some cold medicine or a herbal remedy from the pharmacy, could they not? Thus, the most reasonable conclusion was that Kaya must have been visiting someone. Reflecting on the rumors surrounding police involvement in an incident that landed someone in the hospital, Year pondered whether that injured individual resided within these very walls. Although she contemplated entering the hospital to inquire with a nurse, she realized she did not even know the name of the injured party, and a nurse would likely deny her access. Moreover, she lacked the courage to directly question Vitia about it. While her impressions of Vitia were generally positive, such inquiries were personal and could easily lead to resentment, resulting in unnecessary complications. After staring blankly at the hospital for a while, Yeir ultimately decided against entering and made her way home. After a long journey back from her old residence to her new one, she was thoroughly exhausted. After resting for a while, Yeir regained her energy and devoured the dinner they had prepared for her, while Mirmis washed the dishes. Yeir approached her with questions about her job. Upon learning that Vitia was now working at a veterinary clinic, Yeir felt relieved. Starting next month, they would have a stable income, allowing for some improvements in their meals, even if they could not yet afford a computer or a digital tablet. With such modest meals, Yeir worried that her plants might start to yellow after a few months. Even for a plant person, proper nutrition was essential. Once Vitia finished washing the dishes and neatly arranged them, ensuring they would not topple over, she finally settled onto the sofa. Yeir casually took a seat beside her and inquired, "Does the veterinary clinic open tomorrow?" In her heart, she fervently hoped that Vitia would encounter a heartless employer who disregarded labor laws. If Vitia was scheduled to work tomorrow, Yeir would not have to concoct elaborate excuses to distract her, allowing her to join Yota and Wei Weiyan in preparing a surprise party for Vitia. After the celebration, they could report the employer, maximizing the outcome of the situation. In her mind, Yeir praised herself for devising such a splendid plan. With eager anticipation in her eyes, she awaited Vitia's response, only to hear her reply in a matter-of-fact tone, "I have the day off tomorrow and the day after." Mir's response undoubtedly doused the anxious Yeir with a cold reality, extinguishing her hopes entirely. Chapter 41. The unexpected visitor on Saturday morning. Yeir lay sprawled across the rooftop, her leaves comfortably unfurling as they greedily absorbed the sunlight. Although the morning sun was not the most intense, it carried a refreshing quality, akin to the delight of savoring cucumber-flavored chips, lifting her spirits. However, this sunlight could not dispel the gloom that lingered in Yeir's heart. She remained entangled in thoughts about what excuse to use to send Vitia away, allowing her to secretly host a party. At that moment, Mirmis's footsteps gradually approached until her shadow enveloped Yeir. A trickle of cold sweat ran down Yeir's face as she pondered the reason for this visit at that moment. Surely it couldn't be just to bask in the sun's essence with her? Mirmis spoke first, addressing Yeir. "I need to go out today." Yeir sprang up from the ground in disbelief, exclaiming, "What? Where are you going?" Despite her exaggerated expression, Yeir's heart leapt with joy. She was pleasantly surprised that she did not need to concoct an excuse, as the opportunity had presented itself. What a stroke of luck. Vitia pointed toward a nearby mountain at the edge of town, stating, "I'm going to investigate over there." Yeir followed Mirmis's gaze, realizing it led to the back mountain near her school, Haibei Zhongshiwe. Confused, she scratched her head and asked, "What are you investigating? Insects or trees?" Unable to grasp this reason for venturing there, Yeir noted that the back mountain was a desolate area rarely visited, although occasionally campers or fishermen might be found there. "I'm not sure. We can only find out by investigating," Vitia replied, her gaze fixed on her phone, her expression serious. Yeir, however, was not preoccupied with the contents on the screen. Her sole focus was on hastening her departure so she could quickly call Yuta and Wei Wei to assist her. With an encouraging gesture, she cheerfully said, "Then go ahead. Come back later." Vitia tilted her head in puzzlement before turning to leave the rooftop. Leaning against the railing, Yeir watched her depart before swiftly dialing Yuta's number. "Hello, is this Yeir? Have you finally decided to postpone the party until tomorrow?" Yuta seemed to anticipate that Yeir had struggled all day to come up with an excuse, needing an extra day to formulate one. Yeir nonchalantly replied, "Not anymore. Mirmis just left." Yuta, upon hearing this, was evidently taken aback and asked in surprise, "What excuse did you come up with?" Yeir chuckled mischievously, "I won't tell you." finally catching a chance to tease Yuta. Yi was not about to let it slip away. Yuta, knowing Yeyu well, immediately adopted a disinterested tone, saying, "Then I don't care to know." Yeyu felt a twinge of disappointment at Yuta's lackluster reaction, but unable to suppress her urge to share, she casually mentioned, "Actually, Vitia suddenly went to the back mountain to investigate something, so she just left." After Yeyu finished speaking, Yuta fell silent for a moment. Yeyu, sensing something odd, called out, "Hey, are you still there?" Yuta hurriedly responded, "The signal was poor earlier. Could you repeat that?" Sighing, Yeyu said, I went to the back mountain, so you can bring Weiwei over to set up the party." "All right, but I might be a bit late. I just remembered something." "No worries. I'll buy some party supplies and ingredients first. Just remember to call when you get close to my house." "No problem." Yuta agreed readily before hanging up. Yuta's expression grew serious, as the location Vitia was heading to was significant. The sorcerer's residence was concealed within the back mountain. Could it be that Vitia intended to investigate this very place? The sorcerer had only met with Vitia 2 days prior, and now was going to investigate her abode. Could this be mere coincidence? With this thought, Yuta felt a wave of concern. Although theoretically, the barrier was flawless, carried too many mysteries surrounding her. There was a possibility she might inadvertently breach the barrier. Thus, before heading to Yeyu's home, Yuta needed to inform the sorcerer to enhance the barrier's concealment. Vitia made her way first to Haibei Zhongshui, where she learned from nearby residents the route to the back mountain, ultimately arriving at its foot. Mirmis opened her phone, revealing a blurry photograph on the screen, which seemed to depict a dark object in the sky. She had come across this image on a public forum. The post titled, "I spotted an alien spaceship." The original poster, Shinyug041, remarked, "This morning while I was brushing my teeth, I saw something fall from the sky, and when I put on my glasses, I realized it was a UFO, but my hands were shaking, so the picture turned out unclear." The second commenter, Yai, retorted, "It's probably just a drone or a black trash bag. How could there possibly be aliens?" The third commenter chimed in, "Wanting to visit another dimension is your own self-directed play, right? If you're going to fabricate something, at least make it more believable." The fourth commenter advised, "Everyone, let's have a little decency. The original poster is in this state. Let's be kinder." Most of the replies were criticisms or mockeries of the original poster's unrealistic fantasies. After all, in the common knowledge of Earthlings, aliens existed primarily in imagination, so their reactions were hardly surprising. However, this post warranted investigation. Even if it turned out to be nothing, it was not a particularly regrettable endeavor. Vitia effortlessly tracked the IP address of the post through the internet, following the clues to the location where the photograph was taken, the very back mountain. If it truly was the site of an alien's descent, Vitia might be able to seek its assistance to carry her into the cosmos, enabling her to send a distress signal to Freudian Star. Shortly after Vitia ventured into the back mountain, she received a universal SOS signal requesting assistance. Following the signal's direction, Vitia delved deeper into the forest, successfully locating the source of the signal, a small black spaceship. However, contrary to expectations, the vessel was exceedingly tiny, resembling a Model 1 might find at a shop. The dream of departing aboard a spaceship was dashed, leaving Vitia feeling somewhat dejected as she lowered her head. Suddenly, she heard faint sounds from the bushes, akin to branches snapping. As she parted the foliage, she discovered a diminutive humanoid creature, its expression betraying signs of anxiety and fear. Clearly not from Earth, nor could it be a shrunken Earthling, as it had 4 arms, each with 3 fingers. Upon comparing its features with the extraterrestrial species stored in the database, Vitia concluded it was a Tinian. However, the creature could not discern that it was a domestic robot from Freudian Star. Mistaking her for an Earthling, it appeared particularly alarmed. The Tinian was evidently frightened by Vitia, remaining frozen in place. Once it regained its wits, it attempted to flee, only to be swiftly captured by Vitia and cradled in her palm. In a friendly tone, Vitia reassured, "Please do not worry. I am not from Earth. Like you, I hail from another world. You must be from Tinian, correct?" The tiny being gazed up at Vitia, seemingly perplexed by her words. At that moment, Vitia realized that most cosmic civilizations have distinct languages. prompting her to switch to Tinian and reiterate her earlier statement. The Tinian shook her head and spoke fluently in Earth language. But you look just like an Earthling. How can I trust that you are from another planet? She scrutinized Mirmis, seemingly unable to believe her. Mirmis had no choice but to place her on a nearby rock and then, employing the same tactic, detached one of her arms to reveal the gray metallic components within. However, this alone was insufficient. The Tinian, being a newcomer to Earth, lacked the understanding of humanity that Yu possessed. This level of evidence could only confirm that Mirmis was not human, but a robot, leaving the question of her manufacturer unresolved. Consequently, Mirmis displayed the engravings etched within her components to the Tinian, which bore the exclusive inscriptions of Fu Luo Edistar, alongside Mirmis' unique identification number, UW001. Upon seeing these, the Tinian let out a sigh of relief and introduced herself. My name is Xiao Xiao. My spaceship encountered a malfunction on the way and crashed onto Earth. Mirmis empathized deeply, nodding in agreement. I too am stranded on Earth due to some malfunctions. Glancing at the somewhat damaged spaceship, she inquired, Is there any hope for your vessel? Xiao Xiao scratched her head, responding uncertainly, I don't know. I have no experience in repairing spaceships. Mirmis scanned the ship, noting that most areas seemed intact, with all the parts in good condition, the only issue being that the fuel tank was empty. The ship isn't broken. It simply lacks fuel, Mirmis clarified. Xiao Xiao, realizing the situation, exclaimed, I thought it was a malfunction, so it was just a lack of fuel? If I can just replenish the fuel, I can leave Earth, right? She joyfully hopped around. Mirmis nodded, but then delivered some rather disheartening news. However, the type of fuel your ship requires may be quite rare on Earth and difficult to obtain. Xiao Xiao, who had been elated, suddenly halted, staring blankly at Mirmis. Chapter 42. Xiao Xiao seems not very intelligent. Xiao Xiao gazed at Mirmis in confusion, asking, How can I obtain the fuel my spaceship needs? Mirmis shook her head, expressing her regret. I don't know either. The energy source used by the ship is too unique. As far as Mirmis was aware, most cosmic civilizations utilized similar fuels, such as gasoline, electricity, and nuclear energy. However, the energy source employed by Tinian was rather special. It was a unique mineral known as Taiyin, or which existed solely on Tinian. Xiao Xiao, much like a deflated balloon, hung her head in despair. Without energy, it meant she would be trapped on Earth indefinitely. Mirmis felt disheartened as well. She had hoped to ask Xiao Xiao to send a message to Fu Luo Edistar upon returning to space. But now it seemed that avenue was closed as well. At that moment, Xiao Xiao suddenly had a spark of inspiration and proposed. What if we modify the spaceship's power system to utilize Earth's energy? Mirmis rubbed her chin, contemplating, I suspect that might not work. Earth's energy has a low storage efficiency. To get this ship flying, the amount of fuel required far exceeds the storage capacity of the fuel tank. Hearing Mirmis' analysis, Xiao Xiao became more despondent and lamented. Does that mean I'll be stuck here forever? Mirmis glanced back at the spaceship and pointed at it, suggesting, Perhaps you could check the operation manual inside. It should contain emergency remedies. Xiao Xiao wholeheartedly agreed with Mirmis' idea, praising, Good idea. I'll go get it right now. With that, she dashed towards the spaceship. Although the distance was merely a few meters, it felt considerably long for her petite form. Mirmis watched as Xiao Xiao ran from the rock to the spaceship, taking nearly 10 minutes. Gradually, Xiao Xiao's initial vigor waned, and she slowed down, panting heavily by the time she reached the spaceship's hatch. This distance had taken Mirmis only a few seconds. Frustrated, Xiao Xiao pounded on the exterior of the ship, lamenting, Why didn't I just have you bring me here directly? After venting her anger, Xiao Xiao prepared to get to work. Standing before the hatch, she waited foolishly for nearly a minute, but the door remained unresponsive. Frustrated, she scratched her head. I thought it would open just by standing here. Looking around the hatch, she noticed there were no electronic locks or handles to turn. Anxiously, she tugged at her hair, but despite her best efforts, she could not figure it out. And tears welled up as she sought Mirmis' assistance. This was the first time Mirmis had encountered an alien unable to return to her spaceship, broadening her horizons. Mirmis pointed to the Tinian emblem at the center of the hatch and patiently explained, I can detect a hidden fingerprint recognition system here. Try placing your hand on it. Xiao Xiao helplessly spread her hands, asking, which one? Mirmis sincerely replied, I don't know. A bit frightened, Xiao Xiao inquired, what if I place the wrong hand? Will I get electrocuted? Mirmis shook her head, as she had no way of knowing such things. Xiao Xiao swallowed nervously, extending her right hand, with 3 fingers spread to cover the Tinian emblem. In the next moment, blue scanning lines emerged from the hull, swiftly sweeping over Xiao Xiao's right hand, confirming her identity. Identity of the registrant confirmed. Welcome back. A mechanical voice emanated from the spaceship as the hatch automatically opened. Xiao Xiao hurried inside, commencing her search for the operation manual. The operation manual possesses a peculiar characteristic. It is only remembered when something malfunctions, under normal circumstances. Its presence is so minimal that it is often discarded. Thus, Xiao Xiao naturally had no idea where it might be located within the spaceship, leaving her to search haphazardly. During her search, Xiao Xiao inadvertently pressed a small button on the control panel. Suddenly, red lights illuminated within the ship, accompanied by strange noises. Xiao Xiao panicked, as such red lights typically herald one ominous possibility. The spaceship was about to self-destruct. She rushed to the hatch, banging on it desperately while shouting, help. The spaceship is going to explode. Mirmis, observing ants transporting food nearby, heard her cries for help and swiftly clenched her fists, shattering the spaceship's front windshield. She reached in and rescued Xiao Xiao. Mirmis promptly dashed several meters away, shielding Xiao Xiao in her arms. However, after a few minutes, the spaceship did not explode, and the earlier red light and annoying noise ceased. Mirmis stood up and led Xiao Xiao back to the spaceship. Peering inside, she discovered a large, steaming cake on the main table. Mirmis cast a silent glance at Xiao Xiao, who sheepishly scratched her head, confessing, I made a mistake. That was just the oven in the ship. Now, not only did they need to find fuel, but they also had an additional problem of a broken windshield, compounding their troubles. Xiao Xiao leaped from Mirmis' grasp and crawled through the shattered glass into the spaceship. Standing inside, she scanned her surroundings for the most likely hiding place of the operation manual, when she noticed a square storage cabinet beneath the table that held the cake. Placing her right hand on the cabinet door, it indeed opened, revealing a thick book inside. Surely, this must be the spaceship's operation manual. In the moment she grasped the book, Xiao Xiao felt the weight of knowledge, yet the considerable thickness of the tome suggested a cumbersome search ahead, and her countenance soon displayed unmistakable fatigue. However, upon opening the book, she discovered a colossal red button within. Without a moment's hesitation, she pressed it. The book then automatically closed, and from its sides, 2 hands extended, releasing their hold on Xiao Xiao and levitating into the air. The cover transformed into a screen resembling an electronic display, manifesting a smiling face in pixelated form. Greetings, I am the Intelligent Manual. How may I assist you? Tainu. The Intelligent Manual bowed graciously and awaited Xiao Xiao's response. The fuel has run out. What should I do now? The system detected a change in language and switched to the appropriate language system. Tainu. The cover of the Intelligent Manual morphed into a rotating progress bar, and after several minutes, it replied, please replenish the fuel tank with Taiyin or... Xiao Xiao shrugged her shoulders, indicating the absence of Taiyin or... The Intelligent Manual conducted a thorough inspection of the spacecraft's interior and confirmed the lack of spare Taiyin or... Once again, the cover of the Intelligent Manual displayed a progress bar. This time, it found an answer in mere seconds. Etherstone and uranium or can serve the same purpose. Please note, uranium or possesses low-level radioactivity. Do not touch it directly. Mirmis checked her mobile device for information regarding the availability and acquisition of these substances on Earth, only to find the results disheartening. Etherstone did not exist on Earth, and uranium or was a rare commodity requiring significant connections and finances to obtain. Observing Mirmis's troubled expression, Xiao Xiao seemed to grasp the situation, sitting dejectedly in a chair, lost in thought. The Intelligent Manual leaned closer to her and inquired, is there anything else I can assist you with? Xiao Xiao, with a wry smile, asked, "Can you find the energy source the spacecraft requires?" Upon hearing this, the intelligent manual promptly activated its scanner, energetically searching for usable energy sources nearby, with the display's readout continuously revolving. Xiao helplessly shook her head, slumping further into her chair like a puddle of mud in despair. She did not expect the manual to genuinely locate an energy source, so she resigned herself to self-indulgence, taking a knife and fork from beside a cake and cutting a piece. After tasting it, her expression soured instantly. The cake was thoroughly unpalatable, and she had no desire to eat another bite. Mirmis remained vigilant, attentive to her surroundings. Should any humans approach, she would need to divert them. If necessary, she would remind Xiao to disguise herself as a doll or model to avoid attracting further trouble. After a full 20 minutes, the intelligent manual's display shifted from a spinning ring to an exclamation mark, cheerfully announcing, "Relevant target found. Etherstone." Xiao, nearly dozing off, was instantly awoken. The manual had indeed located an energy source. Mirmis, surprised by this revelation, promptly inquired, "Where is it?" The screen of the intelligent manual morphed into a radar display, indicating the position of the Etherstone. Mirmis noted the location shown on the radar and said, "If any humans approach, send a distress signal, and I will come to your aid." Xiao nodded earnestly and quickly asked the intelligent manual for the location of the distress signal button. Following the radar's guidance, Mirmis made her way to the other side of the back mountain, traversing a narrow path until she halted beside a small turtle statue. This statue depicted a charmingly stout turtle, its shell embedded with a white stone that emitted a peculiar energy fluctuation. Surely, this must be the ether stone discovered by the intelligent manual. However, resolving one issue led to the emergence of numerous others. First, the ether stone was far too large to fit into the fuel tank. Second, the statue might belong to someone, making it inappropriate to take. Lastly, the turtle was so adorable that removing the ether stone could potentially damage it. Chapter 43. Utah's solo mind battle. After concluding her conversation with Utah swiftly proceeded to the location of the magician, deep within the forest barrier of the back mountain. Following the customary steps to dismantle the barrier, she arrived at the magician's quaint wooden cabin, from which billowed clouds of black smoke from the chimney, indicating the magician was concocting something inside. Utah knocked on the door and, receiving an invitation to enter, opened the wooden door and stepped inside. Upon entry, she was greeted by a potent aroma of herbs that permeated the entire room. Inside, the magician stood by the table, adding a purple powder to a small alchemical cauldron. As the powder melded into the potion, the herbal scent became considerably milder. After the addition of the powder, the cauldron's contents transformed into a bizarre array of colors, bubbling ominously. Even after Utah's arrival, the magician continued to stir the mixture, as the preparation of potions was a physically demanding task that required unwavering focus. Standing aside so as not to disrupt the magician's work, Utah inquired, "Wearing the same outfit today, I see?" The magician was clad in the same attire as when she first encountered Mirmis, a blue-purple robe and the signature magical hat, leaving a lasting impression. This outfit possessed stain-resistant and waterproof qualities, alleviating the burden of laundry. While listening to Utah, the magician turned her attention to the magical tomes on the table, confirming the accuracy of the recipe. After observing the magician's diligent stirring for a while, Utah cleared her throat and remarked, "Mirmis is coming today to investigate the back mountain." The magician appeared to ignore Utah's statement, remaining engrossed in her potion making. Noticing the magician's lack of response, Utah pressed further, "Aren't you concerned she might be coming to find you?" The magician sighed and replied, "But worrying is futile, isn't it? If she truly were sent by my parents to bring me back, I certainly wouldn't be standing here." To be candid, the magician never perceived Mirmis as a threat. She sensed no danger from her, as every gesture radiated friendliness. In contrast, Utah maintained a more cautious disposition, resting her chin on her hand, filled with skepticism as she said, "Don't you find the situation rather peculiar? Would an ordinary person intentionally venture to such a remote place as the back mountain?" Various factors contributed to the troubling circumstances. and Utah remained apprehensive about me, Mirmis, entangled in thoughts about her identity and intentions. The magician placed the cauldron lid on and stepped away from the alchemical station to join Utah, scratching her head and saying, "It might just be a coincidence. I recall tales of treasures hidden in the back mountain. After all, Yu's family has recently faced misfortune, so seeking treasure seems quite reasonable." Upon hearing the magician's explanation, Utah fell silent, contemplating the notion that people often cling to seemingly absurd stories when faced with adversity, even if they knew it was merely a gamble. Observing Utah's silence, the magician felt somewhat reassured, concluding that Utah was not so stubborn after all. Nevertheless, Utah had not completely relinquished her doubts. She proposed, "Shall we use a crystal ball to spy on me, Mirmis's current movements? By understanding her precise actions, we can uncover her true purpose for visiting the back mountain today." The magician felt a twinge of reluctance, although she recognized Utah's concern for her safety. She wondered if this approach was somewhat inappropriate. However, in order to prove me Mirmis's innocence and alleviate Utah's worries, the magician ultimately decided to employ the crystal ball for a glimpse. Once more, the magician placed the crystal ball on the table, noticing that the cracks upon it seemed to have multiplied since their last use. The wizard murmured incantations, and as magical energy surged into the crystal ball, it erupted with a blinding white light. Gradually, a somewhat blurred image began to materialize within the orb. The wizard focused intently, channeling additional magical power, causing the indistinct image to sharpen. Slowly, the figure of my Mirmis became distinctly visible. From the visuals, it appeared that my Mirmis was simply walking along a forest path, her demeanor perfectly natural, as unremarkable as ever. The wizard adjusted the brim of her hat and glanced at Yuta, thinking that now, having reached this point, one could certainly trust my Mirmis. The wizard maintained a smile as she observed my Mirmis strolling leisurely through the woods. However, gradually, the wizard's smile froze. The crystal ball revealed my Mirmis approaching a place she was quite familiar with, which caused a flutter of unease within the wizard. Ultimately, my Mirmis halted beside the small turtle statue, which served as the entrance to the magical barrier. The atmosphere in the room became palpably awkward, and both individuals fell into a prolonged silence. The wizard silently looked at Yuta, who was regarding her with an expression that seemed to say, "I told you to be cautious of her," leaving the wizard at a loss for words. Meanwhile, my Mirmis, standing beside the turtle statue, was in a quandary. Although she had located the ether stone, she was uncertain about what to do with it now. If she could not ascertain that it was an unclaimed item, taking it casually would likely invite considerable trouble. My Mirmis knelt down, scrutinizing the statue for any inscriptions that might indicate ownership, but after a thorough search, she found nothing. The wizard and Yuta observed my Mirmis's actions through the crystal ball, yet they struggled to comprehend why she was so entranced by the turtle statue, fixating on it intently. After a while, Yuta could no longer restrain herself and elbowed the wizard's arm, asking, "What do you think she is doing?" The wizard shook her head, replying, "I do not know. It seems she is merely examining the statue." However, merely looking would yield no conclusions, prompting the wizard to resolve to make a bold decision. "Let me use a magical energy stone to listen to what she is saying." With that, the wizard picked up a half-piece of white magical energy stone from the table, infused it with a small amount of magical power, and then heard the sound of the breeze brushing against the stone surface. This sound emanated from the other half of the white magical energy stone embedded in the turtle statue, as the two halves were originally one piece, their energy fluctuations identical, thus enabling direct, long-distance communication. Now, let us listen to what my Mirmis has to say. The wizard held this intention, yet as minutes passed, my Mirmis uttered not a single word. Instead, she produced paper and a pen from her pocket and leaned against a tree trunk, writing something. The wizard focused the crystal ball's display on the note my Mirmis was drafting, and the outcome was rather unexpected. To the owner of the turtle statue, "I need to use a portion of the white stone on the statue. I apologize if this causes you any inconvenience. Please contact me if compensation is required." The note was not yet fully written, as my Mirmis was in the process of jotting down her phone number and address. Yuta felt utterly perplexed. How could someone leave evidence of their actions after taking something so candidly? Could it be that she had been overly cautious from the beginning? Was Mirmis truly, as the wizard had suggested, merely harboring a fleeting hope and taking a chance? At that moment, a dreadful suspicion flickered in Yuta's mind. Could it be that this note was a trap set by Mirmis to lure the wizard to a specific location? Perhaps she had prepared a magical array nearby and could easily ensnare the unsuspecting wizard. However, the next moment, the image displayed that Mirmis was writing the address of the Yu family, which also happened to be her real residence. Yuta fell silent, her thoughts momentarily suspended, feeling as though her consciousness had drifted into the boundless cosmos, aimlessly wandering. Mirmis attempted to extract the white stone from the turtle shell, and surprisingly, it was easily removed, far simpler than it appeared. Next, Mirmis struck off a fragment the size of a soybean from the white stone and reinserted it. To the naked eye, the statue's appearance remained almost unchanged. Mirmis then pressed the note she had just written beneath the turtle statue and hurriedly departed. At that moment, the image in the crystal ball began to warp, appearing somewhat unstable. The wizard endeavored to stabilize it, promptly ceasing the infusion of magical power. Yet the crystal ball seemed to have overheated, and its shell could no longer withstand the magical energy, ultimately shattering. This explosion jolted Yuta from her distant reverie in the cosmos, and upon seeing the completely shattered crystal ball, she quickly inquired, "What happened?" The wizard sighed, stating, "The crystal ball has reached the end of its lifespan. I shall quietly return later to purchase a new one." And Mirmis? She left after taking a small fragment of the magical energy stone. Yuta incredulously pressed, "Is that really all?" Indeed, as she spoke, the wizard began to gather the shards of the crystal ball, placing them all into a cloth bag. Meanwhile, Mirmis, feeling somewhat anxious, safely tucked away the ether stone fragment. Although this action felt somewhat impolite, she could not allow the small piece to remain on Earth for too long. The longer it stayed, the greater the likelihood of being discovered by Earthlings. Even in this secluded mountain area, there was no guarantee that no one would come by. So Mirmis needed to act swiftly to return the ether stone to Xiao Xiao. Furthermore, as long as Xiao Xiao's spacecraft could break free from Earth and return to the cosmos, it should be able to send a distress signal to the planet of Fulyoid. This also implied that Mirmis's departure from Earth would soon be at hand. Should she take you back to Fulyoid as well? Mirmis pondered aloud. She would not make the decision for Yu, intending to keep this secret for the time being, until the support from Fulyoid arrived and she could discuss it with Yu. On her way to the location of the spacecraft, Mirmis noticed a young man in a plaid shirt and black-framed glasses from a distance. He was holding a camera, perhaps to capture the scenery. The young man also noticed Mirmis and waved at her, quickly running over. Then, with great enthusiasm, he inquired, "Excuse me, have you seen any alien spaceships around here?" Chapter 44. The message to Fulyoid. Mirmis found herself at a loss for how to respond to the young man's question and remained silent. Noticing her delayed response, the young man realized his inquiry had been too abrupt and sheepishly scratched his head, saying, "I'm sorry, did I scare you?" Mirmis assessed the young man. He exuded an aura of ordinariness, appearing merely as an average person with a camera, not the sort of dangerous organization member who would specifically seek to capture aliens. However, appearances can be deceiving, just as he could not discern that Mirmis was, in fact, a robot. The young man noticed Mirmis's gaze and, raising his hands in a gesture of reassurance, hurriedly explained, "Don't worry, I didn't escape from a mental institution." That said, it was difficult for most people not to view him as someone suffering from delusions. Thus, before Mirmis could ask further questions, the young man, seemingly eager to prove his sanity, flailed his arms and said, "I've always been fascinated by aliens, so I wanted to capture photos of alien spaceships and extraterrestrials." As he spoke, the young man began to waver, realizing that Mirmis likely regarded him as utterly insane. "This morning, I witnessed a spacecraft of extraterrestrial origin crash in the mountains behind, and I wondered if you had seen it as well." Upon uttering these words, the man's face flushed crimson, perhaps feeling a tinge of embarrassment for believing in things others deemed implausible. He swallowed hard, cast his gaze downward, yet furtively glanced at Mirmis, awaiting her reaction. To his surprise, Mirmis nodded and nonchalantly pointed in the wrong direction, claiming she had spotted a peculiar figure over there, which had darted away, possibly an alien. Even such a vague lead filled the man with delight, and he expressed his gratitude with a fervent thank you before eagerly dashing off with his camera. Watching his retreating figure, Mirmis felt a pang of guilt as she twirled a lock of hair. Deceiving an enthusiastic individual was never a pleasant endeavor. Yet, to ensure that Xiao Xiao returned safely to the cosmos, minimizing her interactions with Earthlings seemed prudent. Subsequently, Mirmis located Xiao Xiao's spacecraft, and to her astonishment, the front windshield had already been repaired. Upon seeing Mirmis return, Xiao Xiao emerged from the cabin, waving enthusiastically. Mirmis's first inquiry was about how the windshield had been fixed. With pride, Xiao Xiao placed her hands on her hips and confidently declared that it was the result of her recent efforts. She excitedly recounted finding a spare windshield behind the warehouse and consulting the intelligent manual for installation instructions, which she had managed to follow through a series of steps. The complexity of the installation process eluded her articulation, and thus she spoke in abstract terms. Understanding dawned upon Mirmis, and she nodded in affirmation. With that, she retrieved a minuscule shard of ether stone from her pocket and handed it to Xiao Xiao. In her small hands, the fragment transformed into a weighty object that required her to grasp it with both hands. Upon returning to the cabin, Xiao Xiao placed the ether stone on the table and vigorously shook the intelligent manual beside her, prompting it to awaken from its standby mode. The manual floated in the air and politely inquired, "Greetings, how may I assist you?" Xiao Xiao pointed to the ether stone and requested its identification. "Understood," it replied, and a beam of blue light emanated from its eye, sweeping across the surface of the ether stone. After a moment, it declared, "Identification complete. The substance is ether stone with a purity of 100, suitable for use as fuel." The screen displayed a green circle, indicating that the fuel issue was finally resolved. "Hooray!" exclaimed Xiao Xiao, bouncing in joy and giving Mirmis an okay gesture through the glass. Seeing the expression and gesture from Xiao Xiao, Mirmis instantly understood her meaning, her face breaking into a smile of delight. At that moment, as Xiao Xiao was about to insert the ether stone into the fuel tank, Mirmis tapped on the front windshield and signaled for Xiao Xiao to come outside. Upon exiting the cabin, Xiao Xiao was gently grasped by Mirmis, who cradled her in her palm. Xiao Xiao looked up at Mirmis with a hint of confusion. "I hope you could deliver a message to Fulloid Star. May I ask?" "Sure, what is the message?" Without hesitation, Xiao Xiao agreed, feeling indebted to Mirmis for her significant assistance. Taking a deep breath, Mirmis's eyes transformed into a celestial blue, her pupils morphing into patterns of zeros and ones. "I am Mirmis, code UW001. I am currently stranded on the third planet of the solar system, Earth, due to a malfunction in my flight propulsion system. Requesting assistance. I have just recorded this audio message in your spacecraft. You can find it in the database. Given Earth's underdeveloped network, Mirmis could not directly import or export digital data, yet the spacecraft from Tiny Star could establish a connection without requiring data cables. Is your malfunction irreparable?" Xiao Xiao tentatively inquired. Mirmis shook her head, regret evident in her voice as she replied, "Not at the moment. Even Tiny Star's technology is insufficient to mend my damage." Gently caressing the spacecraft's exterior, Xiao Xiao sighed, "What a pity my vessel is too small to accommodate you." The diminutive stature of Tiny Star's inhabitants is well known across the cosmos, and consequently, their spacecraft are equally petite. Such a small craft could not bear Mirmis's weight, and taking her aboard would only lead to its demise from overloading. Noticing the sadness in Xiao Xiao's expression, Mirmis reassured her, "It's all right. My appearance is quite similar to that of Earthlings, allowing me to remain here for an extended period, but you, my dear, would stand out immediately." As she spoke, Mirmis playfully poked Xiao Xiao's belly, eliciting a fit of laughter from her. Xiao Xiao embraced Mirmis's finger, smiling as she expressed her gratitude. Thank you. If not for your help, I would have been utterly lost. I will certainly deliver your message to Fuluoid Star. The determination in Xiao Xiao's gaze radiated a resolve that seemed impervious to the threats of a perilous meteor storm. Sensing Xiao Xiao's sincerity, Mirmis reciprocated with a smile of gratitude. After exchanging these words, Xiao Xiao bowed to Mirmis, signaling her to set her down before returning to the spacecraft. Following the intelligent manual's guidance, Xiao Xiao activated the spacecraft, successfully taking off. Mirmis waved her goodbye, although she likely could not see it. Xiao Xiao leaned against the window, bidding farewell with a wave. The spacecraft ascended higher, gradually shrinking into a tiny black dot. At that moment, the intelligent manual drifted closer to Xiao Xiao and cautiously remarked, I detect that the current planet is the dark planet, Earth. I recommend activating the optical camouflage to avoid detection by potentially hazardous Earthlings. Scratching her head, Xiao Xiao inquired, which button is for the optical camouflage? The third green button from the left on the control panel, the intelligent manual replied, even kindly hovering above the button, gesturing to indicate its location. Why specify that? Xiao Xiao questioned, puzzled as to how anyone could misunderstand the clear instructions. There are 36 tiny star inhabitants who struggle with left and right, and 27 who suffer from color blindness, the intelligent manual explained, shrugging in resignation, as if it had encountered such situations multiple times before. You have quite the challenging job. Xiao Xiao suddenly realized why a manual might possess flight capabilities and hands to guide the spacecraft pilot in operating the controls correctly. This button, right? Xiao Xiao confirmed as her finger hovered above the third green button. Indeed, the intelligent manual nodded approvingly. Meanwhile, the young man donned in a checkered shirt, who had been misled by Mirmis, wandered through the forest. Following the direction indicated by Mirmis, he walked for quite some time without spotting anything resembling a spacecraft. However, he did encounter a variety of insects of different species and sizes. With a sigh of disappointment, he lamented his ill fortune, only to hear a chorus of bird calls from above. Glancing up, he spotted a dark object swiftly navigating through the flock of birds. Though distant and somewhat indistinct, his instincts as an alien enthusiast told him it must be an extraterrestrial spacecraft. Eagerly lifting his camera, he focused on the unidentified black object, and upon zooming in, he confirmed that its unique appearance was indeed that of an alien spaceship, one not found on Earth. With excitement bubbling within him, he prepared to capture a genuine photograph of an extraterrestrial vessel, quickly adjusting the focus and pressing the shutter, eagerly anticipating the moment he could relish the image. As he examined the clarity of the photographs, he unexpectedly realized that he had captured nothing at all. The images merely depicted a vast expanse of blue sky, fluffy white clouds, and a few flying birds. The man gazed up in astonishment, for the black spacecraft that had previously occupied the heavens had vanished without a trace, as though it had never existed. Subsequently, Mirmis opened her mobile device to revisit the post proclaiming, I captured the alien spacecraft, only to find that the original poster had updated with further commentary. Original poster, Yuga 041. I truly witnessed an alien spacecraft. However, as I prepared to take a photograph, it became cloaked. This is undoubtedly a high-tech extraterrestrial craft. The startled birds serve as evidence. Accompanying the text was a picturesque image, marred only by the presence of a panicked flock of birds at its center. Chapter 45. An unexpected turn of events after bidding farewell to the diminutive spacecraft. Mirmis meandered slowly back down the path to the foot of the mountain. This day's exploration had proven fruitful. Not only had she encountered beings from another planet, but she had also managed to relay messages back to the cosmos. It was likely that assistance from the planet Fuluoid would soon arrive on Earth, paving the way for her eventual departure from this world. Yet, several questions lingered in Mirmis's mind, eluding the grasp of her processor. Firstly, why was it that both Yu and she bore such a remarkable resemblance to humans? While it was true that most intelligent life forms tended to take on humanoid shapes, there were still considerable differences. For instance, the tiny beings she had recently encountered were four-armed, three-fingered, with blue skin, and their size dwarfed that of Earthlings by a factor of 20. Although the reduction in energy required for disguise was advantageous, the ensuing confusion remained unresolved. Secondly, the existence of ether stones on Earth raised further inquiries. The name ether derived from a long-extinct ancient civilization known as the Ether Civilization. The current supply of ether stones in the universe is limited and classified as a non-renewable resource. Why, then, would such a rare energy mineral be casually discarded in a location as unremarkable as this? Lastly, could Xiao Xiao truly transmit messages safely to the planet Fuluoid? For reasons unknown, Mirmis felt an ominous premonition, sensing a peculiar and subtle dissonance emanating from Xiao Xiao. Perhaps it was prudent not to place too much hope in Xiao Xiao's ability to relay the message successfully, as she would need to prepare for the possibility of remaining on Earth indefinitely. After all, Xiao Xiao had nearly forgotten how to open the hatch, a fundamental task. Considering the differences in species, it was not impossible for such a naive pilot to exist. After all, the technology of Tiny was advanced. As long as one adhered to the intelligent manual, even a fool could pilot a spacecraft. This was both the boon and bane of technological progress. The weather today was splendid, with only a few fleeting clouds momentarily obscuring the sun, while the trees greedily unfurled their leaves, capturing every ray of light. Mirmis traversed the forest path, distinctly feeling that this area was considerably cooler than others. Though she was heat-resistant, she preferred a cooler environment, as excessive heat could inflict irreversible damage on her system. Midway through her journey, Mirmis passed by the small turtle statue once more, yet the note that had been beneath it had vanished. Presumably, the statue's owner had received the message Mirmis had written. However, there had been no phone call nor any other notes left behind for communication, leading her to assume that the other party had tacitly permitted her to borrow it. If the opportunity arose, Mirmis would like to meet this individual formally to inquire about the ether stones. Perhaps they might possess information that could facilitate her return home, which was one of the reasons Mirmis had deliberately left her contact details. However, it seemed this avenue was presently unavailable, as the other party might not wish to engage with strangers. There was, of course, a more unscrupulous option available: to destroy the small turtle statue and steal the entire ether stone. Yet, such an action would undoubtedly provoke animosity, extinguishing any chance of collaboration through her own hands. It might even yield disastrous repercussions, causing the owner to retreat further into obscurity, making them impossible to find. Retaining the statue at least allowed for the possibility of leaving notes or similar items as means of communication. Its destruction would obliterate any trace of a clue. Beyond these rational considerations, Mirmis was inherently disinclined to destroy objects, particularly those meticulously crafted and cherished by others, as it would instill a sense of guilt within her. As Mirmis continued her journey home, her phone suddenly rang, the caller ID displaying the name of the veterinarian, Dr. A.C. Ko. Upon answering, she immediately heard Dr. A.C. Ko's pained voice exclaiming, "Help! Please come to the clinic quickly." After uttering this phrase, the communication abruptly ceased. Mirmis stood frozen for a few seconds, her CPU momentarily stalling in response to the alarming call. Was being a veterinarian truly a high-risk profession? With no time to ponder further, Mirmis sprang into action, racing towards a veterinary clinic, kicking up dust in her wake, leaving behind a distinct gray trail. As the dust settled, a figure with red hair gradually came into view. "Cough, cough, what is this?" Pavia exclaimed, attempting to disperse the dust swirling around her. She despised being choked by the gray particles that obscured her vision. Amidst the chaos, Pavia instinctively shielded the cheese snacks she had recently purchased. Following Mirmis's hasty departure, Pavia glanced in the direction from which she had come, but she was already out of sight. Even with her exceptionally keen, dynamic vision, Pavia could not discern the figures obscured in the dust, nor was she aware that she had narrowly missed encountering Mirmis. Casting a quick glance at her phone, she noted that it was nearly time for the wonderful adventures of Snowball to begin, and she needed to hurry home. The person she had seen was merely someone who ran quickly, not worthy of further consideration. With this thought in mind, Pavia turned and left. Mirmis arrived at Dr. Asika's clinic as swiftly as possible, and from the outside, it appeared unchanged, seemingly untouched by any disaster. It seemed that possibilities such as earthquakes, fires, or meteor strikes could be ruled out. Upon ascending to the second floor, Mirmis could hear Dr. Asika's anguished cries emanating from within. "Please, get up. If this continues, I will die." The words were muddled, but it was evident that Dr. Asika was in grave danger. Without a moment to lose, Mirmis kicked open the door and, assuming a combat stance, shouted, "Release Dr. Asika at once." The scene that unfolded inside the room left Mirmis utterly perplexed. A large, black-haired dog sat obediently on the floor, curiously observing the intruder. Upon closer inspection, she noticed that the dog was pinning a person beneath it, with only an arm visible, struggling to escape. Mirmis swiftly removed the large animal, freeing Dr. Asika from its weight. She helped Dr. Asika to his feet. Inquiring with concern, "Dr. Asika, are you all right?" Aside from some additional black fur and appearing slightly flattened, he seemed to be relatively unscathed. Dr. Asika quickly waved his hands, assuring her, I'm fine. I'm just a bit short of breath." After taking a few deep breaths to fill his lungs with the long-missed fresh air, he sheepishly scratched his head and said, "I'm terribly sorry for making you run over here on your day off." He rubbed the dog's head affectionately, adding with a hint of exasperation, "This big fellow really likes me, but he's a bit clumsy and didn't realize he was about to crush me." The black-coated large dog seemed utterly oblivious to what Asika was saying, yet it vaguely understood that the conversation was about itself. Consequently, it proudly lifted its head, excited drool spilling from its mouth, radiating sheer happiness. In addition to this imposing canine, several smaller dogs, resembling the large one, had also appeared within the clinic. Asika wiped his face with a towel and explained to Mirmis that these dogs had been brought in by a woman that morning, who requested assistance with their grooming. However, overwhelmed with work, he asked Mirmis if she could stay to help. Captivated by the adorable puppies nearby, Mirmis couldn't resist approaching and began to rub the belly of one of them, enchanted by its delightful texture, lost in a moment. Naturally, Asika promised appropriate overtime compensation. Yet, it appeared that Mirmis was oblivious to this significant detail, continuing to shower affection on the dogs. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Asika's face, as Mirmis's adoration for the animals completely overshadowed his authority as the manager. Determined to regain control, he cleared his throat and said, "Hello, Mirmis?" Mirmis paused, shifting from crouch to a standing position, her eyes gleaming with excitement as she asked, "Dr. Asika, may I start grooming these puppies?" Observing her eager expression made it difficult for Asika to decline. He had intended to prioritize the large dog first, thinking it would be easier to assist the puppies afterward. However, Mirmis's hopeful demeanor compelled him to silently nod in agreement. Meanwhile, Yi received a call from Mirmis. At that moment, she was pushing a shopping cart through the supermarket, selecting party supplies and cooking ingredients for the evening from the plethora of available products. With a flutter of apprehension, she answered the phone, saying, "Hello?" As Mirmis conveyed her intention to work overtime, Yi's expression gradually transformed from worry to joy. She couldn't help but exclaim, "That's wonderful. Make sure to come back a bit later." Instantly realizing her slip, she quickly amended, "Make the most of the overtime. Good luck." After hanging up, Yi's joyful demeanor was invisible to Mirmis on the other end of the line. She was now grinning broadly, almost triumphantly. This was monumental news for Yi. She had initially contemplated how long her stroll to the back mountain might take, and whether Mirmis would return before noon. But now, the timeline extended to dinner, alleviating her concerns about time constraints for preparations. With a buoyant heart, Yi completed her shopping and exited the supermarket, carrying an assortment of bags. Her spirits lifted as she approached her home. The entrance now differed from before. The outer door handle required a key to turn. Yi set down the shopping bags in her right hand and rummaged through her pockets, believing the key to be there. However, minutes passed, and her hand remained in her pocket, beads of sweat forming on her brow. She then placed her left shopping bag down, meticulously searching all her pockets. But to no avail. Yi was forced to confront a harsh and daunting reality. Had she forgotten her key? The thought struck her like lightning. Chapter 46. Preparations before the party. Poor, weak, and helpless Yi sat dazed before the door, grappling with her unfortunate memory. Reluctantly, she searched her pockets once more. But the outcome was unchanged. The key remained elusive. Resigned, she began to scout around the house for an alternative entrance. Unfortunately, the windows were sealed. The back door was locked, and she could not climb to the second floor. There was simply no way in. Left with no options, Yi sat on the steps, awaiting the arrival of Utah and Wei Wei and hoping they might devise a method to enter without breaking glass. As she sighed in despair, she suddenly heard a clicking sound behind her. The door creaked open slightly. Turning quickly, she was startled to find the door ajar. Tentatively, she pushed against it, and it swung open effortlessly, as if welcoming her inside. Confused, she scratched her head. Had she perhaps not locked the door? A troubling thought crossed her mind. What if a burglar had entered? Had they intentionally opened the door to lure her inside, making it easy to trap her? In that instant, the entire house seemed to emanate an unfriendly aura, as if a gaping maw awaited its prey. Yi nervously swallowed, cautiously peering inside to ensure no threats were present. After confirming her surroundings were safe, she quickly glanced behind the door, relieved to find no shadowy intruders lurking. She exhaled deeply, yet could not let her guard down entirely. She had only verified a few areas, and the house was vast, with ample hiding spots. Crawling on the floor, she made her way to the kitchen, seizing a fruit knife for self-defense, but reconsidering, she switched to a fork, reasoning that it would cause less harm if the weapon were taken from her. Over the next few minutes, Yi moved stealthily through her home, akin to a thief infiltrating a museum, remaining highly vigilant as she explored each room and corner. Under the bed, inside the wardrobe, behind the curtains, and even within the toilet tank, she searched thoroughly. Yet, despite her exhaustive search, she found no sign of a burglar or even evidence of anyone having been there. The rooms appeared unchanged from when she had left. Perplexed, Yi poked her cheek with the fork, feeling that something about today was amiss, though she couldn't pinpoint what exactly. Could it be that her late nights had severely affected her memory and eyesight? Rubbing her chin, she pondered the possibilities, ultimately attributing her confusion to her usual carelessness. Perhaps the door had never been fully closed. It might have merely been ajar, and she hadn't noticed at the time, subconsciously reaching for her keys, only to become flustered upon realizing they were missing, thus failing to notice the door's actual state. Regardless, a false alarm was preferable to an actual disaster. Yi returned the fork to the kitchen and brought in all the shopping bags from outside. After placing the ingredients in the refrigerator, she set about preparing the venue for the party. Classic elements such as balloons, ribbons, and congratulatory banners were essential, along with party poppers to enliven the atmosphere. Yi organized all the props on the table, separating them by function to avoid confusion later. Knock, knock, knock. A rhythmic sound at the door prompted Yi to abandon her tasks and rush to open it. Upon opening the door, the familiar figures of Utah and Wei Wei and came into view. Utah with her flowing black hair and Wei Wei with her long golden locks. The stark contrast in their hair colors was striking, making it immediately obvious who they were without needing to scrutinize their faces. "Hey, we're here to help," Utah exclaimed enthusiastically, raising her hand. In contrast, Wei Wei appeared considerably more reserved, her star-shaped pupils darting around anxiously as though the house might collapse at any moment. With concern, she asked, "Are there ghosts living here? Are you really safe living here?" Yi waved her hand dismissively, smiling as she reassured, "Oh, that's just Utah teasing me. Look, I've been here for 2 or 3 days, and I'm perfectly fine." Utah helplessly shrugged and remarked, "See, I told you, she simply does not care about such matters." Utah believed she had exerted herself. Yet Yi remained unyielding. What more could she do? Ultimately, it would be Yi who bore the consequences, and she herself would not suffer any loss. "Have you forgotten how many times you've deceived me? How could I continue to fall for your tricks?" Yi disdainfully glared at Utah, retorting with unwavering firmness. Of course, Yi would never admit that she had experienced a moment of hesitation upon learning about the apparition. even going so far as to contemplate asking Mirmis to accompany her to sleep. Nonetheless, Yuta had gleaned some inkling of these thoughts. With a mischievous grin, Yuta said, "Then I must inquire with Mirmis about how you two have spent these past few days. Is it possible that someone is trembling in fear, seeking refuge in Mirmis's embrace?" Yuta pretended to pull out her phone to call Mirmis, prompting Yu to immediately intervene, swiftly pushing her into the room while loudly exclaiming, "Stop wasting time. Hurry and help me prepare for the party." Vivian followed the two into the house, not forgetting to close the door behind them. "We have two tasks at hand. One is to set up the venue. I have placed the props here," Yu said, gesturing to the table covered with items. She then approached the refrigerator, opening it to reveal an assortment of ingredients to the others. "The other is to cook, as we need to prepare several dishes for the party." Yu pondered, "With three of us, how should we allocate these tasks?" The three exchanged glances, seemingly devoid of any brilliant ideas. Yuta broke the silence first, raising her hand and declaring, "I shall handle the venue setup." With that, Yuta picked up the ribbons and double-sided tape from the table, beginning to decorate. Seeing Yuta take action, Yu, unwilling to be outdone, asserted, "Then I will take on the cooking." Yu rolled up her sleeves, striding purposefully toward the refrigerator, leaving Vivian behind, unable to make a decision. Vivian glanced at Yuta, then at Yu. Their workloads appear to be quite similar, making it difficult to choose whom to assist. However, there's a noticeable difference in their efficiency, with Yuta appearing much steadier, methodically adorning the room, while Yu seemed somewhat flustered, especially when she accidentally spilled salt everywhere while reaching for seasonings. Vivian sidled up to Yu, gently tugging at her sleeve and softly inquiring, "May I help with the cooking?" Without a moment's hesitation, Yu replied, "Of course." "That would be wonderful." Yu beamed a welcoming smile, but not long after, this radiant expression morphed into a resigned grimace. Yu gazed at the ominous purple, viscous concoction before her, unsure of what to say. Her right eye twitched, and her expression soured. Merely looking at it suggested that consuming it would unleash a tempestuous upheaval within her stomach. Vivian, feeling quite embarrassed, lowered her head and apologized. "I'm sorry. This is my first time cooking." Yu patted Vivian's back, reassuring her, "Don't be disheartened. Cooking is particularly prone to mishaps on the first try, so don't take it to heart." Yet, Yu's subtle expression betrayed her thoughts. "But to achieve such a level of disaster, you must be the first." Yu glanced at Yuta, who was efficiently arranging the room, contemplating that completing simpler tasks could bolster Vivian's confidence. "Why not go assist Yuta with the venue setup? Her workload seems to be greater." Vivian nodded, replying, "All right." She cheerfully approached Yuta, who readily accepted her offer for help. Vivian seemed unperturbed by her earlier culinary mishap and quickly immersed herself in the venue decoration, a joyful demeanor suggesting that her confidence had been restored. Yu, relieved, turned her back and focused on preparing various dishes. Initially, she tackled the most time-consuming cake and dessert, benefiting from the advancements in automation that made the once laborious mixing process quite effortless. However, the baking time remained unchanged, necessitating several hours of patience. During the baking interval, she seized the opportunity to peel and chop vegetables, preparing for the subsequent dishes. After an extended period of culinary endeavors, Yu felt a wave of fatigue wash over her, prompting her to take a brief respite. Just as she exited the kitchen, she was met with an extraordinarily bizarre sight. The entire room's decorations resembled a haunted house, exuding a chilling atmosphere. Yu was rendered speechless, her right index finger pointing at a large spider fashioned from ribbons, struggling to articulate her thoughts. Noticing Yu's emergence from the kitchen, Vivian quickly approached her, her eyes sparkling with delight. "This is a unique decoration from our hometown. Do you like it?" Yu slowly turned her head, glaring reproachfully at Yuta, her eyes seemingly questioning why she hadn't intervened to prevent such a spectacle. Yuta, far from exhibiting any remorse, playfully stuck out her tongue. In that instant, Yu understood that Yuta had not only refrained from stopping her, but had also participated in the haunted house's arrangement. She was doing this intentionally. Faced with Vivian's innocent enthusiasm, Yu couldn't voice her discontent and instead forced a smile. She sighed, acknowledging the surprise certainly guarantees an unforgettable experience. Chapter 47. A little interlude at the party after a day filled with fluff and busyness. Mirmis returned home. The sun had already set, but the house was shrouded in darkness. Could it be that Yiyu had gone out and had yet to return? Mirmis unlocked the door, and as she swung it open, the lights illuminated the room, accompanied by the sound of 3 resounding party horns, showering Mirmis with a cascade of streamers. The 3 inside chorused, "Welcome back." Mirmis was taken aback. This was entirely beyond her expectations. However, her attention was swiftly drawn to the peculiar decorations that surrounded them, particularly the spider made from an assortment of colorful ribbons, which was difficult to look away from. As Mirmis stepped further inside, she surveyed the decorations, which could hardly be described as lavish but were undeniably distinctive. The trio remained silent, eagerly awaiting Mirmis's evaluation of the party venue. Among them, Vivian was the most expectant, being the primary designer of the space. After a lengthy observation, Mirmis rubbed her chin and inquired, "Is this a ghost summoning ritual?" Yiyu, exasperated, stamped her foot and exclaimed, "Not at all. I have no desire to encounter it." Ignoring the chuckling Yuta, Yiyu explained to Mirmis, "This is a specialty party theme from Vivian's hometown." "A party? Why?" Mirmis questioned, puzzled. "Has something worthy of celebration occurred recently?" "Of course. It's to celebrate your victory in the competition." Yuta, adorned with a party hat, blew into her party horn. Vivian clasped her hands together, squinting with a smile as she encouraged, "Although the prize money was lost in the fire, your achievements remain unchanged." Upon opening her eyes, Vivian noticed Mirmis's surprise. This was not their first encounter. With such uniquely star-shaped pupils, it was unlikely to find another like her in the entire town. Mirmis quickly recalled that she was the golden-haired girl she had previously met at the pet clinic. "I've seen you before," Mirmis remarked. Prompted by Mirmis's reminder, Vivian also recalled where they had met. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Vivian scratched her head and said, "I was in a hurry back then and accidentally bumped into you. I truly apologize." As she concluded, Vivian sincerely bowed her head in apology. Upon observing the amicable interaction between the 2 individuals, Yiyu inquired, "Have you 2 met before?" "When?" In Yiyu's recollection, Wei Wei and was mostly a reclusive figure, rarely venturing outside, making an encounter on the street quite improbable. It was indeed remarkable that Mirmis had crossed paths with this quintessential homebody. Mirmis succinctly replied, "I met her on the day I was looking for a job near the pet clinic." Yiyu nodded, remarking, "How fortuitous." Leaning closer to Wei Wei, and she curiously asked, "What is the name of your pet?" Upon discussing the subject of pets, Wei Wei appeared noticeably more cheerful than usual, exclaiming with a smile, "Xiaoku and Chengzi." Upon hearing these names, Yiyu's initial thought was of a black cat and an orange cat. Such whimsical names were undoubtedly suited for endearing creatures. Yiyu cheerfully inquired, "What adorable names. What kind of animals are they? May I see them sometime?" Ever since adopting the little white mouse, Li Mi, Yiyu felt a sense of loss and yearned for normal, charming pets to heal her spirits. Under the gaze of Yiyu's eager anticipation, Wei Wei gained confidence and excitedly replied, "They are a spider and a scorpion." Yiyu's smile instantly froze. In her mind, the warm image of cradling 2 cats was abruptly replaced by a terrifying scene of a spider and a scorpion chasing after her. Suddenly, Wei Wei sighed with a hint of regret. However, they are a bit shy. It can be quite difficult to bond with them initially. You will need to interact with them several times before they allow you to touch them. Yiyu quietly took a step back and murmured, I suddenly feel like I might be quite busy lately, and probably won't have time to visit them." Wei Wei invisibly appeared disheartened, softly responding, "Oh, I see." Subsequently, the 4 gathered around the dining table, adorned with an array of delectable dishes that looked incredibly enticing. Yiyu and Mirmis sat together, while Yuta and Wei Wei faced them. Mirmis shared amusing anecdotes from the pet clinic, including the incident of Esko being flattened by a dog earlier that day. Meanwhile, Yiyu and Yuta lamented the absurdity of the school cafeteria's offerings, such as tomato sauce stewed potatoes, pineapple stir-fried with cured meat, and a series of culinary abominations. Throughout the meal, Wei Wei and rarely initiated conversation, remaining a quiet listener. After the group joyfully savored the dinner that Yiyu had meticulously prepared, she returned to the kitchen, bringing forth a white cream cake adorned with a familiar visage. Mirmis inquired, "Is that a picture of me?" Yiyu proudly declared, "Indeed, and I painted it myself." As Mirmis gazed at the smiling face on the cake, she unconsciously smiled as well. When Mirmis picked up the cake knife to cut it, she noticed a change in Yiyu's expression, which seemed less than pleased. Pausing, Mirmis raised the knife, prompting Yiyu to regain her previous smile. As Mirmis brought the knife closer to the cake, Yiyu's expression grew somewhat reluctant. After several back-and-forth motions, Mirmis hesitated, a few drops of sweat forming on her brow. "Should I cut this cake?" Ultimately, it was Vitia who displayed the resolve, snatching the knife from Mirmis's hand and, without a moment's hesitation, slicing the cake into 4 pieces. With a heart slightly broken, Yiyu took small bites of the cake. Mirmis approached her, offering comfort. "The cake and dishes you made are truly delicious." Yiyu's cheeks flushed with shyness. Feeling somewhat embarrassed to accept the compliment, she murmured, "Thank you for your praise." Indeed, with Mirmis by her side, why should she remain fixated on the painted version? Following the dessert, Mirmis and Yiyu cleaned the plates and stored them in the cupboard. Upon returning to the living room, they found Vitia sifting through the programs, transitioning from dramas to documentaries, seemingly unable to find anything to her liking. Eventually, she ventured into the horror and thriller section, which elicited a satisfied smile. Upon noticing Mirmis and Yiyu's arrival, Vitia quickly beckoned them to join her. The sofa was not particularly spacious. 3 could sit comfortably, but 4 felt a bit cramped. Nevertheless, Yiyu insisted on sitting next to Mirmis, so she casually grabbed a cushion to place on the armrest. As the film began, it opened with a gruesome and terrifying title, prompting Yiyu to instinctively grasp Mirmis's hand. As the story progressed, her reactions became increasingly pronounced, evolving from holding hands to directly embracing Mirmis. Mirmis, however, appeared unfazed, instead curious as to why the protagonist chose to separate rather than band together. Halfway through the film, Vitia suddenly stood up, stating, "I need to use the restroom. I drank too much soda." Shortly after her departure, a second hand unexpectedly appeared on Mirmis's left arm. In truth, Wei Wei was also frightened, but managed to maintain her composure to a greater degree, merely clinging to Mirmis's arm. A particularly terrifying scene unfolded on the television, featuring a ghastly face lunging toward the screen, prompting simultaneous screams from Yiyu and Wei Wei, who clung more tightly to Mirmis. The close proximity of their shrieks caused Mirmis's sound receptors to feel somewhat overwhelmed, prompting her to discreetly lower the reception power. As the screams began to fade, the room suddenly fell into an eerie silence, the lights and television screen going dark. Yiyu trembled, whispering, "Could it be that it really came out of the television?" Wei Wei shook her head furiously, speechless, as fear rendered her unable to respond. Yiyu couldn't help but ponder whether a ghost was at play, as the peculiar atmosphere enveloping the room seemed to have summoned a true specter. After a moment, Yiyu and Wei Wei gradually acclimated to the darkness, relieved that the moonlight outside provided some illumination, preventing the room from becoming pitch black. Mirmis shifted slightly, saying, "Please let go of me. I need to use my phone for light." Although Mirmis possessed night vision and illumination capabilities, it was inconvenient to employ them with Wei Wei present. Yet, the 2 frightened individuals were adamant about not loosening their grip, leaving Mirmis with no choice but to acquiesce. At that moment, unbeknownst to the 3, a figure stealthily approached from behind, silently drawing near to the back of the sofa. 2 hands suddenly pressed down on Yiyu's shoulders, rendering her motionless, unable to speak or turn around. She could feel someone's long hair brushing against her neck, sending chills down her spine. Then, a disheveled head leaned in closer, emitting a long, haunting voice filled with resentment. "I hate this so much." Yiyu screamed in sheer terror, collapsing onto Mirmis as if losing consciousness. Mirmis finally had the opportunity to retrieve her phone from her pocket. The screen illuminated, revealing a figure that appeared quite terrifying. A woman whose presence was amplified by the eerie lighting from below. However, Mirmis quickly recognized the individual and calmly inquired, "Utah, why did you mess up your hair?" Having been unmasked, Utah switched on the flashlight feature of her phone, brightening the room significantly. She chuckled, of course. It was to give Yiyu a big surprise. Instantly revitalized upon learning the truth, Yiyu pounced on Utah, delivering several playful punches. "You are truly wicked." With her limited vocabulary, Yiyu struggled to find more words to scold Utah, only able to express her frustration through her playful jabs. Utah teased, "Huh? Don't be angry. You want to lose any flesh over it." Yiyu retorted indignantly, "Even if it's just a prank, you shouldn't cut the main power. It could easily fry the circuit." Yuta scratched his head and spread his hands, stating that he was unaware of where the main switch was. As he had just returned from the restroom, Yiyu stood frozen in place. In Chapter 48, Let's Tell a Horror Story, Part 1, Yiyu's mind struggled to comprehend the situation. If Yuta hadn't turned off the main switch, how could both the television and lights have gone out simultaneously? Yiyu dared not dwell on it. In moments like these, overthinking only breeds fear. However, Yiyu had forgotten one crucial aspect. The Earth is a realm dominated by science, yet technology is not infallible and can inevitably malfunction during use. Mirmis, holding tightly onto Yiyu and Vivian, approached the window. As expected, much of the town was engulfed in darkness, with only a few streetlights powered by solar energy still shining brightly. Being a significant consumer of energy, Mirmis quickly discerned the problem. The power was out. Upon hearing Mirmis's words, Yiyu and Vivian felt a sense of relief wash over them, releasing their grip on Mirmis's arm. Yiyu wiped the cold sweat from her forehead, expressing her gratitude that it was merely a power outage, albeit a rather fortuitous timing. Vivian joined in, clasping her hands together in relief, exclaiming that it was wonderful, as it meant there were no ghosts at play. Yiyu patted Vivian's shoulder, asserting that she had always known her home was ghost-free. It was merely a case of self-induced fright. "You were the loudest one after the power went out," Yuta remarked, piercing Yeyu's defense without mercy, leaving her momentarily speechless. After a few moments of silence, Yiyu, unwilling to relinquish her dignity as the host, cleared her throat and explained that it was due to the suddenness of the incident. It's akin to someone unexpectedly tapping you on the shoulder while you're walking down the street. It would surely startle you. Yuta applauded her statement with admiration. "Yiyu, even a duck would feel inferior in your presence." Shaking her head, Yuta noted that there were few with such a stubborn disposition as Yiyu. This was precisely why Yuta enjoyed teasing Yiyu. If Yiyu were to remain indifferent and accept everything like a mere sandbag, it would become exceedingly dull. While Yuta and Yiyu engaged in their debate, Vivian quietly nudged Yuta. Instantly, Yuta covered Yiyu's mouth and signaled for silence. Vivian, lacking confidence, quietly suggested that they should address the issue of lighting first. Mirmis nodded in agreement, stating that a mobile phone would not suffice for prolonged illumination. Yiyu pushed Yuta's hand away, recalling that there were candles and a lighter in the drawer that might be of use. She crouched down and rummaged through the drawer, indeed discovering dusty thick candles and a half-full lighter. However, upon retrieving the items, Yiyu immediately handed them to Mirmis, whispering that she harbored a physiological fear of fire and was unable to light them. Mirmis accepted the candles and lighter without further inquiry, their intended use clear. Even a novice could quickly grasp the essentials. After all, a lighter only required pressing a single button, and the wick of the candle was quite evident. Mirmis placed the candle on the table, its feeble flame illuminating a portion of the pitch-black living room. Yet, the room's decor was already eerie, and paired with the frail candlelight, it intensified the overall atmosphere, bringing it closer to that of a haunted house. Sensing the ambience was just right, Yuta cheerfully suggested that since they could no longer watch a movie, they might as well share horror stories. What? Yiyu was the first to object, as she was undoubtedly the most timid among them and could not allow Yuta to torment her. Yuta waved her finger, speaking lightly, "Don't panic. It's not just me telling the story. We will take turns sharing, and then we can compare who tells the scariest tale." "Take turns?" Yiyu rubbed her chin. a smile creeping onto her lips as she pondered the idea. She thought this could be an excellent opportunity to get back at Yuta. If she could recount a truly terrifying story to frighten Yuta, she would relish the sight of Yuta's fearful expression and regain her pride, making it a worthwhile endeavor. All right, count me in. Yu happily raised her right hand. Vivian, with her head bowed, timidly stated that she was not particularly skilled at telling horror stories. Yuta patted her shoulder, reassuring her that it was all right. Yu would provide a foundation. Yu, hearing this, protested, "Hey, I'm still here." Ultimately, the trio's attention turned to Mirmis, eagerly awaiting her response. However, Mirmis's reaction surprised them all. She tilted her head in confusion and asked, "What is a horror story?" The three were momentarily taken aback, unsure how to explain. After a brief silence, Yu contemplated and replied, "It's a story that makes people feel afraid." Mirmis nodded in understanding. Although she couldn't pinpoint why, Yu felt an uneasy premonition, as if Mirmis had misinterpreted the essence of fear. Nevertheless, Yu dismissed this feeling, for all she desired was to frighten Yuta with a horror story. Soon, the four decided the order of storytelling by drawing lots. Yu would go first, followed by Vivian. Then Mirmis, with Yuta closing the show. The other three settled onto the couch to listen, while Yu stood before the television, ready to narrate her tale. She theatrically cleared her throat and, with a quavering voice, began, "The story I am about to tell originates from school rumors. It is undeniably terrifying," Yu asserted confidently, for she felt a pang of fear even before she began her tale. In an empty classroom after school, there sat a faceless figure by the riverbank. Yu's expression was exaggerated, revealing profound terror. Upon closer inspection, it became apparent that the figure's lower body was skeletal. Yu mimicked a frightening gesture, inching closer to the three. If discovered, it would flee, emitting a chilling clatter, which was quite terrifying, wouldn't you agree? As she spoke, Yu mimicked running, her face paling with fright. "And that's the end of my story," she panted, seemingly shaken. "How was that? Scary?" Yu eagerly inquired. However, upon observing the expressions of the three, aside from Mirmis, both Vivian and Yuta seemed completely unfazed. Yu scratched her head in confusion. "Aren't you scared?" That was a horrifying figure. Yuta, her hands behind her head, casually remarked, "You're not suited for storytelling. There's no sense of immersion." Yu retorted, "But I genuinely thought it was terrifying." All right. Let's move on to the next person." Yuta waved her hand, urging Yu to step down for Vivian. Reluctantly, Yu vacated her spot and sat in the space Vivian had offered. Vivian first bowed to the trio, then placed her hands over her chest, as if in prayer. The story I am about to share comes from my hometown. In Chapter 49, let's tell a horror story, Part 2. Upon hearing that Vivian would recount a story from her hometown, Yu suddenly perked up, straightening her posture. After all, Vivian's hometown was shrouded in mystery, and her tale was sure to be intriguing. Vivian began to narrate the story she knew. Long ago, in a small cottage, there lived a young boy. While playing by the river, he stumbled upon a uniquely shaped seed. After planting it, it swiftly grew from a sprout into a small tree, ultimately transforming into a tree person. The boy and the tree person became inseparable, sharing laughter and sorrow, forging a deep friendship. However, one year, the harsh winter arrived, and the boy's mother fell gravely ill, necessitating a journey to the snowy plains to seek a specific herb. Shu Rin accompanied the boy to the snowy wilderness, but they were soon caught in a blizzard that swallowed their footsteps and trapped them in a cave. The boy, cold and hungry, curled up beside Shu Rin as his food ran out. Although Shu Rin was unbothered by the cold, his body was icy and could not provide warmth to the boy. The raging storm outside continued, and the boy might succumb to the cold before the snow ceased. He fought to stay awake, but ultimately succumbed to the chill and fell asleep. In his dreams, he felt warmth, as if he were sitting by the hearth with his mother and Shu Rin. The next day, a beam of sunlight kissed the boy's face, awakening him. He looked outside the cave and saw that the storm had passed. Excited to share this news with Shu Rin, he discovered that the cave was empty, leaving only a few black ashes behind. In the end, the boy found herbs and healed his mother's illness, while his friend Shu Rin would forever remain in his heart. After Wei Wei and finished the story, The room erupted in applause. That was truly wonderful, Utah praised. A touching tale, Yiyu added, clapping fervently. A story worth remembering, Mirmis also commended. However, after the applause, Yiyu suddenly felt something was amiss and curiously asked, "Wait, weren't we supposed to compare horror stories? Was that really scary?" Utah hesitated and replied, "Well, it doesn't quite fit the horror genre." Wei Wei lowered her head in embarrassment and murmured, "That's why I said I'm not good at telling horror stories." Returning to the sofa, Mirmis approached the television. She candidly stated, "I'm not very familiar with horror stories, but I will do my best to frighten you." Yiyu silently questioned the villainous tone of her statement. Once the room fell silent, Mirmis began to share her horror story. "This is a tale I found online. The protagonist is an ordinary young man who works diligently every day only to purchase the books he loves. His passion for literature is so intense that he buys 3 copies of each book. Gradually, his room became filled with these treasures, yet he refused to stop, renting a larger house to house his collection. However, one day, he heard strange noises in the house. After investigating, he found nothing amiss. Later, he embarked on a work trip, which unexpectedly extended his absence to 2 months. When he finally returned home with anticipation, he found the place in disarray, his cherished collection ruined. As he picked up one of the items, he noticed it was infested with book lice, voraciously devouring the pages. All of his beloved possessions were beyond salvage. Upon finishing the story, Mirmis's expression grew somber as she understood the terror of having something dear to one as hard destroyed. This was her interpretation of horror, a truly frightening tale. After hearing it, Yiyu shed silent tears, recalling a recent event in which her own anime collection was similarly lost due to an unforeseen accident. Wei Wei seemed to empathize with this feeling, her head drooping in melancholy. Though it may not be a horror story, it is indeed frightening on another level. Utah nodded in agreement with Mirmis's efforts. As Mirmis concluded her performance, all attention turned to Utah, the final storyteller. Clearing her throat, she donned a serious expression and declared, "What I am about to share is a true story." As Utah spoke, the flickering candlelight seemed to tremble in response. Yiyu and Wei Wei immediately felt an unusual sense of oppression and instinctively clung to Mirmis. In the dark of night, while walking, do you ever feel the uncanny sensation of being watched from behind, yet when you turn, find nothing there? Yiyu and Wei Wei quickly nodded in unison, having experienced such a peculiar illusion. The story's protagonist also felt the gaze from behind. That day, Xiaowei had something to attend to. Utah leisurely wove a chilling tale, knowing all too well what kind of story would best evoke fear in her audience. The essence of telling a horror story lies not in the content itself, but immersing the listeners within the narrative, allowing them to empathize with it. The gusts of wind in the room, under Utah's description, took on a grotesque and eerie quality. The decorations, swaying with the wind, resembled newly awakened specters, clawing at the air. By the end of the story, Yiyu and Wei Wei were so frightened that they dared not move. And seeing their reaction brought Utah immense satisfaction. Unfortunately, Mirmis remained unfazed. It was no wonder, given her formidable strength, that rendered her unafraid of such occurrences. If Mirmis were the protagonist of a horror film, it would undoubtedly transform into an action flick. Nonetheless, for Utah, witnessing the fearful expressions of Yiyu and Wei Wei made it all worthwhile. She raised her hand and cheerfully exclaimed, "Those who think my story was the scariest, please raise your hands." Yiyu trembled as she raised her hand, while Wei Wei slowly followed suit. Though Mirmis was perplexed, she raised her hand as well. Utah joyfully counted the raised hands, one by one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 4. Utah's expression suddenly soured as she spotted a translucent little hand surrounded by a blue glow, its owner standing beside the now cowering Yiyu in Mirmis's embrace. The half-transparent, unfamiliar woman timidly raised her hand and softly uttered, "So frightening." That day, a dreadful, unearthly scream echoed throughout the house. Chapter 50. A dangerous earth. Utah and Wei Wei released their ears, which they had pressed tightly against their heads, as if they had just survived a sonic assault. Due to Yiyu's piercing and wretched cry, Utah felt a wave of sympathy from Mirmis, who was nearest to her. However, seeing her calm demeanor, she presumed everything was fine. Among the conscious individuals present, the one reacting the most was the unexpectedly appearing ghostly woman. She shrank back like a scolded rabbit, anxiously saying, "I'm sorry, did I scare you?" Yiyu, who had lost consciousness, could not respond to the ghost inquiry and lay silently in Mirmis's embrace. "I just really enjoy listening to stories," the ghost said, beads of cold sweat forming on her brow as she hesitated to articulate her thoughts, ultimately bowing in apology. "I apologize for the disturbance." With her words, the ghost's body became entirely transparent and vanished from sight. Once the ghost departed, the room fell into silence, which was soon broken by Mirmis, pointing to the spot where the ghost had just disappeared, asking, "Is that what Earth's ghosts are like?" Utah scratched her head, puzzled. "Do you have no concept of what ghosts are?" Utah wondered what kind of insular life Mirmis must have led to possess such a lack of common knowledge. Mirmis then turned to Wei Weiyan, who seemed unperturbed, even calm. Concerned, Mirmis asked, "Wei Weiyan, are you all right?" "Yiyu seems to have fainted." Wei Weiyan snapped out of her daze after a few seconds and averted her gaze, saying, "I was a bit startled. However, I don't find her frightening. Perhaps it was due to the fortuitous positioning of Mirmis. That Wei Weiyan did not have the opportunity to engage with the specter face to face as Yiyu did, resulting in a significantly lesser impact on her. Thus, she refrained from uttering a sound. Wei Weiyan, with a comforting smile, speculated that it was likely her gentle aura that alleviated the situation. Mirmis also sensed that the specter, residing in the same abode as them, bore no ill intent. She recalled the moment on the second floor when she peeled away the talismans plastered on the walls, only to hear a faint feminine voice. Perhaps the existence of those talismans was a source of torment for the specter, which explained its gratitude following their removal. Regardless, as long as the entity posed no threat, whether it be a specter, a human, or even an extraterrestrial being, Mirmis believed peaceful coexistence was achievable. Shortly thereafter, power was restored, and the city was once again aglow with the brilliance of civilization. Soon after, Yuta and Wei Weiyan bid farewell to Mirmis, who stood at the door watching them depart. Subsequently, Mirmis carried Yiyu back to bed, tucked her in, and returned to her own room. She fed Limi a few sunflower seeds and gently patted its round little belly before lying down. Mirmis, with her eyes wide open, did not gaze at the ceiling but rather at the cosmos, soaring higher than the sky itself. She pondered upon Xiao Zhao's current circumstances, wondering if she had returned safely or managed to relay the message to Fuyuide Xingtime, rewound to shortly after Mirmis and Xiao Xiao had parted ways. Guided by the intelligent manual, Xiao Xiao activated the optical camouflage system of the spacecraft, fortuitously evading detection. The vessel ascended steadily, gliding smoothly through the skies and gradually leaving behind the towering cityscape for desolate lands. Ultimately, the spacecraft alighted upon a deserted island. Standing before the control panel, Xiao Xiao, with a serious expression, inquired about the location of the ship's database. Having developed a habit of consulting the manual during uncertain times, she instinctively looked up for answers. Under the guidance of the hovering intelligent manual, Xiao Xiao meticulously navigated from the distress signal interface displayed on the screen to the database. The database icons resembled various minerals, a testament to the civilization of Tiny Xing's fondness for ores. Rubbing her chin, Xiao Xiao found the abundance of data overwhelming, making it challenging to locate the specific file she sought. Where was the most recently added audio file? The very first one from left to right at the top. Xiao Xiao touched the icon and was met with a familiar voice, the very message Mirmis had input into the spacecraft not long ago. A faint smile graced Xiao Zhao's lips as she asked how to delete it. The intelligent manual, devoid of curiosity regarding Xiao Zhao's motives, promptly replied, indicating that a long press of the icon for 3 seconds would reveal a red cross button for deletion. Following the manual's instructions, Xiao Xiao pressed for 3 seconds. And indeed, a red cross button appeared at the top right corner of the icon. She intended to press it, but her finger hesitated just half a centimeter from the screen. After a moment's hesitation, Xiao Xiao, filled with guilt, murmured an apology to Mirmis, admitting she could not uphold her promise. With her eyes closed, she ultimately pressed down. The distress signal that Mirmis had painstakingly left behind was thus effortlessly erased. Xiao Xiao set the time navigation system to have the spacecraft automatically depart for space in 20 minutes, while she slowly walked to the spacecraft storage room, using her fingerprint to unlock the door, revealing a tiny Xing individual lying within, identical to Xiao Xiao, yet currently unconscious and bound. Xiao Xiao retrieved a peculiar stick from her pocket, silver above and black below, the latter featuring a button. Turning her head and closing her eyes, she pressed the button, and the stick emitted a dazzling white flash. In an instant, she untied the tiny Xing individual and departed the spacecraft with the ropes in tow. Upon exiting, Xiao Xiao's body rapidly softened, resembling a pool of mud, before expanding swiftly to take on the form of a human female. She covered her right ear and stated, "For 104, I have completed my mission, requesting return to base." Moments after this dialogue, a green vortex-like portal opened before her. Before entering, Xiao Xiao glanced back at the now diminutive spacecraft, apologizing, "I am sorry, nameless extraterrestrial, you should not have come to this planet." Having uttered this, she stepped into the portal, vanishing without a trace. Not long after her departure, the portal closed as if it had never existed. Subsequently, the spacecraft initiated its ascent, piercing through Earth's atmosphere, and the turbulence from the friction awakened the bound tiny Xing individual in the storage room. However, due to the high velocity, the awakened tiny Xing could not immediately rise, remaining on the ground until the acceleration ceased. Once outside Earth's gravitational pull, the tiny Xing individual managed to support herself against the wall and stand. Rubbing her eyes and steadying her woozy head, she made her way to the control room. Through the window, she beheld the vast expanse of outer space, with a colossal blue planet in the distance, Earth. Upon seeing Earth, the tiny Xing individual seemed to recall something, frantically clutching her head and exclaiming, "Help! The fuel is depleted. We're going to crash." Tiny language, after running in circles within the cockpit. She realized that the spacecraft was flying steadily in the cosmos. Perplexed, she glanced at the spacecraft screen, which displayed the flight path from Earth to tiny Xing. Observing the fuel gauge in the top right corner, she noted it was full. Confounded, she muttered to herself, "How could I have sworn the spacecraft just sounded a fuel shortage alarm?" After pondering for a while, without reaching any conclusions, she concluded that there must have been a minor malfunction causing the erroneous alarm. Leaning closer to the window, she quietly admired the magnificent blue planet beside her. Inspired by the sheer vastness of the planet, a bold idea took root within her. "All right, I shall explore this planet." This tiny Xing individual was a recent graduate, and her purpose for this journey was to revel in the wonders of Budaxi Xing. Unfortunately, she had neglected to refuel before her departure, resulting in her spacecraft being captured by Earth due to lack of propulsion as it passed nearby. The tiny Xing individual called out to the dormant intelligent manual resting on the control panel. "Manual, help me identify this planet." Excitedly rubbing her hands together, she anticipated a delightful holiday on this new world. Upon hearing the tiny Xing's call, the intelligent manual powered on and floated beside her, declaring, "The third planet of the solar system, Earth." The tiny Xing individual was momentarily stunned, her mouth agape in disbelief. After a brief pause, she hastily pressed the acceleration button, propelling the spacecraft away from Earth. In a flurry of anxiety, she repeatedly pressed the acceleration button, nervously shouting, "Hurry, hurry, get us out of here." Once they had completely exited the solar system, she finally relaxed, sighing in relief. "Thank goodness," I reacted swiftly. With her arms crossed, the tiny Xing individual scoffed. "I would never want to visit such a terrifying place as Earth." Fanning her face with her hand, the tension caused her to break into a sweat. "That was too close. I almost fell for its appearance." Indeed, my mother was right. Appearances can be deceiving. I shall venture to Buda Xing instead. Subsequently, the tiny alien adjusted the course of his spacecraft, redirecting it from a return to tiny Xing to a journey toward Buda Xing, where he would spend an unforgettable holiday. Chapter 51. A subtle misunderstanding in the early morning, Mirmis, carrying a cage, walked alongside Yu down the street. The pedestrians were sparse, likely due to the early hour, as many preferred to linger in bed. Since that fateful night of the party, the ghost had not reappeared. Yu seemed to struggle to recall the events of that evening, remembering only that Yuta was particularly skilled at telling horror stories. Perhaps it was her own reluctance to acknowledge the ghost's existence that led her mind to suppress those memories. At least, in the days that followed. She was not curled up in bed, trembling in fear, a silver lining, indeed. Upon reaching a fork in the road, the two parted ways, one heading toward school and the other toward the clinic. At the clinic's entrance, Mirmis serendipitously encountered Ask, who was just opening the door. "You are quite early," he remarked, turning the key to unlock the clinic's door. "Taking my work seriously is my duty," Mirmis replied, her serious demeanor making Ask feel somewhat uneasy. Ask chuckled and said, "I see you in a new light." At that moment, he noticed the cage Mirmis was holding, within which lay a plump little white mouse, appearing quite content. "This must be your Limi, then?" Ask inquired. Mirmis nodded in affirmation. Ask leaned closer to the cage, observing the mouse's normal fur and lack of adverse reactions, clearly indicating it had been well cared for. Generally, one can discern a pet owner's character through the treatment of their pets. Even the most hypocritical owner finds it difficult to disguise the true condition of their companion. Ask opened the door, and they entered the clinic together. Mirmis placed Limi and the cage on the table. Gazing at Ask, now donned in medical attire, Mirmis tilted her head in confusion. Sensing her bewilderment, Ask smiled and explained. "Typically, clients do not arrive this early. I will conduct a complimentary health check for Limi." After approximately an hour and a half, Ask completed all the examinations. Given Limi's small stature and energetic nature, the process proved somewhat challenging. Fortunately, no matter how swiftly the mouse darted about, Mirmis was always able to catch it in the blink of an eye. Ultimately, the results indicated Limi was in excellent health, with no lingering side effects from any experiments. Shortly after Limi's examination concluded, a knock resounded at the door. The visitor was a familiar blonde girl, Vivian, who arrived empty-handed, suggesting she was not there to board a pet. Waving her hand, she greeted them. "Hello." Ask jested, "Isn't this Vivian? Are you finally going to start caring for a chameleon?" Vivian chuckled knowingly, recognizing Ask's playful banter. "Not yet," she replied with poise. She stepped inside, approached Ask, and, after pausing to gaze thoughtfully at Mirmis for a few moments, she turned to Ask and asked, "May I speak with Mirmis privately?" Ask, suddenly enlightened, clapped his hands and exclaimed, "Ah, so you two are acquainted. No problem. It's not particularly busy this morning. Thank you for your understanding, Dr. Ask. Mirmis, would you mind sparing some time to accompany me?" Vivian looked at Mirmis with eager anticipation. Mirmis, not one to refuse others, found herself naturally led to the Wooden Bear Cafe downstairs by Vivian. The owner was as leisurely as before, wiping cups when unoccupied. Vivian intentionally chose a corner table, inviting Mirmis to sit. Once seated, the cafe owner promptly provided each with a menu. Mirmis selected 2 different desserts and beverages, a latte and a mango cake, while Vivian opted for a lemon tart and orange juice. Confirming that the owner was preoccupied and uninterested in their leisurely conversation, Vivian's expression turned serious. Ever since Vivian arrived at the clinic, Mirmis had been curious about her intentions for seeking her out, and it seemed that Vivian was finally prepared to disclose the answer. "Actually, I also hail from the Shadow Realm." Upon speaking those words, Vivian's demeanor visibly relaxed. Mirmis nodded thoughtfully. Vivian clasped her hands together and earnestly requested, "I hope you can assist me by returning to the Shadow Realm with me." Mirmis, somewhat perplexed, nodded again. Mirmis conducted a cursory search in her database. It appeared there was no mention of the Shadow Realm on Earth's world map, suggesting it might be an exceedingly remote area, so obscure that its name was not recorded. "Although you may not have much fondness for the Shadow Realm, I have no other person to turn to for help, so I must rely on you." Vivian's gaze was filled with sincerity, her large, glistening eyes fixed on Mirmis, making it difficult to decline her plea. However, upon hearing this, Mirmis's CPU began to overload. She could not comprehend why Vivian could only seek her assistance rather than anyone else, considering they had only known each other for 2 or 3 days. Unaware of Mirmis's confusion, Vivian continued, "A powerful sorceress like you must surely be able to break through the barriers they have set up." With her hands clasped tightly, she fidgeted, feeling somewhat embarrassed by her request. Wait, a large question mark hovered over Mirmis's mind. Had Vivian just uttered an extraordinary term? It seemed she held a profound misunderstanding of Mirmis's capabilities, and she was utterly convinced of it. "I understand that as an apprentice sorceress, my troubles may seem trivial to you, but I genuinely wish to obtain your help." Vivian's tone grew urgent. It was laced with determination. Rising from the table, she bowed deeply to Mirmis, pleading, "I beg of you." Vivian closed her eyes, her body trembling uncontrollably. Yes, she was indeed anxious. She feared the words that were to follow, Mirmis's cold refusal. Even with her mental preparations, it was impossible not to feel nervous when the moment arrived. After all, Mirmis had no obligation to assist her, and a rejection would be entirely understandable. Yet this matter was of great importance to her, and she deeply hoped that Mirmis would not truly turn her down. As Vivian fervently prayed, Mirmis unexpectedly offered a response she had not anticipated. "You are mistaken. I am not a sorceress," she said, scratching her head in mild frustration. "Eh." Vivian abruptly lifted her head, incredulity washing over her as she covered her mouth in disbelief. Chapter 52. Monday is a workday. The cafe owner brought over their orders, placing them on the table in succession. "Enjoy your meal," he said. Vivian looked up and smiled at the owner, saying, "Thank you." The owner appeared slightly taken aback, but quickly regained his composure and returned her smile. "There's no need to be polite. Providing excellent service to our guests is our duty." With that, he turned and slowly departed. Vivian did not immediately indulge in the desserts. Instead, she wore a guilty expression and said, "I'm sorry. I should have thought of this earlier. You probably don't want to be addressed that way now." Mirmis was quite perplexed. It seemed Vivian had misconstrued something she did not fully understand. Upon encountering the indifferent expression of Mirmis, Wei Weian became increasingly certain of her conjecture. After all, those who willingly reside in this world must surely be individuals who have grown weary of life in the Shadow Realm. Mirmis's aversion to the Shadow Realm likely surpasses her own, as Mirmis seems to have fully immersed herself in this new existence. Concurrently, it is evident that Mirmis has relinquished her identity from the other world, which explains her denial of her former status as a sorceress. The guilt of having approached Mirmis with such a request, without considering her feelings, tormented Wei Weian's heart. While Wei Weian was sipping orange juice through a straw, Mirmis suddenly inquired, "Why do you perceive me as a sorceress?" As a product of advanced technology, Mirmis stands in stark contrast to the enigmatic nature of magic. Furthermore, Mirmis is quite certain that she has not performed any feats beyond the ordinary scope of humanity on Earth. At least not within her understanding of what constitutes typical human behavior. Wei Weian's statement undoubtedly plunged Mirmis into a degree of confusion, prompting her to reassess whether her disguise had faltered. With her pinky fingers touching, Wei Weian shyly turned her head away and stated, "Let me consult the crystal ball regarding your origins, only for the orb to reveal nothing but darkness. There are only two scenarios that could account for this." Wei Weian formed A with her fingers. The first scenario occurs when one attempts to divine the origins of an individual whose magical prowess far exceeds their own. The second, rarer occurrence, involves the subject or object of divination possessing anti-divination properties, such as carrying a talisman that repels divination. Feeling somewhat anxious, Wei Weian explained the limitations of the divination technique to Mirmis, akin to a student discussing textbook knowledge in front of teacher, where discussing such matters inevitably brings a certain pressure. Mirmis nodded in comprehension. Although the knowledge shared was distant from the realm of technology, it held value for database entry. After all, in the vast cosmos, there must exist civilizations that eschew technological paths in favor of studying magic. Noticing that Mirmis did not voice any objections, Wei Weian continued to articulate her reason for seeking Mirmis. "Even the crystal ball could not discern your essence. Your magical level must surely be extraordinary, or so I surmise." Mirmis began to grasp Wei Weiyan's intended meaning, although the rationale remained unclear. Wei Weiyan perceived her as a human sorceress endowed with formidable power. With this understanding, a plethora of questions arose. Mirmis took a sip of coffee and asked, "Why do you wish to go there?" Upon hearing this question from Mirmis, Wei Weiyan's expression became noticeably awkward. She hesitated for a moment before responding. "I want to return to the Shadow Realm to purchase another crystal ball. The one I previously used has reached the end of its life. If I go alone, I may never have the chance to return." Wei Weiyan's mood was notably dismal. Her head hung low, exuding an air of dejection. She earnestly pleaded once more, "Please, could you accompany me?" Mirmis nodded affirmatively. She too held a curiosity about the Shadow Realm, a place absent from maps. And perhaps she could uncover some clues for leaving Earth. Not having clearly heard Mirmis's response, Wei Weiyan implored, "Just for a little while. If there's anything you need assistance with, I will certainly do my utmost." "Did you just agree?" With a delayed reaction, Wei Weiyan finally realized that Mirmis had already consented. Mirmis nodded with certainty. Upon receiving this response, Wei Weiyan felt a wave of relief wash over her, her face reflecting gratitude. She quickly finished the remaining juice and cake, grasped Mirmis's hand, and prepared to dash out of the cafe, only to be halted by the cafe owner. "Ladies, please wait a moment." Mirmis and Wei Weiyan turned back to look at the owner, who was regarding them with a warm smile. "Have you forgotten something?" After hearing the owner's kind reminder, Wei Weiyan returned to her previous spot, checking to ensure they had not left anything behind. After pondering for a moment, she complimented, "Your craftsmanship is excellent. We will be sure to return often." The owner's eyebrows twitched slightly, seemingly dissatisfied with this response, but maintaining his professional demeanor, he kept smiling. After some contemplation, the owner decided to be more straightforward. He sighed and quietly remarked, "You forgot to pay." It was only then that Wei Weiyan realized the oversight and hurried to the counter, saying, "I am terribly sorry. I will pay for her as well." The total came to 60 yuan. After settling the bill and preparing to leave with Mirmis, another minor issue arose. Wei Weiyan found that she could not pull Mirmis along. She stood like a statue, rooted in place and unable to move an inch. Feeling somewhat aggrieved, Wei Weiyan asked, "Have you changed your mind?" Mirmis shook her head and provided a reason that Wei Weiyan could not refute. "No, I have to work this afternoon." Wei Weiyan released Mirmis's hand, murmuring to herself, "Oh right, you have work." In her excitement, she had completely forgotten that it was Monday, a day when most people would be working. After contemplating for a moment, Wei Weiyan inquired, "You don't have any other plans this weekend, do you?" Mirmis thought for a moment. Currently, there were no clues for leaving Earth, and due to energy constraints, she could not wander aimlessly. Considering various factors, she concluded that she would likely remain home, doing nothing. Mirmis shook her head, "No." Upon receiving this response, Wei Weiyan beamed, saying, "Then let us meet here at the cafe on Saturday morning at 9. "No problem." Mirmis gestured an okay sign. Chapter 53. Preparing to depart on Saturday morning. Mirmis arrived at Muxiong Cafe as promised, having taken precautions against tardiness by arriving half an hour early. A few minutes later, Wei Weiyan also reached the cafe's entrance. With a hint of apology, she said, "I'm sorry for being late. Have you been waiting long?" "I just arrived 5 minutes ago." Mirmis leaned closer to Wei Weiyan, signaling her readiness to accompany Wei Weiyan to the Shadow Realm. Wei Weiyan's face displayed a touch of unease as she hesitated to take the next step, reluctant to move her feet even a fraction. Hesitantly, Wei Weiyan asked, Mirmis, "Do you truly not mind? This return may lead you into a troublesome situation." Mirmis nodded resolutely. If she were unwilling to involve herself in troublesome matters, she probably would not have agreed to Wei Weiyan's request from the outset. Since she had made the commitment to arrive at the cafe, she must, at the very least, venture into the Shadow Realm to see it. Otherwise, the journey would have been in vain. If any formidable troubles did arise, fleeing would always be an option. At the very least, Mirmis believed no creature on Earth could match her speed, even without the ability to fly. After receiving Mirmis's definitive reply, Wei Weiyan remained unsettled, as if she feared something, a sentiment clearly evident on her face. She vigorously slapped her own cheeks, encouraging herself, "It's all right. I could do this." After a series of self-reassurances and deep breaths, Wei Weiyan appeared somewhat calmer. "Let us set forth," she said, her voice quivering slightly. Mirmis and Wei Weiyan made their way into the forest of the back mountain, stopping before a familiar object. Mirmis recognized this place vividly. It was where she had once retrieved the ether stone, the turtle statue still appearing as earnest and unassuming as ever. Vivian gently lifted her right hand, and a small magical circle swiftly unfurled from her palm. After spinning a few times, the barrier behind the statue appeared to dissolve, slowly revealing the hidden path before Mirmis' eyes. "I apologize for the imperfections in my barrier. It still cannot automatically identify the spellcaster." Vivian shyly traced circles on the ground with her toes, aware that her qualifications as a sorceress were still lacking and that she required further study. "In my eyes? It is already quite impressive." Mirmis did not speak falsely. After all, this was her first encounter witnessing a concealed magical barrier vanish before her. Akin to an ordinary person witnessing a card trick for the first time, leaving her in awe. Upon hearing Mirmis' praise, Vivian bashfully averted her gaze and quickly rushed into the barrier. Mirmis followed Vivian and arrived at a quaint wooden cabin that exuded a natural charm. The walls of the cabin showed no signs of severe weathering, appearing as pristine as if newly constructed, perhaps sheltered by the barrier from the ravages of the elements. This cabin did not appear out of place in the forest. Rather, it harmoniously blended into the surroundings. As Vivian pushed open the wooden door, she pointed toward the curtains at the window. A slender beam of light struck the curtains, which seemed to possess a life of its own, automatically untying the knot and drawing the fabric aside to allow sunlight to flood into the room. Inside, the space was cluttered with numerous jars and bottles containing alchemical materials and some oddly colored liquids, alongside peculiar instruments and devices. The most striking feature was the shattered remnants of a crystal ball displayed on the table. Even in its fragmented state, it still exuded an aura of mystery. At that moment, Mirmis noticed a set of blue and purple garments and a matching sorcerer's hat hanging on the wall. Observing Mirmis' lingering gaze on the attire, Vivian explained, "This is a special magical robe gifted to me by my father. Its material is unique and resistant to stains. I typically wear it while practicing alchemy." Mirmis pondered, recalling that this very garment was worn by a sorceress she had encountered during her stay at the Yuta residence with Yu. Strangely, however, upon meeting Vivian, she could not immediately identify her as the same person. Instead, she instinctively viewed them as separate individuals. Despite the facial obscuration, Mirmis could discern that Pavia and Cheese were the same person through their voices, yet she had never anticipated Vivian's true identity, which left her quite perplexed. Perhaps the key lay within this robe, prompting Mirmis to scrutinize the outfit with newfound seriousness. "I fail to recognize you without your garments." Upon hearing Mirmis' inquiry, Vivian smiled, as though the confusion troubling Mirmis was entirely expected. Vivian donned a robe, holding the hat in her hand, gazing at Mirmis with clear eyes. "What do you think?" After a moment of contemplation, Mirmis replied, "It looks wonderful." Vivian awkwardly chuckled, realizing that Mirmis had misunderstood her question. Shaking her head, Vivian clarified, "No, can you still recognize me?" Mirmis scratched her head, hesitated for a few seconds, and then confidently stated, "You are Vivian." Vivian nodded in satisfaction and then placed the hat upon her head. At that moment, Mirmis was astonished upon wearing the hat. Vivian appeared to transform into a stranger entirely unrelated to her. The face she had just seen became veiled in obscurity, indistinct and shrouded in mist. No matter how much she enhanced her visual recognition, she could not unveil the hidden visage. Simply put, it was as if a permanent mosaic had obscured her face, rendering it invisible beneath layers of distortion. "This hat is enchanted. Once donned, no one can recognize me." Mirmis even noted that Vivian's voice had shifted, sounding entirely different, akin to an entirely different person, explaining her inability to identify Vivian when the hat was removed. Vivian took off the hat and cradled it in her arms, murmuring softly. However, the hat's magic does not work on my family. Replacing the hat in its original position, she added with a hint of pride. It can also be set to allow specific individuals to see my true appearance, which is why Yuta could recognize me. It is quite a convenient tool. Me noted. Realizing that this technique could rival her own camouflage system, perhaps even surpassing it. After all, while her disguise could deceive the naked eye, it could not evade mechanical scans. Whereas Vivian's hat could effortlessly elude her detection. Vivian hung the robe back on the wall and then turned to enter a small compartment. A moment later, she emerged holding 2 sets of exotic garments. These outfits closely resembled the magical robe, but were evidently less refined, appearing more rustic and akin to casual attire. If we were to wear our contemporary clothes into the Shadow Realm, we would likely attract much attention. Clearly, the 2 sets of clothing Vivian held were styled to blend seamlessly into the Shadow Realm's populace. The first step to assimilating into local customs is, of course, one's appearance. If 2 knights clad in medieval armor suddenly appeared on modern street, they would undoubtedly draw considerable attention, making it nearly impossible for passers-by to ignore them. Me and Vivian, wearing contemporary attire while venturing into the Shadow Realm, would create a similar spectacle. Vivian handed one outfit to me and whispered, "I apologize. These are the only garments I have, and I am unsure if they will fit you." Given that Vivian was slightly shorter than me, she harbored such concerns. Me accepted the clothing and placed them on a nearby chair. "I will change in the adjacent room." Just as Vivian prepared to enter the small compartment to change, me had already begun to remove her outer garments without uttering a word. Her nonchalance suggested that she was the sole occupant of the room, rendering Vivian non-existent. Vivian stood momentarily stunned, gazing at me with a blank expression. Although me noticed Vivian's stare, she did not find it noteworthy. While Vivian watched in astonishment, me completed her change of clothes. Me waved her hand in front of Vivian, and it took several minutes for her to recover from her shock, finally murmuring, Once Vivian regained her senses, her immediate instinct was to ascertain if me's attire fit properly. She approached me, scrutinized her closely, and nodded in satisfaction upon confirming that the size was appropriate. Subsequently, Vivian entered the small compartment and changed into her own outfit, one that better suited her true appearance. Her golden hair and star-shaped pupils seemed less pronounced against this new ensemble. Vivian opened the back door and stepped out of the cabin, beckoning me to follow her. On the ground at the entrance of the back door lay a complex magical circle. Me examined the symbols on the magic circle closely, finding the script somewhat familiar. However, before she could analyze the meaning of the runes, Vivian stood at the center of the magic circle and began to chant a spell. As she recited the incantation, the magic circle began to glow, its radiance intensifying from a faint shimmer to a brilliant brilliance. Just as the incantation was nearing its conclusion, Vivian noticed me at the edge of the magic circle, seemingly intrigued by the patterns inscribed upon it. However, standing on the edge often leads to trouble. So she promptly pulled me's to the center and completed the final syllable. At the moment Vivian's voice ceased, the magic circle erupted with intense blue light, completely engulfing their figures. Chapter 54. Confronting Magic with Physics. In the Shadow Realm, within a splendid mansion, 2 women stood at the edge of the grand hall on the first floor. One, a rather voluptuous woman with a serious demeanor, served as the head maid of the mansion, while the other, somewhat reserved and shy newcomer, was a new maid. The maid slightly shrank back, perhaps intimidated by the head maid's strict attitude, which left her hesitant to exhibit any sign of relaxation. The head maid wasted no time on unnecessary chatter and directly stated that the fundamental tasks of the job were clear to her. "Yes," the maid replied softly, not daring to take a deep breath, her voice barely audible. The head maid pointed to the upper corner and said that today her cleaning scope encompassed all the rooms on the east side of the 3rd floor. Following the head maid's the maid looked towards the indicated direction where a set of polished wooden stairs led up, the handrails gleaming so brightly that they reflected the chandelier above. It seemed this was the standard of cleanliness she was expected to achieve, spotless. The maid swallowed hard. To be frank, cleaning was simple, But the level of cleanliness required was no easy task. The head maid, oblivious to the maid's fearful expression, took a step forward and sternly reminded her not to enter the room marked with a pentagram symbol, nor to touch the door. Do you understand? The sudden rise in the head maid's tone startled the maid, causing her heart to nearly leap from her throat. Yet, she managed to remain silent, merely covering her mouth and nodding repeatedly. Initially, the head maid intended to offer further admonitions to prevent the new maid from slacking off, but before she could urge her, the new maid hastily ascended the stairs with her cleaning tools. Once upstairs, the maid felt the mansion's unique aura more acutely, from the decor to the furnishings. It exuded an air of opulence. The walls were adorned with incomprehensible artworks, but even without understanding, the maid's instincts and the surrounding atmosphere constantly reminded her that she could not afford to damage any of these items, regardless of the value of the decorations. Cleaning still had to be done. As the maid traversed from the west side of the corridor to the east with her cleaning tools, she indeed spotted the room marked with the pentagram symbol. Although it was merely a simple rune, the mysteries hidden behind that door ignited her curiosity. The more it was forbidden, the more enticing it became. What secrets lay within? Were they the master's undisclosed possessions, a fortune akin to a mountain of gold, or perhaps even research into dark magic? Driven by a profound curiosity, the maid cautiously extended her right hand, attempting to touch the door. However, this urge to explore the unknown was swiftly subdued by reason. Her left hand grasped her right and pulled it back. The maid forcefully slapped her face to stay alert. Stay focused. If you violate the rules, you may find yourself dismissed, and this job is not so easily obtained. After a moment of contemplation, the maid regained her composure. She lingered at the door for a few seconds before finally turning away to clean the adjacent room. Once the new maid had turned her back, a dazzling blue light flickered through the gap of the door. Behind the wooden door, marked with the pentagram rune, lay an empty room, and as the blue light faded, two figures gradually became discernible, Mirmis and Vivian. As the dazzling radiance dissipated, Mirmis surveyed her surroundings. They had arrived in a room that exuded a somewhat retro style. Mirmis naturally noticed the striking artwork on the floor, which was also a magic circle, remarkably similar to the one she had seen previously at Vivian's back door. The only difference being a few runes. Perhaps one of these magic circles served as an exit while the other was an entrance. For Mirmis could distinctly sense that the atmospheric pressure around them had shifted. Atmospheric pressure does not change suddenly without reason. The most reasonable explanation was that a spatial transformation had occurred. The Freudian star possessed technology for dimensional leaps, making spatial changes comprehensible to Mirmis. Whether it was due to the shift in pressure or not, Vivian's expression appeared rather grim, as if she were feeling unwell. Mirmis approached her and inquired, "Are you all right?" Vivian merely shook her head slightly, forcing a smile as she replied, "I don't feel well. I don't quite like this place." With that, Vivian approached the door, preparing to push it open a crack to assess the situation outside. However, the instant her hand made contact with the wooden door, she reflexively withdrew as if shocked. Vivian furrowed her brow, seemingly anticipating this outcome and displaying little surprise. Vivian then attempted to push open the window, only to experience the same result. Upon touching the glass, she felt a sharp pain, compelling her to retract her hand. Returning to Mirmis' side, she sighed, stating, "This room is sealed by a barrier." Mirmis scratched her head in confusion, wondering how they had ended up in a room with a barrier, as if someone had laid a trap in advance, waiting for prey to fall into it. Seemingly noticing Mirmis' concerns, Vivian grew somewhat anxious and suggested, "Let me try to dispel the barrier." Vivian positioned herself at the door and began to chant a spell, the magic circle on her palm slowly rotating. However, after a moment, it seemed to become stuck and could move no further. Sweat beads formed on Vivian's forehead, indicating that this barrier was not easily broken. Yet, it was far from time to give up. Vivian closed her eyes, focusing intently, chanting the spell with even greater concentration. The surrounding atmospheric magic seemed to converge upon her, causing the center of her palm to emit a brilliant glow. While listening to Vivian's incantation, Mirmis attempted to record the spell's words, hoping to decipher their meaning. Unfortunately, these incantations did not appear to correspond to any language in her database. After listening for quite some time without understanding, Mirmis ultimately abandoned the effort to translate the meanings of the spells, opting instead to record the audio. Perhaps when Mirmis returned to the Freudian star, her friends could assist her in uncovering the meanings behind these incantations. As Vivian's chanting persisted, Mirmis noticed a dark red energy gathering at the center of the wooden door, indicating that the barrier was preparing to launch an attack. Quick to react, Mirmis tackled Vivian to the ground just in time to evade the barrier's counterstrike. The dark red, distorted beam of light struck the wall, leaving small black scorch marks in its wake. As Mirmis prepared to help Vivian up, Vivian noticed that the beam had grazed the corner of Mirmis' garment, which was now emitting wisps of smoke. Had Mirmis not acted swiftly, the beam would have struck her directly. Realizing this, Vivian could not help but lower her head in shame, murmuring, "I am so sorry. If only my magical prowess were a bit stronger." Mirmis dismissed the concern with a gentle tone. "It's all right. It cannot harm me." Vivian recognized that Mirmis was trying to comfort her, yet she could not forgive her own mistake. My earlier actions may have alerted the one who set the barrier. They might arrive shortly. Vivian hung her head in frustration, for her failure had rendered their situation increasingly dire. Much like a car alarm blaring when violently pried open, Vivian's forceful attempts to breach the barrier drew the attention of its master. Mirmis approached the door, and before Vivian could prevent her from touching it, she had already grasped the doorknob. In truth, the current coursing through it was insufficient to harm Mirmis. It merely elicited a mild, tingling sensation akin to a massage. Nonetheless, Mirmis quickly released the doorknob upon realizing that even after unlocking it, the door remained immovable, as if an invisible force impeded its opening. Is the barrier a tangible entity? Mirmis inquired. Faced with this perplexing question, Vivian felt a twinge of confusion and uncertainty, having never contemplated the answer. A barrier is simply a barrier. She too was unsure of its corporeal nature. With no definitive answer at hand, Vivian could only shake her head in resignation and shrug. Mirmis extended her hand and touched the wooden door, feeling not the texture of wood, but rather a cold, smooth, transparent substance, perhaps the very touch of the barrier itself. If it could be touched, it must possess some form of substance. And if it were indeed a material entity, it could be destroyed. Realizing this, Mirmis understood how to escape this room. Observing this unfold, Vivian could not help but marvel at Mirmis's prowess, astonished that she could directly touch the barrier. For Vivian, this was an unfathomable feat, given that the magical energy contained within the barrier far surpassed her own, and direct contact would typically result in a searing pain. This only reinforced Vivian's conviction that Mirmis was a formidable sorceress of unfathomable depth. Otherwise, even a well-trained soldier would struggle to endure such agony. Mirmis stepped back slightly from the wooden door, concentrating intently on a specific point. Vivian surmised that Mirmis was preparing to breach the barrier, scanning for its weak spot. Just as Vivian was in awe of Mirmis's acute magical perception, Mirmis suddenly adopted a martial artist stance. Her demeanor suggested not an intent to cast a spell, but rather to smash the door down. Under Vivian's astonished gaze, Mirmis unleashed a powerful punch upon the barrier. Chapter 55. Mirmis's second special mode. Did I just imagine that? At that moment, Vivian's thoughts were consumed by this singular query, her expression frozen in disbelief as Mirmis's unexpected action left her utterly astonished. However, after the initial shock, Vivian soon realized that Mirmis's punch had not shattered the barrier. The wooden door remained unscathed, steadfast in its position. Mirmis withdrew her right hand, gazing perplexedly at her palm, opening and closing it repeatedly to confirm the well-being of her body, noting no change in the hardness of her exterior. Vivian approached with concern, checking to see if Mirmis had sustained any injury. To strike the barrier with such force was akin to throwing an egg against a stone, a likely recipe for harm. Yet, upon observing Mirmis's movements, Vivian felt reassured. It appeared that Mirmis's physical resilience exceeded her expectations. Perhaps this was the strength of a martial artist? While Mirmis's unscathed condition was a relief, the problem remained unresolved. They were still firmly ensnared within this wretched barrier, unable to escape. The one who had cast it could return at any moment. A pessimistic expression crossed Vivian's face as she sensed the grim future that awaited them. Mirmis stood still, contemplating how to break free from their current predicament. However, being a product of magic, the barrier eluded her technological mind, which could not fathom the incantations necessary to counter it. Ultimately, a physical approach seemed to be the only viable option. After a brief period of contemplation, Mirmis reached a conclusion. Insufficient power. It needed to be increased. Huh? Vivian's body trembled slightly, surprised. From Mirmis's statement, it seemed she had no intention of employing magic to dismantle the barrier. Were contemporary sorcerers now gravitating towards martial arts, actively strengthening their physical prowess? Mirmis was oblivious to Vivian's subtle thoughts, as she was busy searching for usable modes to overcome their predicament. Her crimson eyes suddenly shifted to a bright orange, and an orange scanning beam enveloped her body, covering the full range from top to bottom in an instant. Mirmis's expression shifted from relaxed to serious, her output significantly heightened. Vivian keenly noted the fleeting orange glow and the palpable shift in Mirmis's aura, which now exuded an intimidating presence. A bead of sweat trickled down Vivian's cheek as she perceived Mirmis's transformed demeanor, rendering her momentarily speechless. Adopting a combat stance, Mirmis focused intently on a single point, clenching her fist and channeling energy into her knuckles before delivering a strike at a speed nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. With a resounding crash, the barrier shattered, splintering like glass, while the unprotected wooden door was flung violently against the opposite wall. In combat mode, Mirmis's close-quarters combat capabilities surged to several times their usual strength. However, this mode also significantly increased energy consumption, prompting her to revert to standard mode immediately after breaking the barrier. Her orange gaze returned to its original crimson hue, and Mirmis's aura softened to its more approachable state. Witnessing the entire spectacle, Vivian, though bewildered by the events that had transpired, gasped in astonishment. This was the most outrageous spectacle Vivian had ever witnessed, an advanced confinement barrier shattered by a sorceress's fist. At that moment, a realization struck Vivian. She struck her left palm with her right fist, her face illuminating with understanding. Connecting the fleeting orange glow with the incongruity of Mirmis's physical appearance and her newfound strength, Vivian concluded that Mirmis had indeed mastered enhancement magic, greatly augmenting her physical abilities, thus enabling her to demolish the barrier with such brute force. Nodding appreciatively, Vivian felt she had gained valuable insight. A proficient sorcerer must also maintain physical fitness. Perhaps upon returning, she should prioritize physical training. Mirmis stepped through the doorway first, coincidentally spotting a maid seated on the floor, seemingly in shock. Perhaps witnessing the door being flung aside had left her utterly stunned, causing her to sit there in disbelief. Vivian cautiously peeked out from the doorway, and upon noticing the maid, she declared, "We must leave here quickly." Without hesitation, she reached for Mirmis to prevent her from hesitating too long, allowing the maid to regain her composure. However, the ensuing scene left Vivian even more astounded. Shortly after her proclamation, Mirmis unexpectedly grasped her hand and swiftly dashed away. Vivian's body felt like a flag fluttering in the wind, swirling through the air. Mirmis moved with the swiftness of the wind, darting through the estate, encountering various other servants, be they maids or gardeners, who had no time to react before Mirmis sped past them like a fleeting shadow. Thus, the two individuals successfully escaped from the house, traversing the courtyard and arriving in the bustling town. Mirmis randomly chose an empty alley to turn into, gently placing the already disoriented Weiweian down. Weiweian's eyes, resembling those of a mosquito coil, spun around a few times, with several golden stars swirling above her head. There were so many stars that Weiweian shook her dizzy mind in an effort to regain her clarity. When she opened her eyes once more, she found that they had somehow arrived outside the mansion. Huh? Weiweian stared blankly at Mirmis, then glanced at the gray-brown stone pavement and the clear azure sky. Finally convinced that she had indeed left the mansion, Mirmis touched the wall, feeling its marble texture. Looking up at the sky, She noted its distinct purity and transparency compared to the scenery of Chimu Town, confirming that they were certainly far from Chimu Town. Wei Weiyan brushed off the dust on her clothes, stood up, and pointed towards the northwest, proclaiming that she knew the owner of a magical artifact shop. Well, they could procure a crystal ball. The shop Wei Weiyan intended to visit resided within this town, easily accessible without the need for an ant-like vehicle. Mirmis surveyed the surroundings. The town was encircled by towering gray city walls, giving it an inherently oppressive atmosphere. However, the ambience within the town was quite lively, with most residents appearing energetic, devoid of any sense of lifelessness. The architectural style leaned towards the vintage, contrasting sharply with the concrete and steel jungle typically seen in Chimu Town. The buildings here were primarily constructed of stone bricks or wood, exuding an exotic charm. From the street vendors to the attire of passers-by, and even the coins and goods, everything starkly contrasted with what they had previously encountered in the town, such as the cultural diversity of Earth. After all, Earth is a wondrous realm, where, amidst the majority of extraterrestrial civilizations existing in a unified state, the same species has managed to establish hundreds of nations on a single planet, a truly rare phenomenon. After traversing several streets, Wei Weiyan led Mirmis to the entrance of a shop, its sign adorned with characters that Mirmis could not comprehend. Wei Weiyan knocked on the door and then pushed it open, entering the shop, with Mirmis following suit. The moment they stepped inside, their eyes were dazzled by the myriad of goods displayed on the shelves. Among them were items unseen in previous stores, such as dried lizard tails, frog skin, and purple dust, seemingly all alchemical materials for magic. On another shelf lay wooden sticks, ores, and gemstones. Were these also materials for alchemy, or perhaps coal needed for magic? Seated at the counter was a middle-aged man wearing a black cloth hat, who, upon seeing Wei Weiyan, greeted her warmly. "Isn't this little Wei Weiyan? Long time no see." "Hello, Uncle Robuz," Wei Weiyan replied. Leaning casually on his right hand, Robuz inquired, "You haven't been around for a while. I thought you had gone for training elsewhere." Wei Weiyan's gaze faltered for a moment, and feeling slightly embarrassed, she replied, "Indeed, I did go out of town." Noticing Wei Weiyan's reluctance to elaborate, Robuz shifted his attention to Mirmis, asking, "May I know how to address this young lady?" "Mirmis," she replied. Robuz observed Mirmis for a moment. She did not seem to be a local, likely a friend Wei Weiyan had made during her travels. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Wei Weiyan succinctly stated, "I would like to purchase a crystal ball, one that is not easily breakable." She emphasized the latter part of her request, hoping to avoid a repeat of the earlier mishap. However, upon hearing this, Robuz furrowed his brow and shook his head slightly. Recognizing his reaction, Wei Weiyan could infer his meaning, but still could not resist inquiring, "Will there be any new stock coming in soon?" Her tone was urgent, indicating her pressing need for a new crystal ball. Robuz noticed her anxiety, but appeared to harbor his own troubles. He tapped his fingers on the table, seemingly frustrated yet conflicted. Wei Weiyan looked at Robuz with pleading eyes, which made him feel uneasy. After a considerable pause, he finally spoke. "Actually, the batch of goods that was supposed to arrive was robbed, and I have no idea when the next one will come." Chapter 56. The out-of-control ant. While Robuz and Wei Weiyan conversed, Mirmis noticed some unusual sounds nearby, reminiscent of firecrackers. She glanced out the window and saw a few children running by, perhaps engaged in play. When Mirmis returned her focus to the conversation, it had already concluded, leaving only the dejected expression on Wei Weiyan's face. It seemed that the shopkeeper here would not be able to finalize this transaction. After explaining the situation within the shop, Robuz feigned calmness and added, "Not only was my stock robbed, but many merchants have suffered as well. It's likely that the other shops in town are also devoid of goods." Robuz's words made Wei Weiyan's already disheartening shopping expedition feel even more tragic. Upon uttering this, Robuz seemed to smirk with a hint of schadenfreude. Though encountering such misfortune was unfortunate, he was not the only one affected, and that was enough for him. However, for Wei Weiyan, this was akin to a thunderous blow from a clear sky. She lamented, resting her forehead against her hand, as her plans were utterly disrupted by this sudden act of banditry. Yet, she had not completely given up, asking, Isn't anyone willing to investigate this case? Robuz appeared to anticipate Wei Weiyan's question, shrugging helplessly as he replied, "It's not that the Knight's Order doesn't care. Rather, they simply cannot spare the manpower." Robuz sighed deeply, his demeanor aging significantly as he lamented. Recently, the demon clan has begun to harass the borders again, and most of the personnel have been dispatched there. At this point, Robuz clenched his teeth in anger, visibly frustrated. If it weren't for the demon clan invading the kingdom's borders, the number of guards in the town would not have dwindled, allowing the thieves to be so rampant. After receiving this response, Wei Weiyan felt even more disheartened, her spirit dimming considerably. Although she did not achieve the desired outcome, Wei Weiyan politely nodded to Robuz, expressing her gratitude for the information. Subsequently, she pushed the door open and exited the shop, with Mirmis following her. Accompanying Wei Weiyan, Mirmis continued to visit other shops in the town, but the results were consistent with what Robuz had stated. All the shop's goods had been plundered by thieves. The scarcity of crystal balls naturally led to a surge in prices, with those still available in the shops marked up several times. Since Wei Weiyan did not possess sufficient funds, her shopping plans had to be temporarily abandoned. As they walked through the secluded alley, the only sound was that of the gentle breeze brushing against the surrounding walls. Wei Weiyan walked with her head down, her expression complex, occasionally glancing at Mirmis before quickly averting her gaze. Mirmis patted Wei Weiyan's shoulder, offering encouragement. "You will definitely be able to buy one." Wei Weiyan managed a bitter smile, but soon fell back into a state of indecision. Mirmis would perhaps never guess that Wei Weiyan's current distress was not about the crystal ball, but rather about finding a way back to her original world. The simplest method would be to return to the mansion, to the room marked with the pentagram magic circle, and utilize the magic circle inscribed within to return to their previous location. If only they could expedite their shopping, they might just manage to return to their original world before a troublesome figure appeared. However, the reality diverged significantly from Wei Weiyan's expectations. Not only was she unable to procure the crystal ball, but she also faced the possibility of never returning. Furrowing her brow, Wei Weiyan found herself ensnared in deep contemplation. Should she allow Mirmis to return first? She was acutely aware that the longer they delayed, the slimmer Mirmis's chances of returning became. Yet if Mirmis departed ahead of her, her own chances of returning would diminish to almost nothing. Wei Weiyan understood that relying solely on her own capabilities against the spellcaster inscribing the pentagram on the door was nearly futile. What should I do? If Vitia were here, she would provide guidance on which choice would be best. Immersed in profound distress, Wei Weiyan instinctively rested her right hand on her forehead. At that moment, the sound of hurried hooves echoed from a distance, growing louder as the source rapidly approached the two of them. It was a creature resembling a colossal ant, charging toward them with the speed of a runaway horse. Mirmis swiftly pulled the still-dazed Wei Weiyan behind her, firmly grasping the ant's forelimbs. Under the influence of momentum, the ant's body lurched forward, and in that fleeting moment of imbalance, Mirmis slammed it onto the ground. The forceful impact rendered the ant unconscious, leaving it incapacitated. The spot where the ant fell shattered several tiles, creating a dent in the ground. It took Wei Weiyan a few seconds to comprehend what had just transpired. She hurriedly approached Mirmis's palm, and to her surprise, found no abrasions. After confirming Mirmis's safety, Wei Weiyan expressed her relief, noting that the legs of the Lu Xing were covered in hard bristles, fortunately sparing her from injury. Mirmis stepped beside the now unconscious giant ant, gently stroking its head, and inquired whether the Lu Xing was a ferocious creature. Wei Weiyan shook her head, stating that it was quite docile. She had never witnessed a Lu Xing behave so aggressively before. This puzzled Wei Weiyan. In her recollection, Lu Xing had been utilized as a mode of transportation for carts for over a century, and it was rare to witness their violent outbursts unless in dire circumstances. Just as the two were musing, a merchant-like woman hastily approached from the direction the Lu Xing had come. The female merchant leaned against the wall, her head lowered, breathing heavily, clearly unaccustomed to long runs. Upon raising her head, her eyes first fell upon the Lu Xing now lying on its back. She immediately rushed over, concerned to examine if it bore any visible injuries. After confirming the creature's condition, the merchant finally noticed Mirmis standing beside the Lu Xing. Mirmis gazed at the merchant with curiosity, startling her as she exclaimed, "Who are you?" "I'm Mirmis. Are you the owner of this Lu Xing?" As she spoke, Mirmis patted the softer fur on the creature's abdomen. The merchant, momentarily taken aback, nodded and introduced herself. "My name is Lao Luo Si Kuliku, but you can call me Kuliku." The instant the self-introduction concluded, the merchant seemed to realize something and, somewhat embarrassed, asked, "Did my Lu Xing just run into someone here?" Clutching her chest, she quickly scanned the surroundings, relieved to see no one injured. However, a new concern arose. Who had caused her Lu Xing to end up in such a state? Before she could voice her inquiry, Wei Wei approached and explained, "It nearly collided with us, so Mirmis subdued it." The merchant, taken aback by this revelation, immediately bowed at a 90-degree angle, apologizing profusely. "I am truly sorry. My mismanagement nearly caused you harm." Wei Wei smiled reassuringly, saying, "It's all right. I am unscathed. But could you share what transpired?" "The Lu Xing, you shouldn't charge onto the road without cause." The merchant recounted the events. "Actually, I was grooming Xiao Ka. It's the name I gave to this Lu Xing when I heard a commotion among some children. Suddenly, a lit firecracker fell in from outside the fence, and the explosion frightened Xiao Ka, causing it to bolt." "I see," it was startled. Wei Wei nodded lightly, convinced that Ku's account was sincere. Ku earnestly bowed her head once more, apologizing. "I am truly sorry. Actually, I have an unusual request." She lifted her gaze to rest on Mirmis. Wei Wei was puzzled by Ku's intent and followed her gaze toward Mirmis. "I wish to hire Miss Mirmis as a bodyguard for my travels," Ku earnestly requested. Contrary to her expectations, Mirmis shook her head, gently declining Ku's proposal. Ku appeared anxious, quickly asking, "Why? Is it because Xiao Ka charged at you?" "If injured, I can cover the medical expenses as long as you are willing to be my bodyguard." Mirmis shook her head again, responding, "Because I am already serving as Wei Wei's bodyguard." As she spoke, Mirmis glanced at Wei Wei and, causing her to feel slightly embarrassed and scratch her head. Upon hearing this, Ku seemed deflated, her expression turning somber. Noticing Ku's disappointment, Mirmis inquired, "Is someone trying to harm you?" Ku shook her head lightly, her voice tinged with gloom as she replied, "It's bandits. I intend to transport goods back to the village, but I am likely to be ambushed along the way. How about hiring adventurers?" Wei Wei suggested. Ku quickly dismissed the idea. "No, the leader of that bandit group is formidable, and their numbers are great. Most adventurers would hesitate to take on such a commission. However, after witnessing how effortlessly Mirmis subdued Xiao Ka, I suddenly feel a glimmer of hope." Ku's gaze was sincere, full of expectation as she looked at Mirmis. "But since she is your bodyguard, I suppose I will have to try my luck at the Adventurers Guild. Please, could you watch over Xiao Ka for me? I will return shortly." With that, Ku turned to head toward the Adventurers Guild. At that moment, Wei Wei called out to her, saying, "Since Mirmis is my bodyguard, I will accompany you as well. What do you think?" Chapter 57, Leaving the City. Please do not set a flag. Within the residence from which Wei Wei and Mirmis had just escaped, a middle-aged man with a bushy beard stood at the entrance marked by a pentagram magic circle, dressed in an exquisite black robe and holding a thick tome of spells. He appeared to be a scholar of magic, exuding an air of calm and composure. The bearded man stroked his beard, meticulously observing the conditions both inside and outside the room. His gaze swept over the barely visible barrier, which bore a massive breach, resembling a glass tank shattered by a stone. Clearly, someone had escaped from the barrier, not by dispelling it with magic, but by employing some formidable physical force to break through. Such power was beyond the capabilities of an ordinary human. Gazing at the broken opening, the bearded man fell into contemplation. Signs indicated that the teleportation magic circle had been activated. It must have been Wei Wei and who returned. Yet, considering her abilities, it was impossible for her to breach the barrier I had erected. The residual traces of the breach must have been left by her. The question remained, what force had shattered the barrier? Such terrifying, destructive power. Could it possibly stem from a weapon of the modern world? Images of firearms flickered through his mind. But given the extent of the destruction, he ultimately concluded that it could only be a weapon like a rocket launcher. At that moment, a woman's voice interrupted his thoughts. "Master, I have brought her here." The head maid guided the trembling new maid closer. The man with the beard turned around, facing the two women, and fixed his gaze on the new maid. He then spoke slowly. "It seems you witnessed someone fleeing from this room, did you not?" The new maid lowered her head, too timid to meet his eyes directly, yet stammered, "Why, yes, it was two women, one with white hair and the other with golden hair." The bearded man stroked his beard, seemingly piecing together some thoughts, his expression growing serious. He turned away and waved his hand, saying, "You may go rest now." After hearing his words, the head maid and the new maid bowed in farewell and hurriedly left the corridor. The bearded man entered the tea room, which also served as his office. He picked up the communicator resting on the table, adjusted the magical frequency, and infused it with power. A gruff male voice emanated from the device. "Hello. I need your assistance in locating a person." The bearded man succinctly outlined his request before disconnecting the call. He gazed up at the boundless blue sky, his reflection appearing in the glass, his pupils shaped like four-pointed stars. Upon hearing Wei Wei's words, Li Ku was taken aback, struggling to believe that what she had just heard was true and not merely a figment of her imagination. She blinked in disbelief and asked, "Are you really going with us?" Wei nodded, her face adorned with a warm smile. Li Ku shook her head, blinking faster this time. Her expression and tone exaggerated as she questioned, "Do you even know what you just said?" Wei offered no further explanation, maintaining her smile. "Kiskivico eli kiskivico." Feeling compelled, discreetly glanced at Mirmis, observing her reaction to the unfolding conversation. However, Mirmis appeared entirely unfazed, seemingly unconcerned about the potential danger posed by bandits. Wei stepped forward, grasping Li Ku's hand, and smiled. "Actually, I have always wanted to see what lies beyond the city, so might I trouble you to take me and Mirmis along?" With this revelation, Li Ku understood Wei's intention and ceased her attempts to dissuade her. Instead, she adopted a resigned demeanor and replied, "Well, it seems there's no other option." Li Ku released Wei's hand and mischievously remarked, "But I must warn you, the cargo area has no seats, and the ride will be quite bumpy. Your little backside may complain." "That's all right. I wish to experience sitting in the cargo area just once," Wei responded, unfazed, as it was her idea in the first place. With that, Li Ku turned to the side of the giant ant named Shao Ka, giving its shin a gentle scratch. After a few attempts, the creature began to stir, shaking increasingly as if it were being tickled. Ultimately, after much coaxing from Li Ku, the giant ant awakened from its slumber. "All right, I will take Shao Ka back to the station first and meet you at the intersection shortly," Li Ku instructed, pointing towards the direction and leading the creature away. Once Li Ku's figure faded from view, Wei's smile vanished, replaced by an expression of regret. She anxiously apologized to Mirmis. "I'm sorry for deciding to come along without consulting you first. I did not mean to add to your burden of protection." Mirmis bore her no ill will, replying, "Perhaps you will soon be able to purchase a crystal ball." Wei paused momentarily, then contemplated the implication of Mirmis's words. Her reasoning was straightforward. Using Li Ku's cargo vehicle as bait would lure the bandits into attempting a robbery, allowing them to defeat the thieves and compel them to disclose the location of the hidden goods, thereby recovering what had been stolen. This approach would not only resolve the rampant banditry issue, but also enable Wei and to achieve her goal of acquiring the crystal ball, a win-win scenario. Upon realizing Mirmis's intent, Wei quickly waved her hands in protest, explaining, "I did not intend to exploit Sister Li Ku. I hadn't considered all of this before." Mirmis calmly replied, "I believe you." She then inquired, "However, I would like to confirm, do those bandits also wield magic?" If the adversaries were capable of using magic, Mirmis would need to prepare accordingly, especially in terms of defense and evasion. Wei Wei rested her right hand against her chin, pondering. It seems unlikely. Magic requires inherent talent. As she spoke, her expression reflected unease. Moreover, anyone with talent could attend a magic academy, with tuition fees manageable to repay after reaching adulthood. Graduates of such institutions could secure well-paying positions, making a life of banditry unnecessary. Mirmis nodded, indicating her understanding of the situation. Subsequently, Kaliku arrived at the intersection, gesturing for the two to climb into the cargo area. As Wei Wei passed by Kaliku, she leaned in and softly remarked, "There are 2 bags of cotton in the back. Sitting on them will be more comfortable." Wei Wei smiled. "Thank you for your kind offer." Mirmis nodded in appreciation. "Thank you for your consideration." Given the height of the cargo area and Wei Wei's petite stature, it was Mirmis who first lifted her onto the vehicle before jumping in herself. Once they were settled, Kaliku clapped the rear of the giant ant, prompting it to move forward. Upon reaching the city gate, the guards halted the cargo vehicle, requesting Kaliku to present her merchant permit and inspect the goods. Kaliku willingly produced the permit, and after a thorough examination, the guards found no discrepancies and proceeded to inspect the cargo area. However, upon doing so, they were taken aback. The guard quickly bowed and cautiously asked, "How did you come to be here? And who is this beside you?" Wei Wei cleared her throat and elegantly replied, "I have business outside the city, and this is my bodyguard." Although the guard had many questions, he felt it was not the appropriate time to ask, so he could only politely respond, "Understood. Please take care." The guard returned the merchant permit to Kaliku, wishing them a safe journey. Kiskiviko eli kiskiviko murmurit, surtriset. As she had never before experienced such deference from a guard, a bead of cold sweat trickled down her side, and she felt an uneasy premonition stirring in her heart. With this unsettling feeling, Kaliku set off with Wei Wei and Mirmis. After traveling for a while, the typically talkative Kaliku could no longer contain her silence and initiated a conversation with the two. "By the way, Miss Mirmis, what made you want to become a bodyguard?" Kaliku randomly chose a topic to discuss. Fearing she might offend Mirmis, Kaliku hastily added, "Not that I'm saying women cannot pursue this profession. I'm just curious why you chose this path. After all, traditional perceptions often associate roles such as bodyguards and protectors with men. Objectively speaking, men possess inherent physical advantages, making them more suited for such duties. Conversely, those who make a name for themselves in the bodyguard profession as women are undoubtedly exceptional, which is why Kaliku found the topic intriguing. Mirmis simply stated, "Because Wei Wei asked me for help." Kaliku was taken aback. She had never considered such a response. After a few moments of stunned silence, she awkwardly chuckled. "I didn't realize you two were so close." In that instant, Kaliku's imagination ran wild, though the reality diverged significantly from her thoughts. "Sister Kaliku, have you been to trade for long?" Wei Wei inquired. Kellic searched through his memories and replied, "It hasn't been long, perhaps around 2 years. I've known Xiao Ka for almost the same duration." The group continued to engage in casual conversation as they traversed several miles without encountering any sign of bandits. "How wonderful! It seems the bandits are taking a day off," Kellic exclaimed joyfully. Initially, Kellic had worried about being ambushed by bandits as soon as they left the city, but the peaceful atmosphere now felt somewhat unfamiliar to her. Mirmis inquired if the bandits would steal anything and everything. Kellic stroked her chin thoughtfully and replied, "I've heard they primarily target expensive materials. They probably wouldn't be interested in cheap, everyday goods like mine." While Kellic's self-deprecation was evident, she also felt a sense of relief. Grateful to be just an ordinary merchant whose wares were of little value and thus less likely to attract malicious attention. However, just as Kellic began to feel that their journey would proceed without incident, the sound of ant-like footsteps echoed from behind the cart. Kellic swallowed hard and bravely glanced back, spotting a group of individuals on beetles chasing after them, their expressions fierce and menacing. Chapter 58. Encounter with danger. After locking eyes with the intimidating group of ruffians for barely a second, Kellic hastily drew a whip from her waist and struck it in the air, producing a sound akin to an explosion, urging the walking ants to quicken their pace. Hearing the noise, the ants accelerated, causing the cargo cart to shake violently. Vivian, losing her balance, stumbled against a wooden crate, but was swiftly caught by the quick-witted Mirmis. "Are you all right?" Mirmis asked with concern. "I'm fine," Vivian replied, sitting up from Mirmis's embrace and turning to look at the crowd behind the cart. Most of them were men in their 20s or 30s, dressed uniformly. Although they appeared fierce, there was a certain lack of swagger about them. Vivian asked, somewhat puzzled, "Has our plan taken effect?" Mirmis could only shake her head uncertainly. After all, there were no wanted posters for bandits in the city, and she had never seen any of their faces to make a comparison. Meanwhile, among the riders on the uniformly green beetles, a man mounted on a red beetle, sporting a scar across his face, stood out. The red beetle raced ahead of the others, seemingly faster than the rest. Mirmis quickly noticed this individual, whose appearance and mount differed from the others, and the scar-faced man soon recognized both her and Vivian's presence. Then, seemingly having made a decision, he suddenly drew a boomerang from his back and threw it toward the cargo cart. The boomerang, with its sharp blades at both ends, served as a formidable ranged weapon. Mirmis initially assumed his target was the cart's wheels and prepared to capture the boomerang as it approached. However, to her surprise, it merely grazed the side of the cart. Mirmis rushed to Kellick's side, just in time to see the boomerang slice through the bases of several nearby trees, creating deep gashes. These wounds rendered the trees lifeless, causing them to topple to the roadside and block Mirmis and the others' path. Observing this, Kellick immediately yanked on the reins in a desperate attempt to halt the cart before the ants overturned. Fortunately, both the ants and the cart came to a stop just shy of the tree trunks, as though guided by some unseen calculation. The boomerang returned to the scar-faced man's hand, which he deftly caught, gripping the non-sharp section before sheathing it back in its holder. The scar-faced man and his companions circled around the trio on their beetles, effectively trapping them. Mirmis was the first to leap from the cart and signaled for the others to stay hidden within. She calmly assessed the scar-faced man, noting the numerous concealed weapons on his person, including a small knife hidden beneath his shoe. Seeing Mirmis remain silent, the scar-faced man spoke first. "We are not here to rob you. We merely wish to take one person." Kellick inwardly cursed. Isn't that human trafficking? Far worse than robbery. However, to Kellick's surprise, Vivian, who had been calm until now, shrank back at the man's words. Kellick quickly reassured her, "It's all right. Miss Mirmis will surely handle them and won't let you be sold off to outsiders." Vivian managed a weak smile, pondering for a moment before asking, "Do we have any paint for drawing on the cart?" "Liquid seasoning would do as well." Kellick blinked in confusion. "Are you planning to alleviate your tension through drawing?" Vivian shook her head. "I intend to create a magical barrier." Outside the cart, Mirmis's response was clear. She assumed a battle-ready stance, indicating that she would not show mercy to anyone who approached. Observing this, the scar-faced man chose not to rush into an attack, but instead continued in a calm tone. "Miss in White, may I ask if you know the individuals in the cart?" Mirmis firmly replied, "Yes, they're friends." Her answer was unequivocal, suggesting that she would not abandon the two behind her, regardless of the threats posed. The scar-faced man seemed satisfied with her response, nodding slightly before saying, "We serve Duke Coendi. We are merely carrying out our duty. We hope you do not make this too difficult for us." This statement appeared to be a show of weakness, but in reality, it was a display of power. Mirmis understood the underlying message, but showed no sign of retreat. Inside the cart, Kellick looked perplexedly at her companions. "Who is Duke Coendi? I don't believe I've heard that name before." Vivian also racked her brain, but could not recall anything, shaking her head in frustration. Meanwhile, a quarter of a magic circle was taking shape in Vivian's hands, although the difficulty of drawing increased as she was using soy sauce for ink. The soy sauce bottle from the Shadow Realm lacked the controlled spout of those in the real world, merely possessing a meager wooden plug. Vivian meticulously used her fingers to refine the magical array, fearful that a mistake in the runes would render the spell ineffective. She silently prayed that Mirmis would remain unharmed. Outside the cart, the atmosphere grew tense, suggesting that a confrontation was imminent. Noting that Mirmis remained unperturbed by the mention of the Duke's name, the scar-faced man finally decided to abandon dialogue and opted for forceful negotiation. Without warning, he leaped from his red beetle, drawing a curved sword and advancing on Mirmis with an aggressive demeanor. The surrounding crowd began to whisper among themselves. Do you think she might be one of the demon clan? How bold of her to challenge us, unarmed. I just overheard the boss speaking with the employer. The other party seems to be someone without magical abilities. How could a member of the demon clan lack magic? Don't be fooled by her slender arms. She might be all muscle beneath that attire. Oh, please, don't ruin my idealized image of women. The comments from the younger members of the group seemed to overlook the impending danger. At that moment, a man wrapped in a black scarf interjected, "Everyone, quiet down. Don't disturb the boss during her battle. Who knows what tricks this young lady might have up her sleeve." With that, the scarfed man fixed his gaze on Mirmis, appearing wary of her. The previously chatty young men fell silent, their expressions turning serious. Mirmis and the scar-faced man locked eyes, both intensely focused and striving to detect any misstep in the other's movements. The scar-faced man scrutinized Mirmis closely. She bore no signs of concealed weapons, presenting herself as utterly defenseless. In response to this, the scarred man could only draw one conclusion. Her body itself was a weapon, and her opponent was likely a martial artist of exceptional skill. Generally speaking, the longer the weapon, the stronger the attack. However, this principle did not necessarily apply to martial artists. Suddenly, the scarred man noticed a shift in the color of Mirmis's pupils, transforming from a deep crimson to a vibrant orange. In that very moment of transformation, Mirmis charged at him with a fierce swing of her fist. The distance between them seemed to vanish, as Mirmis closed in on him in an instant. Before the scarred man could react, his body instinctively adopted a defensive posture, positioning his knife in front of him to absorb Mirmis's punch. His feet skidded across the ground, sliding several meters before coming to a halt. Struggling, he thrust the knife into the ground, using it to support his slightly numb body after enduring such a tremendous force. The blade now bore distinct cracks, and another blow might shatter it entirely. Witnessing this, the surrounding lackeys stood in stunned silence, their mouths agape as they gazed at this seemingly frail woman. After repelling the scarred man, Mirmis's eyes reverted back to their original crimson hue. She did not relish causing harm. Instead, she hoped that after demonstrating such a vast disparity in strength, her opponent would choose to withdraw. Unfortunately, the lackeys seemed oblivious to Mirmis's good intentions, as one among them shouted for everyone to join in and take her down. At this rallying cry, the onlookers who had previously been merely spectators leaped off their beetles, brandishing their weapons and charging toward Mirmis. The only exception was the man in the black scarf, who kept his head lowered, muttering to himself. Mirmis effortlessly evaded their attacks, countering intermittently as they pressed forward. After several exchanges, multiple lackeys lay defeated. Throughout the scuffle, Mirmis noticed that although the attackers seemed to rush forward chaotically, they were actually coordinating their assaults in phases. They deliberately employed tactics that required Mirmis to perform extensive evasive maneuvers, aiming to deplete her stamina. Their intention did not seem to be to overcome Mirmis, but rather to wear her down. However, they had chosen the wrong opponent. Such a war of attrition would have no effect on Mirmis. As long as her energy reserves remained ample, she, with her iron physique, would never tire. According to Mirmis's calculations, at her current energy level, they would need to engage her for at least 3 days and nights to deplete her reserves. Just as Mirmis felled one of the lackeys wielding a spear, a familiar whooshing sound pierced the air. It was the scarred man's boomerang, and the blade appeared to be coated with some colorless liquid, possibly venom. Mirmis nimbly sidestepped, catching the boomerang with a deft motion. The scarred man paused momentarily, though his expression remained inscrutable. Once she had secured the boomerang, Mirmis lodged it in the ground, recognizing that such a perilous weapon was beyond her confidence to handle. In that instant, she realized that the lackeys who had encircled her had retreated several meters away. The ground trembled slightly, signaling that something was about to break through. In a flash, thick tree roots erupted from the earth, shattering the ground where Mirmis stood. In midair, she was unable to evade, as the roots ensnared her right ankle and violently slammed her to the ground. When Mirmis opened her eyes once more, she found herself beneath several magical circles, within which searing fireballs were forming. She attempted to move, but discovered that her body was firmly trapped by multiple roots, rendering her unable to escape. Chapter 59. The Choice at the Crossroads. Mirmis understood that to extricate herself from this predicament, she merely needed to reveal the hidden blades concealed within her wrists, which would allow her to annihilate the bothersome roots in an instant. However, revealing her inhuman identity would also be instantaneous, a scenario she desperately sought to avoid. Yet, if she did not evade and instead took the fireballs head-on, she could not ascertain whether her synthetic exterior would sustain damage, exposing her internal mechanical structure. The fireballs descended gradually from above, drawing closer to Mirmis. Should she evade or endure? Her processor raced, yet could not identify the most prudent solution. Just as Mirmis resolved to gamble it all and employ the blades hidden within her arms, a hemispherical barrier manifested before her, intercepting all the fireballs. The fireballs collided with the pale barrier, dissipating into black smoke. A protective barrier? The man in the scarf, lurking at the outer edge of the encirclement, exclaimed in astonishment. This was contrary to the intelligence they had received, as the white woman before them was not supposed to wield magic. With the imminent crisis averted, Mirmis exerted force against the roots, tearing them apart and liberating herself from their grip. She brushed off the dust that clung to her and approached the carriage. Inside, Wei Wei smiled and waved at her. Beside her, a magical circle radiated a bright light, seemingly the source of the barrier's existence. Wei Wei expressed a relief at arriving just in time, almost having been too late. Shortly after Mirmis disembarked, Wei Wei had been diligently sketching the barrier's magical formation, hoping to contribute during the battle. However, if possible, she preferred that the magical circle would not need to be utilized at all. At that moment, Wei Wei noticed the man with the scar, who seemed somewhat familiar. Sensing Wei Wei's curiosity about the situation behind her, Mirmis instinctively shifted aside. After scrutinizing the man, Wei Wei finally recognized him. Quietly, she stepped down from the carriage and positioned herself at the edge of the barrier. Kuliku, meanwhile, remained huddled inside the carriage, peeking out timidly. Upon seeing Wei Wei exit the carriage, the scarred man promptly instructed his subordinates to step back, advancing alone and disarming himself. Kiskiviko Eli Kiskiviko perplexed, gazed at Wei Wei, unable to comprehend why she had chosen to disembark. Mirmis silently moved to Wei Wei's side, ensuring she could protect her the moment the barrier faltered. Wei Wei regarded the scarred man's face, inquiring, "You must be Captain Ta Ku, correct?" The scarred man did not attempt to conceal his identity, readily acknowledging, "I did not expect you to remember my name, Miss Wei Wei." A bit embarrassed, Wei Wei scratched her head and admitted, "I feel rather ashamed. Your scar is quite memorable. I was even frightened by it as a child. It is the mark of a warrior's honor. There is no need for concern," the scarred man replied, patting his chest to indicate it was of no consequence. Kuliku quietly descended the carriage, hiding behind Mirmis as she asked, "How did you two start chatting? Do you know these bandits, Wei Wei?" As Kuliku edged closer, she noticed that the scarred man and the others around him wore matching insignias on their attire. After pondering for a moment, Kuliku ventured, "You can't possibly be mercenaries, can you? I was wondering why these bandits are so organized, even employing a fireball magician. Bandits would not wear uniform attire or share identical insignias," Kuliku reasoned. Mirmis reflected on her recent encounter with them, indeed sensing they had undergone unified training and exhibited a degree of cooperative awareness. The scarred man remained silent, merely huffing in response to Kuliku's question. Wei Wei continued, "Duke D must be a fabrication of yours, for I do not recall such a duke existing." The scarred man silently nodded, tacitly affirming her statement. Kuliku gasped. "I thought perhaps my knowledge was lacking, and I had simply not heard of him. So it turns out you have made it all up." After her surprise subsided, Kuliku regained her composure and pressed, "Then why are you pursuing my cargo truck? Surely mercenaries earn well too?" The truth was, their target was me. Before the scarred man could speak, Wei Wei preemptively answered Kalike's question. Kalike was even more perplexed. Wei Wei took a deep breath, paused for a moment, and then quietly declared, "I have not mentioned it before. But my full name is Wei Weian Conbayer. Kalike was stunned for a few seconds, then exclaimed in astonishment, Conbayer? Is that the Duke Conbayer? Wei Weian nodded. Yes, that is indeed the Duke Conbayer you are thinking of. A hint of embarrassment flickered in Wei Weian's gaze as she averted her eyes. Softly confessing, I ran away from home. Upon hearing this, Kalike's legs buckled, and she nearly collapsed. Fortunately, Mirmis caught her in time. But Kalike's mental state appeared rather grim, as if the sky had fallen upon her. Perhaps in Kalike's heart, she feared that by aiding Wei Weian's escape, she would attract the Duke Conbayer's attention. In contrast, Mirmis remained remarkably composed and inquired, Is there a reason for this? Because I do not wish to learn magic, Wei Weian replied, her head bowed, appearing despondent. She turned away, approaching the side of the carriage, gazing at the glowing magic circle with a complex expression. Since childhood, I have been forced by my father to study various forms of magic. But no matter how hard I tried, I could never meet his expectations. Wei Weian turned back, her expression transforming into one of anger as she lamented. I did not wish to remain in such a household, so I secretly borrowed books on spatial magic. She thought that if she could teleport to a distant place, perhaps she would no longer be constrained by him. As she shared this, her demeanor grew increasingly somber. However, I accidentally drew the wrong symbol, and the magic circle sent me to another place, an unexpected destination. Wei Weian stepped in front of Mirmis, gazing at her with an intricate expression. In Wei Weian's heart, she hoped that Mirmis could understand her, for they were both individuals who had fled the shadow realm for the material world. At least, that was Wei Weian's fervent wish. Once Wei Weian finished her narrative, Kalike, supporting herself on Mirmis' shoulder, slowly rose, rubbing her forehead and murmuring, This is a lot to take in. I am somewhat bewildered. In any case, these mercenaries are sent by your father to bring you back, correct? Wei Weian nodded. Initially, she had only speculated, but after seeing the scarred man's face, she became certain. Suddenly, the scarred man interjected, My lady, forgive my intrusion, but continuing to wander outside is exceedingly perilous. Do you truly believe that fleeing like this is the right course of action? The scarred man fixed a serious gaze upon Wei Weian, exerting an inexplicable pressure upon her. The abrupt tension rendered Wei Weian speechless, her heart swirling with anxious turmoil. She was uncertain how to respond, which choice was correct, and which actions were misguided. At that moment, she felt as though she stood at a crossroads, with one path being uneven yet adorned with flowers, while the other was stable and flat, bordered by iron fences. The flower-strewn path seemed endless, obscured by an infinite white light. The other path led directly to Wei Weian's home, a magnificent mansion, and nothing more. Just as Wei Weian hesitated, a hand emerged from the brilliant light at the end of the path. It gently patted her shoulder, awakening her from her troubled reverie. Wei Weian looked up, and as the light faded, Mirmis appeared. Do you wish to return? Mirmis asked calmly, gazing steadily at Wei Weian. Mirmis did not pressure Wei Weian to deliberate thoroughly. She was merely inquiring about Wei Weian's true desires. Wei Weian bit her lip, hesitated, and, as her mouth opened, she immediately shut it again. After deep contemplation, Wei Weian finally responded, Not at this moment. She turned her head away, softly uttering her words, deliberately avoiding the scarred man's gaze. Mirmis turned to cast a cold glance at the scarred man, as if to convey that this was Wei Weian's choice. The scarred man snorted in resignation, shaking his head. Subsequently, he and his subordinates departed. After they had walked away, Wei Weian erased the magic circle drawn within the carriage, and the faint barriers surrounding them dissipated. Kalike, with a face full of regret, remarked, What a pity they weren't bandits. I would have loved to see Miss Mirmis thrash them and vent our frustrations as merchants. As Kalike spoke, she mimicked fighting with fists and feet, revealing her long-standing grievances. Wei Weian seemed taken aback by Kalike's unexpected words, responding with surprise, Sister Kalike, I did not realize you had such a vengeful spirit. Kalike shrugged, of course. Thanks to them, I've been trapped in the city for 2 weeks. I'm nearly going mad. Just recalling her life within the city made Kalike feel uneasy. Her days were filled only with eating and sleeping, and she felt as though she was becoming useless. Mirmis pointed toward a tree trunk ahead, saying if I move the trees from the road, the carriage can continue forward. Thank you, Kalik replied. Unbeknownst to the group, a small, shabby figure, cloaked in rags and stains, stood at a distance, gazing at them from the edge of a cliff. He had witnessed the entire confrontation between Mirmis and the mercenaries. Chapter 60. Late nights are detrimental to health, but robots fear not within the cave. Torches crackled as they burned, silently providing illumination. In the flickering light, the shadows of several individuals became visible. Some were deep in slumber, while others tended to their weapons, and a few were engaged in card games. Among them, the most conspicuous was a robust man seated in a leather chair. He sported a bushy beard, lounged with one leg crossed over the other, and boldly held a wooden cup in his hand, drinking ale in great gulps. At that moment, a small figure in tattered clothing suddenly rushed in, panic etched on his face, and hurried to the side of the man in the leather chair. The bearded man calmly set down his cup and asked nonchalantly, "Why the rush? Did you encounter a monster?" The small figure gasped for breath and stammered, "It's a merchant. I saw a merchant. Isn't that good news?" Another fat sheep to slaughter. The bearded man laughed heartily, beckoning a nearby lackey to refill his cup. The small figure quickly waved his hands. No, this merchant is different. He has hired a super-skilled bodyguard. What makes him so formidable? The bearded man inquired with keen interest. The small figure proceeded to recount everything he had witnessed, vividly reenacting the scene. The other bandits in the cave reacted with mixed expressions after hearing the small figure's account, some showing concern, while others appeared incredulous. After digesting the small figure's description, the bearded man nodded thoughtfully. After a brief silence, the small figure timidly asked, "So, boss, are we still going to rob this merchant?" The bearded man promptly smacked the small figure and cursed, "Are you an idiot? That white-haired woman is so formidable. If we go after her, it would be like delivering ourselves to her." The small figure covered the spot he had been struck, speaking even more quietly, "Should we just let them pass?" The bearded man crossed his arms confidently and replied, "You fool, even the strongest need sleep. We'll just wait until nightfall to steal from them." He continued, "From what you just said, they only have one bodyguard. After that white-haired woman fought with the mercenaries during the day, she must be exhausted and unable to keep watch. When the night is still and quiet, we'll seize the opportunity to take their goods." The bearded man appeared quite satisfied with his scheme, wearing a smug expression. The small figure immediately applauded, truly worthy of being the boss. Not only are you adept at killing and looting, but you also excel at sneaky tactics. The bearded man's expression shifted subtly as he raised an eyebrow. "I can't help but feel you're indirectly insulting me." The small figure hastily shook his head, smiling in agreement. "I dare not. I am merely praising the boss's adaptability." The bearded man, feeling quite pleased with himself, replied, "Humph, how else would I be the boss? Right?" The man with the scruffy beard cast his gaze towards his subordinates. "The leader is truly wise. It is no wonder he holds such a position." The other bandits below began to extol the virtues of the scruffy bearded man, who reveled in the adulation. That night, the three of them camped in the forest. Mirmis gathered dry twigs into a pile, and then Wei Weiyan chanted a spell, igniting the fire in an instant. Kuliku prepared fodder for the ant-like creature, Shao Ka, and retrieved an iron pot from the carriage. He set up a cooking rack with surplus twigs and began to stew their dinner. Kuliku took out 3 wooden bowls and spoons, ladled the stew into them, and offered them to the others. Wei Weiyan took a taste and praised Kuliku's culinary skills. Kuliku shyly turned away, claiming, "No. My skills are nowhere near those of your household chef. I have merely grown accustomed to cooking for myself while traveling." Mirmis also sampled the dish, which featured a delightful medley of vegetables, harmoniously blended together without any discord. Suddenly, Kuliku broached the topic, asking, "Miss Mirmis, how old are you this year? Do you have a boyfriend? Shall I introduce you to someone?" 1,020 years old. "Ah, how much?" Kiskiviko Eli Kiskiviko Ruhisios. Seemingly unable to comprehend Mirmis's response. 20 years old, Mirmis replied with an impassive expression. Kuliku gasped, covering his mouth in surprise. "I did not expect you to be so young." At only 20, you are quite remarkable. You must be from the knightly order, right? Kuliku then turned his attention to Wei Weiyan, considering that as the daughter of Duke Kinbei, it was only natural for her to be accompanied by exceptional guards. Nevertheless, a lingering question occupied Kuliku's mind, prompting her to engage the other two in conversation. By the way, those mercenaries left rather casually. I initially thought we were in for a fierce battle. Recalling the scene, it was a terrifying image for her, surrounded by so many burly men, which made her shudder at the thought. However, after receiving Wei Weiyan's refusal, they quietly departed without uttering a single harsh word. A stark contrast to Kuliku's preconceived notions of their brutish demeanor. It seems they are quite polite for mercenaries, Kuliku commented casually. Mirmis shared the same sentiment, nodding in agreement. I thought the same and was prepared to continue battling them. Why did they give up so easily upon realizing that Miss Wei Weiyan refused to return? Kuliku was perplexed. Both she and Mirmis turned their gazes towards Wei Weiyan, the only one among them who might understand the reason behind it. Wei Weiyan displayed a rather troubled expression, shaking her head silently, indicating her unwillingness to answer. Seeing her resistance, Mirmis and Kuliku refrained from pressing further. Sensing the atmosphere had become awkward, Kuliku suggested, "It is getting late. Let us rest. We shall continue our journey tomorrow." As she spoke, Kuliku propped herself up with her hand against the ground and leaned partially into the carriage, rummaging for something. After a moment, she emerged with a few blankets, handing the thickest one to Wei Weiyan. "Make sure to cover yourself well tonight. We wouldn't want you to catch a cold," she advised. Wei Weiyan nodded, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you, Sister Kuliku." "It's nothing. No need to thank me," Kuliku replied, though her seemingly kind concern had ulterior motives. "If you fall ill, I fear I shall not have a good outcome." Truth be told, Kuliku regretted her fortunate encounter with the daughter of the Kanbei heir family and her bodyguard. If anything were to happen to Wei Weiyan, she felt her days of good fortune would come to an end. Although she had no subjective intention of aiding Wei Weiyan's escape, objectively, she had indeed participated and was known to that group of mercenaries. At that moment, Kuliku could not fathom what to do. She could only take things one step at a time. She intended to offer a blanket to Mirmis, but was gently declined. "You all sleep. I will keep watch. The bandits may attempt to attack under the cover of night," Mirmis stated. Kuliku took the blanket and settled beside the ant-like creature, Xiaoka, while Wei Weiyan lay down closer to the campfire, seemingly more apprehensive of the cold. As the night deepened, the moon ascended to the sky, and the stars twinkled brightly. Mirmis climbed atop the carriage, sitting at the edge, gazing up at the rare sight of the stars in the city. In the shadowy depths of the forest, a few figures stealthily traversed the underbrush, approaching the resting place of the three. Among them was the scruffy, bearded man, the leader of the bandits, accompanied by several of his subordinates. He signaled for silence and cautiously peered from behind a tree trunk. As anticipated, only a white-haired woman was on watch, while the other two had succumbed to slumber. "Just watch. She won't last an hour," the scruffy, bearded man asserted. His followers nodded in agreement. An hour passed swiftly. The scruffy, bearded man swatted at his shoulder to shoo away the mosquitoes, growing increasingly impatient. At that moment, one of his subordinates quietly inquired, "Boss, shall we continue to wait?" The scruffy, bearded man glared with bulging eyes, indignantly replying, "Of course we must wait. She is merely holding on. In another half hour, she will surely fall asleep." The subordinates nodded, albeit skeptically. Another half hour slipped by. One of the subordinates, drowsy, had just closed his eyes when he was roused by another nearby. The scruffy, bearded man felt his temper rising. If this continued, he would lose face. The previously questioning subordinate timidly suggested, "Boss, should we retreat? It's so cold tonight, and without a fire, the brothers are nearing their limits." This remark ignited the scruffy, bearded man's frustration, and he grumbled in a suppressed voice, "Damn it, I refuse to believe it. I will wait here all night." Though his voice was low, the anger contained within was palpable. "None of you are allowed to sleep." The subordinates grumbled softly, expressing their discontent. The scruffy, bearded man clenched his fists, cracking his knuckles. "Whoever dares to sleep will feel my wrath." Hearing this, the subordinates fell silent. Thus, the bandits endured another hour. Yet Mirmis still showed no signs of slumber, while their own eyes grew heavy with fatigue. The scruffy, bearded man, with bloodshot eyes, cursed inwardly. Damn it. How is this woman still so alert? How can she maintain the same position for so long? Curiosity piqued. He wondered what allure the twinkling stars held, captivating the gaze of the white-haired woman before him for such an extended period. In truth, Mirmis was not admiring the vast expanse of the starry sky, but rather fixated on a single star. It was not the brightest star in the night sky. Its brilliance paled in comparison to others. Yet for Mirmis, it was irreplaceable. That was the Freudian star. Mirmis geist longingly åt haar homeland, separated by an unfathomable distance. She wondered how her master was faring, whether she was resting well. If only Te Nualuo Chi were here. She could repair my propulsion system in just a few hours. Chapter 61. Kuli Ku's hesitation in the depths of the forest. Somewhere, the scarred man, Ku, who had been repelled by Mirmis during the day, and his subordinates set up camp. Some are injured, though not severely, more like scrapes and bruises. The group gathered around a campfire, either grilling meat or engaging in leisurely conversation, completely devoid of the demoralizing atmosphere one would expect after a defeat. Tuaku retrieved a communicator from the folds of his clothing and handed it to the scarf-wearing man, the only one in the group with magical aptitude. The scarf-wearing man infused a small amount of magical energy into the communicator before returning it to Tuaku, enabling him to communicate with the other party. My Lord Duke, we have located your daughter. The tone of Tokay was laden with regret and self-reproach, and even through the communicator, he exhibited no hint of negligence. On the other end of the device was a middle-aged man, clad in a black robe, distinguished by his star-shaped pupils, a bearded figure more accurately referred to as Duke Idas Campbell. He was the father of Vivian and the employer of this mercenary group. While handling his official duties, he answered Tokay's call. Duke Campbell inquired calmly about Vivian's condition. She is safe, accompanied by a white-haired woman who claims to be her friend. The young lady has shown no signs of displeasure or distress. How long until you return to the estate? A bead of sweat trickled down Tokay's profile. He was uncertain whether the Duke would unleash his wrath over their failure. However, concealing the truth would be a grave offense, so Tokay chose to convey the facts honestly, expressing his sincere apologies for his subordinate's shortcomings. The adversary's strength is formidable, preventing us from retrieving her immediately. Furthermore, the young lady has erected a barrier and expressed her unwillingness to return home. I fear that a forceful approach might endanger her. Thus we opted to withdraw. Tokay bowed his head, kneeling as if the Duke were standing right before him. Surprisingly, Duke Campbell did not display any anger. He simply issued a directive. No matter. Your task is now altered to discreetly safeguard her whereabouts. Understood. If she expresses any intention to return to the estate, inform me immediately. Yes. At this moment, Duke Campbell paused, seemingly recalling an important matter that required confirmation. Has anyone else noticed your movements? Upon hearing this query, Tokay regained a semblance of a smile, proudly assuring, rest assured, we have not detected anyone taking note of our actions along the way. Tokay was acutely aware that the repercussions of mercenaries departing with the Duke's personal guard were drastically different. Should their actions be perceived by the nobles of hostile factions, it would undoubtedly place pressure on Duke Campbell. The rationale behind their departure also necessitated confidentiality, which was one of the reasons they disguised themselves as mercenaries. It was prudent to keep the fact that the eldest daughter of the Campbell family was roaming outside, known to as few as possible. After Duke Campbell concluded the call, Tokay stowed the communicator away. Suddenly, the man in the scarf nudged Tokay with his elbow, his expression tinged with anxiety as he inquired, "Do you think Miss Vivian has revealed our true identities to her friends?" Tokay chuckled softly, countering, what significance would knowing our true identities have for her friends? Besides adding psychological pressure, in the early morning, a beam of sunlight pierced through the thicket, casting its glow upon the bearded man's face. Awakening from his slumber, he groggily stretched and rubbed his back. After a moment, the bearded man realized he was in the forest. He dashed out of the woods, arriving at the roadside only to find that the group with whom he had camped the previous night had vanished. In frustration, he struck the tree trunk, while one of his subordinates, still rubbing the remnants of sleep from his eyes, suggested, "Boss, don't be angry. We've robbed so many merchants. We can afford to lose them, can't we?" The bearded man scoffed. This matter is far from concluded. He noted a deep wheel track beside the path. They must be heading to Poly Village. He was certain of it. "I have my people placed there. They will gather more intelligence." As the bearded man surmised, the destination of Mirmis and her companions was indeed Poly Village, and they could now discern the village's outline from the carriage. Observing the village drawing nearer, Cleco couldn't help but exclaim, "What remarkable luck we have had this time, avoiding that wretched band of robbers." Yet, while she spoke such words, her thoughts betrayed her, for the mercenaries they encountered seemed even more fearsome than the robbers. Little did Cleco anticipate that, immediately after voicing her sentiment, Mirmis would counter, "It is not merely luck. Perhaps those robbers witnessed our battle with the mercenaries and chose to avoid the risk of confrontation." Cleco, slightly perplexed, scratched her head and remarked, "Your tone suggests a hint of disappointment. Do you truly wish to encounter those robbers?" Mirmis nodded. "This would lead us to other goods they have stolen." Vivian elucidated their purpose for this journey and the reason behind luring the robbers. Upon hearing this, Cleco pondered and declared, "If that is the case, I have a plan." She proceeded to outline her scheme, eliciting applause from the other two. As they approached the village, Cleco noticed a familiar little boy at the entrance, carrying a bucket of water towards the village. Cleco waved and called out, "I'm back, Pusey." The boy turned at the sound, dropped his wooden bucket, and ran towards her with uncontained joy. Cleco halted the cart and retrieved a finely crafted trinket from the cargo, poised to present it to the boy. "I didn't forget to bring you something." Before Cleco could finish her sentence, the boy grasped her hand anxiously and exclaimed, "Mommy is sick." Cleco immediately recognized the gravity of the situation. Asking no further questions, she tucked the boy under her arm and dashed into the village. Mirmis and Vivian, though uncertain of what was occurring, hastily pursued them. They arrived at a small cottage where Cleco pushed open the door, revealing a middle-aged woman lying ill in bed. Her complexion was pale, cold sweat beaded her forehead, and she trembled uncontrollably, punctuated by intermittent coughs. Her condition was dire. The boy, crestfallen, lamented since yesterday. "Mommy has been like this." "Cleco, you are knowledgeable. I hope you can save her." With tear-filled eyes, the boy gazed at Cleco, but she found herself at a loss for words, as this was her first encounter with such symptoms, and she had no confidence in identifying suitable herbs. Yet, faced with the boy's earnest plea and his mother's precarious state, she could not bring herself to refuse. Just as Cleco found herself in a quandary, Vivian stepped forward. "I believe I can assist." Vivian suspended her right hand above the mother's abdomen, closed her eyes, and recited an incantation. A white magical circle appeared in her palm, and the runes within it shifted continuously, seemingly searching for the root of the ailment. Cleco and the boy watched with bated breath, fixated on Vivian. After a series of transformations, the runes finally stabilized, and Vivian opened her eyes, now aware of the affliction plaguing the mother. "What is it?" "Clicescivico incuret, leaning closer." "Can you cure her, sister?" The boy tugged at Vivian's sleeve, imploring. Vivian gently ruffled the boy's hair and reassured him, "Do not worry. Your mother will recover soon." Upon hearing this, the boy's eyes sparkled with hope as he eagerly asked, "Really? However, I lack the necessary herbs. I must venture to the forest on the mountain to gather them tomorrow morning." Vivian instinctively gazed towards the small hill outside the window, where the sun was approaching the horizon, painting the sky in hues of crimson. Chapter 62. All in one net. The following morning dawned clear and bright, the splendid weather perfect for foraging fresh herbs. As Mirmis and Vivian prepared to leave, they encountered Cleco, who was busily loading goods onto her cart. Vivian approached Cleco with concern. "Be careful. Those robbers may have set traps along the road." In an unusual manner, Cleco did not engage in further conversation, but merely nodded lightly. Once the cargo was secured, Cleco effortlessly leaped into her seat, steering her ant vehicle slowly as she waved goodbye to the other two. After bidding farewell to Kellic, Wayan, accompanied by Mirmis, vanished into the forest, shrouded in the morning mist. Meanwhile, in a field unnoticed by others, a farmer, clad in humble garb, had already committed the recent events to memory. He scribbled his observations on a note, tied it to the leg of a messenger bee, and quietly set it free. Such pleasant weather was indeed well suited for the rapid flight of small bees. Kellic, skillfully maneuvering her ant car, drove along the road in a composed manner, the scenery around her seemingly unchanged from her arrival, until she noticed several obstacles emerging on the distant horizon. Kellic immediately reduced her speed and brought the vehicle to a halt. Shortly after stopping, a ragtag group of disheveled individuals surrounded her. The leader, a man with a scruffy beard, called out, "You've got some nerve, coming here without even a bodyguard. Do you underestimate us?" Following his cue, the other bandits joined in taunting her. "Little miss, today is not your lucky day. If you hand over your money and goods quietly, perhaps our boss will spare your life." The bearded man swaggered forward, brandishing a curved dagger, and scrutinized Kellic. "Well, upon closer inspection, you're rather pretty. Let's take her back as our chief's wife." The robbers laughed raucously, their mirth growing more frenzied, their faces contorting into grotesque expressions. The ant car sensed the looming danger, curling up and trembling. Amidst the cacophony of laughter from the bandits, Kellic displayed no sign of fear. She first stepped down from the vehicle, then gently stroked the ant car to soothe its unease. The bearded man scoffed, "You can't even save yourself, yet you're worried about your ant car?" In the eyes of the bandits, Kellic's actions might have seemed futile or a desperate struggle. Yet they could not anticipate that all of this was part of a well-crafted plan. Kellic silently reached for her head, pulling off her dark brown hair to reveal the pristine white locks beneath. It was at this moment that the bandits realized something was amiss. The woman before them was clearly a bodyguard, not a merchant. The bearded man and his cohorts were taken aback, and before he could issue orders, the bandits scattered in disarray. Mirmis, however, adhered to the principle of leaving no one behind and charged forward. Meanwhile, in the mountains, Wayan and Kellic, disguised as Mirmis, were climbing the slopes, or rather, slowly ascending along a narrow path. The trail was seldom traversed, leaving only faint markings, and was overgrown with weeds, making it both prickly and slippery, quite treacherous to navigate. Midway through their ascent, Kellic suddenly slipped, nearly losing her footing, but fortunately grasped a branch sprouting from a rock crevice just in time. "That was close," Kellic exclaimed, patting her chest in relief. "Be cautious. The paths here are quite rugged," Wayan advised. Curiously, Kellic then asked, "By the way, what does the herb we seek look like?" Wayan recalled the appearance of the herb and replied, "It is a purplish-red plant that typically grows at high elevations." The two continued onward and, nearing the summit, discovered a vast expanse of purplish-red vegetation. Kellic was overjoyed and rushed to the plants, eager to gather a bounty to take home. "I thought it would be more hidden. It's so easy to find. I'll take a few more," Kellic exclaimed as she plucked several plants. However, Wayan quickly intervened. "These are all toxic. They are not yet mature." "Toxic?" Kellic cried out in shock, instinctively releasing the plants she had just gathered, which fell to the ground. Wayan quickly reassured her. "Touching them won't cause poisoning." "That's a relief," Kellic sighed, patting her chest again. "But how do we discern if they are mature?" Wayan approached one of the purplish-red plants, crouched down, grasped a leaf, and turned it over. "You can tell by checking the underside for white spots." She pointed to the white markings on the leaf's back. Then, Wayan found several more plants until she located one without the white spots, showing it to Kellic. "This one without the white spots is mature and can be used as medicine." "I see," Kellic nodded, fully comprehending the distinction. Returning to Mirmis's side, it was evident that the bandits' combat prowess paled in comparison to the mercenaries, and they were swiftly subdued and bound. For Mirmis, capturing these bandits was merely the first step of the plan. The more vital task was to extract the location of their base and retrieve the stolen goods. Though she held little hope, out of courtesy, Mirmis decided to adopt a diplomatic approach. "Where's your base? Where have you hidden the stolen goods?" The bearded man remained silent, turning his head away in disdain. Mirmis glanced at the other bound bandits. They seemed on the verge of speaking, but hesitated. As if engaged in a contest of silence, Whoever spoke first would lose. Noticing their stubbornness, Mirmis resorted to more forceful tactics. She casually picked up a stone from the ground and, before all the bandits, crushed it in her hand. The bandits remained silent, perhaps underestimating Mirmis's capability for such intimidation. She first seized the bearded man's right leg, believing the information from the leader would be more precise. Yet the bearded man, seemingly unfazed, defiantly replied, "No matter how you threaten me, I won't talk." He feigned righteousness but quickly added, "So go ahead and interrogate the others." Mirmis cast a meaningful glance at the bandit beside the bearded man, signaling that he would be next. The bandit, with a nonchalant demeanor, replied, "Don't worry, boss. Even if she kills you, I won't say a word." Upon hearing this, the bearded man's expression turned to one of incredulity. Suddenly, a crisp sound echoed through the air, catching everyone's attention. The most significant reaction came from the bearded man, for he felt Mirmis gripping his leg, and the cracking noise instinctively led him to associate it with a fracture. "Oh, why doesn't it hurt?" After several agonized cries, he realized the anticipated pain had not manifested. After a few moments of confusion, the bearded man suddenly exclaimed, "Has my leg gone completely numb?" After some time of his loud lamenting, one of his subordinates seemed unable to bear it any longer. He nudged the bearded man with his body and weakly said, "Boss, a deer just stepped on a branch. Your leg is fine." The bearded man looked up, only to find that Mirmis had already released his leg and was standing a meter away, evidently startled by his erratic behavior. Yet, rather than calming down, the bearded man glared furiously at Mirmis, expressing, "You wretched woman. How could you devise such psychological tactics to interrogate me? It seems I have no choice but to speak." With a face full of regret, the bearded man finally appeared willing to divulge information. He gestured for Mirmis to lean closer, so he could truthfully disclose the address. Mirmis complied without hesitation. The location of the base is, just as he began, in a swift motion, the bearded man produced a dagger from his right hand, cutting through the ropes, and aimed directly at Mirmis's eyes. However, regrettably, the bearded man underestimated the vigilance and strength of the bodyguard before him. His wrist was firmly grasped by Mirmis. Immobilized in midair, the bearded man could not have anticipated, nor could he have imagined, that his opponent possessed an almost supernatural ability to see through his intentions, having already detected the small dagger concealed at his waist. With his plan foiled, the bearded man could only offer an awkward smile, attempting to mask his true purpose. Yet, Mirmis was unwilling to grant him the opportunity to explain, tightening her grip to force him to relinquish the dagger, which she then kicked away to a distant spot. Initially, Mirmis intended to feign a lapse in vigilance, creating an opportunity for the robbers to escape, allowing her to use the dagger to cut her bonds and stealthily follow them back to their base. However, it became evident that this plan had to be abandoned. She had underestimated the brutality of the robbers. Mirmis replaced the rope, binding the bearded man even more securely, twisting him into a shape akin to a pretzel, leaving only his face exposed. Nonetheless, after this failed assassination attempt, the bearded man was finally willing to divulge the location of the base to Mirmis, perhaps because he could not conceive a means of turning the tables. The base lay within a cave 3,000 meters in the direction of 3 o'clock. Where the goods were stored, he could go retrieve them himself. Though he uttered these words, the bearded man's mind was still calculating something. He had long since set traps within the cave, waiting for his adversaries to fall victim to them, even if he did not show it on his face. The slight tremor of his body could not suppress the elation within him. Just as he was lost in thought, he felt his body being lifted, ultimately horizontal across Mirmis's shoulder, like a sack of flour. "What are you doing? Why are you carrying me?" the bearded man exclaimed in a panic. Mirmis calmly explained that perhaps he was mistaken about the direction, and it would be best for her to accompany him. At that moment, the bearded man was rendered speechless, his eyes filled only with despair. Chapter 63. Force is the guarantee of dialogue after gathering a sufficient amount of plants. Wei Weiyan and Kelly Ku swiftly descended the mountain and returned to the village. Upon seeing their return, A small boy was filled with excitement, eagerly rushing to the basket to glimpse the herbs. However, when he beheld the herbs, a strange expression crossed his face, as if he could hardly believe that these oddly colored plants could cure ailments, instead suspecting them to be poisonous. Calico noticed the boy's silence and reassured him. "Do not worry. Auntie's illness will soon improve." The boy nodded in agreement and stepped aside. Yet, when Calico spoke those words, he felt uncertain. At this juncture, all he could do was pray that Wei Wei's medical skills were indeed remarkable. Wei Weian began by finely chopping the herbs with a small knife before tossing them into a pot, adding clear water. The boy then fetched firewood from outside and stuffed it into the stove. Calico tended to his ailing mother, gently wiping her sweat. After 2 hours of simmering, the medicinal broth appeared to be ready, releasing a faint purple mist that seemed ominous. Calico helped his mother sit up from the bed and carefully fed her the broth prepared by Wei Weian. As she drank, she occasionally coughed, but with each sip, the frequency and severity of the cough diminished, and her forehead no longer glistened with cold sweat. Her condition improved significantly. The boy gleefully approached the bedside and asked, "Mom, are you feeling better?" His mother affectionately patted his head and smiled kindly. "I feel much better now. I am sorry to have worried you." The boy raised his hands in excitement, exclaiming, "As long as you're okay, that's all that matters." Witnessing this warm scene, Calico also wore a smile of contentment. However, when Calico glanced at Wei Weian, a surge of guilt washed over him. The mother, recovering from her illness, expressed her heartfelt gratitude to Wei Weian, saying, "Thank you for your help. I'm unsure how I should repay you." Wei Weian shook her head, saying, "There is no need for thanks. My father always told me that helping others is also helping oneself." Upon hearing Wei Weian's refusal, the mother broke into a bright smile, saying, "You are such a lovely child." With that, she retrieved a jar from beneath the bed, containing some homemade dried radish slices. "We do not possess anything of value at home. This is all I can offer you." The mother generously handed half a jar of the dried fruit to Wei Weian, but Wei Weian hesitated, quickly waving her hands. "Really, it's not necessary. Don't be polite. Accept it. It's quite delicious," the mother insisted, pushing the jar into Wei Weian's hands. Ultimately, Wei Weian could not resist the mother's warm hospitality and reluctantly accepted it. "By the way, Annie, you haven't fully recovered yet. It's best to rest at home for a few days," Wei Weian advised. "All right." After ensuring the mother was settled, the group left the small house to allow her to recuperate in peace. Calico found a convenient excuse to send the boy away before leading Wei Weian to a secluded corner. "What's wrong?" Wei Weian inquired, noticing Calico's troubled expression. Calico lowered her voice, tilting her head. "I wish to confess some things. I feel uneasy keeping them to myself. Do you want some dried fruit?" As she spoke, Wei Weian offered the jar. Calico responded excitedly, "Yes, I love it. Annie's dried fruit is wonderful." As she spoke, Calico honestly reached out her right hand to take a piece. Suddenly, she sensed something was amiss. She promptly returned the dried fruit, changing her tone. "No, that's not it. What I want to say is something more important." Calico cleared her throat and spoke earnestly. "I used to think that encountering you in Mirmis was a stroke of bad luck. If the bodyguard I hired had been more ordinary, I wouldn't have come across those mercenaries." Even though Calico did not outwardly express these thoughts, she felt ashamed of having harbored such notions. As if to justify herself, she added, "After all, you are the daughter of the Campbell family. If I had provoked your father, I would likely have faced severe consequences." Calico scratched her head, appearing somewhat embarrassed. Upon hearing this, Wei Weian felt a pang of sadness and softly said, "I'm sorry. It's all because of me." Calico hurriedly shook her head, quickly clarifying, "No, you do not need to apologize. It's not entirely your fault." Calico cast her gaze aside, her cheeks flushed with shyness as she said, "But I must thank you. If I had not met you in Mirmis, I would not have returned to the village so quickly, and Auntie's illness might have worsened." Calico seemed somewhat awkward in expressing her gratitude, her words and actions appearing clumsy. Then, turning her head, she looked at Wei Weian with a serious expression, saying, "To be honest, my parents passed away long ago, and for these years, my aunt has taken care of me. You have cured her illness, and Mirmis has likely dealt with those robbers. You have both done so much, and I do not know what I can do to repay you. Before Wei Weiyan could respond, Kelly suddenly had a brilliant idea, exclaiming, "Oh, you are on a run, right? You and Mirmis can temporarily stay in my room. They would never think to look for you here." Kelly's eyes sparkled with excitement as she gazed intently at Wei Weiyan, exerting an unspoken pressure on her. However, perhaps due to having just witnessed the mother's resolute spirit, Wei Weiyan stood her ground. "No, I actually have a secret hideout where neither my father nor his subordinates can find me. I returned this time primarily because the crystal ball was damaged." "I see." Kelly visibly deflated, having finally thought of a way to express her gratitude to Wei Weiyan and Mirmis, only to find it in vain. Vivian comforted, "Do not take it too seriously. My actions are not motivated by any desire for reward. I simply cannot ignore those in distress." Her sincere smile seemed to dissolve the tension in Crick's heart, allowing her to move past her earlier disappointment and shift the conversation towards matters concerning Mirmis. She pondered whether Miss Mirmis was faring well and if she had encountered any dangers. Although Crick had witnessed Mirmis' extraordinary prowess, the opponent was a cunning and treacherous bandit, likely to resort to underhanded tactics. Vivian gazed at the sky with a sense of concern and expressed her wish that they could establish contact with Mirmis using a mana stone. Vivian had not anticipated that this shopping trip would be so fraught with difficulties, resulting in her leaving the mana stone at home. The absence of a means of communication led to the inevitable consequence of anxiously awaiting news, stuck in place. Meanwhile, Mirmis was traversing through a cave at a leisurely pace. Considering the potential danger to life, the bearded man ultimately divulged the traps set within the base to Mirmis. After circumventing the traps, Mirmis indeed discovered numerous stolen goods within the bandits' lair. However, some of the wooden crates were empty, likely because the bandits had already sold those goods for profit. Upon obtaining the precise location of the base and confirming the whereabouts of the stolen items, Mirmis retraced her steps to the site of the robbery, stuffing the tightly bound bandits into a carriage before driving the ant vehicle back to the city. The bandits were crammed into the carriage like sardines, struggling to breathe. Yet no one dared to complain, resigned to their predicament. When Mirmis returned to the city gate with a carriage full of bandits, the guard was taken aback. Fortunately, the guard recognized Mirmis' appearance and identity, refraining from suspecting her. The guard moved to the back of the carriage, scrutinized the bandits, and tentatively inquired, "Who are these individuals?" "Bandits. They just attempted to rob me," Mirmis replied candidly. The guard appeared unfazed but was secretly drenched in sweat. He wanted to retort that it looked as if she had kidnapped them, but withheld his thoughts due to professional ethics. The guard feigned calmness, responding, "I see. I will report this to my superiors. I have also located their base. May I request your assistance in retrieving the stolen goods?" As she spoke, Mirmis pointed towards the location of the bandit base. The guard nodded in agreement, assuring her that arrangements would be made. Subsequently, all the bandits were sent to prison, while Mirmis guided the guards to the bandit base, successfully returning most of the stolen goods to their rightful places. After a considerable amount of commotion, Vivian finally obtained the crystal ball she had long desired. However, the real issue remained unresolved. Shortly after Mirmis and Vivian left the magical equipment shop, Vivian's expression shifted from joy to deep concern. Having completed their shopping task, their natural goal was to return to Vivian's home and utilize the magical array to reach the cabin in the woods on the mountain. Yet, Vivian seemed reluctant to continue, hesitating until she finally halted her steps. Mirmis curiously inquired, "What is the matter?" "I am not keen on returning home. I have a premonition that I will encounter my father upon my return," Vivian replied, kicking the ground in apparent unease. "Do you despise him?" "No. It is not so much hatred as perhaps fear," Vivian sighed, her voice laden with uncertainty. "My father opposes my ventures into the real world. If he were to find me, I might never have the chance to return." After a moment of contemplation, Mirmis suggested, "Perhaps you could try having a sincere conversation with your father." A conversation? Vivian had considered many ways to evade her father, but had never thought of confronting him directly. Whether due to a lack of confidence in persuading him or a fear that standing before him would diminish her resolve, she remained uncertain. At that moment, Mirmis gently patted Vivian's shoulder, stating, "Avoidance will yield no results. It is time to confront the issue." After a moment of silence, Vivian eventually nodded in agreement with Mirmis' proposal. This time, her steps towards the estate were imbued with greater determination. As they made their way to the estate, Mirmis suddenly recalled something, then stated with utmost seriousness, "However, if your father proves to be obstinate and refuses to listen, I suggest a forceful resolution, without sufficient power. One cannot speak of fairness or freedom." The seriousness in Mirmis' expression made it clear she was earnest. "Surely it will not come to that," Vivian remarked, beads of sweat trickling down her profile. She was unwilling to witness Mirmis confront her father with force. Despite her words, perhaps due to a deep understanding of her father's temperament, Vivian found herself unwittingly imagining the wreckage that would follow a confrontation at the estate. Chapter 64. A formal dialogue with Vivian's father near the Campbell estate. Mirmis and Vivian concealed themselves behind a wall, cautiously peeking out to assess the security situation of the estate. There were no guards surrounding the estate from a distance. They could only see gardeners tending to the garden and maids moving about inside, creating an atmosphere of tranquility. However, Vivian felt uneasy and timidly asked, "Would it be strange if we just walked in?" A sense of trepidation washed over her, akin to a mouse unwittingly stepping into a cat's lair. Mirmis also harbored doubts and retorted, "This is your home. You have decided to confront your father, so there is nothing to fear, right?" After all, it was Vivian's father, and Mirmis believed he would not resort to extreme measures. After hearing Mirmis' words, Vivian tilted her head, uncertain, and replied, "Perhaps you were right." Having never directly conversed with her father before, Vivian felt a wave of anxiety wash over her, her heart racing faster than usual. Suddenly, Mirmis asked without warning, "Vivian, is your father a bearded man who enjoys wearing a long black robe?" Vivian looked up, but could not see where Mirmis was gazing. "Have you seen him?" "Where?" Mirmis calmly replied, "He is behind you." The answer startled Vivian. She abruptly turned around and indeed found her father watching her intently. Overwhelmed with trepidation, Vivian took a step back, unable to utter a single word due to the shock of the unexpected encounter. Mirmis speculated that Vivian's father must have used magic to teleport, as she had not heard any footsteps or sensed anyone approaching. In reality, Vivian's personal guard, who had been secretly protecting her since she returned to the vicinity of the estate, had informed her father, Idis, of her whereabouts. Idis wore a calm expression, seemingly devoid of any reproach towards Vivian, and simply uttered, "Let us return home." With that, he strode directly towards the estate, without a hint of hesitation. Vivian glanced at Mirmis, who nodded, prompting both to follow Idis. Idis walked with a composed and steady gait, while Vivian's steps were somewhat erratic, and Mirmis maintained an air of normalcy, as if she were an uninvolved party. They traversed through the hall and corridors until they reached the tea room. Idis merely gestured with his fingers, and the grand door swung open automatically. The three entered the tea room in succession. Idis seated himself in a solitary chair, while Vivian and Mirmis took their places opposite him. Shortly after they sat down, the head maid brought tea and pastries, but paused momentarily upon entering the room. There were two women present, one with golden hair and the other with white hair. One was Miss Weiweyan, while the other was a stranger she had never encountered before. Suddenly, the head maid had a realization. Could it be that the unknown intruders from a few days ago were none other than the young lady and her companion? Their hair colors matched, but what a coincidence that would be. Although she was filled with questions, the head maid chose to suppress her curiosity. Some matters are best left unasked. The less one knows, the safer one remains. After hastily arranging the drinks and food, the head maid retreated. Yidisai took a sip of tea, slowly lifting her shadowed face. Her piercing gaze bore down on Weiweyan, and in a grave tone, she inquired if she had had enough fun in the Shinjia. Weiweyan dared not meet Yidisai's eyes, slightly turning her head as she murmured, "Father." Yidisai tapped the lid of her teacup with the cup itself, exhaling a sigh as she remarked that Weiweyan should understand the rules of the Shadow Realm. Suddenly, Weiweyan raised her head, attempting to defend herself. However, Yidisai's expression sharpened, reproaching her that technology was a prohibited and dangerous matter, and she should not involve herself with it. After this reprimand, Wei Weiyan fell silent. It seemed she had lost the strength to resist, her head bowing in quiet submission. Seeing that Wei Weiyan had settled down, Yidisai appeared to soften, earnestly advising her that she would not hold her past actions against her, and it was still not too late to turn back. Yet, Wei Weiyan remained unresponsive, choosing silence in response to her father's counsel. The atmosphere in the room grew exceedingly tense, and Yidisai showed no inclination to speak further until she received an answer from Wei Weiyan. The tea in the cup gradually cooled, the steam dissipating, while a few birds flew by outside, leaving behind crisp chirps. After a prolonged silence, Wei Weiyan's timid voice finally emerged. "I really like it." Yidisai tilted her head slightly. "I enjoy life in Xinjia. Although I sometimes encounter sorrow, the moments of laughter shared with friends are irreplaceable to me." Wei Weiyan laid bare her true feelings, expressing her simplest thoughts with utmost sincerity. However, this answer did not satisfy Yidisai, who questioned in a tone of reproach, "But you are ultimately from two different worlds. Have you considered the consequences if your identity as a magician is exposed?" Yidisai's voice grew fierce. "You can only see their glamorous facade, but the hearts of those in the Xinjia are treacherous and self-serving. You simply have not yet caught their attention, but it is only a matter of time." Suddenly, Yidisai's voice softened considerably. "I do not wish for you to encounter such fates." Upon hearing this, Wei Weiyan's tone dwindled. "I trust my friends. They will help me when I face difficulties." Her voice grew weaker, as if she believed she could never persuade her father. Yidisai shook her head, sighing. "Surface friendships cannot be relied upon." This statement choked Wei Weiyan, leaving her unable to utter another word. As this argument seemed destined to conclude with Yidisai's victory, a third voice interjected. "Without personal interaction, one cannot accurately assess an individual." The speaker was Mirmis, who had initially intended to refrain from intervening in the dispute between Wei Weiyan and her father, but, as a friend, was unwilling to stand idly by. Upon hearing Mirmis's voice, Yidisai appeared to finally acknowledge her presence. "A person from Xinjia," she noted. Although Yidisai had intended to disregard Mirmis, her involvement in the conversation made it impossible to ignore her any longer. Yidisai exhibited a subtle demeanor, one marked by unabashed hostility. Facing this fierce gaze, Mirmis showed no fear, calmly retorting, "To overlook individual differences due to unilateral animosity is a manifestation of arrogance." This remark incensed Yidisai, who gripped the teacup tighter. Mirmis seemed to recall something, her expression tinged with sadness as she stated, "If one were willing to invest more time in understanding one another, many unnecessary conflicts could be avoided." Upon hearing this, Yidisai fell silent. Do you truly understand Wei Weiyan? Even with daily interactions, there may be things she does not wish to reveal. She continued, "Are you not curious why she longs to return, even to the extent of opposing her own father?" Facem Mirmis rapid inquiries, Yidisai remained unresponsive, cos in silence instead. Similar scenes unfolded once more in the same location. After speaking, Mirmis turned her gaze to Wei Weiyan, gently patting her shoulder in an attempt to calm her. Wei Weiyan was startled at first by Mirmis's gesture, but soon her mood began to settle. During this period of silence, Yidisai seemed to contemplate much. She looked at Wei Weiyan and, in a calm tone, urged her to speak. Upon hearing this, Wei Weiyan's eyes flickered with brief surprise. She took a deep breath and poured forth the words she had kept hidden within. "Father, I do not enjoy the life at home. Every day is filled with drawing magical arrays and concocting potions. I have grown weary of this existence." As she recounted her previous life, Wei Weiyan's expression turned somber. "After leaving home, I initially felt anxious and lost. However, my friends accompanied me through that time, and I am truly grateful to them." When mentioning her friends, Wei Weiyan's eyes suddenly brightened, as if she had found a lighthouse in a dark ocean. "I love the Xinjia, I adore technology, and I wish to live the life I desire." Wei Weiyan's expression gradually unfolded, as though painting a beautiful picture. Yidisai's face darkened, seemingly unable to accept such words. After a few seconds of silence, she inquired, Even if this life comes at a painful cost, you would not regret it? This time, Wei Weiyan did not hesitate. Meeting Yitasai's piercing gaze head-on, she stood tall and declared, "This is the life I have chosen. I will not regret it." In response to Wei Weiyan's statement, Yitasai raised her right hand, forming a 3 with her fingers, sternly stating, 3 months. Wei Weiyan's expression turned perplexed, as she did not quite grasp her father's intent. Yitasai coldly clarified, "I will only give you 3 months. If you can break the curse upon you, I will acknowledge that you possess sufficient ability to be independent and will not interfere further in your life. However, if you fail, then you will have no say in the matter." With that, Yitasai turned away, the light from outside casting a long shadow behind him. Behind him, Wei Weiyan revealed a long-lost smile. The Duke of Campbell's was not easily swayed and allows for no negotiation, even with his own daughter. Yet at the very least, she had secured more time than she had ever anticipated. After Mirmis and Wei Weiyan quietly departed the tea room, Yitasai gazed at the sky tinged with the hues of sunset, remaining silent. No one knew what sights this old father beheld in his eyes. Chapter 65. Returned to Xinjia after leaving the tea room. Mirmis and Wei Weiyan made their way to the corridor, still a short distance from the pentagram chamber. Breaking the silence from the earlier atmosphere, Mirmis finally inquired, "What is the curse your father mentioned?" Wei Weiyan halted her steps and retrieved a damaged black mobile phone from a small pocket. It was a flip phone, simple in design, lacking any extravagant embellishments. Yet the scratches it bore hinted at its condition. Wei Weiyan explained, "I found this in the forest before. It intrigued me, so I brought it home. However, upon seeing it, my father became furious and ordered me to discard it. I pretended to comply, but secretly hid it away." Remembering some unpleasant memories, Wei Weiyan sighed. "Unfortunately, my father eventually discovered it, and in his anger, he placed a curse upon me. Since being afflicted by this curse, any technological product I touch inevitably malfunctions. This phone is no exception." Vivian flipped open the phone, revealing a dark screen, lifeless, as if it were deceased. Strangely enough, she remarked, Yuta mentioned she had never encountered a phone of this model, and taking it to a repair shop would yield no results. Although Mirmis seemed merely to listen attentively to Vivian's lament, she was acutely aware of the underlying reason. The device in Vivian's possession was not a product of Earth, but rather a technological creation from the planet Freudian. However, for various reasons, Mirmis could not disclose this information to Vivian. Even if Vivian were to offer the phone to Mirmis, she would be unable to repair it, as she was merely a domestic robot, not a repair robot. After listening to Vivian's words, Mirmis discreetly activated her self-check system. Fortunately, no faults were detected within her system. Unfortunately, the self-check system could not assess the system itself. For a more detailed examination, she would likely have to wait until returning home to dismantle herself for inspection. At that moment, Mirmis recalled a prior conversation at the zoo when she wanted Yuta to call Vivian. Yuta had remarked that she was an appliance killer, and devices did not survive long in her hands. Mirmis had not given it much thought at the time, but it now appeared to be more than just a personal quirk of Vivian's. Reflecting on their previous interactions, she had deliberately avoided any electronic devices they encountered along their path. During the celebration banquet organized by Yu, Vivian had not even touched the TV remote. Curiously, Mirmis inquired, "Have you mentioned this curse to Yuta?" Vivian shook her head, expressing her desire not to burden her with excessive worry. Rubbing the back of her head awkwardly, she confided that her father had once visited the real world, and thanks to Yuta, she had not been taken back with him. For Vivian's words, one could sense her deep gratitude towards Yuta for her rescue. However, this past event raised some questions for Mirmis, and she bluntly asked, "Can your father locate you through divination?" Having witnessed Vivian's precise divination abilities firsthand, Mirmis assumed that as a fellow magician, Vivian's father would possess similar skills. Upon hearing this query, Vivian merely chuckled and produced a small charm hidden within her clothing. The charm appeared to be crafted from a peculiar metallic material, shaped like a four-pointed star, reminiscent of Vivian's eyes. "I carry an anti-divination talisman. He cannot locate me." After saying this, Vivian tucked the charm back beneath her collar. Mirmis felt increasingly perplexed. If magic could not find Vivian, Her father surely could not have implanted a tracking device on her. To uncover the truth, Mirmis pressed further. How did your father manage to find you previously? Vivian rolled her eyes, speaking with uncertainty. I'm not entirely sure. He may have used a magical detection orb. What is that? Vivian gestured in a circular motion as she explained. It is a magical tool invented by a previous magician that could detect magical sources within a certain radius. However, it is considered one of the most useless inventions in history. Vivian shrugged helplessly. Mirmis found herself baffled. This invention sounded formidable. So why was it labeled as the most useless? Unable to comprehend, Mirmis continued to inquire why. Vivian sighed, stating that in the Shadow Realm, magical sources were abundant. Looking out the window, she saw several deer frolicking on the distant lawn. Monsters, creatures, magical beings, elves, and so forth. By concentrating her spirit and channeling the magic within her, Vivian could perceive the vibrant life of these animals, radiating a faint white glow. However, this state could not be sustained for long, and soon Vivian found herself out of breath. She shook her head, explaining that while the detection orb could locate magical sources, it could not differentiate between them. To it, magical beings and humans were indistinguishable, perhaps due to her robotic nature. Mirmis instinctively envisioned a radar screen filled with red dots. Following this line of thought, it indeed seemed utterly futile. Suddenly, Vivian shifted her tone, expressing some trepidation. However, in the real world, the situation is quite different. There are very few individuals who can wield magic. That makes sense. Mirmis nodded in agreement. As they conversed, the two arrived at the entrance of the pentagram room. Vivian opened the door, and the magic circle remained untouched. Overjoyed, she exclaimed, "Wonderful. Father did not erase it." Mirmis, slightly anxious, asked, "If it were erased, would we not be able to return?" "No, it is just that drawing it is incredibly complex. It took me 2 weeks to complete." At this point, Vivian seemed to recall the arduous effort of painstakingly drawing, and her eyes glistened with unshed tears. After her moment of reflection, Vivian stood in the center of the magic circle and began to chant the incantation. Upon completing the chant, the magic circle emitted a blinding blue light, enveloping both of them. Shortly thereafter, Mirmis and Vivian reappeared beside the cabin in the forest, successfully returning to the real world. Upon her return, the first sound Mirmis heard was the notification tone of a message on her phone. She quickly retrieved it to check the received messages. Meanwhile, Vivian dashed into the cabin, rummaging for something inside. Mirmis opened the messages one by one. The first read, "Supreme Immortal King, you have been moved. Behind-the-scenes dark management group. Daily salary of 648 recharge cards. Activate SVIP 333. Beware of leaks. Unsubscribe by replying T." The second message stated, "The National Anti-Fraud Center reminds you to be vigilant against scams when charging for online games or trading accounts. Scammers often lure you into transactions through false links by offering low prices for recharges and high prices for buybacks. Always conduct transactions through official websites. All private trades carry the risk of being scammed." The third message contained a yellow message that cannot be displayed, despite activating the anti-harassment mode. The chaotic nature of Earth's information made Mirmis' CPU hum with annoyance. However, the last message appeared somewhat different. The fourth read, "You have 15 missed calls during the time you were unavailable or busy." Mirmis clicked on the call log and indeed found 2 names marked in red. One was Yiyu, and the other was the pet shop owner, Ask, with 12 of the calls coming from Yiyu. Mirmis promptly returned Yiyu's call, but there was no response. Perhaps Yiyu was in class and unable to reply immediately, Mirmis speculated. She then called Ask, and the phone was quickly answered. "Hello, this is Mirmis. Has something happened today? Why didn't you come to work?" Although Mirmis was not particularly attuned to time, she distinctly remembered that 3 days had passed since Vivian took her to the Shadow Realm, and today was Monday. It was no wonder Ask had called. After all, an employee who had been difficult to find had suddenly gone missing. Mirmis' CPU swiftly processed the situation, conjuring an excuse. "I mistakenly took the wrong bus this morning, and it took me to the outskirts. I just returned." Although the excuse was fabricated, its effectiveness remained to be seen. Ask fell silent for a moment before speaking with a somewhat frosty tone. "I see. Does Ask think this excuse is rather flimsy? A drop of condensation traced down the side of Milmisai's face. She was not adept at lying and held no fondness for fabricating falsehoods. Just as Milmisai's worries began to mount, Ask chuckled and said, "Ah, I too have once taken an incorrect seat and inadvertently ended up at the terminus. Next time, pay attention and ensure to read the station sign before boarding." Ask adopted the tone of a paternal figure, imparting wisdom to Milmisai. Milmisai nodded earnestly, appearing quite receptive to the lesson. "Today isn't particularly busy, so you may head home early. Consider it a sick leave." Ask's demeanor was exceedingly amicable, devoid of any reproach. "All right." After exchanging a few pleasantries, Ask ended the call. At that moment, a radiant piece of ether stone, Morning Sure, suddenly came into Milmisai's view. Following the direction of her hand, she found Vivian, who was smiling brightly as she gazed at Milmisai. Chapter 66. The Realm of Shadows and the Realm of Light. Milmisai was somewhat astonished. This ether stone was an exceedingly rare source of energy. Should it appear at an auction, its price would undoubtedly start in the thousands. Moreover, the ether stone held by Vivian was relatively heavy yet compact, boasting high purity and a brilliant luster. Thus its selling price would be considerable. Observing Milmisai's look of surprise, Vivian smiled lightly and said, "This is a token of gratitude for accompanying me back to the Realm of Shadows." Vivian shyly turned her head away, admitting, "I received the note you left, but I wasn't sure how to respond." As she spoke, a note appeared in Vivian's hand, the very one Milmisai had written. This note had originally been placed beneath a small turtle statue, later collected and preserved by Vivian. "I hope this piece of Morning Sure can convey a part of my heartfelt intentions." Vivian graciously presented the ether stone with both hands. "Such a valuable item. Are you truly giving it to me?" Milmisai hesitated. This object seemed exceedingly precious and rare. Could she accept it so casually? In stark contrast to Milmisai's uncertainty, Vivian appeared utterly at ease, responding, "It's not particularly precious. It contains a month's worth of magical energy, so it should last for a while." Though Vivian was unaware of Milmisai's original intent for the Morning Sure, she trusted that Milmisai would not misuse this magical power and felt confident in entrusting it to her. Magical energy? Milmisai accepted the ether stone and placed it in her pocket, feeling its substantial weight, truly genuine. Vivian nodded, saying, "Indeed, Morning Sure are forged from vast amounts of magical energy. The larger the stone, the more magical energy required, resulting in a stone that is more translucent and luminous." Suddenly, Vivian lowered her head, expressing sincere regret. "I'm truly sorry. I mistakenly assumed you were from the Realm of Shadows and inadvertently involved you in this incident." Vivian felt a deep sense of shame regarding this matter, recognizing that her lack of discernment had led to the misunderstanding. The only silver lining was that Milmisai's own formidable strength had spared her from harm. However, Milmisai was unperturbed and generously replied, "It's all right. I actually wanted to see what the Realm of Shadows you mentioned was like, which is why I accompanied you." Upon hearing Milmisai's words, Vivian's anxiety dissipated, and her expression relaxed somewhat. With a hint of anticipation, Vivian inquired, "What was it like?" Milmisai rubbed her chin, recalling it felt entirely different from Chimu Town. There was an air of antiquity. Vivian seemed to have anticipated her response, beaming as she remarked, "After all, the Realm of Shadows has been disconnected from the Realm of Light for a long time. The stylistic differences are bound to be significant." At this juncture, Milmisai posed a long-standing question. "Actually, I have been meaning to ask, what are the Realms of Shadows and Light? Are they far apart?" Vivian was momentarily taken aback, caught off guard by the inquiry. Prior to Milmisai's probing, she had not given it much thought. Now, she needed to carefully organize her explanation. Vivian pondered deeply, striving to find a clear and comprehensible way to articulate her thoughts, until a few minutes later, she began, "In truth, the Realms of Shadows and Light are two distinct worlds." Milmisai tilted her head slightly, asking, "Two worlds? Different planets?" Vivian promptly shook her head. "No, it's not like that. Imagine two separate boxes placed on the same table. We are currently in the Realm of Light, while my father resides in the Realm of Shadows." Vivian spread her arms, as if illustrating a balance. The two worlds seldom communicated and had no intersections, resulting in divergent paths of civilizational development. In the realm of light, technological advancement reigned supreme. Vivian produced a damaged black phone from her left hand, while in the realm of shadows, the focus lies on the study of magic, as evidenced by the image of a small alchemical cauldron appearing in her right hand. I understand now, Mirmis nodded, grasping Vivian's explanation. Upon concluding her elucidation, Vivian gazed at Mirmis with an envious expression, praising, "You are truly remarkable. You shattered the barrier with mere fists." That must be what they call martial arts, right? As she spoke, Vivian mimicked a punching motion with her hands. Mirmis scratched her head, saying, "Actually, it's called combat. But it's impressive, regardless of the terminology. That is an extraordinary display of strength." Mirmis smiled with her eyes narrowed, choosing not to elaborate further. However, Vivian caught a fleeting glimpse of melancholy in her gaze, perhaps indicating Mirmis' unique perspective on the nature of strength. As they prepared to part ways, Mirmis realized she had yet to change her clothes. Just as her hand brushed the hem of her garment, Vivian exclaimed, "Wait, wait." Mirmis halted, perplexed as she gazed at Vivian. Vivian took a breath and, with a hint of shyness, said, "I think it would be best not to change clothes in front of others. It could send the wrong message." Mirmis was further puzzled, asking what kind of message. Vivian clutched her chest, expressing her distress. "It would be detrimental to my heart, and perhaps to others as well." Mirmis nodded. "I will be mindful of that in the future." So, Earthlings are quite concerned about the exposure of their bodies among kin? Mirmis had not contemplated this matter until Vivian's reminder. Then, Vivian tugged at the corner of Mirmis' garment, whispering, "Also, please do not mention this to anyone else, all right? Are you referring to about the realm of shadows and the curse upon me?" Vivian's expression turned serious, hoping Mirmis would take this matter to heart rather than treating it as a mere sightseeing excursion. Mirmis promptly agreed, "All right. Thank you." Though her words were simple, they bore a weight of meaning that encompassed not only gratitude but also trust. After bidding farewell to Vivian, Mirmis departed from the mountainside and returned home. In the evening, Yiyu strolled along the path to her home. Out of boredom, she casually retrieved her phone. As the screen illuminated, she noticed an eye-catching missed call reminder. It was from Mirmis. Upon seeing this notification, Yiyu exhaled in relief. Her previously lowered head lifted, and her steps became lighter, infused with a newfound cheerfulness. Yiyu mused aloud. Mirmis must be preparing dinner. I wonder what she is making today. However, as this thought crossed her mind, her spirits suddenly sank once more. Yet Mirmis won't receive her salary until next month, so today she will likely only have vegetables and radishes. While these fruits and vegetables were indeed healthy, their blandness could become tiresome with daily consumption. Nevertheless, given the family's financial constraints, for the time being, she could only endure. Yiyu arrived at her doorstep, noticing the lights on in the house, which confirmed her belief that Mirmis had returned home before her. "I'm home." Yiyu joyfully pushed open the door. However, what greeted her was a gruesome sight. Mirmis's head lay on the table. Her body was eviscerated, and the internal structure was laid bare, with numerous components scattered across the floor. Chapter 67. A gift from a friend. Yiyu was momentarily stunned, then walked into the house in a daze, shutting the door behind her. Approaching Mirmis, she gazed at the scattered parts and exclaimed, "What is happening? This is terrifying." Conducting a malfunction diagnosis, Mirmis's head replied to Yiyu's inquiry while her hands worked with tools to disassemble her body. Yiyu, feeling embarrassed, remarked, "Isn't there a self-diagnostic function? Opening oneself up for inspection is rather frightening." Although Yiyu understood that Mirmis was a robot, her appearance was remarkably human-like, making this scene quite impactful for her. Mirmis explained that the self-diagnostic system could also malfunction. Yiyu ran her fingers through her hair, expressing her annoyance. "That sounds rather troublesome." She stood by, watching as Mirmis remove some small components. However, Yiyu could not comprehend the purpose of these parts. She only knew that none of them could be discarded. After a moment of contemplation, Yiyu suddenly had a thought and lightly tapped her left hand with her right. "Say, right, since you can detach your head, you should be able to repair that flying system directly, right?" Is it missing parts? Mirmis attempted to shake her head, but lacking a neck. She could only respond, no, the flight propulsion system and energy core are too close together. My repair skills are insufficient for the task. Yi lamented, I see. If it were that easy to fix, Mirmis wouldn't be troubled by being stranded on Earth. That was indeed a foolish question. At that moment, Yi noticed several items beside Mirmis's head and inquired, what are these? These are items that were originally stored within my body. Mirmis explained. Her body had a certain storage capacity, and these were her belongings. Yi pointed to a pink fabric pouch and asked, what is this? This is a talisman given to me by Ma'in. It was a pale pink handmade talisman adorned with musical notes, suggesting that the creator had a fondness for music. Yi then pointed to a white stone slab. This is a souvenir from Konglin, a milky quartz piece, which seemed to bear some engraved symbols, possibly holding special significance. Yi also discovered a small, cube-shaped object. This is a Rubik's Cube given to me by AI. It was a perfect 1x1 cube. Yet the question remained, could anyone manipulate it? Yi enthusiastically queried Mirmis about each item on the table. And Mirmis answered her one by one. After surveying the collection, Yi casually asked, are these all gifts from your friends on Fuluo E-Star? Some are, while others are from friends on different planets. Ma'in is from Muling Star, and Konglin is from Taku Star. These were planets Yi had never heard of, prompting her to cast an envious glance at Mirmis. I didn't realize you had traveled to so many places and made so many friends. If only I could visit those planets. They seem like they would be fascinating. Indeed, Mirmis concurred, having experienced it firsthand. Each planet possesses its own unique culture and scenery, leaving me with countless memories. Suddenly, Yi noticed a charred chip that stood out among the otherwise pristine gifts. Driven by curiosity, she asked, and who gave you this damaged chip? Mirmis fell silent for a few seconds before responding in a seemingly calm tone. That was for my younger sister. Upon hearing this, Yi felt an unexpected wave of anxiety and hastily apologized. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to bring it up. Mirmis merely replied, it's all right. It has been a long time. Although Mirmis's words suggested indifference, Yi sensed a complexity in her emotions, and an inexplicable sense of guilt washed over her. The atmosphere became heavy, prompting Yi to swiftly change the subject to alleviate the tension in the home. By the way, where have you been these past few days? You didn't return my calls. The moment she posed this question, Yi regretted it, feeling as though she were being interrogated like a mother would question her child about their whereabouts. Yi wished she could slap herself for her poor choice of topic. In response to her question, Mirmis calmly replied, that's a secret. This answer only deepened Yi's displeasure. Pouting slightly, she retorted, why do you have to be so mysterious? It's quite intriguing. Initially indifferent to the matter, Yi found herself increasingly concerned after being brushed off. Disappearing for 3 days without a word would irk anyone, wouldn't it? Although I regret causing you worry, I made an appointment with someone else and cannot disclose it. Mirmis's demeanor was sincere, entirely devoid of deceit. Yi sighed, resigning herself to the situation. All right, as long as you weren't injured. I won't dwell on it. After thoroughly checking her internal components, Mirmis confirmed everything was in order and began the reassembly process. Watching Mirmis reassemble herself, Yi pondered deeply. Upon reflection, I realize I know very little about Mirmis. She never shares her past with me. She has met and parted ways with so many, while I am merely one of the most inconspicuous. If Mirmis were to leave Earth, would she still remember me? This thought sharpened Yi's expression. No, she is a robot. She does not forget things. Yet, her demeanor quickly shifted to one of resignation. I suppose I would be relegated to the seldom-used D drive, or E drive. Yi shrugged, saying nothing further. Mirmis reattached her head to her neck, completing the assembly. At that moment, Mirmis noticed Yi's gaze fixed upon her and inquired, why do you keep staring at me? Yi smiled and responded, I just find the assembly process quite fascinating. It seemed Yi had shaken off her earlier negative emotions, returning to her usual self. Oh well, there's no use in overthinking. The future is uncertain. As Yi prepared to turn gracefully towards her room, she suddenly stepped on something hard, losing her balance and colliding with the floor. "Ouch!" she exclaimed, clutching her nose in dismay. Mirmis approached, expressing concern. "Are you all right?" "I'm fine. It just hurts a bit." At that moment, Yiyu noticed a shiny object at her feet, picked it up, and discovered it was a uniquely shaped screw. Yiyu glanced at the screw, then at Mirmis, and awkwardly asked, "Is this yours?" Mirmis's expression reflected rare tension as a few drops of condensation appeared. "It seems to be." With a resigned sigh, Mirmis had no choice but to disassemble herself once more and carefully reassemble her parts. Chapter 68. A sudden surprise look at her standing there without moving for so long. "Something must be wrong," whispered a man in a yellow uniform. "I think she seems off too. She doesn't look like a good person." The woman in the same uniform rubbed her chin, her expression filled with suspicion. Inside the convenience store of a gas station, two employees simultaneously turned their attention to a white female figure on the road. Mirmis did not notice the gazes exchanged between the two individuals. Her attention was entirely fixated on the fuel-laden gas pump. Her eyes sparkled with a yearning akin to that of a connoisseur beholding a sumptuous feast. The air was saturated with the intoxicating aroma of gasoline, perpetually luring Mirmis to linger in this spot. In contrast to the blandness of electricity, Mirmis found herself far more enamored with the essence of fuel. However, its exorbitant price rendered it a mere fantasy, especially in such financially strained circumstances. Ultimately, Mirmis had no choice but to depart from the gas station, leaving with a sense of regret. Meanwhile, the employees at the gas station breathed a sigh of relief. Upon reaching the bustling commercial street, Mirmis was greeted by the vibrant throngs of people. In addition to students just released from classes, there were housewives burdened with household concerns, and, of course, the spirited shop owners. Mirmis paused at a vegetable market, selecting a few affordable items before proceeding to the counter to settle her bill. The total came to 216 yuan. After completing her payment, she noticed that the cashier handed her an orange raffle ticket in addition to the receipt. Observing Mirmis's puzzled expression, the cashier quickly explained that the shopping district was currently running a promotional event. For any single purchase exceeding 20 yuan, customers would receive a chance to enter a lottery. A purchase of 100 yuan would yield 5 tickets. The cashier then gestured towards a queue forming at the prize redemption booth, indicating that the ticket could be used for a draw, 1 ticket per entry. Following the cashier's directions, Mirmis joined the line at the redemption booth. While waiting, she glanced at the sign detailing the prizes. The grand prize was a 2-day tour to Luo Feng Shuishan. The first prize was a brand new laptop. The second prize a skincare set. The third prize a box of self-heating rice. The fourth prize a 6-pack of soy sauce. And the consolation prize a pack of tissues. Most participants seemed indifferent to the outcome. Even if they received the consolation prize, their reactions were subdued as they accepted their rewards and left in haste. Occasionally, a few individuals exhibited palpable excitement, only to depart in disappointment after the draw. After what felt like an eternity, it was finally Mirmis's turn. She presented her solitary ticket to the attendant, who confirmed, "Just one draw, correct?" Mirmis nodded. "Then please draw a card from this box." Mirmis reached into the box and randomly selected a card. As she withdrew her hand, the attendant's expression transformed. With a beaming smile, the attendant applauded and congratulated Mirmis on winning the grand prize. The onlookers, initially taken aback, quickly joined in applause. Amidst the envious gazes of the crowd, Mirmis exited with her 4 travel vouchers. Upon entering her home, she found Yiyu seated on the sofa, engrossed in a television show. Hearing the door open, Yiyu turned and inquired, "Why are you returning so late today?" "I participated in the shopping district's lottery," Mirmis replied, shutting the door behind her and placing the purchased items on the table. "Oh, did you win?" "I won the grand prize." After a moment of silence, Yiyu squinted, tilting her head in disbelief. "Huh?" Mirmis showcased the 4 travel vouchers, and upon seeing the tangible proof, Yiyu's expression shifted from astonishment to exuberance. She leapt from the sofa, raising her arms in jubilation, exclaiming, "Hooray! I can finally see the snow." Mirmis, resting her chin on her hand, remarked, "There are 4 vouchers. We can invite Utah and Wei Wei in." "I'll ask Utah tomorrow. She's certainly one T refuse," Yiyu replied, her eyes brimming with anticipation and excitement. Judging by her expression, She seemed to have already envisioned all the joys of their impending adventure. The following day, in the school cafeteria, Yiyu and Yuta sat at the same table, each enjoying their lunch. Midway through the meal, Yiyu feigned seriousness and coughed. Ahem. I have something important to tell you. Yuta paused, resting her chin on her hand with curiosity. Oh, is it that your deadline is approaching? Or did you lose your wallet? Yuta's expression was one of amusement, causing Yiyu to feel a twinge of embarrassment. That is not it, Yiyu retorted angrily. Once she regained her composure, she proudly declared, Humph, this will shock you. Jiang. It's a travel voucher for a 2-day tour to the snow-capped mountains. Yiyu revealed the voucher she had been concealing in her palm. Oh. Contrary to Yiyu's expectations, Yuta's reaction was rather tepid, as if she had known about this moment since their morning encounter. Yiyu, dissatisfied, puffed up her cheeks and said, Can't you at least pretend to be a bit more surprised? After a moment's contemplation, Yuta, with a grave expression, mused, Upon reflection, it is indeed surprising, right? Yiyu's eyes sparkled with excitement. The grand prize in the lottery actually exists. It truly is remarkable, Yuta analyzed coolly. Yiyu, feeling deflated like a candle extinguished, replied, Isn't your focus a bit misplaced? Yuta elegantly sipped her yogurt drink and retorted, What is it that you wish to convey? This travel voucher is for 4 people. Mirmis asked me to invite you and Wei Wei in to join us. As she spoke, Yiyu extended 2 of the vouchers towards Yuta, who hesitated to accept them immediately. Instead of displaying any joy, Yuta appeared conflicted and apprehensive. Yiyu scratched her head. Don't you want to go? Yuta shook her head. It's not that I don't want to go. I'm just uncertain if Wei Wei will agree. Yiyu, puzzled, scratched her head again, unable to comprehend why someone would decline a free trip. Why don't you ask her? All right, Yuta replied. After school the next afternoon, Yuta made her way to the small turtle statue in the forest behind the school. Following her usual routine, she placed her hand above the white magical stone and called out, Green Bean, open the door. However, this time, something seemed amiss. The barrier did not dissolve, and the path did not appear. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Yuta's forehead. This was the first failure of her opening incantation. She leaned down, her lips near the white magical stone, tentatively calling, Wei Wei in. There was no response. A sense of unease washed over Yuta as she stood up and shouted into the depths of the forest, Wei Wei in, are you there? Please respond. Her brow furrowed with worry, her voice increasingly anxious, feeling a sense of urgency but unsure of how to proceed. Suddenly, a familiar voice emerged from the turtle statue. Is that you, Yuta? Upon hearing Wei Wei's voice, Yuta's tense expression relaxed somewhat, but she quickly detected an unsettling undertone. Wei Wei's voice sounded hoarse and filled with fatigue. Yuta immediately expressed concern. What's wrong? You don't sound well. I'm fine, really, Wei Wei reassured, though her attempt to sound upbeat could not mask her weakness. Yuta began to formulate a grim, perhaps even the worst-case scenario. After a moment's hesitation, she inquired, Has your father come? Wei Wei, akin to a kitten caught sneaking treats, hastily denied, No, I'm just a bit tired lately. Given Wei Wei's ambiguous demeanor, Yuta chose to abandon further questioning and shifted the conversation, saying, Make sure to rest. Don't stay up late brewing potions. I will, Wei Wei replied. Feeling her legs grow weary from standing, Yuta casually remarked, Aren't you going to open the door? It's not ideal for me to chat with you like this. Wei Wei hesitated, stammering, My room is quite messy today, so maybe it's best if you don't come in. After hearing this, Yuta became increasingly convinced that Wei Wei was trying to conceal something from her. Wei Wei had overestimated her ability to keep secrets while underestimating Yuta's observational skills and her concern for Wei Wei. If her intuition was correct, it likely pertained to Wei Wei's return to the Shadow Realm. Since Wei Wei is intent on concealing the truth, why should I make things awkward for myself? Although their time together has not been particularly long, Yuta possesses a fair understanding of Wei Wei's character. With a slight shrug and a hint of regret, Yuta remarked, Well, actually, I am merely inquiring on behalf of Yeyu today. In a state of panic, Wei Wei asked, Hey, Yeyu? Has she encountered trouble again? Not recently, Yuta sighed. It seems Yeyu's luck has been consistently poor, easily embroiled in troublesome situations. You see, Mirmis won a Snow Mountain travel voucher in a lottery yesterday, valid for 4 people. Am I the 4th? Wei Weiyan asked uncertainly. Yota nodded yes. Would you like to join us? Wei Weiyan hesitated, her voice filled with inner turmoil, and eventually said, if I go, the transportation will likely break down on the way. Regardless, no one will know it was you, Yota replied nonchalantly. It is precisely because no one knows that I feel worse. Wei Weiyan's tone grew increasingly plaintive. Yota found herself caught in a dilemma, torn between not wanting Wei Weiyan to be alone and not wishing to burden her with guilt. After a moment of contemplation, Yota clapped her hands, struck by an idea. Right, we could use teleportation magic. I can find a deserted spot for you, and you can just teleport over. But without a specific location, you might end up in an odd place. Wei Weiyan interjected, her voice suddenly animated. I recall that the fragments of the shattered crystal ball can be used as a positioning crystal. Yota countered, but how will you know which position is correct? I cannot contact you. Just destroy the crystal. I can pinpoint its last location. Wei Weiyan sounded quite pleased. So it's a one-time use? Yota couldn't help but break into a cold sweat, realizing that the mindset of the Shadow Realm was indeed vastly different from the real world. Chapter 69. The Enchanting Dream Incantation. The night before departure. Mirmis was playfully teasing her pet Limi, cradling Limi. Mirmis observed it curling into a fluffy white ball in her palm. Tomorrow we are going on a trip, and I won't be able to take care of you, she said gently. Upon hearing this, Limi appeared frightened, clutching Mirmis' fingers tightly with its forepaws. Mirmis stroked its fur soothingly, but you need not fear. Manager ACI Ka has promised to look after you, and we will return soon. Limi nudged Mirmis' palm with its nose, seemingly content. Meanwhile, Yiyu was downstairs organizing her luggage, which included daily necessities and clothing changes. After packing her belongings, Yiyu lay down on her bed, turned off the light, and prepared for slumber. Hey, I can go play in the snow with everyone tomorrow. I am so excited. Yiyu tucked her little hands beneath the covers and pulled the blanket up. Closing her eyes, she envisioned scenes of playful activities. Once they arrived at the snow mountain, they could have snowball fights, build snowmen, ski, and engage in a myriad of delightful activities. Just thinking about it filled her with exhilaration. However, as she attempted to drift off to sleep, the gravity of the situation began to dawn on her. I can't sleep. I absolutely do not want to. Yiyu struggled to close her eyes, trying to lull herself into a dream, but the anticipation of the snow trip kept her mind racing, preventing her from falling asleep. She initially sought to clear her mind, but that yielded little effect, and instead, it made her increasingly alert, tossing and turning in bed. She sought comfort in various sleeping positions, yet no matter how she shifted, sleep eluded her. The room was enveloped in darkness, the surroundings silent, an ideal environment for slumber. Yet you could only stare wide-eyed at the ceiling, lost in thought. It seems like Earthlings have a traditional method for inducing sleep, called counting sheep. Although he was unclear about the mechanics of this method, it was worth a try. Thus, she closed her eyes once more, envisioning a pasture with a fence in the center, where a flock of sheep approached from the right, leaping over the barrier one by one. 1, 2, 3. As she counted, you noticed something amiss in her imagination. The sheep were leaping over the fence too swiftly. The first had not even settled before being toppled by the subsequent sheep. Gradually, the sheep began to accumulate, forming a small hill resembling cotton candy. It looks quite delectable. Yiyu mused, as her stomach grumbled in agreement. Perhaps I should have a snack to tide me over. Being too hungry makes it even harder to sleep. With that thought, Yiyu made her way to the kitchen. The refrigerator contained little more than some vegetables and bread. She casually grabbed a piece of bread and sat on the sofa to nibble on it. Suddenly, Yiyu heard some noises, seemingly emanating from upstairs. She shrank back behind the sofa, warily staring at the staircase, as a figure gradually emerged from the darkness. It was Mirmis. Once she confirmed the identity of a newcomer, Yiyu breathed a sigh of relief, recalling that there was a third person residing in the mansion. Upon meeting, Mirmis appeared somewhat puzzled, asking, I thought you would be asleep by now. Yiyu sighed again. I'm having a bit of insomnia. She had assumed only elementary school children might be too excited about a spring outing to sleep. She never expected this to happen to herself, and such a reason was not one she could express. After pondering for a moment, Mirmis seemed to have an idea, saying, "I know a very convenient way to fall asleep." Eagerly, Yu asked, "Really? What is it?" Mirmis raised her right hand and spoke in a remarkably calm tone. "It seems that if you give someone a gentle tap on the neck, they will fall asleep." As she spoke, Mirmis slowly leaned toward Yu, exuding an inexplicable aura of intimidation. Sensing the imminent threat, Yu hastily waved her hands. Wait. Do you know the exact force required?" Mirmis paused, uncertain, and replied, "I'm not sure, but it should be somewhere between the force to slice a tomato and that needed to chop wood. Do you want to try?" Mirmis' expression was innocent, as if she genuinely wished to assist Yu. Wiping her cold sweat, Yu trembled. No, that would be harmful. With Mirmis' strength, I might end up in hospital bed tomorrow." After finishing the bread, Yu returned to her room, lying in bed, continuing to stare blankly at the dim ceiling. Suddenly, an epiphany struck Yu. She realized the crux of the issue. The sheep must not be jumping quickly enough to avoid piling up. Perhaps replacing them with a faster and stronger Mirmis would yield better results. Upon reflection, the sheep were white, and Mirmis was also white. Rounding it off, the effect should be quite similar. Thus, Yu's imagination took flight. In a vast pasture, a wooden fence stood, and Mirmis came running from the right. With a crash, Mirmis dashed through the fence as if it were non-existent. The following Mirmis promptly followed the first, streaming through the broken fence. Ah, no, we must not damage the fence. After a fierce internal struggle, Yu found herself further from sleep than before. On the day of departure, in the morning, Mirmis and Yu sat together on a bench at the bus stop, awaiting Yota and Wei Weiyan. After a short while, only Yota appeared, carrying her backpack alone. Yu inquired, "Where's Wei Weiyan?" Wei Weiyan had promised to join the Snow Mountain trip just days ago. Yet her absence today was indeed unsettling. In stark contrast, Yuta's response was remarkably composed. She promptly elucidated that she had departed this morning in the company of Wei Weiyan, who, due to an unforeseen circumstance, needed to attend to a matter that might take some time. Thus, she had instructed the three of them to proceed ahead, while she herself would take a taxi. This entire explanation was meticulously crafted by Yuta just moments prior, yet she delivered it without a hint of hesitation. Yu, without further contemplation, immediately accepted Yuta's words, as she held the impression that Wei Weiyan was not one to be tardy. At that moment, Yuta noticed the dark circles around Yu's eyes, resembling those of a panda. "Were you too excited yesterday to sleep?" Yu scratched her head, somewhat bashfully admitting, "You caught me." As the two conversed, the bus approached from a distance. Mirmis gave Yu a gentle pat on the shoulder, announcing, "The bus is here." The three of them boarded in succession, selecting seats in the last row that were connected. The scenery-loving Mirmis chose a window seat, with Yu sitting right beside her, while Yuta occupied the outermost position. Drowsy, Yu nodded intermittently, akin to a reed swaying uncertainly in the wind. Suddenly, as the bus made a turn, Yu's body leaned towards Mirmis, and she found herself resting on Mirmis' shoulder. Succumbing to a deep slumber, Mirmis glanced back without uttering a word, continuing to gaze out the window. With Yu asleep and Mirmis admiring the landscape, Yuta busied herself with her phone in solitude. Stealing a glance at Yuta noticed a smile gracing her face, as if she were dreaming of something joyous. After a while, the bus halted at a stop, and two young men with travel bags boarded, casually selecting two seats towards the front. The young man in the black jacket skeptically inquired, "Is there really a snow monster there?" The one in the apricot knitted hat, appearing relaxed, casually replied, "Let us go see. Perhaps we'll encounter one." The jacket-clad youth's brows twitched slightly, and after a moment of contemplation, he solemnly queried, "What if it's one of those creatures with a gaping maw that enjoys devouring humans?" Upon hearing this, the young man in the knitted hat couldn't help but chuckle, scoffing. If such creatures existed, there would have been numerous reports of disappearances by now. How could the inns in that area possibly survive? "Are you scared?" he provocatively asked. Like a tiger whose tail had been stepped on, the jacket youth retorted angrily, "Who is scared?" He then crossed his arms, asserting with utmost seriousness, I just think the credibility of such rumors is too low. What if we make a wasted trip? I'll treat you to hot pot if it's a bust. How about that? All right, it's a deal. They then shifted their conversation to topics like games and photography, completely abandoning their initial discussion. Hours later, the bus arrived at its destination, Luofeng Shueshan Station. Yuta pinched Yiyu's cheek, rousing her from her sweet slumber. Half awake, Yiyu disembarked in a state of confusion. However, as soon as she stepped off the bus, a chilling gust swept over her, instantly energizing her. So cold, Yiyu exclaimed, rubbing her hands together. Put on your jacket. At some point, Mirmis had retrieved a down jacket from her bag and handed it to Yiyu. After donning the thick garment, Yiyu felt considerably better. She surveyed her surroundings, and before them loomed a towering snow-capped mountain. The lofty peak reached for the clouds, enveloped in a blanket of white mist. A heavy layer of snow concealed its true form, leaving only the biting cold wind to sweep across the mountain's base. After a brief moment of admiring the scenery, the trio made their way to the Snow Mountain Inn. Shortly after their departure, another bus arrived at Luofeng Shueshan Station. From the bus emerged a familiar figure, a girl with fiery red hair, strikingly prominent against the sea of white. Wei raised a paper in her hand, depicting a fluffy creature resembling a plush yarn ball, complete with limbs and a tail. In the creature's grasp was a peculiar plant, shaped much like a lotus flower. Chapter 70. The human-shaped walking heater. As the three strolled casually towards the inn, Yuta rummaged through her pants pocket, only to find it empty. She halted, searching her surroundings. Yiyu and Mirmis turned back, with Mirmis querying, "Did you lose something?" Yuta nodded, expressing her dismay. "It seems I dropped my house key." Yiyu gasped, "Isn't that dreadful? We must go back and find it." Having suffered the consequences of forgetting her own key, Yiyu understood all too well the feeling of being locked out. Yuta shook her head with a smile, assuring, "It's all right, I'll go myself." "You're too cold. You should hurry to the inn." Mirmis glanced ahead, noting the inn was quite nearby, and that Yiyu would likely be fine alone on such an open path. "I'll go with you," Mirmis proposed. "Two heads are better than one." Yuta sighed, pointing at Yiyu with a tone of regret. "That one do. Yiyu is so frail. It would be dangerous for her to go alone." Upon hearing this, Yiyu immediately retorted, "You're the one who's frail?" Yet halfway through, her confidence waned, and she muttered softly, "I'm just a bit weaker." Yuta patted Mirmis's shoulder, resembling a concerned mother, and earnestly said, "Don't be fooled by Yiyu's small stature. Her courage is even smaller. I'm afraid she would feel lonely alone, so it's better if you accompany her." Yiyu wished to protest further, but found herself at a loss for words, eventually conceding with a reluctant, "Fine." Yuta hurried away. After she departed, Mirmis extended her hand towards Yiyu. Observing this gesture, Yiyu felt somewhat discontented and, with reluctance, remarked, "I'm not a child. Don't hold my hand." Misinterpreting Yiyu's reaction, Mirmis clarified, "My hand can generate warmth. It will be more comforting." As she spoke, a white vapor emanated from Mirmis's hand, resembling a steaming sweet potato. Yiyu, astonished, exclaimed, "Why didn't you mention this sooner? If you had told me earlier, I wouldn't have been shivering the whole way." Mirmis glanced in the direction Yuta had gone, expressing some concern. "Yuta might notice that my hand temperature is unusually warm and become suspicious. In the frigid wilderness, one's sensitivity to heat sources is significantly heightened, especially with such a close proximity between the three of them, making it easier to detect." After listening to Mirmis's explanation, Yiyu nodded in agreement. True, Yuta always pays attention to the oddest details. She gazed at Mirmis's hand for a moment, then glanced towards the direction Yuta had departed, ensuring she was out of sight before finally taking Mirmis's hand. The moment Yiyu grasped it, she felt a wave of warmth envelop her. Before her mind could fully process it, her body lunged towards Mirmis, tightly embracing her right hand and refusing to let go. With a blissful expression, Yiyu declared, "So warm. I never want to let go of this hand for the rest of my life." Yuta dashed into a secluded alley, glancing around to ensure no one was nearby before retrieving a vividly colored stone from the lining of her clothing. The stone was translucent, akin to crystal, imbued with mysterious power. Yuta placed the positioning crystal given to her by Wei Weian on the ground, and then casually picked up a brick from the roadside, bringing it down forcefully. With a sharp crack, the positioning crystal shattered completely, releasing wisps of purple mist that drifted away as if heralding the end of a soul. Yuta moved slightly away from the location where the crystal had shattered to avoid overlapping with the spot where Vivian would teleport, thus preventing a mishap akin to getting stuck in a wall. To her surprise, Vivian did not appear at the precise location of the broken crystal. Instead, she inadvertently materialized above Yuta. Wow! Vivian fell from Yuta's head, landing squarely on her. Yuta, caught off guard by this sudden descent, had an intimate encounter with the ground. Once she regained her composure, Vivian quickly noticed Yuta pinned beneath her and immediately rose, leaning down anxiously to inquire, "Yuta, are you all right?" Yuta lifted her head with a smile, assuring her, "I'm fine, really." Vivian bent low, feeling guilty as she apologized. "I'm so sorry. My magic skills are still not mature enough." Yuta climbed to her feet, brushing off the dust from her clothes, and replied in a light-hearted manner, "It's all right. Don't be too hard on yourself. After all, failure is the mother of success." Placing a reassuring hand on Vivian's shoulder, she gazed at her with unwavering conviction, saying, "With more practice, you will surely master teleportation flawlessly in the future." Vivian shyly nodded, her eyes darting away. Yuta then led Vivian to the Shan Hotel. Upon entering, they immediately felt a noticeable increase in temperature, likely due to the heating. After presenting their travel voucher to the receptionist, the attendant guided them to their room. Yuta took the opportunity to admire the decor along the way, which was predominantly simple and seemed intentionally designed in an ancient style, standing out amidst the opulent adornments of other hotels. In contrast to the composed Yuta, the rarely ventured-out Vivian was brimming with excitement, her eyes wide with curiosity as she scanned her surroundings. Particularly captivating was a movable snowman sculpture in the center of the lobby, which piqued Vivian's interest. She was eager to dismantle it and meticulously study its internal structure and mechanics. After escorting them to the door of their room, the attendant took their leave to attend to other matters. Yuta knocked, receiving a response from Mirmis. As the door swung open, they beheld Yu, who was tightly clutching Mirmis's right arm, seemingly entranced. "I wish I could be with you forever," Yu murmured, nuzzling Mirmis's arm like a cat against a scratching post. Suddenly, she opened her eyes and spotted Yuta and Vivian standing at the entrance. The atmosphere instantly thickened as Yu locked eyes with Yuta, causing the temperature in the room to drop several degrees. Witnessing this scene, Yuta struggled to stifle her laughter, while Vivian offered a polite smile. Yu's face flushed crimson, and she found herself at a loss for words, her mind blank. Resorting to a pleading glance at Mirmis, she silently begged, "Please say something to ease the tension." Mirmis, slightly taken aback, seemed to sense the gravity of the situation. Calmly, she stated, "Things are not as you two are imagining." Yu's eyes sparkled with hope, wishing for an alternative explanation. Yuta wore an amused expression, eagerly anticipating Mirmis's defense. In stark contrast, Vivian appeared to be oblivious to the unfolding drama, silently moving her luggage into the room, retrieving warm clothes from her suitcase, and heading to the bathroom to change. Mirmis asserted firmly, "I am family to Yu and would never overstep that boundary." Yu's inner turmoil was akin to a stampede of alpacas at that moment. She just wanted to disappear into a hole. Recently, Mirmis had watched several shows with Yu, often featuring misunderstandings where secondary characters walked in on protagonists engaging in ambiguous behavior, leading to inevitable misconceptions. Although the circumstances were somewhat different now, it was clear that a misunderstanding had occurred. Otherwise, Yu would not have sent a distress signal for no reason. Hearing this, Yuta could no longer contain herself and burst into laughter. "Ha ha! Yu, your cousin is quite the character." Yuta laughed so hard that tears formed at the corners of her eyes. Yu puffed up her cheeks, visibly displeased, and retorted, all right, stop laughing. Is it so wrong to be afraid of loneliness?" Regretting her decision to let Mirmis explain, she feared it had spiraled out of control. Wiping the tears from her eyes, Yuta, still smiling, patted Yiyu's shoulder, saying self-awareness is a virtue. However, as Yuta turned away, her expression shifted from joyous laughter to serious detachment. Destiny is in our own hands. If carelessly entrusted to others, it will only lead to regret. After a brief exchange of banter between Yiyu and Yuta, Vivian emerged from the bathroom, clad in a heavy set of clothing, completely bundled up. Yiyu exclaimed in surprise, "Isn't that a bit excessive? I'm particularly sensitive to the cold, so I brought a few extra items," Vivian replied, her voice muffled by her scarf. In addition to a standard down jacket, she donned a knitted hat, earmuffs, scarf, and gloves, making her nearly unrecognizable without her voice. At that moment, Vivian noticed Mirmis was dressed almost the same as usual and curiously asked, "Aren't you afraid of the cold, Mirmis?" Mirmis clasped her hands together, her palms radiating warmth slightly above normal human temperature, then turned her head to say, "I maintain a regular exercise routine, so I'm not particularly sensitive to cold." With a spirit of experimentation, Vivian grasped Mirmis' hand, confirming its warmth. Consequently, she succumbed to the allure, wrapping her arms around Mirmis' left arm. Joining Yiyu in this newfound camaraderie, Yuta observed the three huddled together, confusion written across her face, and remarked to Mirmis, "Are you a furnace incarnate?" Chapter 71. Let's go skiing together. Having donned their warm attire, the group stepped outside the hotel, where gentle snowflakes were falling from the sky like playful little sprites. Yiyu extended her hand to catch a flake, eager to examine it closely, but before she could discern its form, it melted away in her palm. In the open area outside, several snowmen stood, their faces slightly askew, yet still managing to convey cheerful expressions. Upon seeing these snowmen, Yi was filled with enthusiasm and immediately began rolling snowballs to create the bodies. Vivian quickly joined in on the snowman-making endeavor, gathering nearby twigs and stones for decoration. Yuta, seemingly uninterested, took a few glances before returning to the hotel. As Yiyu's snowball grew larger, surpassing her waist, she gradually found it increasingly difficult to push. Fortunately, Mirmis was by her side, assisting her in moving the snowball to the designated spot. Next came the assembly, and, after Mirmis placed the head on top, Vivian prepared to affix arms and eyes to the snowman. At this moment, Yuta's voice called out from behind them, "Hey, did you forget something?" Mirmis turned first, noticing Yuta carrying a metal bucket from which a red cloth was dangling. Yuta leaped down the wooden stairs, approached the snowman, and retrieved half a carrot from the bucket, inserting it into the center of the snowman's head, resembling a pointed nose. "How can it breathe without a nose?" Yuta joked. Upon witnessing this scene, Yiyu expressed her surprise, saying, "I thought you had no interest in building snowmen. Since we are here, let us indulge in the fun." As she spoke, Yuta wrapped a somewhat soiled red cloth around the snowman's neck and then placed an iron bucket upside down on its head. Vivian, filled with curiosity, inquired of Yuta, "How did you find these items?" Yuta, brushing off her hands as if her task was complete, casually replied, "The empty bucket, tattered cloth, and leftover carrots were all borrowed from the kitchen of the inn." She then patted Vivian on the shoulder, as if passing on responsibility, and said, "All right, let's put on the eyes and hands." Vivian's movements were somewhat clumsy, perhaps due to the biting cold, yet she ultimately managed to assemble all the components. Gazing at the plump little figure, Yiyu cradled her face in her hands, her eyes sparkling with delight as she exclaimed, "Wow, how adorable." Vivian, feeling a sense of pride, smiled and declared, "This is our snowman, created together." Yuta stroked her chin in contemplation and suggested, "Shall we give it a name?" After a brief moment of reflection, Mirmis proposed, "How about Snowball?" Yiyu scratched her head, acknowledging that while the name was simple and memorable, it did not quite suit a snowman. With this thought in mind, Yiyu asked, "What made you think of that name?" Mirmis replied without hesitation, "Because its body and head are both made of snowballs." Although Mirmis's reasoning was sound, the others present seemed unable to accept the name, and the atmosphere fell into a sudden silence. After pondering for a moment, Vivian's eyes lit up with inspiration as she cautiously raised her right hand, suggesting, "How about we call it MOMO?" Yuta promptly inquired, "MOMO?" What inspired that name? The unexpected question made Vivian feel a bit uneasy. She rubbed her fingers together nervously and quietly explained, because it's very quiet and doesn't T like to talk. Hearing this name, Yu clapped her hands in approval, saying, "That sounds wonderful." It not only reflects the snowman's inherent characteristics, but also hints at its personality. Yu gently patted the snowman's shoulder and announced, "From this day forward, your name shall be Momo." The snowman remained silent, wearing a faint smile that suggested satisfaction. At that moment, a family of three, clad in ski attire, passed by Yu. The little girl, holding her parents' hands, looked up and asked, "Daddy, how do you ski? Will I fall?" The middle-aged man, with a kind demeanor, affectionately patted the little girl's head and gently reassured, "Don't be afraid. Daddy will hold you." The middle-aged woman chimed in with a smile, "Yes. Daddy is very capable. Nothing can defeat him." As their voices gradually faded, Yu found herself unable to look away, staring at their retreating figures with a complex expression. The stones on the snowman's face slipped slightly, and its formerly uplifted mouth corner turned down, resembling a frown. A little girl with leaves in her hair tugged at the corner of a man watching television, eagerly saying, "Daddy, I want to play in the snow mountain." The man, with leaves on his head, stroked the little girl's hair and replied in a slightly weary voice, "All right, but we will have to wait until Daddy has a day off. Perhaps next weekend." The now-grown teenage girl, filled with frustration, questioned, "Why can't we go? Didn't you promise to take us?" Weariness etched across the man's face, making him appear haggard. He scratched his head helplessly and said, "I have to work overtime unexpectedly. I'm sorry." The woman gently touched the girl's head, soothingly saying, "Yu, please understand that Daddy is very busy." The girl lowered her head in silence. "Yu, about the snow mountain," the man stood at the door, looking deeply remorseful. "It's all right. I know you are busy." The girl waved her hand dismissively while lying on the bed, seemingly indifferent. She turned her back to the door, yet tears silently streamed down her cheeks. Yu said nothing more. She simply observed the little girl's radiant smile. Meanwhile, the other three sensed the subtle shift in the atmosphere to varying degrees, due to her ability to read minds. Yuta had gleaned Yu's circumstances upon their first meeting and had shared these insights with Vivian. Although Vivian wished to comfort Yu, she found herself at a loss for words, unable to empathize fully. Yuta appeared unaffected, instead fixating her cold gaze on the couple's retreating forms. Suddenly, Mirmis poked the daisy Yu and pointed toward the nearby rental shop, suggesting, "If you want to ski, you can rent equipment there." Yu looked at Mirmis, her eyes filled with confusion. "Didn't you say before that you wanted to ski together?" Yu's gaze was distant. She could not recall ever having said such a thing. However, Mirmis's firm tone dispelled Yu's doubts, prompting her to shyly murmur, "But I don't know how to ski. I will be right by your side. I will teach you," Mirmis assured her. "Thank you." Yu grasped Mirmis's hand tightly. Yet, noticing Yuta and Vivian nearby, she quickly retracted, saying, "But I want to try it myself first. Perhaps I have a natural talent for skiing?" Yu laughed lightly, attempting to salvage her dignity. Yuta, eager for amusement, joined the conversation with a teasing tone, "Oh, you think you can do it?" The slightly provocative attitude further ignited Yu's determination to prove herself. With unwavering resolve, she declared, "How will I know unless I try?" The group made their way to the rental shop, and it was only upon entering that Yu finally released her tight grip. After securing the skiing equipment, the four of them ventured into the ski area. Mirmis glided effortlessly, resembling a professional athlete, while Yuta performed adequately, at least at a normal person's level. However, as expected, Yu struggled tremendously, repeatedly tumbling onto the ground. Vivian, who chose not to ski, merely watched from the sidelines. But as she observed Yu continuously meeting the ground, her brows furrowed in concern. Each time Vivian attempted to assist Yu, she was gently rebuffed. After several falls, Yu ultimately resolved to seek external assistance. Mirmis supported her, guiding her through the skiing motions, and with Mirmis's aid, Yu finally managed to stand steadily on the snow. "Now, let us move forward slowly." Mirmis carefully assisted Yu, being mindful not to apply too much pressure. Yiyu cautiously pushed off with her ski pole, feeling her body shift slightly forward. Now apply a bit more force. Okay. Yiyu exerted a little more strength, covering a greater distance than before, leaving a clear trail in the snow. Yay, I can ski. Yiyu joyfully raised her hands in triumph. Now let us practice gradually. Don't go too fast, Mirmis advised. Yiyu waved her hand dismissively, signaling that Mirmis need not worry. Understand. Just as she spoke, Yiyu sensed the snow beneath her feet begin to slip. Huh? Before she could react, her skis suddenly began to slide rapidly downhill. Yiyu, Mirmis extended her hand, but it was too late to prevent Yiyu from hurtling downwards. Yiyu screamed as she raced down the slope. Realizing the precarious situation, Mirmis shouted, Vivian, throw me the ski pole. A flustered Vivian hurriedly tossed the ski pole to Mirmis, who immediately took off in pursuit. Mirmis hastened her pace but still struggled to catch up, so she changed her approach, yelling, slow down. Use the ski pole to brake. Hearing this, Yiyu complied. However, she could not manage to plant the pole firmly into the snow, merely skimming its surface. I can't hold on. Yiyu's ski pole slipped from her grasp as if coated in oil, scattering across the ground. Without the constraint of ski poles, the snowboard soared with greater vigor, racing straight towards the base of the mountain. Awaiting Yiyu ahead was a vast, unfathomably deep, and frigid ice lake. Chapter 72. An unexpected encounter at the mountain base. Luo Feng Shueshan, a high-altitude mountain range that experiences perpetual snowfall, draws countless visitors due to its unique ecological environment and intriguing legends of snow monsters. The scenery here is picturesque, and the environment is delightful, making an ideal place for families to enjoy together or for friends and couples to create cherished memories. However, today's visitors may not wish to return, as one of them is screaming while hurtling down the snowy slope, akin to a fish flailing desperately in a boiling pot of oil. Yiyu's eyes brimmed with tears, yet the cold air froze them at the corners of her eyes. As she felt herself nearing the ice lake with no means to stop, she chose to cover her eyes, plunging into darkness, only able to hear the sharp wind whistling past her. Suddenly, she perceived a different sound, akin to shoes striking the snow with force, growing ever closer. Before Yiyu could open her eyes, she sensed her body losing balance, suspended for a fleeting moment in midair before crashing down hard onto the ground. When she regained consciousness, she found herself sprawled in the snow, slightly muddied, but fortunately not wetting her black down jacket. Are you all right? A mature and composed male voice inquired from beside her. Yiyu focused her gaze and saw a man wearing a gray cap and a pure black overcoat. I'm fine, she replied, covering her head, still feeling a bit dazed from the thrilling ordeal of skiing that had caused her disorientation. After the man helped her to her feet, she observed him closely. His hair was short, his eye sockets deep, and he sported a thin brown beard. The visible signs of mending on his attire added a touch of weariness, exuding an aura of experience. He appeared to be a remarkably reliable gentleman. Yiyu thought to herself. Yiyu glanced back at the spot where she had fallen, which bore a distinct indentation, accompanied by a trail of friction marks. Although she witnessed this scene, she struggled to comprehend the specifics of what had just transpired. Did you say me just now? She inquired, scratching her head in confusion. The gentleman nodded. Yes, you came rushing down the slope, and I ran over and tackled you to halt your descent. Moments earlier, the man had been strolling near the ice lake at the mountain's base, seemingly preoccupied with his thoughts, his steps lacking their usual ease, as if he were lost in contemplation. Suddenly, he heard a piercing scream cascading down from the mountain and quickly looked up to see Yiyu. Despite his advancing years, his vision remained sharp, and he promptly recognized the rapidly approaching figure as a young girl, clearly inexperienced in skiing. Realizing the danger, he thought it imperative to intercept her before she reached the bottom, opting for a sidelong approach, as confronting her head-on would be perilous. Fortunately, his agility and timely action allowed him to successfully intercept Yiyu in the cushion zone. Returning to the present, Yiyu now comprehended the situation after hearing the gentleman's account. She bent forward, sincerely expressing her gratitude. Thank you for saving me. The gentleman, taken aback by her formality, shyly waved his hand. No need for such courtesy. It was merely a small effort. At that moment, he noticed something amiss. It seemed she was missing an essential piece of skiing equipment. After mulling it over, he recalled its name and asked, "Where are your ski poles? This isn't a skiing area. How did you end up here without them?" He scanned the surroundings, searching for the poles, which should have fallen nearby. But all he could see was the expanse of white snow. Yiyu's cheeks flushed slightly as she averted her gaze, feeling a bit embarrassed. It's somewhat amusing. I accidentally ended up here and lost my ski poles along the way. It was evident that Yiyu was not lying. Who would risk their life merely to deceive a stranger? The gentleman believed her words without hesitation, though concern lingered in his mind as he advised, "Be cautious next time. The snow mountain is not only tranquil on the surface, but harbors hidden dangers beneath." Yiyu nodded, aware of such truths. Yet the gentleman's words carried a weight that made them more credible. As they conversed, the gentleman also took a moment to observe Yiyu's appearance. Her dark green hair, deep green eyes, and a small leaf hairpin made her resemble an embodiment of nature's spirit, evoking images of serene, verdant forests and instilling a sense of inner calm. "By your looks, you are not a local," the gentleman deduced. The inhabitants of Luo Feng Shueshan did not possess such vibrant green hair or fair skin, but rather had a more yellowish hue. I came here with some friends," Yi replied, a hint of shyness evident as she scratched her head. "However, due to the recent incident, I have separated from them." "No surprise, you are a tourist," a gentleman mused. Yet, a flicker of curiosity prompted him to ask, "But what brought you to such a frigid place?" In his mind, young girls were more suited to sunny beaches than this wintry landscape. "It's because Mirmis won a travel voucher that we had the chance to come here," Yi replied, her voice tinged with pride and satisfaction. Upon hearing her words, the gentleman's expression shifted subtly, a hint of envy crossing his features as he remarked, "I see. How fortunate. If only I could win a few million myself." He nodded and shook his head, creating an odd juxtaposition. "Do you wish to travel as well?" Yiyu asked, puzzled. "Perhaps," the gentleman replied, his mood noticeably dampened, leaving Yiyu at a loss. Considering she hadn't yet introduced herself, she stammered, My name is Yiyu." The gentleman rubbed his chin, complimenting her. "What a lovely name, truly fitting and memorable. If I were a teacher, you'd surely be the first student I'd remember." After Yiyu introduced herself, it was the gentleman's turn. Pointing to himself with his thumb, he said, "You can call me Uncle Hank." As Yiyu conversed with Uncle Hank, Mirmis rushed down the slope, swiftly gliding to Yiyu's side, her voice laced with concern. "Are you all right?" In stark contrast to Mirmis's anxious tone, Yi remained composed, explaining, "I'm fine. Uncle Hank saved me." As she spoke, she shifted slightly to reveal Hank's figure to Mirmis. "Thank you for saving Yiyu. I am her cousin, Mirmis," she said. "It was nothing. I only did what I could," Hank replied modestly. Unlike Yiyu, Mirmis's demeanor left an impression on Hank akin to the snow-capped mountain, pure and aloof, suggesting a personality that was not easily approachable. Yet perhaps beneath her seemingly indifferent exterior lay a heart of warmth. Yiyu glanced behind Mirmis, noticing the absence of Utah and Wei Weian, and inquired about their whereabouts. "They're still on the mountain. Only I came down," Mirmis indicated towards two tiny black figures on a mountain, too distant to discern any human shapes from their current position. "Let me give the class leader a call," said Yiyu, rummaging through her pocket. Fortunately, thanks to the robust advancements in modern industrial technology, her mobile phone remained intact after the recent jolt and was still operational. Yiyu dialed Utah's number and raised the phone to her ear. However, a strange yet familiar voice responded from the other end. "Sorry. The number you have dialed is not in service area. Please try again later." Bewildered, Yiyu tapped on her phone's screen in frustration. Uncle Hank chuckled, explaining, "This is a snow mountain, you see. There's hardly any signal here." As a longtime resident, such matters were common knowledge to Hank, and he found Yiyu's puzzled expression rather amusing, akin to a city dweller observing a rural newcomer's ignorance of traffic lights. After bidding farewell to Uncle Hank, Mirmis led Yiyu to retrieve her lost ski pole before reuniting with Utah and Wei Weian. This time, Yu firmly grasped her ski pole, paying closer attention to the snow underfoot and the speed of her movements, ensuring that the previous mishap did not recur. Following an exhilarating day of play, the four prepared to return to the Snow Mountain Lodge, as twilight approached, and the darkened Snow Mountain would only grow more perilous. Nearby staff and law enforcement were urging tourists to return to their accommodations. Along the way, Mirmis noticed various shops. Besides the typical specialty food and souvenir stores found in tourist areas, one peculiar establishment caught her eye, a mineral shop. This shop appeared as a small protrusion from the ground, starkly contrasting with the other stores, yet remarkably unforgettable. The sole drawback was the sign hanging at the entrance, stating it was temporarily closed for business, preventing any exploration within. The streets were filled with a medley of enticing aromas, seducing tourists to indulge in purchasing, with clusters of visitors gathered outside several shops. Having rarely indulged in fine food, Yu was immediately lured, her stomach audibly rumbling in agreement. "It smells so good. Let us buy something to eat," she said, drool trickling from the corner of her mouth, her eyes seemingly sparkling with excitement. Observing Yu's susceptibility, Utah lightly tapped her on the head, reminding her, "The lodge provides a lavish dinner. Save some room." "Is that so?" Yu replied, perplexed. Utah sighed, akin to a mother witnessing her child's obliviousness. "You didn't seriously read what was written on the travel voucher, did you?" To which Yu candidly admitted, "I was only focused on coming to the Snow Mountain. I didn't think much about the rest." She scratched her head, squinting, her demeanor entirely innocent. Perhaps due to the joyous atmosphere of the Snow Mountain trip, Yi refrained from retorting against Utah. However, Utah seemed unsatisfied with Yu's response, delivering another jab. "It's apparent, considering your head is as empty and flat as your wallet." Upon hearing this, a shadow of annoyance crossed Yu's face, her previous cheeriness evaporating, replaced by an indescribable fury. Her fists clenched tightly. Today, she suddenly felt an overwhelming urge to strike someone. Utah immediately sensed Yu's intentions and, before she could take a step, turned and fled. "Curse class leader, don't run," Yu shouted, chasing after her in a huff. "Ha ha ha." Utah gleefully weaved through shops and tourists, leaving Yu trailing behind. Wei Wei could only call out from behind, "You too, be careful. There are other tourists around." Amid their playful antics, the four returned near the lodge, and while Yu and Utah were still bickering, Wei Wei noticed that the snowman they had built together had completely collapsed, seemingly vandalized. A flicker of unease swept through Wei Wei. This might be an ominous sign. Chapter 73. The Catalyst of Conflict as a Sorceress. Wei Wei possessed a heightened sense of premonition, more attuned to the implications and signs represented by her surroundings than the average person. This perception transcended mere superstition. The snowman, a collaborative creation of the four, although not a living being, embodied their innocent and simple aspirations. Now, it lay utterly destroyed, resembling a crushed soda can, a sight both pitiful and disheartening. Witnessing this scene, a shadow of gloom enveloped Wei Wei's heart as she furrowed her brow, remaining silent. Before the others could perceive the snowman's peculiar state, a commotion from the vicinity of the lodge swiftly drew their attention. The dispute involved two staff members from the lodge, a man and a woman, and an unfamiliar middle-aged man. The attire of the middle-aged man bore a striking resemblance to that of Uncle Hank, who had rescued Yu earlier. Both donned a flat cap and a thick coat, the only notable distinction being the contrasting colors. The stranger's cap was brown, and his coat was a pale grayish-white, seemingly harmonizing with the snowy forest backdrop. The atmosphere between the lodge employees and the unfamiliar man was fraught with tension, each glaring at the other as if to kill with their stares. "My trap has been destroyed. It must have been you bunch of scoundrels," the stranger shouted vehemently. The female employee, maintaining her composure, calmly inquired, "What evidence do you have to support your claim?" The male employee, uninterested in further dialogue, retorted, "What were you doing wandering into the forest?" The stranger crossed his arms, disdainfully replying, "Are tourists all fools? Even after seeing the sign prohibiting entry near the forest, they still dare to trespass?" His face contorted with indignation, he continued, "And how could tourists possibly carry sharp tools to cut my trap? It must have been you." As he spoke, the stranger retrieved a damaged animal trap from behind him, the severed parts clearly visible, having been sliced cleanly. Not only did you scare away my prey, but now you've also destroyed my trap. His agitation escalated as he kicked the stairs with force. Calm down. We had no reason to deliberately destroy your trap. The female employee attempted to dissuade him, but he showed no willingness to listen, shoving her aside. The male employee quickly caught the female employee, preventing her from falling, and after ensuring her safety, he turned to glare at the stranger with disgust. Had it not been for the manager's warning against provoking trouble, the male employee would have charged at him, despite the stranger's more robust physique. The stranger, unfazed by the male employee's glare, confidently asserted, "Of course. It was to steal my prey. It had not been destroyed before. It must have caught the snow monster, which is why you took it." At the mention of the snow monster, the stranger's voice rose several decibels, his tone more irate. For a hunter, having their prey stolen was an immense humiliation and provocation, akin to being trampled upon. The male employee, equally incensed, grabbed the stranger by the collar, shouting, "You are completely spouting nonsense. The snow monster does not exist." He raised his other hand, forming a tight fist, ready to deliver a solid blow. However, the female employee quickly intervened, halting him. The male employee paused, turning to the female employee, who shook her head, signaling him not to act impulsively. The male employee cast a glance back at the unfamiliar man's face, which bore an air of arrogance, devoid of any sign of fear. He was not the type to relent after a mere punch. Clearly, even if a blow were struck, nothing would change, and he might even find himself summoned to the police station for a conversation. After careful consideration, the male employee finally released his grip, allowing the stranger to depart. The unfamiliar man patted his chest, sneering disdainfully, stating that it was of no consequence whether they denied it. He would eventually obtain the evidence. With that, he turned away, his silhouette gradually fading into the depths of the forest. Once it was confirmed that the stranger had completely vanished, the employees finally noticed the tourist who had been standing by for quite some time. The male employee immediately retracted his earlier aggressive demeanor, reverting to his usual, more docile self. The female employee scratched her head, apologizing for the scene they had just caused. The most curious among them, Mirmis, was the first to inquire about the identity of the earlier individual. He did not appear to be a typical troublemaker or thug. His attire was rather tidy, although his temperament left much to be desired. The female employee replied that he was Vitia, a hunter residing in the nearby forest. The male employee retorted with irritation that this fellow had lived there for quite a while and had previously opposed the establishment of a tourist area in the vicinity. Frustrated, the male employee stomped his foot, indicating that this was not their first encounter with the hunter. Yu inquired whether tourists would disrupt his hunting activities. Animals, being fearful of humans, would certainly become scarcer with an influx of visitors. The female employee shook her head and sighed, acknowledging that this was partially true, but emphasized that the most significant concern for him was the snow monster. Mirmis pressed further, asking about the snow monster. The male employee waved his arm dismissively, explaining that it was a legend associated with the Luo Feng snow mountain. It was said that a peculiar creature, covered in pure white fur, inhabited that snow-capped peak, hence the name Snow Monster. The female employee added that there were rumors suggesting that the snow monster's habitat was home to a rare frost crystal snow lotus, reputed to cure any ailment. Upon hearing such claims, Yu was taken aback, exclaiming in astonishment at its remarkable properties. Suddenly, she paused, a thought striking her. This effect sounded somewhat familiar. Wait a minute, isn't that me? Surprised to discover that such a wondrous plant existed in such a remote part of the earth, Yu became increasingly eager to meet this compatriot. Moreover, the mention of the snow monster piqued her interest. Its fluffy white fur must surely be delightful to the touch. However, the male employee soon doused her enthusiasm with cold water, asserting that it was a deception. Having worked there for several years, he had never witnessed wealthy individuals afflicted by grave illnesses seeking out such remedies. The female employee stifled a laugh, remarking that if the snow lotus truly existed, their location would be more bustling than the city. Yet, this commotion would not be the kind that the public would delight in. In fact, It could be considered something no one wished to see. A miraculous cure-all, if genuinely existent and widely known, might ignite fierce competition on a global scale. No, it was not merely a competition. Such a phenomenon would inevitably provoke bloodshed, potentially escalating into a world war. Yet, there had been no reports of such occurrences, nor had anyone spotted suspicious individuals clad in black within the snow-capped mountains, save for the occasional curious tourist wandering about. Thus, the most reasonable conclusion was to assert that the snow lotus did not exist at all. After all, once intelligent beings acquired wealth, power, and all forms of strength, their ultimate pursuit became immortality. They could not bear the ravages of illness and yearned for longer lives, unwilling to be confined to the narrow confines of a hospital room, craving freedom of body with insatiable desires that could never be fulfilled. The pursuit of longevity and eternal youth became an almost twisted obsession for them. With this in mind, Mirmis instinctively glanced at Yu. Although the evidence was not conclusive, Yu likely possessed the power of the life source capable of healing all ailments. In other words, her existence bore a striking resemblance to the frost crystal snow lotus and would attract the envy of many. Above all, it was imperative to keep Yu's identity concealed from others. This was one of Mirmis's primary tasks. Otherwise, not only would maintaining their current stable life become a luxury, but even preserving Yu's life would be a tall order. Even if Mirmis was confident in her own abilities, she could not contend with the intelligent beings throughout the universe. However, Yu was not accustomed to being scrutinized in such a manner and gazed at Mirmis with confusion, asking if there was mud on her face. Mirmis shook her head, dismissing it as nothing. Yu appeared perplexed, feeling a subtle sense of unease. Why does she look at me as if I were some protected species? Am I a panda? Suddenly, the male employee recalled something and casually mentioned that earlier that morning, a red-haired girl had come by, inquiring about the snow monster and the snow lotus, and she was holding a paper in her hand. Before he could continue, his voice was abruptly interrupted as a hand gripped his shoulder and a figure emerged behind him. It was the manager of the inn. The manager exuded an overwhelming aura of authority, seemingly more formidable than a famished brown bear. The male employee broke into a sweat, his voice trembling as he stammered an affirmation, stating that they would get to work immediately. No sooner had he spoken than he rushed into the inn, the door slamming behind him. The female employee did not lag behind and followed suit. Once both had returned to their tasks, the manager resumed his amiable demeanor, displaying a warm expression. What was most striking about the manager was his squinting eyes, which possessed an inexplicable charm that bridged the gap between him and others. He earnestly advised them not to take those rumors to heart. Many travelers had previously arrived with excitement, drawn by tales of the snow monster and the snow lotus, only to become lost in the snow-capped mountains and meet misfortune. The manager's gaze gradually shifted to the snow mountain. Perhaps to him, it represented not only a tourist attraction, but also a perilous labyrinth. As a local who had lived there all his life, he had witnessed the senseless loss of many lives in pursuit of elusive and fantastical dreams. Chapter 74. The inviting hot spring after heeding the manager's counsel. The four returned to their room in the inn, which was impeccably tidy and comfortable, with ample heating. The moment they stepped inside, a warm breeze enveloped them. Staying in the room felt much better. Yu collapsed onto the bedding with a thud, sinking into the mattress, wishing to merge with it completely. If the bed were a prison, then a warm bed would undoubtedly be a marvelous yet deadly confinement, so enticing that one could hardly bear to leave. Countless souls had succumbed to the allure of comfortable beds. Fortunately, that uncle had rescued Yu. Otherwise, she might now be lying in a hospital bed. Wei Wei looked at Yu with immense relief. On the way, Yu had recounted her encounter with Uncle Hank to the others, using expressive gestures to vividly portray the scene. Upon hearing her story, the three had starkly different reactions. Mirmis maintained her usual indifferent, even somewhat aloof demeanor, making her thoughts inscrutable. Wei Wei frowned slightly, displaying a worried expression, but breathed a sigh of relief when Yu assured her that she was unscathed. Yao Ta's reaction was the most peculiar. She seemed not to pay much attention, lost in thought, unusually quiet and not engaging in their usual banter, which left Yu feeling somewhat unsettled. Typically, Yu would expect Yaota to scold her after she had carelessly slipped down the mountain, followed by their usual exchange of barbs. While this situation is somewhat agreeable, there remains an inexplicable discomfort. At that moment, as Yu pondered, a formidable figure struck her head with a resounding thud. Wincing in pain, Yu clutched her head and glared upwards, only to find Yota standing there with her arms crossed. A look of disdain etched across her face. "Rise and shine, you lazybones. How much longer do you intend to linger in bed?" As she spoke, Yota tugged at the blanket beneath Yu, who naturally fought back, straining to reclaim her cover. "What's the issue? Is it wrong to enjoy my bed?" Yu clung tenaciously to the blanket, vowing to share its fate. At that moment, a soft and warm hand tapped her back, causing an itch that quickly prompted her to turn around, only to find it was Wei Weian's doing. In a rather reserved manner, Wei Weian inquired, "Would you like to join me for a soak in the hot springs?" Sitting at the edge of the bed, Mirmis was perusing a travel brochure she had found on the table, coincidentally flipping to a page adorned with illustrations of hot springs. Natural hot springs, tranquil and serene, proclaimed the 8 prominent characters printed on the pamphlet, brimming with allure. Although her mechanical body required no rest, it was nonetheless a fortunate opportunity to allow the components some maintenance, particularly the outer layer of bionic skin, which warranted care. And even if the efficacy of the hot springs on it remained uncertain, it was certainly worth a try. Hot springs? Of course we must go. Upon hearing those 2 words, Yu instantly perked up, swiftly rising from her bed. She then asked, "Do you know where they're located?" Yota shot her a sidelong glance. Why not just ask the hotel staff? Shortly thereafter, the 4 of them arrived at the hot springs changing room. The changing room was immaculate, with the floor tiles intentionally blurred, preventing clear reflections of passers-by. Wei Weian glanced around the changing area and, aside from the 4 of them, noted the absence of any other guests, as if they had the entire place to themselves. Puzzled, Wei Weian scratched her head and remarked, "Why are there no other people here?" Yota, while removing her outer garment, replied, "Perhaps it's because we didn't come during peak season. There would likely be more people during the winter and summer vacations." At that moment, Mirmis noticed that Yu's movements were quite awkward. Her face flushed slightly, her gaze darted about, and she appeared uneasy, as if troubled by something. When a friend is in distress, it is only natural to lend a hand. With this thought in mind, Mirmis kindly asked, "Do you need help?" "No, it's all right," Yi responded, vehemently waving her hands in refusal and even taking a few steps back. You all go ahead. I suddenly need to visit the restroom." Before Mirmis could respond, Yi had already dashed off. However, the restroom was in the opposite direction, leaving Mirmis momentarily stunned, a hint of concern for Yu's condition lingering in her mind. Meanwhile, Yota and Wei Weian had already shed their clothing and wrapped themselves in towels. Coming from a noble family, Wei Weian was accustomed to being pampered, even during bathing and dressing, thus she was not particularly apprehensive about being seen. However, this did not imply that she was comfortable with viewing others, so she turned her back to Yota as she changed. Yota, on the other hand, was rather indifferent, as all present were women, leaving little cause for concern. After being the first to change, the 2 made their way toward the hot springs. After waiting for a moment, Mirmis also disrobed and proceeded directly towards the springs. After a considerable interval, a small figure emerged at the entrance of the changing room. Yu cautiously peeked her head out. Ensuring that no one else was inside, she stepped into the room. With a sigh, she muttered to herself, "Changing in front of others is so embarrassing. Mirmis is one thing, but why are Yota and Wei Weian so unfazed?" As she lamented, Yu exchanged her clothes for a towel. Despite being a Vitia star, her sense of modesty was akin to that of an average earthling, essentially no different from a typical 16-year-old girl. Even surrounded by acquaintances, she felt reluctant to expose her body to their gaze. Having never visited a swimming pool before, Yu was unaware of the liberality of public changing rooms, mistakenly envisioning them as private stalls akin to those in shopping malls. After spending some time preparing herself mentally, she finally made her way toward the hot springs. A wave of steaming mist enveloped her as she approached, and As the fog dissipated, she immediately spotted Mirmis waving at her. Just as Yeyu was about to step into the hot spring, Yota halted her. "Wait a moment, you haven't showered yet." Yota formed a large X with her arms, forbidding Yeyu from advancing any further. Yeyu froze in place, suddenly aware. "Showering? Ah yes. It seems there is indeed such a step." It was only upon Yota's reminder that Yeyu recalled the essential procedure of showering before enjoying the hot spring. Having often seen characters in anime engage in this rite beside the bathing pools. Suddenly, a chill crept up her spine. Turning to glance at Yota, she found her wearing a rather disdainful expression, one that rarely boded well. Indeed, showering would expose her to the gaze of others, and if luck were to fail her, she might even be seen by other female guests entering the hot springs shortly thereafter. Embarrassed at the thought of being seen by acquaintances, Yeyu could only imagine the mortification she would feel if strangers were to witness her. Realizing the predicament, Yeyu found herself caught between two unappealing choices: either risk being seen while showering or forego the opportunity to enjoy the hot springs altogether. Neither option was one she wished to choose. Yota, clearly seeing through her dilemma, wore a look of delight at the unfolding drama. Just as Yeyu hesitated, Mirmis emerged from the hot spring and approached her, saying, "If you're not feeling well, I can accompany you back to the room." Yeyu was taken aback by Mirmis's kindness, unsure of how to respond. After a moment of internal struggle, she gestured for Mirmis to lean closer, then whispered something in her ear. Upon hearing this, Mirmis nodded in agreement and accompanied the grateful Yeyu to the shower area. A few minutes later, Yeyu returned, brimming with joy, and happily immersed herself in the hot spring. The request she made of Mirmis was simple. She asked her to act as a lookout during her shower, ensuring no unexpected strangers appeared. Throughout this watchful duty, Mirmis's gaze remained fixed on the entrance, thus she would not inadvertently glimpse Yeyu's body. "Ah, this feels wonderful," Yeyu exclaimed, leaning against a rock, extending her arms as she savored the soothing waters of the spring. The emerald waters rippled gently, their silky texture invigorating her spirit, as all the pressures and troubles of daily life seemed to dissolve within the hot springs. The fatigue from their journey melted away in the serene atmosphere, leaving her feeling utterly content. As they all basked in the healing embrace of the hot springs, silence enveloped them, with only the gentle sound of flowing water remaining. "Do you believe in the existence of the Yeti?" Yeyu casually inquired. "Not particularly," Yota replied, shaking her head in a half-hearted manner. "If given the chance, I would love to encounter one," Wei said, her hands clasped together in anticipation, as if already envisioning the Yeti in her mind. Based on the information currently available, no conclusions can be drawn. Mirmis offered a rather cold response. Yet it was entirely logical. "And what about you?" Yota countered. "I'm not sure. Perhaps it does exist," Yeyu replied, scratching her head, as she hadn't given the topic much thought when she brought it up, simply asking out of curiosity. However, amidst the multitude of rumors existing on Earth, the majority are mere fabrications, eventually debunked by scientific inquiry or fading into obscurity. The current tale of the Yeti is likely no exception. Beyond the confines of the inn, within the shadowy embrace of the forest, a male figure navigates the terrain, illuminated faintly by the moonlight. It is none other than the hunter, Boruto, who had previously caused a commotion at the inn's entrance. With a grave expression and a fierce demeanor, he clutches a black leather bag and strides heavily towards the Snow Mountain Inn. Chapter 75. The Deepening Curse After Indulging in the Soothing Warmth of the Hot Springs. The skin of the three individuals, excluding Mirmis, has become notably smooth and rosy, their faces radiating with blissful smiles. Shortly after returning to their room, an attendant arrives to inform them of a private dining experience in the restaurant, courtesy of their travel vouchers, where a lavish dinner awaits. Among them, Yeyu is undoubtedly the most elated. Since the fire incident, she has been living a life of austere simplicity akin to that of a monk, consuming only vegetables. Resembling a rabbit, albeit a rabbit belonging to a wealthy family would likely enjoy life more than she does. Thus, when she sees the server present a large platter of roasted meats, Her eyes widen with longing, as if she could leap directly into the feast. After a hearty meal, Yu finds her belly distended, akin to a balloon, reminiscent of a person who has starved for 3 days and then entered a buffet. This is undoubtedly the most satisfying meal she has had in a long while. However, the consequence is that she cannot fathom consuming another morsel for the foreseeable future. "I can't take it anymore," Yu declares as she collapses onto the bed, unable to rise again. Lying there, her little belly protrudes like a small hill. Yuta glances sideways at Yu and remarks that after such a feast, she ought to lie down carefully to avoid a stomach ailment. Yu, unfazed by the suggestion, defiantly retorts that there is no need for concern as she is immune to such maladies. Her feet kick playfully against the bed, brimming with pride. Were it not for her desire to conceal her identity, she might have added another boastful remark, "Apologies, but aliens can indeed do as they please." Yet, Yuta remains unperturbed, concealing her emotions adeptly, responding with a simple "oh" before casually settling onto another bed as if nothing were amiss. Under normal circumstances, Yu might have taken offense, but given her current state, she lets it slide. With the absence of their banter, the room falls into a tranquil silence. This is inevitable, as Wei Wei intends to be rather introverted, and Mirmis is not particularly loquacious, leaving little hope that either would initiate conversation. Wei Wei quietly engrosses herself in a scientific magazine found within the inn, which presents intriguing scientific knowledge. Among its pages lies a piece of obscure information. This magazine was originally buried beneath a stack of gossip publications, resting at the very bottom. Meanwhile, Mirmis sits at the foot of her bed, seemingly lost in deep contemplation, her eyes closed in silent reflection. Though time has passed, Mirmis has not forgotten her original intent, to establish contact with the planet Fu-Luo-Ida and to seek a means of returning there. The elevated altitude of the snow mountain brings them closer to the cosmos, theoretically improving signal strength and the likelihood of successful communication. Regrettably, however, her attempts at contacting Fu-Luo-Ida have once again fallen short, mirroring previous failures due to unknown reasons. Perhaps until the underlying cause of this communication failure is identified, reaching Fu-Luo-Ida remains an insurmountable challenge. Strangely, during this latest attempt, she experiences persistent static in her ears. Is there a malfunction in the audio reception system? Mirmis taps her ears, finding slight relief. Yet faint interference persists, perhaps a consequence of the mountain's magnetic field. As for methods of departing Earth, Mirmis contemplates a couple of possibilities. 1. To have Wei Wei and use her flight magic to assist her departure. The other, to stealthily board a rocket when humanity prepares for launch. The former option seems rather bleak, as Wei Wei is currently entangled with a curse, and articulating her desire to venture into space would be challenging. The latter, however, relies purely on fortune. If luck favors her, it could take days or weeks. If misfortune strikes, it may span years. Nonetheless, Mirmis possesses an abundance of time, and waiting does not pose a considerable burden for her. Meanwhile, at the opposite end of the room, a bored Yuta casually glances around and fortuitously spots the remote control for the television lying on the bedside. She picks it up and turns it on, reasoning that such a large screen should not go to waste. Upon exploring the content, she discovers a plethora of options, including films, television shows, anime, and children's programming. Initially intending to select a popular recent film, she soon realizes that after 6 minutes, she requires a VIP membership to continue viewing. What a scheme, she muses, feeling the pervasive deception of money-making tactics all around. In this age, capital reigns supreme, and without wealth, one is rendered immobile. Even Yu, the extraterrestrial, must devise ways to earn money to subsist on Earth. Had they not fortuitously acquired the travel vouchers, their expenses could have totaled in the thousands. With a quiet sigh, Yuta prepares to turn off the television when suddenly, the screen emits a loud noise, and the vibrant colors are replaced by a monochrome static. Mirmis, drawn by the commotion, glances at the television. After a few eerie flickers, the screen returns to normal, seemingly just a loose connection. Yuta instinctively casts her gaze towards Wei Wei. However, suspecting Wei Wei so quickly seems inappropriate. so she rummages through her memory. She recalls that Wei Wei and has remained by her side, and distinctly remembers that Wei Wei and has not touched any electronic device within the inn, not even the switch for the wall lamp. Thus, it seems the anomaly is not due to a curse, but rather a random malfunction, she convinces herself. Me see. Yiyu tugs at me see's sleeve, indicating she needs assistance. Could you help me find some digestive tablets? I fear I won't be able to sleep tonight, Yiyu requests. Though unafraid of illness, the discomfort of overindulgence is undeniable. Me see nods in agreement and rises to leave the room. As she shuts the door behind her, the persistent static that had plagued her ears suddenly vanishes. Me see stands momentarily at the door, a dreadful hypothesis forming in her mind. The curse afflicting Wei Wei and has intensified. Previously, contact was required to induce malfunctions in technological devices. Now, mere proximity generates noise. The thought of what might happen in the future is unsettling. The worst-case scenario is that a fleeting touch could lead to the disintegration or complete destruction of mechanical devices. Regardless, until Wei Wei's curse is lifted, it is prudent to maintain a distance. At present, the plan to enlist Wei Wei's flight magic to reach space appears increasingly unattainable. Perhaps an inherent rift exists between technology and magic, rendering me see, as the representative of the technological realm, incapable of harnessing magical forces to achieve her goals. However, overthinking is futile. She must first attend to her immediate tasks. After inquiring about the digestive tablets at the front desk, see is guided to the kitchen, where she successfully retrieves the medication. Upon returning to her room with the tablets and a cup of warm water, Yi struggles to sit up in bed. She gulps down the warm water, swallowing the tablets alongside it, and exclaims, I feel much better. Yiyu's condition has improved significantly, and she appears revitalized, as if she has been reborn. After resolving Yiyu's dilemma, see prepared to validate her hypothesis. Discarding a disposable cup, she casually approached Wei Wei and, feigning interest in the magazine she was perusing, and inquired about its contents. Wei Wei displayed a hint of surprise at C's sudden appearance, but quickly regained her composure, smiling as she explained that it was a magazine filled with intriguing scientific knowledge, such as C prompted. Wei Wei, momentarily at a loss for words, lowered her gaze in silence for a few seconds. Then, recalling something, she swiftly flipped through several pages, nodding as if she had discovered something satisfactory. Why does ice cream emit vapor? She asked. C replied that it was due to the presence of invisible water vapor in the air, which condenses into droplets when it comes into contact with the cooler temperature of the ice cream, creating the appearance of vapor. Wei Wei continued to flip through the magazine and posed another question. Why are saline alkali soils detrimental to plant growth? Just as C was about to respond, Yiyu interjected, I know this. The salt content in the soil is too high, preventing plants from absorbing nutrients and possibly leading to dehydration and death. Yiyu excitedly raised her hand to answer, demonstrating her extensive understanding of plants. That is quite similar to what Yiyu said, but the terminology in this magazine is more specialized, Wei Wei added. Subsequently, she posed several more questions, to which C responded effortlessly, exhibiting no hesitation, as if she had memorized all the standard answers. C is so knowledgeable. She knows so much. Wei Wei regarded her with admiration tinged with envy. C humbly remarked that she merely had a good memory. I wish I had such a good memory, Wei Wei sighed, feeling a twinge of disappointment alongside her admiration. After concluding her conversation with Wei Wei, C returned to the bedside. Indeed, her earlier suspicions were confirmed. The source of the noise was Wei Wei. The closer C drew to Wei Wei, the more pronounced the noise became. Conversely, moving away diminished it. This indirectly corroborated the fact that the curse afflicting Wei Wei was deepening. Previously, there had been no unusual occurrences during close contact, but now merely standing beside her was enough to sense the disturbance. Wei Wei's father was undeniably ruthless. Unless this curse was broken, Wei Wei would never be able to pursue her aspirations. Fortunately for C, the current impact was minimal. It was merely a trivial noise that could be filtered out. Chapter 76. Midnight farce as night fell and the bright moon hung in the pitch-black sky. Resembling a dazzling pearl in the abyss of darkness, everything seemed to drift into a deep slumber, enveloped in an extraordinary tranquility. After a day of bustling activity, the Shueshan Hotel gradually descended into silence, with the staff, who had been busy throughout the day, retreating into their warm beds. As nearly everyone succumbed to sleep, Mirmis remained the sole individual wide awake, aimlessly staring at the empty ceiling. In the adjacent bed, Wei and tightly embraced Vitia, akin to clutching a warm, oversized toy, unwilling to let go. Vitia's sleeping face was unremarkable. Her eyes were merely squinted, her chest rising and falling gently, and her breathing steady, unaffected by the surrounding environment, as if she were at home. Lying beside Mirmis, Yiyu faced the ceiling, sleeping soundly, with drool at the corner of her mouth, seemingly smiling in her dreams. Mirmis recalled her first night sharing a bed with Yiyu, when she would often wake from nightmares, startled and vulnerable like a frightened kitten. Now, however, Yiyu even laughed aloud in her dreams, a stark contrast to the person Mirmis had first encountered. With this thought, Mirmis couldn't help but smile slightly, as if a certain void in her heart had been filled. Suddenly, a peculiar sound broke the stillness, resembling the clattering of metal objects colliding, emanating from nearby. Mirmis swiftly arose, her demeanor shifting to one of sharp alertness, fully prepared for confrontation. Those who engaged in covert activities at such an hour were typically thieves, but there remained the possibility of more dangerous criminals targeting women. Regardless of the intruder's identity or intentions, her immediate priority was to locate and subdue them. Mirmis quietly opened the door, moving with utmost gentleness, making no sound as she cautiously peered outside, where the corridor lights still shone brightly, revealing no trace of others. Stealthily, Mirmis exited the room, closing the door behind her, and proceeded towards the eastern corridor, advancing soundlessly. The corridor was not entirely illuminated. After walking a short distance, she approached the dimly lit kitchen. As she drew closer, the sounds of rummaging became clearer, and she could faintly discern a shadow within, confirming that someone was indeed inside. To avoid alarming the intruder, Mirmis opted not to turn on the lights. Fortunately, her night vision allowed her to see clearly in the dark. Pressing against the wall, she peered around the corner and spotted a figure crouched in the kitchen, attempting to retrieve something from the cupboard. The individual had their back to her, presenting an opportune moment for a surprise attack. Though such tactics might be deemed unsporting, what honor was there to uphold against a thief? Mirmis stealthily approached the figure and swiftly pinned them to the ground, pressing their face against the floor, a position that made it difficult for them to resist her hold. "It hurts! It hurts! It hurts!" the person cried out. Their voice was eerily familiar, causing Mirmis to momentarily ease her grip. "Is that you, the manager?" she hesitantly inquired. Yes, it's me." The manager responded with a tone that resembled pleading, wishing only for the person restraining him to release him. After comparing the manager's voice with the one beneath her, Mirmis confirmed it was indeed the same person. Once she verified his identity, Mirmis finally released her hold, assisting the slightly bruised manager to his feet. "What are you doing here?" The manager rubbed his face, which was markedly reddened, resembling a slap mark, and sighed. "I was about to ask you the same thing." After they exchanged their respective circumstances, the manager, bemused, remarked, "You mistook me for a thief." Mirmis bowed her head sincerely, apologizing for not realizing the manager was merely hungry and looking for a snack in the middle of the night. The intentions of both individuals were quite innocent, yet their encounter resulted in an unexpectedly humorous situation. Mirmis inquired why he and T turned on the lights. Had he done so earlier, she could have recognized him and avoided the current awkward misunderstanding. The manager scratched his head, somewhat irked. "I don't know what happened. The light switch suddenly malfunctioned. Why did it break now of all times? My luck is just terrible," he silently cursed, however, demonstrating professionalism. He quickly regained his composure and suggested escorting Mirmis back to her room. As they walked through the brightly lit corridor, they engaged in conversation. The manager expressed a bit of admiration, saying, "I never expected you to be so proactive, coming all the way here to catch a thief." However, midway through his speech, the manager's tone suddenly shifted, cautioning that it was perilous for someone as physically weak as himself to be overpowered by another, suggesting that in the event of an encounter with a thief, he might find himself subdued instead. As an elder, the manager seemed to take particular pleasure in imparting his wisdom to the younger generation. To his surprise, Mirmis did not express any aversion. Instead, he listened quietly, which only served to encourage the manager to continue his discourse. Just as the manager was basking in the flow of his own words, he felt a sudden jolt to his abdomen and looked down to find Mirmis' hand blocking his path. Turning to address Mirmis, he intended to say more, but noticed the seriousness etched on Mirmis' face, an ominous sign. Instinctively, he shifted his gaze forward. At the brightly lit corner of the corridor, a middle-aged man clad in a grayish-white coat with stubble was tiptoeing into the inn, holding a shoe in his hand. This man was none other than the hunter, Vitia, who had quarreled with the staff earlier that afternoon. Upon noticing the two men, his expression turned tense, and beads of sweat began to form on his forehead. Less than a second after he froze in surprise, he took off running without a second thought, but within 2 seconds, he found himself intimately acquainted with the floor. Mirmis swiftly subdued Vitia, leaving him with no room to struggle. Not even a sound could escape his lips. Witnessing this scene, the manager was utterly dumbfounded, muttering to himself whether his previous concerns had been excessive. The manager's feelings at that moment resembled an adult explaining a math problem to a primary school student, only to witness that student solve a complex Olympiad problem effortlessly. Apart from shock, he felt embarrassment, wishing he could bury his previous self in a cellar. Vitia tried to resist, but Mirmis' grip was overwhelmingly overpowering. He found it challenging to even move his fingers, let alone his tongue, and could only emit a faint sound of protest. "How should we handle him?" Mirmis inquired, her tone effortlessly calm, as if subduing Vitia had not required any significant effort on her part. The manager paused for a moment in silence, then sighed in resignation. "Vitia, considering our history as old classmates, I shall overlook this incident today." There was a palpable disappointment in the manager's demeanor, tinged with the sentiment of "I wish you were better." "Please let him go," the manager implored Mirmis. After all, this was the manager's inn, and since he did not intend to pursue the matter, Mirmis had no reason to insist. She released her hold, stepping back from Vitia. Once freed from Mirmis' restraint, Vitia felt a rush of relief, as if he had been submerged in water and could finally breathe again. Gasping for air, he quickly recovered from the earlier state of suffocation. Vitia rose from the ground, his head bowed, unwilling to meet the manager's gaze. The manager regarded him in silence, his eyes revealing traces of weariness. "I am Vitia," he spoke in a barely audible voice, lacking conviction. The manager replied with authority, "I understand why you came here, but there's truly nothing for you to find." Vitia hesitated, opening his mouth to speak before promptly closing it again, aware of his guilt. And after a moment of silence, he managed to utter, "All right then." He silently collected the lock-picking tools scattered by the door, stuffing them into his bag, before departing with a dejected demeanor, his back reflecting regret. The manager closed the inn's door and locked it once again. Mirmis asked, was he looking for the Yeti? Upon hearing the term Yeti, the manager appeared to reminisce, responding with a hint of nostalgia. "Yes, the Yeti. Would you care to hear an old tale?" "Please do." Vitia had once been an inconspicuous presence in class, feeling both insecure and introverted due to his lack of presence. However, one day, he excitedly bounded into class, standing at the podium to proclaim that he had seen a real Yeti. The class fell silent for a moment before erupting into laughter, no one believing his claim. The manager added, "I still remember how he looked then, his face flushed, fists clenched, filled with indignation and embarrassment. From that moment on, he seemed to have gone mad, vowing to find evidence of the Yeti's existence." Though the village dwindled in population, Vitia remained steadfast in his quest for traces of the Yeti. Even now, As the village underwent significant development, transforming into a tourist area, he had not given up. The manager shook his head in regret. But we all know it is merely a legend. No matter how hard he tries, he cannot find something that does not exist. He sighed, perhaps in a few years, he will come to terms with reality. After recounting these memories, the manager appeared considerably lighter in spirit, smiling as he remarked, "Well, it is getting late. You should go to bed." Indeed, the two had arrived at the guest room door, though the delay caused by Belluccio's incident had slightly prolonged their time. Mirmis entered the room, closing the door with a soft click. Chapter 77. Snow disaster the following morning, thanks to the thick blackout curtains in the inn. The room remained nearly pitch dark even at 8 o'clock in the bright morning sun. The occasional sound of wind outside created a cozy atmosphere reminiscent of a rainy day. Perfect for sleep. Benefiting from such an ideal resting environment, everyone had slept well the previous night and awoke full of energy, ready to enjoy a day of fun. Having already built a snowman and gone sledding the day before, they sought a different adventure today, a thrilling 2v2 snowball fight. A competitive game sure to ignite their enthusiasm for play. With this thought in mind, Yiyu cheerfully declared, "Let us have a snowball fight." "Are you foolish?" Before Yiyu could finish her next sentence, Utah doused her with a bucket of ice water. "Though I may not be clever, you can't just insult me for no reason," Yiyu retorted immediately. Utah pointed at the nearby crowd, her face filled with disdain. "Look around. There are tourists and staff. Are you not afraid of accidentally hurting them?" Yiyu glanced around and indeed noticed several people. If they accidentally injured anyone during their battle, it would likely cause quite a stir. Rubbing her head, she admitted, "You have a point." However, she continued, "But having come all the way to the snow-capped mountains, how could we miss out on a snowball fight? It would be like eating dumplings without vinegar or having hot pot without broth, lacking soul. Is there a flat area with abundant snow where we can have our snowball fight?" Yiyu pondered, resting her chin on her right hand. Try to recall if there was a perfect spot within the tourist area. After a moment of contemplation, an idea struck her, and she exclaimed, "I've got it. Let us go to Ice Lake." Mirmis asked, somewhat puzzled, "Are we changing plans to go fishing?" Yiyu quickly waved her hands, "No way. I don't want to sit there like an idiot freezing for 2 hours." She could easily envision herself becoming a frozen statue after a day in the cold. "While I almost fell into Ice Lake yesterday, I remember that the terrain nearby is just right for a snowball fight, and there are hardly any tourists around." Though she couldn't pinpoint the reason, most tourists seemed uninterested in Ice Lake, perhaps due to its remote location. Moreover, the flat terrain and thick snow around Ice Lake made it an ideal battlefield for their snowball fight. "That sounds like a splendid idea," Utah agreed, nodding in approval of Yiyu's suggestion. Even though Utah had never been to Ice Lake, she gleaned enough information from Yiyu's enthusiasm to find it appealing. While Yiyu's ideas were often unreliable, her straightforwardness was, at least, a redeeming quality. After confirming the destination, Yiyu was filled with enthusiasm, pointing towards the direction of the ice lake like a captain rallying her crew, and exclaimed, "All right, let us set forth." Although the ice lake was also situated at the foot of the snow-capped mountains, its elevation was slightly higher than that of the inn, necessitating a climb to reach it. The snow-capped mountains today remained as frigid as ever, with a biting cold wind sweeping towards the group, striking them heavily. The mountain was adorned with a thick blanket of pristine white snow, cascading down from the high slopes like frothy beer foam. Against the majestic backdrop of the Luo Feng Shuem Mountain, the figures of the 4 travelers appeared exceedingly diminutive, mere specks in the vastness. "Do you not think today's weather is even colder than yesterday?" Yi remarked while tightening her dark green down jacket. "The wind seems to be stronger than yesterday." Vivian noted. Yiyu, displaying a somewhat awkward expression, suggested, "Should we turn back? There must be a game console we can borrow at the inn. In such frigid weather, one ought to remain in the warmth of a heated room. Why venture out into the cold?" Yiyu felt an overwhelming urge to reprimand her past self from mere moments ago, wishing she could give herself a few slaps. Yuta, too, wore a face of resentment, lamenting, "Isn't it a bit late to change your mind now that we've come halfway? At least we should have waited until we reached our destination." Yiyu laughed heartily, attempting to brush off the comment. Suddenly, Yiyu felt the ground tremble, the shaking intensifying. An earthquake? Yu instinctively exclaimed. Before she could fully comprehend the situation, Mirmis, drawing on her experience, quickly looked upwards, and indeed, a wave of snow surged towards them, akin to a ferocious beast. An avalanche. Without waiting for the words to escape her lips, Mirmis sprang into action, running towards Yu. However, the wrath of nature was untamable and exceedingly ferocious. As the immense wave of snow swept over them like a tsunami, enveloping the group and scattering them like fragile leaves in a torrent. We must find a way to save them. This was the sole thought racing through Mirmis's mind. The tremendous pressure of the snow and the continuous downward force made it exceedingly difficult for her to extricate herself, let alone traverse the distance to rescue her friends. Yet, if the flight propulsion system could be activated successfully, the situation would alter dramatically, though this would reveal Mirmis's identity. There was no room for hesitation in a moment of crisis. Initiate flight propulsion system. A translucent blue text materialized before Mirmis, a digital character visible only to her. System failure, unable to initiate. A large block of red text accompanied by an exclamation mark erupted, accompanied by an ear-piercing alarm. Why did only the flight propulsion system malfunction? Mirmis furrowed her brow and attempted to initiate it again. Initiate flight propulsion system. System failure, unable to initiate. No matter how many times she tried, the outcome remained unchanged. Her mechanical body was unyielding. However, Mirmis was not one to surrender easily. She adjusted her posture and floated atop the snow, propelling herself forward with all her strength. Mirmis first reached Vivian, who was closest to her, grasping her hand and pulling her closer. In such circumstances, keeping the group together was paramount for ensuring their safety. The greatest peril of an avalanche was not the avalanche itself, but the risk of being buried and subsequently rescued, the farther one strayed. The harder it became for rescuers to locate them. Hold on tightly to me, Mirmis instructed Vivian. All right, Vivian responded, clinging to Mirmis as if grasping a lifeline. With one arm wrapped around Vivian, Mirmis pressed onward towards Yuta. However, as she advanced, the flow of snow grew more violent, waves crashing against her, attempting to bury her beneath its weight. Fortunately, Yuta was not too far away, and Mirmis ultimately grasped her hand, pulling her close. Be careful ahead, Yuta shouted, lost in her focus on saving her friends. Mirmis had failed to notice they were being swept towards a pine tree. Upon realizing the tree's presence, she immediately turned her back, shielding Vivian and Yuta with her body, absorbing the force of the impact. Though her mechanical form retained some sensation of pain, Mirmis merely furrowed her brow, suppressing any cries of anguish. You both hold on to that tree. I will go save you. The two promptly complied, gripping the pine tree tightly, which swayed violently under the fierce onslaught of the snow, yet remained steadfast, unyielding to nature's threat. Mirmis strove to reach Yu, who was the farthest away and nearly buried beneath the snow, rendering her nearly immobile. Yu could only stretch out her left hand, striving to shorten the distance between herself and Mirmis. Just as Mirmis was about to grasp Yu's left hand, Yu suddenly retracted it. Mirmis quickly noticed a large rock lying between them and swiftly withdrew her hand. The rock brushed past them, and the surging snow pushed Yu further away. Mirmis continued to swim through the snow, endeavoring to close the gap to Yu. The distance between them dwindled 3 meters to 4 meters to 1 meters. Although they were so close, the current situation stretched that brief distance into an unreachable horizon. Yu raised her left hand as high as she could, but her strength waned, causing her hand to sway. The relentless waves of snow crashed against her, yet none could compel her to lower her left hand. Yu's hand was tantalizingly close, just a fraction away from being grasped. Suddenly, a massive wave of white snow surged forth, enveloping Mirmis's vision and body, drowning out even the sound around her. Time passed, and eventually, Mirmis heard the reassuring alert. Surrounding environment stabilized. A translucent green text appeared, confirming that the avalanche had not inflicted significant damage upon her. After confirming her bodily functions were normal, Mirmis began to excavate the snow above her. Crawling out from a mound, Yu must also be buried beneath the snow. In a bid to locate Yu swiftly, Mirmis scanned for nearby life signs. To her surprise, several were detected, presumably tourists who had met with misfortune. Even though they were strangers, Mirmis would excavate each one, believing that saving one more life was worthwhile. A woman with wavy curls, a man with straight brows, a bald man, and a young lad. Many individuals. Yet none were Yiyu. The nearby individuals were soon rescued by Mirmis from the snow, leaving only one final figure still buried. This must be Yiyu. Mirmis quickly began to shovel away the snow, gradually revealing a human shape beneath the snow. The green hair was the first to emerge. But as she cleared more snow, the visage revealed was entirely different. It was merely another woman with long green hair, not Yiyu. After rescuing the stranger from the snow, some of those previously saved had begun to regain consciousness, rushing over to express their heartfelt gratitude towards Mirmis for her rescue. Yet, they found that this savior bore no smile upon her face. The white-haired girl seemed oblivious to their presence, anxiously pacing back and forth in the snow. Mirmis continued her scans, repeatedly widening her search, yet did not detect any additional life signs. Chapter 78. Is this a snow monster? After the avalanche, the snow-capped mountain lay in disarray, with thick layers of snow piled at its base, resembling an ice cream cone that had unexpectedly toppled over. Once the mountain regained its tranquility, a wave of rescue personnel arrived at the foot of the mountain to commence their search and rescue operations. The rescuers performed their duties diligently. Some were tasked with locating tourists buried under the snow, others attended to the injured, and a few monitored the mountain for the possibility of a secondary avalanche. Under the guidance of the rescuers, Mirmis returned to the inn, where the warmth within stood in stark contrast to the icy desolation outside. However, due to the recent calamity, the inn staff were overwhelmed, not only confirming the identities of the tourists, but also serving as a temporary refuge for the injured. The once spacious corridor had suddenly become crowded, and along the way back to her room, Mirmis could see several tourists wrapped in blankets, trembling as they sipped hot water. Upon closer inspection, she noted some tourists appeared pale, their faces and limbs devoid of color, likely a result of their prolonged exposure to the snow, which had severely dropped their body temperatures, rendering them sickly. While low temperatures do impact machinery, the effects on human flesh and blood are far more pronounced. As Mirmis traversed the corridor and reached the door of her original room, she discovered that Vitia and Wei had returned before her. Vitia had scraped her knee, and Wei was diligently bandaging it. Noticing Mirmis's return, Vitia lifted her head and inquired if Yiyu was not with her. Mirmis shook her head, silence replacing her response. Although her expression remained relatively unchanged, Vitia could discern a glimmer of unyielding determination hidden in Mirmis's gaze. In an instant, Vitia grasped the situation. It was evident that Yiyu had become separated from Mirmis during the snow disaster and had lost contact, hence the expression on Mirmis's face. After tending to Vitia's wound, Wei rose to offer reassurance, stating that Yiyu would be all right. Mirmis nodded and then asked if Wei could assist in divining Yiyu's location. Having witnessed Wei's formidable divination abilities before, Mirmis believed locating Yiyu would be a simple task for her. However, Wei appeared troubled, lowering her head and stammering an apology, stating she had not brought the necessary tools for divination. Mirmis rested her chin on her hand, contemplating that without the divination tools, it would be impossible to divine. Wouldn't it? Wei closed her eyes, expressing her regret, affirming that if she had not been overly excited about traveling with her friends, this situation might have been avoided. Observing Wei's descent into self-reproach, Vitia promptly interrupted, placing a reassuring hand on her shoulder and saying that it was futile to dwell on such matters. No one could have foreseen this occurrence. Mirmis echoed Vitia's sentiment, encouraging Wei not to feel too guilty, for this was not her fault. After hearing the words of her two companions, Wei seemed to regain her composure, ceasing her self-criticism. Vitia gazed out the window at the vast expanse of snow, expressing her hope that the mountain rescue team would swiftly locate Yiyu. On the other side of the mountain, amidst the denser vegetation of a sloping hillside, a small mound of snow began to undulate slightly, gradually revealing cracks as though something beneath was attempting to break free. The fissures widened, and snow began to slip away, unveiling a green, round head struggling to emerge, adorned with a tiny leaf sprout, reminiscent of a new shoot breaking through the soil. "Wow!" Yiyu exclaimed as her head finally broke through the snow, inhaling deeply the fresh air. "Phew, I almost thought I would suffocate in there." As she spoke, Yiyu's right hand emerged from the snow, slowly digging her way out of the snow mound. After much effort, her left hand was freed, and, using both hands, she crawled out of the snow pile. Fortunately, the snow atop her head was not overly dense, and she managed to extricate herself after a few determined pushes. Once free, Yiyu brushed the snow off her head, shaking off the remnants clinging to her body. She surveyed her surroundings, noting only vast expanses of snow and dark green pine trees, keeping her company, sending a chill down her spine. The oppressive silence of the environment created a suffocating sensation, filling Yiyu with a sense of unease. Taking a deep breath, she exhaled slowly and began to call out loudly. Mirmis, Utah, Weiweyan, is anyone there? Anyone at all? There was no response. The vast snowy landscape was devoid of any figures. Only Yiyu's voice echoed in the emptiness. Despite her successful escape from the avalanche, there was no joy on Yiyu's face, and small tears glistened in her eyes. Am I truly all alone? An indescribable sorrow enveloped Yiyu. Yet, after a brief moment of despair, she quickly rallied herself, wiping away her tears with determination. No, that is not right. They will definitely come looking for me. The images of her 3 friends flashed in her mind, each wearing a smile and waving amicably. Yes, I just need to wait here patiently. Plopping down, Yiyu hugged her knees, forming a little ball, appearing innocent and earnest. As the cold wind swept by, her body began to tremble involuntarily. After a moment of silent contemplation, she sheepishly remarked, I suppose I should build a snow shelter to keep warm. Yiyu thought that without taking extra measures for insulation, she might very well freeze before Mirmis and the others arrived. Resolute, she began to gather the nearby snow, molding it into rectangular bricks and stacking them one upon the other. Although this was her first chance to see and touch actual snow, she had seen many representations and animations, especially the structure of snow shelters, which she could easily comprehend. With this confidence in mind, Yiyu began to work industriously. After approximately 10 minutes, she had constructed one wall of the shelter. Though it was not perfectly fitted, it was certainly better than having no cover at all. While building the snow shelter, Yiyu felt warmth radiating within her body, though her hands had grown quite cold. She blew into her palms several times, rubbing them together to regain warmth. Just as she pondered her next steps, she heard a faint rustling from the nearby bushes. Driven by curiosity, she approached and was met with a surprising sight. A creature resembling a white ball of yarn lay sprawled on the blood-stained snow, surrounded by its paw prints and splotches of blood. Its size was modest, slightly larger than an adult rabbit, with somewhat darker fur on its limbs and a short, curly tail. It appeared to have been injured, fleeing here until it could no longer endure its wounds. Seeing this, Yiyu rushed forward to assess the creature's condition, placing her hand upon it to feel for its pulse and body temperature. Its temperature was alarmingly low, and its heartbeat was faint, teetering on the brink of death. When Yiyu touched it, it lacked even the strength to resist. Yiyu glanced toward the direction of the snow-covered landscape, a sea of white, and then toward the forest, which loomed dark and silent. There was no one in sight. No one should be around, she reassured herself. Once certain that she was alone, Yiyu felt emboldened to begin treating the injured creature. Focusing her energy, she gathered her strength in her palms and gradually infused it into the white creature. A gentle green light enveloped the creature, healing its wounds bit by bit. Yiyu could feel the creature's body temperature gradually rising and its heartbeat quickening, indicating that its condition was improving significantly. Nevertheless, as the treatment continued, Yiyu found herself feeling exceedingly fatigued, as if her shoulders bore an immense weight that dragged her downward. Despite this, she remained focused, diligently applying her efforts to the healing process. Having resolved to undertake this task, she was determined to see it through to the end. Gradually, the wounds on the white creature's feet began to heal. Just before they fully closed, a deformed bullet shell fell out from one of the wounds, landing softly on the snow. The green light dissipated, signaling the completion of the treatment. Yiyu braced herself against her imminent collapse, exhaling heavily as if she had just completed an arduous 800-meter run, feeling as though her entire body had been scorched. Yet, she deemed it worthwhile, or at least that was her belief. After regaining her composure, she turned her head to find that the white creature had inexplicably vanished. Puzzled, she was soon met with a delightful voice, reminiscent of a sprite, emanating from the other side. Moo! Yiyu instinctively turned around, only to see two faint footprints left in the pristine snow. Moo moo. This time, the sound came from above her, and Yiyu sensed something suddenly leap onto her head. She reached out to grasp it, but missed entirely. Lacking strength, her body lost its balance, and she tumbled into the snow with a thud. Yiyu lay still, surrendering to her exhaustion as if resigning to fate. The white creature descended from above, hopping in front of her and playfully bouncing as if to entice her to catch it. It tentatively poked her, but Yiyu remained unresponsive, as still as a stone. Suddenly, the white creature realized something and clutched Yiyu's head, beginning to weep with soft whimpers. Moo moo. Just as the white creature was engulfed in sorrow, a pair of hands swiftly approached from either side, firmly capturing it. Ha ha! Caught you! Yiyu sprang up, laughing triumphantly, reveling in her cunning. Moo? The white creature, sensing something amiss, began to struggle desperately to escape Yiyu's grasp. Though agile, it lacked the strength to break free, no matter how hard it tried. Yiyu caressed the white creature, finding its fur delightfully soft and warm. She released one hand and began to tickle its tender belly, prompting it to erupt into joyous laughter. Moo moo moo. Only when the white creature was breathless from laughter did Yiyu relent, boasting, "Now you know my prowess." The white creature seemed to comprehend her words, nodding obediently, then nuzzling Yiyu's hand in an apparent gesture of goodwill. Once calm, Yiyu observed that the white creature before her resembled the legendary snow monster. In her focus on healing its wounds, she had scarcely considered its species. Yiyu had never encountered a being like this in any literature, as it possessed entirely unique physical traits and mannerisms, exhibiting both intelligence and playfulness. Most notably, it dwelled within the snowy mountains. It must indeed be the snow monster. At that moment, Yiyu suddenly heard a sound, the snapping of a twig. She quickly glanced toward the forest, spotting a shadowy figure lurking within the trees. Although too distant to discern any features, she clearly saw the figure wielding a hunting rifle, approaching her direction. Chapter 79. An unexpected reunion. Upon noticing the figure, Yiyu felt a surge of anxiety. It was highly likely to be Boruto, the hunter who had caused a disturbance near the inn. One thing she distinctly remembered about him was his intense obsession with the snow monster, to the point of nearly coming to blows with the inn's staff. Cold sweat beaded on Yiyu's forehead as she instinctively glanced at the snow monster beside her. This little creature was likely Boruto's intended prey, and its previous severe injuries were probably inflicted by him. If Boruto discovered the snow monster's whereabouts, its life could be in grave danger. Suddenly, it seemed the figure had sensed Yiyu's presence and quickened its pace toward her. Without further deliberation, Yiyu's body instinctively took flight, as if fleeing from a ferocious beast. The snow monster, caught in her embrace, was bewildered by the sudden turn of events. Moo? It questioned, confused. In a frantic bid for safety, Yiyu sprinted up a snow-covered slope, the pale sunlight casting a cold glow upon her. The biting wind whipped against her face, and the deep snow impeded her progress, yet she pressed on, determined to flee in the opposite direction of the forest. Behind her, the figure seemed to be shouting something, but the howling wind drowned out any words, and she had no desire to listen. All she knew was that the voice was drawing nearer, and it would not be long before she was overtaken. Just as their tug-of-war was poised to continue, an unexpected loss of balance sent Yiyu tumbling into the snow, brought down by a mere ordinary stone. Lying in the snow, her heart raced as she pondered how to reverse her predicament. Aware of her own lack of strength, she knew she could not confront her pursuer directly. Thus, she resolved to employ her only remaining tactic. Pretending to surrender to the snow, she lay motionless, like a fish out of water. The pursuer gradually slowed, standing beside her and extending a hand, seemingly intending to pat her back. Just as he crouched down, a clump of snow and mud flew toward him, obscuring his vision. He quickly covered his eyes with his hand, hurriedly trying to clear away the snow. Seizing the opportunity while he was blinded, Yiyu sprang to her feet and delivered a decisive kick to his vital region. The snow monster, previously pinned beneath her, trembled at the sight, covering its eyes in horror. The impact was immediate. The pursuer doubled over in pain, clutching his groin, collapsing to the ground. And the hunting rifle fell from his grasp with a clatter, confirming that he would not be able to pursue her for the moment. Yiyu scooped up the snow monster and prepared to flee. Just as she took a few steps, she heard the pursuer's voice calling out, "Wait, I'm Hank." Yiyu turned back in disbelief, and as the snow and mud were cleared from his face, she recognized a familiar visage. It was indeed Uncle Hank, his thin brown mustache confirming his identity. Oh! Realizing something was awry, Yiyu stood frozen in place. During Hank's recovery from his incapacitated state, she had recounted her harrowing experience of the avalanche and her separation from her friends, to which Hank had nodded sympathetically. At that moment, Hank noticed the timid white creature peeking out from behind Yiyu, appearing frightened and reluctant to approach him. "What kind of animal is that behind you?" Hank inquired curiously, pointing at the white creature. "Oh, that?" Yiyu replied, turning her head to gently pet the timid snow monster, casually remarking, "It's probably a snow monster." "Snow monster? Isn't that a myth concocted by the elders?" Hank responded skeptically, even beginning to question whether Yiyu had suffered a head injury from the avalanche. This reaction was anticipated by Yiyu. Few would believe in the existence of mythical creatures unless they had witnessed them firsthand. Thus, she cradled the snow monster in her arms, presenting it to Hank. "Do you know this creature, Uncle Hank?" Hank scrutinized the peculiar white creature before him, which bore no resemblance to any being he had previously encountered. Even disregarding the snowy mountain region, he had never laid eyes on such a creature. It was adorned with thick white fur, short forelimbs, broad paws, and a curled tail, topped with two long tufts of fur that resembled decorative plumes. Its eyes and ears were concealed within its long fur, rendering them invisible to the outside observer. However, what piqued Hank's interest most was the dark red stain on its foot, seemingly a remnant of dried blood. Could such a thing truly exist? Hank was momentarily taken aback, his astonishment gradually giving way to delight. Who would have thought he would be fortunate enough to encounter such a rare creature? His luck was indeed extraordinary. Hank erupted into hearty laughter, as if he had just won the lottery. Seeing Hank so elated, Yiyu couldn't help but join in his laughter, completely oblivious to the fact that the snow creature had slipped away from her grasp and hidden behind her once more. Once the laughter subsided, Yiyu inquired, "Uncle Hank, you do remember the way back, right?" Upon hearing this, Hank averted his gaze, scratching his head in embarrassment. "Well, actually, I was brought here by an avalanche myself." Yiyu's spirits plummeted, and she despondently remarked, "I can't believe I was so happy just a moment ago." Her emotions were akin to a roller coaster, plummeting from the peak of joy into the abyss of despair. She had thought she had found a savior, only to discover that he, too, was a victim of misfortune. Nevertheless, at least she was no longer alone. She had a charming and warm companion in the snow creature, along with the kind-hearted uncle by her side. If they simply waited in place, surely help would arrive. At that moment, Yi recalled something important and sprang to her feet. "I was just making a snow shelter. Let us finish it together." Hank nodded in agreement, planning to follow Yiyu. Suddenly, a fierce gust of wind howled past them, more ferocious than any they had encountered before, causing the snow creature's fur to stand on end. The creature looked up at the sky, where ominous gray clouds gathered above the snow-capped peaks, instilling a sense of foreboding. "Uncle Hank, do you have a lighter?" Yiyu asked. "Sorry, I don't smoke." Hank replied with a resigned shake of his head. Just as Yiyu was about to speak, she suddenly felt a tug at her pant leg and looked down to see the snow creature pulling at her trousers. The creature was attempting to drag her towards the northwest, but its strength was insufficient, and Yiyu remained rooted to the spot, while the creature huffed and puffed in exertion. "What is wrong?" Yiyu asked in confusion as she bent down. After gaining Yiyu's attention, the snow creature hopped towards the northwest, stopping after a few bounds and waving its arms. as though urging them to follow. Yu hesitated, glancing back at Hank, who merely smiled kindly, seemingly in favor of pursuing the creature. Chapter 80. The arrival of the blizzard. Yu and Hank followed the snow creature along a rugged path, characterized by its uneven terrain and rarity of human footprints. The biting cold wind howled around them, piercing Yu's skin, prompting her to instinctively shield herself with her hands. Suddenly, she noticed the wind had lessened considerably. Hank had positioned himself in front of her, using his broad frame to shield her from the fierce gusts. "Thank you, Uncle Hank." "It's nothing," he replied. After climbing a steep slope, they arrived at a peculiar mountain path. The inner side of the path was strewn with loose stones, clustered as though they had once formed a single mass. "I remember there used to be a large boulder blocking the way. We shouldn't have been able to pass," Hank remarked, running his hand along the rocky wall. He carefully examined the rock faces on either side of the path, noticing distinct signs of erosion. A fresh break in a weathered rock layer that seemed to have appeared recently. Could have been shattered by the avalanche? The ground shook so violently that it must have been broken apart, Yu speculated. Hank picked up a large shard of rock, its edge remarkably sharp, indicating it had been shattered by an immense force. It's likely that years of wind and rain, combined with today's avalanche, led to this rock-esque destruction, Hank mused, resting his chin on his hand as if he were a detective. Otherwise, only a drilling machine could have broken it, but with the path so steep, no machines could reach here. While they paused, the snow creature hopped around, frantically waving its arms to ensure they noticed it. "We'll be right there," Yu assured, quickening her pace towards the creature, with Hank promptly following suit. The path was somewhat narrow, yet not so constricted that one could not pass, unless he were to gain several dozen pounds, which would leave her stuck in the middle. In contrast, Hank navigated the path with relative ease, though he occasionally bumped against protruding rocks. "Are we there yet? Where exactly are we headed?" Yu panted after trekking uphill for over 10 minutes, her legs feeling as if they were weighed down with lead, making her reluctant to take another step. Hank, a seasoned hunter accustomed to the mountain, appeared unfazed, showing no signs of fatigue. "Don't worry. My instincts tell me we'll arrive shortly." "I hope so." Just after Yu uttered those words, they both heard a distant howling sound, akin to a lioness roar, gradually approaching them. Having lived in the snow mountains for so long, Hank quickly recognized the ominous nature of the sound. It signified that a blizzard was imminent. "Run. Start running," Hank exclaimed, grabbing Yu's hand and sprinting away. The blizzard loomed behind them, chasing them like a white specter, its howling winds resembling the sound of a scythe slicing through the air, making it hard to breathe. A blizzard not only meant bone-chilling temperatures and biting winds, but also obscured visibility entirely, disorienting them and leaving them vulnerable to being trapped in the relentless storm. Fortunately, a dark cave appeared not far ahead. If they could reach it, they would be safe from the impending tempest. The snow creature stood at the cave's entrance, shouting with all its might and waving its limbs energetically, seemingly cheering them on. Finally, the two of them dashed into the cave unscathed. "Phew!" Yu plopped down in the snow, gasping for breath. The exertion of the day felt equivalent to 6 months of exercise, leaving her parched and exhausted. The snow creature joyfully clasped her wrist. Yu affectionately ruffled the creature's head and said, "You sensed the blizzard approaching earlier, didn't you?" The snow creature nodded enthusiastically, resembling a child eager for parental praise. Even with its fur concealing its face, Yu felt she could see its eyes sparkling like a rainbow arch. She embraced the snow creature, rubbing her face against it, thanking it. "If it weren't for you, Uncle Hank and I might have frozen to death." Hank, however, did not express his gratitude towards the snow creature. Instead, he headed deeper into the cave. About 2 meters from the entrance, he noticed some low green plants growing, but what captured his attention was a brown earth pit in the center. This pit had only recently been excavated, with remnants of plant roots still present in the soil, indicating that vegetation had once been planted there. Hank observed the surrounding plants. They were common green gentians, not particularly large, but each bore flower buds, likely ready to bloom in a few days. But where were the snow lotus flowers? A profound question emerged in Hank's mind. While snow creatures were real, standing before him. What about the legendary snow lotus that was said to cure all ailments? It must reside within the snow creature's lair. Right here in this excavated earth pit, someone had arrived ahead of Hank and seized his target. Hank clenched his fists in anger, striking the snow with force. Yet, this was merely a manifestation of Hank's impotent rage, and at this juncture, he had no choice but to acknowledge the reality. Calm down, I must remain composed. There must be a way to remedy the situation. Hank swallowed hard, forcing himself to regain his composure, and slowly turned his gaze toward the small white snow creature beside Yu. Hank approached Yu, poking the creature's back, which immediately became alert and shrank back to the vicinity of Yu's down jacket pocket. Uncle Hank, you scared it, Yu chided lightly. Hank quickly offered a sheepish smile, saying, my apologies, I have a question to ask it. Yu was taken aback, curious about what questions Uncle Hank could possibly have for the snow creature. But it can't speak, can it? However, it understands her words. Hank bent down, leaning close to the snow creature, and spoke in the gentlest tone, little snow darling, would you be willing to answer my question? The snow creature clutched Yu's down jacket tightly, unwilling to budge, its reluctance evident. Hank pressed his palms together in prayer, pleading, please, just for a moment. I truly wish to ask one question. The snow creature looked at Yu, who gave a gentle nod. Slowly, the creature released its grip on the edge of the jacket and took a few tentative steps toward Hank. Hank opened his palms, inviting the creature to step onto his hand. After a brief hesitation, it obliged. Hank carried the creature back to the spot where several green cushion plants grew. Pointing at the dirt pit, he asked, are there still such plants? The snow creature scratched its head, seemingly perplexed by Hank's question. Hank, losing some patience but suppressing his imminent frustration, articulated slowly, the plants in this pit, are they the same as before? He emphasized the word plants deliberately. After pondering for a moment, the snow creature leaped from Hank's hand and jumped out of the hole, vanishing into the blizzard in an instant, completely engulfed by the swirling snow. Don't go out. It's very dangerous out there, Yu exclaimed, but before she could finish, the creature's figure had already disappeared. Observing the snow creature's absence, Yu turned back, puzzled. Uncle Hank, aren't there plants all around? Why must it be the same as the one in the pit? You will understand when the snow creature returns, Hank replied, displaying a confident smile. Indeed, one should never abandon hope. As long as one perseveres, there will always be a glimmer of possibility. Hank believed that soon the snow creature would return to the cave with a precious snow lotus and present it to him. This snow lotus would become the turning point of Hank's life. Chapter 81. Sudden change of events after waiting in the cave for 5 minutes. The snow creature had yet to return. Yu and Hank sat in the snow, silent as two statues. Due to their vast age and experience differences, they found little common ground for conversation, rendering the atmosphere particularly awkward. Yu gazed silently outside the cave, but aside from the relentless snowfall, there was nothing to see. Akin to staring blankly at a malfunctioning snowflake television, hoping it would regain its color at any moment. Suddenly, Hank broke the silence with a rather abrupt question. Yu, do you find happiness in your life? This unexpected inquiry caught Yu off guard, leaving her momentarily speechless. She scratched her head, then, with a hint of contentment, responded, I'm not sure how to describe it, but I feel quite happy with my life now. Compared to her initial arrival on Earth, feeling utterly isolated, Yu now had a home, friends, and family to accompany her. Though her life was not particularly affluent, it was sufficient. Upon hearing Yu's response, Hank's expression remained largely unchanged, as if he had anticipated her answer. He pointed to himself, forcing a smile, and asked, do you think I'm happy? Yu, not being naive, sensed a foreboding in Hank's question. Uncle Hank, have you encountered some difficulties? Hank sighed, difficulties have found me. Although Hank did not smoke at that moment, Yu felt he would have liked to pull out a cigarette or a bottle of alcohol, for the sorrow etched on his face was undeniable. Hank began to recount his past. You see, a few years ago, I went bankrupt in business and accrued insurmountable debts that I could never repay. Now, I received daily calls from debt collectors, and my wife left me because of it, taking our son with her. I am now left with nothing. Hank forced a bitter smile, his expression more sorrowful than tears could convey. Hearing such a plight, Yu felt deep sympathy for Hank. That must be a tough life. Hank swallowed hard and continued in his low, somber voice. Indeed, it has been unbearable. After enduring years of torment, I contemplated ending my life, which is why I was near the ice lake yesterday. Yu was utterly shocked, staring at Hank in disbelief. The stark reality was too overwhelming for her to articulate a single word. Hank chuckled lightly, like a mischievous child who had just pulled off a prank. Don't worry, I no longer harbor such thoughts. Hank flashed a bright smile, resembling a cheerful young man who seemed to have come to terms with everything. Really? Yu responded incredulously. Indeed, Hank replied without hesitation. That's wonderful. Yu sighed in relief, feeling reassured. However, Hank's next words left her even more baffled. So, I must thank you, Yu. You saved me. Huh? Yu could not comprehend the connection between these two statements, feeling utterly confused. Did Uncle Hank's mind sustain damage yesterday, and now he was speaking nonsensically? Hank, oblivious to the subtle change in Yu's expression, continued to expound on his reasoning. At that moment, when I saw you were in danger, my body instinctively moved to save you. After rescuing you, I received your and your sister's heartfelt gratitude, and I felt useful again. Suddenly, I realized that perhaps life wasn't so bleak after all. At least I could still contribute to society. Although Yu did not fully grasp Hank's meaning, she felt comforted that he had regained his zest for life, quietly listening to him. And you are like Lady Luck, bringing me fortune, Hank exclaimed, his excitement evident, looking at Yu as if she were a deity of wealth. Yu was startled by Hank's sudden shift, asking bewilderedly, I don't quite understand, Uncle Hank. I haven't done anything. You provided me the opportunity to encounter the snow creature, which led me to its lair. Now, the snow creature has gone to help me find the snow lotus. Hank gazed toward the blinding cave entrance, where he envisioned not a tempest of snow, but a pile of golden coins. If I can sell the snow lotus to those wealthy individuals, not only will my debts be cleared, but I could also live comfortably for the rest of my life. Hank spoke with unwavering confidence. Then, he turned to Yu, patting her shoulder as if treating a close brother, saying, Rest assured, I will share half of the proceeds with you, as it was you who afforded me the chance to obtain the snow lotus. Faced with Hank's grandiose aspirations, Yu did not feel particularly elated or supportive. Instead, she appeared somewhat reserved. Thank you, but I'm unsure if I truly need that much money. No worries. I will keep that half for you. Whenever you wish, you can come to claim it. I will remember. Compared to the unparalleled wealth that Uncle Hank spoke of, Yu was far more concerned about the snow monster wandering amidst the blizzard. In the face of such a tumultuous force of nature, its body appeared so diminutive, as if it could be torn apart like a fragile piece of paper at any moment. Meanwhile, Hank was entirely unconcerned about the snow monster's safety and had already begun to envision a future filled with happiness. Houses, cars, beautiful women, fame, and status, all of which would soon be within his grasp. In a daze, Hank envisioned countless servants lining up to cater to him, numerous employees singing his praises, and a myriad of followers lauding his successes. The life he had long desired seemed tantalizingly close. After 10 minutes had passed since their conversation, the snow monster still had not returned, causing Yu to grow increasingly anxious. Even if the snow monster was a creature of the snowy mountains, it was surely unwise to remain in such an extreme blizzard for an extended period. In her anxiety and unease, Yu began to nervously tap her fingers on her knee. Would the snow monster be swept away by the storm? Would it accidentally fall off a cliff? Would it be captured by Pluto? Various conjectures swirled in Yu's mind, heightening her agitation. Suddenly, a familiar call resonated through the blizzard. The snow monster had returned. Upon hearing the sound, Yu cast aside her earlier gloom, immediately rising to brush off the accumulated cold snow from the snow monster's body. I am so relieved you are safe, she said, her heart finally at ease. The snow monster seemed quite pleased with itself, concealing something behind it from Yu's view. Did you find something? Hank eagerly pushed Yu aside, leaning in closer to the snow monster. However, the snow monster ignored Hank's inquiry, dropping what it held and leaping towards Yu. Hank picked up the item that the snow monster had discarded and examined it closely. It was a blooming flower, its petals adorned with glistening frost, resembling a beautiful ice sculpture, a magnificent creation of nature. Yet, it was not what Hank desired. "Are you mocking me?" Hank said coldly. He threw the flower to the ground, stomping on it with fury, crushing it underfoot in an attempt to alleviate his frustration. "I wanted a snow lotus that can cure all ailments." Hank screamed in hysteria, as if he were watching a winning lottery ticket worth billions being torn apart in front of him. "Uncle Hank, please calm down," Yu tried to persuade him, but before she could utter another word, Hank raised his rifle and shot the snow monster without a moment's hesitation. The snow monster collapsed instantly, motionless on the ground. In the next moment, the gun was aimed at Yu. Chapter 82. Have you heard of playing card divination? Since arriving on Earth, Yu had always known one thing. It was an exceedingly dangerous place. Yet, she never imagined that her life would come to an end in such a manner. The dark muzzle of the gun pointed at her chest, and Hank's eyes revealed no mercy, only resentment and hatred. Ultimately, Yu decided to close her eyes, recalling the faces that had accompanied and cared for her throughout many years. "Father, mother, sister, I can come to be with you now." In a daze, Yiyu's consciousness was enveloped by an intangible white mist from which many hands emerged, pulling her towards an endless world. Just as Hank pulled the trigger, a hand pressed down on the barrel of the black rifle, causing a shot to miss and a tranquilizer dart to embed itself in the snow. "Mr. Hank, Yiyu is not your prey." Hank's eyes widened in shock as he stared at the white girl who suddenly emerged from the blizzard. He recognized her name, Mirmis. "Though you saved Yiyu, harming her is another matter," Mirmis said, her grip tightening as she twisted the gun, rendering it a mangled wreck. "How did you get here?" Hank released the rifle and quickly stepped back, instinctively distancing himself from Mirmis, who radiated a palpable danger, more fearsome than a bear roused from hibernation. Mirmis discarded the now useless rifle onto the ground and coldly stated, "I have no obligation to explain myself to you." She did not wish to waste words with this potential murderer, closing the distance with a speed unfathomable to ordinary people. She delivered a single punch that sent Hank crashing against the rock wall. The impact rendered Hank unconscious, devoid of any awareness, and he would not awaken for some time. "Yiyu, are you all right?" Before Mirmis could finish her statement, Yiyu rushed into her arms, holding her tightly. "You finally came. I was so scared. I thought I was going to die." Yiyu's voice quivered with emotion, tears glistening in her eyes. "Mirmis, Ganti Imranjit Yiyu." Feeling a twinge of guilt as she replied, "I apologize." The storm slowed my movements. Yiyu, finding solace in Mirmis's embrace, expressed her gratitude, saying, "It's all right. I'm just glad you are here." After thanking Mirmis, Yiyu turned her attention back to the small snow monster beside them. The snow monster lay silently in the snow, seemingly merging with the icy landscape. One might mistake it for a mere snowdrift if not observed closely. Yiyu approached the snow monster and, trembling, placed her hand on its body. Upon feeling its warmth, she finally relaxed. The snow monster's body was warm. Though its pulse was slightly slower than before, its abdomen still exhibited a gentle rise and fall, suggesting it was merely asleep. "Thank goodness it is not dead," Yiyu said with immense relief. Having confirmed the snow monster's safety, Yiyu began to ponder how Mirmis had found her. How did Mirmis manage to arrive here? With the snow so heavy, wouldn't it obscure any footprints? Yiyu walked over to Mirmis, brushing the snow off her clothes and hair. "It was a kind-hearted person who helped with the divination," Mirmis explained, recounting the events that transpired at the snowy mountain lodge. Moments ago at the lodge, Mirmis stood quietly near the front desk, resembling a statue, utterly still. The front desk was devoid of staff, as they had all gone to attend to matters within the lodge. After the mountain rescue team had set out, many stranded tourists had already been brought back, yet Yiyu remained unaccounted for. Meanwhile, due to the avalanche, the ambulance could not ascend the mountain, and the tourists were temporarily unable to descend, all trapped within the confines of the modest lodge. Suddenly, the front door burst open with a resounding thud. A gust of wind accompanied by fine snow swirling inside, disheveling Mirmis's hair. At the entrance stood the members of the mountain rescue team. unsteady on their feet as they stumbled into the lodge. The team members were covered in snow, their complexions pale and purplish, as if they had suffered severely from the cold. Damn it, why is it snowing so heavily today? One team member slammed his fist on the floor in frustration. There's nothing we can do. We can only pray that those still missing can endure this blizzard, another team member reassured. As Mirmis prepared to leave the front desk and return to her room, she overheard a conversation between Utah and Wei Wei and inside. If only I brought my tarot cards or crystal ball when I went out, Wei Wei lamented. Possessing the ability to locate Yu, she found herself in a state of anxious frustration due to the lack of necessary tools. Upon hearing this, Utah suddenly had an idea and tentatively asked, "What any kind of cards work?" Wei Wei looked confused. Utah quickly clarified, "What about playing cards? Although it may not be a professional divination tool, it should be worth a try. Did you bring one?" Yuta shook her head and replied no, but most inns are likely to have one. Just check the drawer. As she spoke, Yuta crouched down and began rummaging through the drawer, discovering classic leisure games such as Monopoly and Ludo, along with the most well-known playing cards. Yuta pulled out a brand new deck of cards and displayed it to Vivian. "Look." Yuta tore open the packaging and handed it to Vivian. "Give it a try." Vivian emptied all 52 cards from the box, fanning them out, and after reviewing all the designs, she neatly gathered them back. She then shuffled the cards methodically, closed her eyes, and randomly selected 3 cards: the 6 of spades, the 10 of hearts, and the 3 of clubs. Yu is located 3,251 meters northwest of the inn. Vivian stated, "I cannot comprehend it, yet I am profoundly astonished." Yuta silently applauded beside her, utterly bewildered by how Vivian utilized the playing cards for divination. Had she not known Vivian was a sorceress, she might have thought she was engaged in performance art. A sound echoed from the entrance. Yuta swiftly dashed to the door to investigate, only to glimpse a fleeting white silhouette. She pursued it and, upon rounding the corner, discovered the side door of the inn wide open, with several deep footprints left in the snow beside it. Is it Mirmis? She must have just heard Vivian's divination, right? Considering various factors, Yuta could only arrive at this conclusion after standing in place and gazing at the swirling white snow for 3 seconds. She walked to the door and firmly closed it. "What you wish to do is your freedom." After leaving this statement unanswered, Yuta turned and departed. Chapter 83. Yeyu's Melancholy. There are such remarkable individuals in the inn. Yeyu found it somewhat unbelievable and exclaimed in admiration. It seems she must not underestimate the old woman at the divination stall by the school in the future. "Is there a divination stall near the school?" Mirmis inquired curiously. "Yes, but I do not visit often. Perhaps I encounter it 2 or 3 times a month, and there are always many students queuing. I had always thought it was mere superstition, never realizing that divination truly existed." Yeyu expressed her regret, as if she had lost billions. Had she known divination was so accurate, she would have asked that old woman to predict the topics of the examination for the following day, thus avoiding failure. After a brief moment of despondency, Yeyu suddenly heard a familiar sound. The snow creature awoke, cradling its head in its hands, groggily rising from the ground. Its steps somewhat unsteady. "You're awake." Yeyu poked the snow creature's body. The snow creature turned its head and saw Yeyu and Mirmis, tilting its head in apparent confusion about what had just transpired. Slowly, it turned to see Hank collapsed nearby and the now useless hunting rifle, further adding to its bewilderment. All right, you were just asleep, so you don't know what happened." Yeyu chuckled and recounted how Hank had shot at the snow creature, attempting to attack it, only to be timely thwarted by Mirmis. Though the snow creature did not fully comprehend, it understood one thing. Mirmis had also saved its life. The snow creature hopped over to the green velvet grass, selecting the 2 healthiest plants from among the yet-to-bloom specimens, carefully uprooting them, and then joyfully returned, presenting the plants to the 2, one for Yeyu and one for Mirmis. "Thank you," Yeyu said with a smile. The snow creature happily bounced in place, seemingly expressing its unpretentiousness. "Mirmis, can you identify what kind of plants these are? A comparison with the database is necessary." After stating this, Mirmis scanned the plant in hand, comparing its leaves and stems with other specimens in the database. After 2 seconds, Mirmis provided an answer. It is a green velvet grass, an ornamental plant belonging to the poppy family. Before Mirmis could continue with more specific information, Yu promptly interrupted. There is no need to mention the subsequent classifications. I wouldn't remember them anyway. Yu continued to inquire if it had any medicinal properties. None. What about the plants in that soil pit? Yu pointed to the pit that had existed since her entrance to the cave. Mirmis shook her head, stating that without a physical specimen, identification was impossible. I see. In the end, Yu remained unaware of what the legendary snow lotus flower looked like or if it ever truly existed. However, such details were of little concern to her. At present, she was more worried about the seemingly weak and helpless snow creature at her feet. You appear troubled. Why is that? I am pondering what would happen if others discovered the snow creature after we leave. Yu gazed anxiously at the carefree snow creature rolling in the snow. Hank must have intended to sell the snow creature after knocking it out with a tranquilizer dart. The act of selling endangered animals at high prices is not uncommon on Earth and other planets inhabited by sentient beings. As for Hank's motive to harm Yu, it is rather evident. The fewer people who know about the snow creature's existence, the better, as monopolizing information can yield greater profits. Although this little fellow is agile, if its existence were to be discovered, a horde of hunters would undoubtedly swarm in and easily capture it. Based on human behavioral projections, the probability of this occurring is 99.7. What is the difference between 99.7 and 100? Yu asked in confusion. Just 0.3. Mirmis responded with utmost seriousness. Yu slapped her hand against her face, exasperatedly stating that she shouldn't engage in discussions about numerical probabilities with you. It is certainly not wise to argue numerical values with Mirmis, who thinks like a computer. Realizing this, Yu refrained from dwelling on it further. Yet her concerns remained unchanged. Yu wished to protect the snow creature, not wanting it to be captured by other hunters. Thus, she needed to devise a plan to deter their arrival. Yu racked her brain, desperately contemplating. At that moment, a spark of inspiration struck her, and she excitedly tugged at Mirmis's hand, exclaiming, "Strike me! Inflict some wounds on me!" Mirmis's CPU momentarily malfunctioned. After 32 seconds, Mirmis regained her composure, firmly placing a hand on Yu's shoulder and earnestly stating, "Yu, self-harm is a detrimental behavior. You should cherish your life." Yu brushed Mirmis's hand away, indignantly retorting, "What are you talking about? I'm not a masochist. I have no interest in that. I merely wish for you to create some claw-like wounds on me." Yu pointed to her shoulder and abdomen, indicating the desired locations for the wounds. "Why?" Mirmis tilted her head in confusion. "Of course, it's to frighten off any potential hunters looking for the snow creature." Yu spoke passionately, somewhat indignantly. If the snow creature were as immense and ferocious as a bear, no one would dare seek it out. Just as Yu reveled in her idea, Mirmis delivered a stark response. "In fact, this would be even more dangerous." "Huh? This area is a tourist zone frequented by many visitors. What would happen if people learned that dangerous animals roam nearby?" Mirmis did not directly answer Yu's confusion, but instead posed a question to her. Yu pondered for a moment and then replied, "They would likely stop coming here for leisure?" "No, it would be to eliminate the threat." Mirmis picked up a stone and crushed it in her hand. "As long as the safety of tourists and the prosperity of scenic areas can be ensured, humanity will not hesitate to employ any means, whether it be hunting or capturing. The data collected by Mirmis indicates that humans have encroached upon the majority of territories that originally belonged to animals, resulting in a significant decline in many animal populations. Although efforts have commenced to protect these endangered species, they ultimately address only the symptoms rather than the root causes." Upon hearing this, Yu became anxious, gripping Mirmis's right arm and inquiring, "What should we do?" "I truly wish to protect the snow monster." "There is a way," Mirmis replied, raising a finger to indicate one. Yu, as if seizing upon a lifeline, exclaimed eagerly, quickly, "Tell me." "As long as the snow monster does not exist, no one will covet it." In Chapter 84, titled The Butterfly Effect, within the Mineral Shop, an elderly man with graying hair was savoring a cup of oolong tea. In such frigid weather, a warm cup of tea is undoubtedly the most soothing comfort. While the old man adjusted the lid of his cup, an unexpected visitor arrived. The elderly gentleman glanced at the newcomer, noting his well-dressed appearance and tidy features, indicative of a well-mannered young man of the new era. Requiring little caution, as there was nothing of substantial value in the shop, the young man perused the store, his gaze sweeping across the display case as if searching for something specific, ultimately approaching the counter and requesting, "Please give me a piece of pyrite." The old man unlocked the glass display case and inquired, "Which piece would you like, young man?" The youth pointed to a rather ordinary-looking, seemingly aged piece of pyrite. The old man retrieved the selected mineral from the cabinet and weighed it. 1402 grams, 5 yuan. The young man paid in cash and departed with the stone. After leaving the mineral shop, the young man walked a short distance and arrived at a secluded alley where Yu stood beside a bound and unconscious Hank. As he entered the alley, the young man's appearance gradually blurred, transforming into that of Mirmis. "This is the effect of the camouflage mode you mentioned, correct?" Mirmis nodded. "The camouflage mode projects a holographic image around me. During this time, anyone who sees me will only perceive the image." While this feature sounded quite convenient, its downside was evident. It demanded a significant amount of energy and could not be used frequently. Subsequently, Mirmis placed the pyrite on the ground and activated a concealed cooling fan within his hand, accelerating the weathering process of the pyrite to make it appear even older. He then poured some condensation over the pyrite, lowering its overall temperature. Yu touched the pyrite, a chilling sensation coursing through her hand, forcing her to retract it immediately. The stone was now colder than frozen fish in a refrigerator. "Will this conceal the existence of the snow monster?" Yu inquired. "We need to hand Hank over to the police, but he must have a motive for shooting," Mirmis explained slowly. Yu nodded. "We certainly cannot tell them it is because of the snow monster." Mirmis picked up the pyrite and said, "So I will disguise this mineral as gold. Then we will tell the police that you and Hank took refuge in a cave due to the blizzard and accidentally discovered this piece of gold. Hank intended to keep it all for himself, thus planning to eliminate you." Mirmis even thoughtfully prepared a statement for Yu. "But there is no evidence to show he intended to kill me, is there?" "There is," Mirmis replied, pulling out his phone, which displayed a picture of Hank aiming a gun at Yu. "Huh? How did you capture that?" Yu exclaimed in surprise, leaning closer to the phone, astonished that Mirmis had the presence of mind to take a photo during such a frantic moment. "I extracted that moment from my database, converted it into a photo, and uploaded it to my phone. Truly, you possess the eyes of a robot." Yu applauded in admiration. Afterward, Mirmis returned with Yu and Hank to the Snow Mountain Lodge, informing the manager of the situation, who immediately called the police. With ample evidence, the police took Hank into custody, along with the gold for appraisal. Naturally, it was determined to be fake gold. However, this did not alter the fact that Hank had attempted murder. Mirmis was reprimanded by the police for his reckless venture out during the blizzard. The police escorted Hank into the police car, where an officer sat beside him in the back seat. The officer glanced at the damaged hunting rifle and remarked, "If we find that the girl was shot, the hunters will be the prime suspects, and there will be no escaping that." Hank smirked. "My gun only has tranquilizer darts left. Once she passes out, I'll bury her in the snow. It'll be seamless." The officer had expected to intimidate Hank, but his response was entirely contrary to what he anticipated. "I didn't expect you to appear so honest on the outside, yet harbor such malice within." Hank displayed no remorse, instead taunting, "Isn't your duty to apprehend people like me?" Meanwhile, Hank recalled events that had transpired earlier prior to the avalanche. Alone in the forest searching for prey, he had spotted a small white creature leaping among the bushes and mistook it for a hare, firing a shot. However, the quarry fled swiftly, and believing he had missed, he fired several more rounds until he noticed bloodstains in the grass, realizing the creature had been injured. Following the trail of blood out of the forest, he encountered a large patch of red snow, with a spent shell casing at its center. Picking up the casing, he confirmed it was indeed his ammunition. Hank pondered what kind of creature could possess such formidable self-healing abilities, even expelling bullets from its body. With this question in mind, Hank soon found himself before the snow monster beside Yiyu, and everything fell into place. The snow monster's den contained snow lotus flowers, which could heal all ailments, including wounds. Thus, it was only logical that the snow monster, closely associated with the snow lotus, would possess remarkable regenerative powers. Hank was resolute that the snow lotus must exist. Regrettably, the snow monster had shown him no gratitude, tossing him a worthless trinket instead. The thought of this filled Hank with rage, wishing to strip the snow monster of its hide and sell it at a high price on the black market. As the police car's siren blared, it whisked Hank away. Watching the vehicle depart, Wei Wei's expression was somewhat complex. Mr. Hank had saved Yiyu just yesterday. Yet today he was prepared to kill her over a fictitious piece of gold. Perhaps my father was right. It might be better for me to return to the Shadow Realm. With this thought, Wei Weian began to waver in her previously held beliefs, questioning whether her approach of genuine kindness was indeed correct. At this moment, Yota approached Wei Weian's side. In truth, people from any world are like this. Leaning against the wooden railing and gazing out over the wide expanse of mountains, Yota continued, "Your father only told you that the people of the present world are this way because he wishes to protect you, hoping to keep you by his side. I can understand his intentions." Turning to face Wei Weian, Yota regarded the golden-haired girl, resembling a delicate doll. "However, you need not be disheartened by Hank's transformation. Not everyone succumbs to temptation. I can assure you that, no matter what happens, I will always stand by your side." Yota's gaze was resolute, devoid of any pretense. After hearing this, Wei Weian shyly lowered her head, silently leaning against Yota's shoulder as they gazed into the distance together. The pristine snow landscape, the colorful sunlight, and the verdant forests on the mountainside coalesced into a breathtaking tableau. Not far away, Yiyu, savoring her hot cocoa, observed the sweet silhouettes of the two individuals and could not help but feel a tinge of gloom. It seemed to her that the atmosphere between them was astonishingly delightful. What had transpired in my absence? Mirmis shook her head, expressing uncertainty. "I don't know. I was waiting for your message at the front desk." Sometimes, a seemingly trivial choice made by one person can alter the fates of many. The connections between individuals intertwine and influence one another. On the first day of Mirmis and her companion's arrival at Luo Feng Shui Mountain, in the heart of the forest, Vitia hurriedly traversed the woods, clutching a sheet adorned with illustrations of snow monsters and snow lotus flowers. She completely disregarded the signs forbidding outsiders from entering the forest. The woodland creatures, upon noticing Vitia's presence, fled with the swiftness of a tiger. Vitia meticulously observed her surroundings, ensuring that no detail escaped her notice. Besides the flora and fauna, the forest concealed human-made devices, traps, and various snares. These must have been set by hunters. Although the traps were well hidden, almost blending seamlessly with the environment, Vitia skillfully evaded them, gliding between branches with ease. To her surprise, Vitia's fortune exceeded her expectations. When she leaped onto one of the trees, she happened upon a white snow monster ensnared in a net. Upon seeing Vitia, the creature curled into a ball, trembling within the web. Praying like an ostrich that she would overlook its presence, Vitia grasped the lower half of the net with her left hand and, with her right fingers aligned as if wielding a sharp blade, sliced through the rope. The carbon fiber net yielded effortlessly, akin to tofu, leaving a clear severance. Vitia descended from the tree, liberating the snow monster. The creature clutched at Vitia's pant leg, nuzzling against her before tugging insistently, seemingly wishing to guide her somewhere. After navigating a rugged path, they encountered a massive boulder. The snow monster effortlessly jumped over it, and, seeing that Vitia had not followed, leaped back. What unfolded next astonished the snow monster for a lifetime. Vitia assumed a stance, her right fist ignited with fiery crimson flames, and struck the boulder with ferocity. The impact left a deep dent, fissures radiating outward, which gradually widened until the entire rock crumbled into fragments. Vitia stepped across the debris and followed the snow monster into its cave. Inside, the snow monster presented Vitia with a fully blossomed green velvet herb. leaving a brown patch in its previous spot. The flower glistened with tiny ice crystals, enhancing its vibrant beauty. Vitia retrieved a flower pot she had prepared in advance, scooped some earth into it, and nestled the green velvet herb within. As she prepared to depart, the snow monster waved a reluctant farewell. The following day, Vitia awaited her bus home at the station when she encountered a middle-aged man dressed as a hunter. Appearing quite inebriated, he leaned against a utility pole, bellowing, "Just wait. Snow monster, one day I will find you. I will show those fools how strong I, Brito, truly am." After venting his frustrations at the pole for some time, the man staggered away. Would he ever discover the snow monster? No one could say. Soon, the return bus arrived, and Vitia boarded, leaving Luo Feng Shuem Mountain behind. Snowflakes began to drift from the sky, blanketing everything beneath a serene layer of cold, white snow. Chapter 85, The Conclusion. One day, Mirmis was diligently working at the pet shop when she suddenly received a message. Mirmis, this is Te Nua Luo Chi. I'm here to pick you up. I'm currently at your home. She requested leave from her employer and hurried home, where she found Te Nua Luo Chi sprawled lazily on the sofa, munching on chips. The hand holding the chips was not Te Nua Luo Chi's, but rather a mechanical arm extending from behind her, a common sight for Mirmis, as Te Nua Luo Chi often exhibited such laziness. "Ah, you seem to be in good spirits," Te Nua Luo Chi remarked, noticing Mirmis. "What brings you here?" "Quite simple. Your owner discovered your absence and insisted on finding me. I investigated your last known whereabouts and traveled here via spaceship. I never expected you to end up in such a technologically backward and civilization-depleted place. If not for the decent food, I wouldn't want to stay even a second." Te Nua Luo Chi continued to eat as she spoke. "Now that I've found you, we should return home." With that, Te Nua Luo Chi prepared to rise, but was halted by Mirmis's words. "Wait." Te Nua Luo Chi, somewhat dismayed, inquired, "What is it? Have you grown fond of the beings on this planet? Do you not wish to return?" "No. I wish to take you back to Fu Luo Eda Star." "You want to bring a Terran home?" Te Nua Luo Chi's expression turned incredulous. While Mirmis had befriended various beings on other planets, she had never heard of her taking human back to her own world. "She's a Wei-D star being." Upon hearing this, Te Nua Luo Chi's countenance grew serious. "Isn't that planet destroyed?" Mirmis nodded. "Yes, she appears to be the sole survivor." "That is indeed a tragic fate," Te Nua Luo Chi lamented. "In that case, I have no objections. My spaceship has ample space. Accommodating one more person is no issue." When Yi returned home from school, she was surprised to find an unfamiliar presence in her house, a small, gray girl. The mechanical arm extending from her back clearly indicated she was a robot. Yet, puzzlingly, despite being a robot, she was engrossed in snacks. As Yi grappled with her thoughts, Mirmis approached her, looking entirely different from her usual self, almost as if she had transformed. "Yi, I am preparing to return to Fu Luo Eda Star." "That's wonderful. Congratulations." Yi feigned happiness, clapping her hands, though her nose tinged with sorrow. "I would like to ask for your opinion. Would you like to come with me?" Mirmis's crimson eyes gazed at Yi, hoping for a response. "To Fu Luo Eda Star?" Yi gasped. "Yes. However, before that, I must confess something to you. I was the one who destroyed Wei-D Star." "What did you say?" Yi sseemed struck by a bolt from the blue, her body swaying as she leaned against the sofa for support. "This occurred during the war with the Su Pu Rue Star. While infiltrating enemy territory, I was captured. They breached my firewall and seized control. In my uncontrollable state, I destroyed many things, including Wei-D Star." "Why are you telling me this?" Yi questioned, her voice trembling with despair. "I believe you have the right to know the truth. From the moment I first laid eyes on you, I pondered when would be the appropriate time to reveal the reality. I have already shattered your planet and your life, so I wish to make amends. I do not want you to continue living in solitude on Earth, no matter how many years it takes or what you desire from me. I will strive to compensate you. Yet, it was not your fault." Yi supported her forehead, feeling a tumult of emotions. Though she rationally sought to forgive Mirmis, her heart struggled to accept the truth so swiftly. Yi raised her head and uncertainly inquired, Have you always treated me kindly because you feel guilty towards me? Indeed, came a reply. I cannot resurrect your family, nor can I reconstruct the planet Vitia. The only thing I can do is to remain by your side. A seemingly trivial gesture. No matter how many years it takes? Yu tentatively asked. No matter how long, Mirmis answered without hesitation. Sitting nearby, Tenelosai was the first to grasp Yu's meaning and immediately sent a message to Mirmis. Hey, the lifespan of the Vitia people spans thousands of years. She is a botanical extraterrestrial. Are you certain you want to agree to this? Even if I falter, you'll mend me, right? That will come at a cost. Tenelosai replied, falling silent thereafter. After gaining Yu's understanding, the trio embarked on their spacecraft and departed from Earth. Through Tenelosai's investigation, it was discovered that Earth was shrouded in an invisible electromagnetic barrier, obstructing any waves emitted from the planet and artificially isolating it from other civilizations. The culprit behind this predicament was none other than the Supre civilization, which was in opposition to the Freud civilization. During the war, they secretly infiltrated Earth, conducting inhumane experiments. The Supre civilization was a warlike and brutal society, viewing Earthlings as convenient subjects for experimentation. 404 was one such specimen. Having lost her original body and appearance, but gained the ability to mimic any living being. Extraterrestrials who inadvertently arrived on Earth also fell victim to their nefarious hands, vanishing without a trace. Following the defeat in that war, a faction of Supre beings stealthily arrived on Earth, attempting to stir chaos once more. In order to thwart their sinister plot, Mirmis and Tenelosai returned to Earth, eliminating the Supre individuals who were secretly scheming and dismantling the electromagnetic barrier system they had established on the planet. Subsequently, the dark moniker of Earth was lifted, and with its rich cultural offerings, it gradually evolved into a widely renowned destination among extraterrestrials. Naturally, along the way, there were those who coveted Yu's powers. Whether hired by cosmic magnates or driven by mere collector's desire, all of whom were thwarted by Mirmis. Yet, the gravest crisis quietly emerged on Freud's star, a black inorganic entity known as Myrt, which had an insatiable appetite for technological products. The initial failure of Mirmis's spatial leap was attributed to these creatures consuming the space-time tunnel. If left unchecked, it would pose a threat to the entire universe. To avert such a calamity, the rulers of Freud ordered that Freud's star be used as bait to lure all Myrt there, ultimately detonating the planet. Only such force could obliterate them entirely. Through the efforts of Mirmis and her companions, the plan succeeded. From that moment onward, the Freud civilization embarked on a quest for a new home.